The story unfolds at humanity's last fortress, Dusk City, where a lightning strike hits the stronghold. Dragons are injured and begin falling from the sky. A giant red dragon flies into the air, attempting to block the oncoming lightning strikes. The great sage, upon seeing the red dragon, remarks that Ancestor Lion's dragon has also arrived. Ato, the timekeeper, emerges from the dungeon and informs the great sage that there is no longer any hope for their world. He declares that he will burn his body and even his true soul to open a time passageway for him. He pleads for him to carry their hopes and escape this era. He believes that with his wisdom, he will surely change humanity's destiny in another age. The great sage responds that the forbidden gods, who understand the mysteries of time better than anyone, are watching them. They are bound to this era. No one can escape it. He places his magic staff on the ground and forms a magical circle. Several magical books appear and begin to revolve around him. He seizes one bearing the image of a dragon and declares that perhaps those not from this era can change humanity's fate. He unleashes a powerful magical attack at an entity floating in the sky. Forbidden God retorts that tiny humans, in the face of their inevitable extermination, only make themselves look more pitiful through futile resistance. Ato asks what that being is. The great mage replies that it is a forbidden god. Forbidden God says that all petty hopes shall be consumed by despair. Ato shouts that it is going to destroy the passageway. The forbidden God responds coldly, commanding humanity to perish quietly within the ruins of their time, letting their pitiful hopes turn to dust along with this dying era. The great sage declares that though they are dust, they are also heroes. He commands the forbidden God to witness the full power of 10,000 fragments of dust. All the surrounding warriors witness this spectacle and, in astonishment, ask what is happening. One of them exclaims that it is the great sage initiating a sacrificial ceremony. The great sage announces that this era is reaching its end and will soon become dust. He urges his fellow warriors to follow him and erupt like fireworks at the twilight of this age. As his magical aura spreads outward, the warriors standing within it absorb the energy and become overwhelmed with emotion while they sacrifice themselves. One of them steps forward and pledges to follow, stating he holds no regrets in this life. The forbidden God shouts in denial. The great sage, still channeling his magical aura into attacks, proclaims that as people of the past, they now present a gift to those of the future. This gift shall move upstream against the current of time, reaching a distant age to plant a seed of hope for humanity's future. The narrator describes this as the ancient age of beast riders, a time when riders, alongside their powerful beast companions, venture across the world, establish gathering places, and enjoy the finest resources the world offers. Beyond the borders of these gathering places, perilous beasts lurk in every direction. He recalls vividly how swarms of savage creatures once surrounded humans. For the past 100 years, the Black Light Gathering Place has stood on the brink of a treacherous wasteland. Its fortress master is a formidable beast rider, the one who founded the unique training regimen of Black Light Castle. He has served as the stronghold's gatekeeper for a full century. Meanwhile, within the Black Light Gathering Place, Su Heng stands before a notice board on the street and reads its contents. The notice pertains to the rider's special training camp, warning idlers that if one succeeds in hatching a beast within 3 years, they will be instantly assigned to a gathering team. The warning ends bluntly that any objections mean death. Becoming a rider carries risks, and anyone wishing to join must be cautious. Su Heng grips a giant dragon egg and sits down, deep in thought. He feels an unshakable sense of unwillingness. Tomorrow marks the final day of the 3-year period, yet the egg shows no signs of hatching. He gazes at the surrounding fortresses, still burdened by a deep sense of frustration. Suddenly, he notices a radiant star in the sky. As he wonders what it is, a brilliant light descends toward him, encircled by magical symbols. It strikes his forehead, and he collapses to the ground. Su Heng falls to the ground and slowly opens his eyes. As he looks around, he notices several screens displaying images of dragons. He sees someone ride a giant red dragon. His eyes begin to shine with wonder when someone calls out, telling him to wake up and questioning whether he slept there last night. Another person reminds him sternly that trainee riders undergoing special training are not permitted to stay overnight in the castle. The voice grows louder, demanding that he speak. Did he remain in the castle through the night? Confused, Su Heng asks what is meant by overnight. He wonders if it had all been a dream. The image of the red dragon resurfaces in his mind. He reflects on the vision, a colossal dragon and a powerful dragon rider. He questions whether riders can truly be that powerful. The other person grows irritated, angrily asking what Su Heng is muttering about, and accusing him of pretending the others do not exist. He hits Su Heng with a whip, which scratched his face, calling him an idiot, and taunted him by saying he heard Su Heng is supposed to report to the search team today, joining other low-class stragglers to explore beyond the gathering land. He accuses Su Heng of violating curfew and threatens to strike him with a hunter's whip. He wonders aloud whether Su Heng will survive the wilderness after receiving 12 lashes. Suddenly, the egg next to Su Heng begins to crack. A short-haired trainee notices the change and exclaims in shock, questioning how Su Heng's beast egg could possibly be hatching. He becomes overwhelmed with emotion at the sight and exclaims that his beast egg has responded. He has succeeded. Lifting the egg high, he declares that his 3 years of hard work have not been in vain. He has finally succeeded. Everyone around him watches in shock. One of the other trainees thinks to himself that this good-for-nothing has actually succeeded. He quickly backtracks, claiming it must be a misunderstanding, a massive one. He insists he will immediately call the special training official to verify Su Heng's rider status, convinced now that Su Heng is destined for great success. At that moment, Special Training Officer Lu Yu arrives, calmly replies that there is no need for him to call. Everyone shockingly looked at her. She approaches Su Heng and instructs him to try communicating with his beast egg. Su Heng asks what it means to communicate. He brings the egg closer to his face and softly speaks to it, saying that he has been waiting for it with great effort and hope. Suddenly, he hears a low rumbling from inside the egg. Excitedly, he announces that it responded. Lu Yu nods in approval and states that Black Light has gained another young rider. She then notices a scar on Su Heng's face and asks what happened. When she points at it, he touches the wound and explains that the other trainee struck him. Turning to the accused, she asks why he dared to hit a rider. Without waiting for a response, she declares her judgment. He is to receive 20 lashes and be sent beyond the gathering land to survive on his own. She orders him to accept the punishment. The trainee drops to his knees, crying and pleading for mercy. He begs to be spared and clutches the ground in desperation. Lu Yu turns back to Heng and tells him to follow her. Together, they walk to the fortress, eventually arriving in front of Master Zhu He. Master Zhu looks at Heng and asks if this young man is the first new recruit for the current half of the year. Lu Yu confirms that it is true. She had heard Heng was originally meant to report to the search team, but no one could have expected that he would actually succeed. She remarks that, in any case, such an achievement deserves a worthy reward. Zhu He nods in approval, noting that Heng has shown the determination to persist until the very end in order to succeed, an admirable quality. He tells Heng that he will offer him 2 choices. The first option, since his beast egg belongs to the scaled lizard species, he will grant him a dragon scale infused with a high-rank dragon-type bloodline. This will accelerate the hatching process. Once hatched, the beast will be stronger than most other scaled lizards, and there is also a small chance it will inherit the dragon bloodline, which would significantly enhance its strength. The second option, when Heng is ready to raise another beast in the future, he will be allowed to select one from Zhu's personal collection. Heng reflects that 10 birds in the forest cannot compare to one in the hand, and he responds that the dragon scale suits him better. Zhu agrees and states that someone will deliver the dragon scale to him later that afternoon. He encourages Heng not to lose heart in the days ahead and expresses his hope that Su Heng will bring great contributions to their gathering land. Heng responds with excitement, affirming with a bright yes. Later, the narrator describes that outside the Black Light Gathering Land's castle, the city is visibly divided into 2 districts. The inner district, where the relatively wealthier residents live, is cleaner and more orderly. In contrast, the outer district lives up to its reputation as filthy and neglected, home to the city's poorest. The scene shifts to the outer district, where Su Huan's home lies, where Heng winces in pain and pleads with her to let him go. Huan, clearly upset, demands to know if he even understands what pain is, asking where he had been all of last night. Heng groans, saying it hurts. She scolds him, explaining that she had gone to the castle walls early in the morning to search for him. Since she was unable to enter, she had no choice but to wait anxiously at the gate. Now that he has finally decided to return, She declares that today she will rip his ear off. Just then, someone knocks at the door. She pauses and asks who it is. A voice replies politely, addressing her as Miss Su Huan. The visitor announces that he has brought gifts on behalf of the fortress master and asks her to accept them. He presents a tray filled with gold and other treasures, wishing Su Heng good luck and expressing hope that his beast's advancement proceeds smoothly. Both siblings are stunned by the sight. Huan turns to Heng, asking if this is truly for beast advancement. She realizes he has succeeded. Overcome with joy, she embraces him tightly, saying it is wonderful news. If their parents were alive to witness his success, they would be filled with pride. She adds that selling their old house had not been in vain. Her brother is destined to become a big shot. Heng informs Huan that there are outsiders. She responds that she has suddenly remembered she still has to go to work. She tells Heng to take good care of his guests, and as for herself, she will take her leave first and walk out. Heng remains seated and checks the beast advancements, asking if this is a dragon scale. The scale suddenly begins to shine as mana is transferred into his head. The system window activates, and a dragon manual book appears. He opens the book, and the system window notifies that lizards are divided into 3 categories. The first is Dracena, the second involves the breaking shell and the transforming dragon ritual, and the third is the dragon scale. After performing the ritual, a scale lizard is transformed into a dragon lizard. He exits the system and expresses his thanks with a hum. He contemplates the process of transforming a scale lizard into a dragon. Adult dragon snake lizards are top-tier dangerous species, capable of easily wiping out an entire small gathering. The scale lizard in his hand, classified as an intermediate-level dangerous species, belongs to an entirely different class. He recalls a plant root and questions whether the dragon blood root resembles the purple-brown root. He wonders if it might be useful. Even if it is the work of the genius girl who shocked everyone and was eventually discovered by the Lord and accepted as his disciple, if he manages to hatch a dragon snake lizard, who knows? The first tamed pet he hatches may end up being nothing less than a high-level, dangerous species. He gets up, walks out, and enters a pharmacy. He hands some coins to the attendant. The attendant prepares a tonic and gives it to Heng. Heng pours it into a bowl, dips the dragon egg into it, and thinks that he might also become a disciple of the Lord. He draws a magical circle and places the egg at its center. He performs a ritual, and the circle begins to shine, and the egg starts glowing as well. A dragon's shadow emerges from the light. Heng shields his face from the brightness. Suddenly, the light fades. He stares in shock and wonders about the taste, whether it is a scale lizard or a dragon snake lizard. The scene shifts to the training ground, where all the warriors are practicing. Lu Yu silently observes them. One warrior comments that Su Han hasn't even hatched his taming pet egg yet and has skipped training for 4 consecutive days. His companion jokes that Su Heng might already be dead at home and laughs. He replies he is just a little arrogant. Let's wait for Master Lu to deal with him while they continue their practice. Heng arrives at the training ground when Lu Yu remarks that he has finally come to train, and now he is in trouble. Another trainee says it's over, Heng is dead. Heng confirms and states it's Master Lu's special training, but for some reason, he had no choice but to skip training. She retorts by asking what would be the best reason, and tells him to explain what counts as reasonable. He responds by saying come out, little guy, as his baby dragon crawls out of his bag and lets out a soft murmur. Heng's dragon, dragon snake lizard, transforms into its giant form, leaving everyone in shock. One person exclaims that it is not a scale lizard and questions what kind of creature it is, overwhelmed by the powerful aura. Lu Yu explains that it is actually a top-level dangerous species, a dragon snake lizard. She instructs Heng to hurry and follow her to meet the castle lord. They arrive to find Zhu tapping on the table in frustration as he repeats that it is indeed a top-level, dangerous species, one that has revealed its true classification from the moment it hatched. Heng requests an investigation into who is responsible for creating Huan's pet egg. Zhu turns to Lu Yu and orders her to immediately notify the bureau, commanding that the person responsible be punished and have 3 months' salary deducted. The individual who mixed a dragon snake lizard into the scale lizard category and turned it into a pet egg has almost destroyed the future of a genius. As for himself, Zhu reflects that he has worked hard over the years and has fortunately survived. If he had only obtained an ordinary pet egg at the start, even if it had been a high-risk species like Suzu, he fears his current achievements would not have been so remarkable. Yet, after hardship comes reward. With the dragon snake lizard as his foundation, Heng will certainly not fall behind anyone in the future. Heng promises that he will not disappoint the castle lord's expectations. Zhu responds that he is truly pleased to have nurtured a talented and tenacious genius like him. Zhu states that he is asking Heng if he is willing to become his disciple. Heng, shocked, asks what he means by that. Lu Yu addresses the castle lord. She reflects that she never imagined, after 3 years, the castle lord who once accepted the genius Bai Suzu as a disciple would consider taking in another. He responds that he is willing. Teacher. Zhu laughs and says that is good. He instructs that tonight, all the pet trainers in the castle who are not currently assigned to tasks must be gathered for a banquet to witness the rise of a genius pet trainer born from the shadows, and to celebrate the castle lord's acceptance of a new disciple. The scene shifts to the evening banquet. After it ends, Su Huan and his sister are escorted home in a carriage by the castle lord's guards. Heng tells his sister that he now receives a monthly pet trainer allowance in gold crests. When the time comes, they should buy back the old house they once sold to send him for training. Huan pulls his cheek and says she could not earn that much even in 3 years. Heng is truly capable. He tells her not to pinch his face. As she steps out, he bids her goodbye. She tells him she will go rest first since she still has to work tomorrow. He sits in his room and begins reading the Dragon Book, which states that the most common boundary between ordinary creatures and dangerous species is whether they possess an innate talent for using energy. The technique of utilizing this energy talent is referred to as an energy skill, and such skills are the key factor that determines the strength of pet trainers. As a top-level dangerous species, the dragon snake lizard possesses naturally strong energy talent. In addition to its more common fierce attacks, the unique skills of the other 6 dragon snake lizard subraces are also noted, along with most of the lower-level abilities. When its dragon suddenly awakens, he lies down again, begins to snore, and mutters about the racial skills common to all dragon species: low-level dragon power and low-level dragon might. Dragon Sleep, a skill that allows rapid recovery of physical strength and injuries, is unique to the dragon species. The powerful Earth Element destructive skill, Earth Spear Ritual, is also listed, as well as the Earth-based recovery ability, Earth Power Absorption. It is worth mentioning that the combination of Earth Power Absorption and Dragon Sleep grants the dragon snake lizard an exceptionally tenacious life force, allowing it to become an invincible Xiao Qiang. Its powerful evil-type ability, Breath of Evil Thoughts, is also considered the strongest skill of the dragon snake lizard. It possesses a destructive force second only to the creature itself. He stops reading, looks at his dragon, and says that he believes the little one will grow into an exceptionally powerful beast controller. As the dragon snake lizard continues to grow rapidly before his eyes, he becomes startled. He reflects that the growth rate of dangerous species truly cannot be measured by common logic. The next morning, he arrives at the master training room, where Zhu tells Heng that his dragon snake lizard possesses strong innate potential. He advises him to first test his compatibility with the 3 energy systems and then choose one for focused training. Zhu then shows him his ring and explains that his primary force as a teacher belongs to the evil system. Heng looks at the ring in shock and asks if these are his teacher's prints. The narrator describes that the Yuyan artifact is a specialized item designed to accommodate giant-sized Yuchong within its internal space, allowing them to rest and accelerate physical recovery. After all, once a Yuchong reaches its mature stage, its body size becomes extremely large, and a Yushi cannot possibly manage with only one. This necessity gives rise to Yuyan artifacts crafted in various forms: bracelets, necklaces, brooches, wristwatches, earrings, pendants, and more. A giant wolf emerges from Zhu's ring. Zhu introduces it as the Crimson Evil Wolf. It is a secondary terrifying species of innate racial level, and has advanced into a high-tier terrifying species through postnatal cultivation. It once served as the teacher's main Yuchong in his early years, making it the perfect opponent to test Heng's dragon snake lizard. Heng wonders if this situation can truly be called just right. Zhu explains that the Crimson Evil Wolf is a terrifying species that fuses pure evil and pure beast attributes. He instructs Heng to bring over the dragon snake lizard, saying it will have to rely on itself from this point onward. as he gestures toward the trembling dragon. Heng reassures the dragon, telling it to stay strong. Zhu commands the Crimson Evil Wolf to use its desire exhalation technique to instruct the little one and to pay attention to the timing. The evil wolf conjures a magical energy sphere and launches it. Zhu quickly says stop, affirming that it is enough. In response, the dragon snake lizard activates its aura, sending out strong waves around itself. Zhu observes this and remarks that it appears to be a clever little one. Heng encourages the dragon, snake, and lizard and tells them to keep going. The dragon snake lizard starts coughing after using its power. Zhu observes that the little one has already begun to comprehend the power of the evil attribute and that this purple smoke is the embryonic form of the breath of evil thoughts. He remarks that Heng has truly hit the jackpot with this dragon snake lizard. Its talent is exceptionally high, and it has already started grasping skills just through its initial actions. Zhu concludes that there is no need to continue using the Crimson Evil Wolf for testing and sends the creature back into his ring inventory. He then summons another beast and explains that this is a third-tier terrifying species, combining earth, beast, and monster attributes, an earth duck-billed beast. He tells Heng to let it play with a dragon, snake, and lizard next. Heng and the dragon snake lizard are both shocked at the sight of it. The dragon becomes frightened and starts grunting anxiously. Heng asks his teacher if it is appropriate to use such a top-tier terrifying species. Before Zhu can answer, a Tyrannosaurus emerges and roars. Zhu agrees with Heng, saying that it would indeed be too easy to use a top-level dangerous species against a genius Yushi like him. He explains that this is one of his main Yuchungs, a perfect fusion of fire, dragon, evil, and rock attributes, and the only dragon-type Yuchung he possesses. He commands the creature to prepare for battle, calling it Magma Tyrannosaurus. Heng asks whether dragon-type Yuchung are rare. Zhu replies that, of course, they are, calling him a little fool. He adds that Heng was incredibly lucky to have hatched and tamed this dragon snake lizard. Otherwise, a creature of such caliber would never have ended up in the hands of a newcomer like him. Heng silently reflects that the knowledge contained in the ancient dragon scriptures must be kept strictly confidential. Zhu asks if he is ready. He summons the raging lava dragon and says they will test the little one's endurance with a touch of dragon power. The dragon lets out a thunderous roar. Heng and his dragon both flinch in fear. The roar generates intense aura waves that ripple through the area. Heng instinctively tries to back away, thinking that the aura is terrifying. It feels as if he is a small boat being tossed about in a raging river, constantly on the brink of capsizing under the pressure of this superior life form. Zhu steps closer and places a hand on his shoulder, telling him not to stand within the attack range. Heng stares in surprise as the overwhelming aura suddenly disappears. He wonders how strong Zhu must be to disperse it so easily. Zhu is equally surprised when he notices that the dragon snake lizard has blocked the aura waves. He remarks that the little one actually managed to withstand it. Zhu calls out to the raging lava dragon and instructs it to increase the pressure. The dragon snake lizard immediately steps in front of him, shielding him. Zhu watches and wonders aloud whether the dragon snake lizard is reaching its limit. Still, the dragon snake lizard continues to resist the aura, determined to hold its ground. Zhu observes this and mutters that although it is still very weak, the little one is using low-level dragon power to withstand the mid-level dragon power of the raging lava dragon. He finds it hard to imagine such innate talent and remarks that it remains to be seen whether this creature can one day break free from the limitations of its terrifying race. Heng asks if it is really that strong. Zhu affirms it and then asks whether he has used the dragon scale that was sent to him. Heng says that he used the dragon scale immediately after receiving it. Zhu remarks that it appears the little one has absorbed the special substance within the dragon scale exceptionally well. It may have even successfully inherited a trace of the dragon bloodline embedded in the scale, which has caused its dragon talent to surpass that of the other two. He then says that he has compiled the training methods and techniques and engraved them into this booklet through the method of soul branding. It also includes the most suitable basic soul forging technique tailored for Heng. He hands the book to him and advises that while training his pet, he must not neglect the cultivation of his own soul. The power of the soul represents the trainer's true strength and forms the foundation of pet control. Heng expresses his gratitude and takes the book. The narrator explains that after leaving the castle, Heng calmly repurchases the old house from his past. The other party, upon learning that Heng has become a trainer, treats him with politeness and respect. Taking advantage of the fact that King has not yet returned from work, Heng spends time cleaning and organizing the old house. Although it cannot be fully restored to the way it once was in his memory, standing there now gives him a sense of closure and resolution to a long-standing matter in his heart. Before he has the chance to inform King, Heng decides to visit her workplace and pick her up, hoping to give his older sister a surprise. Heng tells Dragon, Snake, and Lizard to follow him, saying they will stop by to pick up their sister on the way. He runs toward his sister's home and, from a distance, notices a group of dogs barking aggressively at someone. He hears a scream and immediately recognizes the voice. It's his sister. Alarmed, he rushes forward, thinking that she might be in danger. Huan, visibly frightened, tries to push past a few punks and tells them to move aside. Xiao, one of them, smirks and says he already told her Sue's beauty. Why is she running? His dogs don't bite people. They are just playing with her. Huan shouts at them to get out of her way, but Xiao only laughs at her. Xiao sneers and says that if she is willing to spend the night with him, then there's no need for her to entertain his dogs anymore. At that moment, Heng arrives and calmly asks if they're looking to play. The punks freeze, startled by his sudden appearance, as he steps forward and says he will play with them. Those useless street rats. Without hesitation, he grabs a brick and strikes one of the dogs, killing it instantly. He positions himself in front of his sister and warns them to stay away. He reminds them that just because Xiao Bao is the plantation supervisor, it doesn't mean everyone has to give him respect. Xiao, clearly alarmed, calls out to his dog Charlie in disbelief and yells that the idiot actually dared to hurt him. Enraged, he commands the other dog, Jack, to attack Heng and tear him apart. Jack charges at Heng. Huan cries out, telling her brother to run. Fear flashes across Heng's face as the dog lunges until Dragon Snake Lizard leaps in and intercepts the attack, biting Jack with a fierce counterstrike. Heng breathes out in relief and praises Dragon Snake Lizard, calling him impressive. With growing excitement, he encourages him, "Good job, little guy, bite him to death." The Dragon Snake Lizard sinks its teeth into Jack, mauling him severely. Xiao watches in disbelief and curses them, seething with rage. He draws a knife, and his companions follow suit. He yells for everyone to grab their blades and stab the Dragon Snake Lizard to death. The group charges at the Dragon Snake Lizard with knives in hand, shouting to kill it. Panicked, Heng calls for his dragon to activate his dragon power. Dragon Snake Lizard immediately responds, unleashing his aura and attacking 3 of the attackers at once. Xiao shouts in confusion, asking what the hell is going on. Another nervously tells Xiao that this guy is no ordinary person. The third mutters that they had better be careful. Several officers arrive at the scene as Zheng steps forward and demands to know what is going on. One of the punks quickly points and says the security team is here. If they let them take action and arrest the guy, there might be room for negotiation. Xiao smirks and says he is well acquainted with the nearby security team. He plans to have them detain this mutt first. Once he's in the custody room, they can handle him however they want. He adds that he will ensure Heng has no chance to pull any tricks. His gaze shifts toward Huan. She meets his eyes but, sensing danger, becomes frightened and starts running. Xiao watches her and thinks that once they cripple her idiot brother, he will personally make a move on his sister King, right in front of him. He laughs to himself, convinced that his dog will not have died in vain. Zheng narrows his eyes and asks if that is Xiao. He demands to know what's happening. Xiao quickly rushes up to him and says, "Zheng Ji, it's that lunatic. He just killed both of his beloved dogs in public, and in the most brutal way." Zheng immediately orders them to arrest Heng and lock him up at the security station. The other officers step forward, preparing to detain Heng and Huan. One of them orders the others to restrain Heng, calling him an idiot and asking how he dares to kill Xiao's dogs. He warns Heng to surrender quietly and not force them to use violence. Heng drops the brick and states that the one responsible for killing the dog is this brick. If anyone has an issue, they should speak to the head of the brick. The officer says he dares to commit violence on the street and still behaves so arrogantly. Once he is placed in the detention room, he will find out how comfortable it truly is. He leans forward and sticks his head out. The Dragon Snake Lizard steps forward, growling. The officer declares it a tame beast. Heng reveals a dragon tamer badge and demands what the officer has to say about this. He tells him to open his damn eyes and see what it is. The officers become shocked at the sight of the badge. They immediately contact Zheng and point toward Heng's identification card. Zheng recalls the recent rumors circulating among the higher-ups that the leader has taken in a new disciple. He draws his pistol, wondering if this man could be the leader himself. He fires a shot into the air and yells that it is outrageous. He accuses Heng of colluding with others and unleashing dogs on the street, declaring it utterly outrageous. He orders Heng to be handcuffed immediately and warns that anyone who dares to resist will be shot on the spot. The officers handcuff Xiao and his companions. Xiao protests, claiming that he is the victim and questions whether there has been a mistake. He identifies himself as Captain Zheng, stating that his father is Dingquan, the warehouse supervisor of Plantation Number 5, and insists that benefits have already been given. Zheng punches Xiao, breaking his teeth, and throws him aside. He says Xiao actually dares to resist arrest, and commands his men to beat him. The other officers respond affirmatively and proceed to beat Xiao and his companions brutally. Zheng turns to Lord Su and reports that this idiot dared to unleash dogs. Fortunately, he acted bravely, otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster might have occurred. Heng laughs and says the three of them have handled the case promptly as well. Zheng replies that he flatters him. These three men are now in his custody. Even if they are not killed, they will suffer greatly. He asks if Heng is satisfied. Heng responds that he is barely satisfied. Regardless of whether the man lives or dies in custody, he will make sure to find him once he comes out. Zheng acknowledges and says he understands. Heng says it is over now and tells his sister to go home. He reaches out his hand to hers. She takes his hand and agrees that they should go home. Heng and his sister walk away while Zheng watches them, then mutters to the others that, between offending a plantation supervisor and being hated by a tamer, the latter is far worse. Xiaojin replies that there is no need to think. It is obvious they must never offend a tamer. Otherwise, small fries like them won't even know how they end up dead. Zheng taps his shoulder and says well said. He orders them to go to the team and find a carriage immediately. He and Lao Dong will wait here. Later, all three prisoners must be taken to the garbage incineration plant. Xiaojin nods and affirms the order. Zheng adds that they should just take them there directly. After some time, Heng and Huan return to their house. Huan says this is wonderful. She never thought they would be able to come back here one day. It feels like a dream. Heng picks up some keys, shows them to her, and tells her not to get too excited just yet. He hands her the keys to the house and adds that reclaiming the old house is only the beginning. Their days will only continue to improve from now on. They sit down together happily when someone knocks at the door. Both turn to look at it. Heng opens the door and asks who it is. Guo replies that he must have a lot on his mind. He is Deputy Director Guo from the Plantation Management Office. Huan also steps out and confirms his identity, then asks what she can do for him. Guo explains that he has just received a report from the security team. Dingquan's son has offended Lord Su, and naturally, he wishes to offer assistance in handling the matter. Guo says he is willing to help and intends to transfer Dingquan to Plantation Number 3 as an ordinary farmer. Although wild beasts roam the area and incidents occur frequently, he believes Dingquan has enough supervisory experience to adapt. He asks if Heng is satisfied, adding that he admires Heng's good heart. Huan, surprised, asks if she is suitable. Guo affirms that she is Lord Su's sister, so naturally, she is suitable. If she encounters any problems, she is welcome to come find him at any time. She replies with excitement that she will respectfully follow his orders. Guo says that is exactly how it should be. Heng thinks to himself that becoming stronger truly grants more privileges, all while patting his dragon, who lets out a low grumble. Heng walks back inside, pours some food for the dragon snake lizard, and tells him to eat a little more. The recipe has been specially crafted by their teacher to help him grow stronger, so he must eat well in order to continue growing. Dragon snake lizard grumbles again, becoming visibly emotional. Heng reads the manual once more and reflects that the breeding formula for taming beasts is divided into 8 levels, ranging from inferior, qualified, good, excellent, extraordinary, outstanding, to perfect. The excellent grade formula given to him by the teacher, specifically designed for evil-type offspring, is already a rare treasure. For a newly certified tamer, this formula is considered extremely valuable. Yet the dragon snake lizard refuses to eat. Hang begins to wonder if the issue lies in the ingredients. He brings out some fish for himself, then suddenly recalls something and says that's right, the old dragon snake manual. He takes it out and begins preparing food accordingly. The narrator describes that when dragon snakes hatch, they devour the shells of taming beast eggs and can go without food for extended periods. As a hybrid of earth, dragon, and evil types, their feeding formula cannot be uniformly applied. Instead, it requires a distinct emphasis on each trait. Moreover, dragon snakes are known for their selective appetite, often preferring live prey. The system window displays a scene of a dragon snake lizard diving into the pond, catching a fish, and devouring it. Hang realizes he may have found the root of the problem. He gently pats the dragon snake lizard's head and tells him he will go get him a new formula. Hang says he can collect it from the teacher every month. It costs quite a bit, but the dragon snake lizard can eat with peace of mind. He encourages him to eat openly, eat the best, and grow strong quickly. In the following days, Su Heng raises the dragon snake in accordance with the old dragon snake manual. One day, a loud announcement is made across the area that freshly caught fish and shrimp are available, first come, first served. Heng immediately joins the crowd, makes a purchase, and carefully prepares the seafood to serve dragon snake lizard. The dragon snake lizard begins eating as Heng watches him, and remarks that the little one truly enjoys it. But this has also led to a serious problem. It has only been 5 days. He repeats to himself that this has indeed become a serious issue. He opens a box and a pouch, taking out a handful of coins. One coin falls to the ground near the dragon snake lizard. Meanwhile, the dragon snake lizard continues to grow rapidly. Heng notes that although it has completely emptied their pockets, at least the dragon snake has now surpassed the juvenile stage and entered the growth stage. Heng becomes emotional, thinking that if they were to encounter the two evil dogs that once took so much effort to deal with, the current dragon snake probably would not even need to use its special abilities. The dragon, snake, and lizard continue eating happily. Heng imagines one pounce, one swipe of the claw, followed by a rip. In his mind, dragon snake lizard charges at the dogs, tears through them effortlessly. Heng concludes that such an opponent would now be defeated in an instant. With scales at this level, ordinary people without thermal weapons would hardly pose a threat. Dragon snake lizard sits atop the corpses of the dead dogs, and Heng recalls that the teacher once mentioned that once the dragon snake enters the growth stage, they should head to the castle and find him. There would be no real threat to the dragon snake at that point. Even if 3 to 5 fully grown, armed men were to face it now, they would be slaughtered instantly. Heng feeds the dragon snake lizard more fish and marvels aloud at how quickly the dragon snake has advanced to the growth stage in just 5 short days. He finds it truly astonishing. He reflects once again on the old dragon snake manual, convinced that the formulas it contains must be of extraordinary, perhaps even perfect, grade. Chen, standing beside him, advises that since this is the case, they must exercise caution and avoid revealing this secret. For now, the priority must be on training the dragon snake, developing its abilities, mastering its skills, and stopping feeding for at least 10 days. He says this while gazing at the dragon snake lizard with excitement. The scene shifts 10 days later, as Heng arrives at the training academy and knocks on the door. Zhu tells him to come in. Heng steps inside, and Zhu comments that he hasn't seen him in several days, asking if he's been slacking off. Heng responds that he has been fully devoted to cultivating the dragon snake, which is why he hasn't been coming to the castle for daily training. By feeding it the prescribed food and using the cultivation formula the teacher provided, the dragon snake has now successfully entered the growth stage. Zhu looks at the dragon snake lizard and remarks that it is growing very quickly. Heng asks if 10 days is not considered fast enough. Teacher. Zhu replies that it is indeed fast. His 8th senior sister, Bai Su, took an entire month for her ice lotus pong to transition from the larval stage to early growth. He steps closer to Heng. Heng becomes nervous as Zhu places a hand on his shoulder and adds that, despite that, Heng still wants faster results. Furthermore, Bai Su's ice lotus pong is classified as an advanced, dangerous species 2 levels lower than his dragon snake. Heng thinks to himself that Zhu can say whatever he wants, as long as no one investigates this abnormal growth rate. Zhu observes that it seems the dragon snake not only possesses exceptional combat potential, but also demonstrates extraordinary growth talent. Now that it has reached the growth stage, it should already be familiar with using its innate abilities. He asks if any of its abilities have awakened. Heng responds that the dragon power has awakened to the first level, and it has manifested two abilities: Dragon Power Intimidation and Dragon Power Tremor. He recalls how Dragon Snake Lizard executes his skills with explosive force and precision. Heng says the Nefarious Breath has also awakened to the first level, and it has manifested the skills Nefarious Breath and Nefarious Bullet. Zhu asks if he is joking. How could it have honed its skills to such an extent in such a short time? Heng becomes emotional and replies that it is all thanks to Zhu's expert guidance and teachings. Internally, he feels relieved that he hasn't yet mentioned Dragon Force, Earth Spear Sacrifice, Dragon Slumber, or Nefarious Assault, the abilities he had comprehended just last night on the rooftop. Zhu says he knew he hadn't misjudged him. He tells Heng to follow him to his exclusive training ground so he can personally witness the results. Heng agrees without hesitation. A short while later, they arrive at the Castle Lord's private training grounds. Zhu instructs him to have his dragon snake perform well. If his performance meets his expectations, he will reward him with an imprint item. After all, as the dragon snake size continues to grow, Heng must be encountering new difficulties. As a beast tamer, how can he go without a reliable imprint tool? Heng thinks to himself that whether he can receive a free imprint item now completely depends on the little one's performance. Zhu opens his ring inventory and summons a rock bear. He tells the dragon, snake, and lizard to play alongside the thick-armored rock bear lord. Heng and the dragon snake lizard are both stunned at the sight of the massive beast. Heng asks how many terrifying beast pets Zhu actually possesses. Each summon seems more overwhelming than the last. Zhu laughs and replies that he doesn't keep weak beast pets. The terrifying species under his control number only around a dozen or so. As for high-tier creatures like the thick-armored rock bear lord and the magma rampage dragon, he owns only half as many. He then turns to Heng and says that if he wants the imprint item, he needs to demonstrate real strength. It is time to evaluate the results of his training. The rock bear lets out a thunderous roar, and its mana spreads outward like a blizzard. Heng and dragon snake lizard brace themselves, attempting to block the oppressive force. Dragon snake lizard roars back, and Heng realizes that it has instinctively activated dragon power, intimidation on its own. Zhu nods with approval, noting that it's impressive. A dragon snake lizard can endure the pressure of a fully evolved creature despite only being in the growth stage. He signals to proceed, suggesting they raise the challenge. He instructs Heng to have dragon snake lizard use Nefarious Breath to launch an attack and see how it performs. Heng tells him to seize the moment. The dragon snake lizard must exhale with evil thoughts, releasing the evil breath bullet. Dragon snake lizard channels his mana and hurls the breath bullet toward the rock bear. Zhu asks if he has not eaten and tosses a few grains for Xing Juniao to scratch his itch. Heng repeats the command, dragon, snake, lizard, exhale with evil thoughts, and instructs a continuous release of evil breath bullets. Dragon snake lizard continues his attack, launching several more breath bullets at the rock bear. The rock bear attempts to flee, but it is unable to do so and sustains injuries, letting out a pained scream. Zhu watches this with surprise and remarks that it is impressive. The evil breath bullet has been released without a sound, showcasing the dragon snake lizard's refined skill in manipulating the power of evil thoughts. By harnessing the adhesive nature of evil energy, he is able to fire consecutive evil breath bullets with surprising speed and precision. Well done. Heng responds that he flatters him, though he believes that this level of attack alone cannot penetrate Xingjun's defense. Beyond consecutive shots, there exists another technique, chain shots, which delivers a sweeping attack that the enemy cannot evade. He is satisfied with the dragon snake lizard's performance. Zhu declares that this control ring now belongs to him. Even without the flame talisman, the ring contains several vacant slots, 5 in total. It's a guardian of fire. When handed over, he states that in the future, it can house up to 5 control beasts, and if the beasts are willing to compress themselves, even 10 would fit comfortably. Heng thanks him. Zhu says he should not get too excited yet. Although his ability development is commendable, this little one's combat experience remains nearly non-existent. Actual combat serves as the best means to acquire such experience. Therefore, Zhu has decided to send him to the northern defense line, where frequent encounters with dangerous creatures will provide ample opportunity for growth. He is to report to the military headquarters within 3 days. Someone will assign him tasks upon arrival. Zhu places a hand on Heng's shoulder as he speaks. The narrator explains that outside the high walls of the entire Black Lamp gathering place lie 4 defense lines, protecting the city from external threats. Each defense line is composed of fortified strongholds, trainers, advanced weaponry, and disciplined soldiers. Among them, the southern and northern defense lines are the most perilous, engaging in near-daily battles with dangerous organisms whenever the city is under siege or explosions occur along the perimeter. He adds that most of the biological materials released into the city are sourced from these ongoing battles, harvested through the efforts of hunters stationed at the 4 main defense lines. He illustrates this by describing a hunter slaying a dragon snake and severing its neck in one swift attack. Following this conversation, within 3 days, Heng is granted an advance on next month's trainer allowance, amounting to a total of 250,000 grams of steel. More than half of this sum is exchanged for dragon, snake, and lizard ingredients. It takes him the full 3 days to process all of them into preserved formula food. He cuts fish and prepares a large quantity of food for the dragon, snake, lizard when he receives a letter. According to the arrangement made by the Outer Fort military headquarters, Heng is assigned to Outpost Number 7 in the north, listed as part of a military team heading toward the fort. Heng reads the letter and reflects that the 4 defense lines surrounding the gathering place have primarily been established to protect the plantations spread across the wilderness. After all, the land within the gathering place remains limited, and the combined output of the 7 internal plantations fails to meet the consumption demands of 50 to 60,000 residents. The agricultural work carried out in plantations outside the city ranks just below search team missions in terms of danger. His new assignment falls under the responsibility of maintaining safety within the northern defense lines zone. As Heng steps out of the van, the driver informs him that this is Outpost Number 7. He wishes him the best of luck and mentions he must return to report, so he cannot stay any longer. Chen gives him permission to go. Xiao Huang spots Heng and reacts with surprise, asking what is going on, noting that the newcomer has actually been escorted personally by the chief of staff. On confirms this and says he heard the newcomer is a trainer too. Hadn't he seen the beast feed in the cart? Xiao Huang grows irritated and exclaims in frustration, asking why they are still standing around. He tells the others to move quickly and help out. On agrees, and both rush toward Heng, lifting the bags onto their shoulders. On asks why someone like the chief of staff would personally handle such a minor matter. Xiao Huang agrees and insists they should take care of the unloading. Heng asks what they mean by all this. Xiao Huang introduces himself, saying his surname is Huang, so he can be called Xiao Huang. From now on, Outpost Number 7 will rely on Heng for support. Heng says there is no need to be so formal, since he is older. He will simply call him Brother Huang from now on. Xiao Huang becomes emotional and says he has never met a trainer who carries himself without arrogance. He urges everyone to hurry and finish unloading. Once the work is done, they will return and celebrate Heng's arrival. As the other soldiers arrive and begin unloading the truck, the atmosphere becomes lively. Heng observes the scene. The narrator describes that there are a total of 29 guard posts along the northern defensive line. He has been assigned to guard post number 7. Over a decade ago, this location had been reduced to ruins by a passing, terrifying creature, leaving no survivors. The current guard post number 7 has been reconstructed atop those ruins. Upon reaching his room, he notices birds chirping outside the window. Someone nearby explains that this will be the place where Heng is expected to fight for the foreseeable future. Xiao Huang cheerfully invites him to try Ah Wen's cooking and pour some noodles into a bowl. Although they may not have much in terms of ingredients, Ah Wen's culinary skills are exceptional. He personally serves the food to Heng. Heng tells him to just use his name, as they are comrades. Being addressed as Sir feels awkward. They all sit down together to eat. Xiao Huang says that since he is a respected trainer, he will call him Brother Su instead. Chen agrees and says that sounds good. He will call him Brother Huang, and in return, he can call him Brother Su. He suggests they now each get back to their respective duties. He wants to ask whether dangerous creatures are frequently encountered in this area. on, while eating chicken, explains that since they are stationed at the center of the entire defense system, the pressure is certainly lower than that at the outer perimeter. However, many stragglers still manage to break through. He points toward a pile of dragon corpses and tells him to take a look. Those are the dangerous creatures they have hunted down over the past few days. He adds that every month, around the middle and end, an officer from the city arrives with a convoy to transport the corpses and settle their military merit. Heng remarks that it is impressive to achieve such results without the use of beasts. Xiaohu asks what kind of beast he commands and whether he can show them a few. Xiao Huang scolds him for his lack of manners and says that commanding beasts means one can summon them freely at will. Heng summons Dragon Snake Lizard and tells him to come out, calling him a fatty, and commands the dragon and snake to separate. They both watch in shock and exclaim that it is a top-level, dangerous species. The dragon snake lizard lands on the ground as Heng introduces it as his summoned beast, the dragon snake lizard. One of the soldiers exclaims in excitement that his first summoned beast, being a top-level dangerous species, is truly incredible. Dragon Snake Lizard activates his dragon's might intimidation skill as waves of mana spread through the surroundings. Heng taps the Dragon Snake Lizard on the head to stop him and says he is not allowed to use skills on his own people. It is disrespectful. He turns to the soldier and asks if he is all right. Xiaohu replies that he is fine, and adds that Heng's summoned beast is incredibly powerful. On laughs and says he looks fine now, but just a moment ago, he seemed like he was about to wet himself. Xiaohu protests, saying that it is nonsense. He definitely did not. They all share a laugh and enjoy their meal together afterward. Later that night, they gather again, and the narrator explains that after the meal, Heng has become acquainted with the 5 brothers stationed at the guard post. After a brief rest and following his teacher's guidance, Heng begins practicing the mind refinement technique. He returns to his room, sits down for meditation, and reflects on the method his teacher has passed down. The technique, known as the crystal breathing technique, is divided into 3 distinct steps. First, he must eliminate all distracting thoughts and construct the crystal underworld, which involves visualizing himself in meditation as a massive, transparent crystal. Next, he needs to synchronize his mind with the environment by adopting a special breathing rhythm, gradually merging his consciousness with the meditation space. As his mana slowly circulates around him, he reminds himself that the essence of the technique lies in the refinement of the mind. At his current pace, it would likely take him about half a year to reach the state his teacher described, achieving a crystal-clear mind crystal. He opens his eyes and glances at his hands, thinking about someone like senior sister Bai Su, who managed to refine her mind crystal into a translucent form in just over a month. Her mind is crystal, as radiant as moonlight, reflecting her exceptional talent. Suddenly, the wail of a siren breaks the silence. Heng immediately recognizes it as an alarm. Xiao Huang bursts into the room and urges him to hurry. Something is happening. Several grasshopper-like creatures begin approaching the fort. Heng observes them through binoculars and identifies them as Reaper Quick Armors, a secondary dangerous species. He notes that this creature can effortlessly swing its scythe-like limbs and cleave through bricks with ease. Judging by its size and form, it appears to be at a mature stage. Xiao Huang confirms that the Reaper Quick Armor is a relatively common threat along the northern defense line. As an insect-type secondary dangerous species, it possesses a strong reproductive ability. He adds that 4 of them should not be too difficult to handle. He calls out to the team, instructing everyone to prepare for battle. He and Old Yu are assigned to the lookout tower and machine gun position. He orders Ah Wen to take the northwest sniper position, while Xiaohu and Xiaolu are instructed to guard shooting holes number 5 and 6 on the ground floor, respectively. Xiao Huang then commands Ah Wen and Huafu to target the 3 mature Reapers and leave the juvenile one for Brother Su. Everyone responds with a coordinated yes and moves swiftly into position. They begin firing at the approaching grasshoppers. A system notification appears, identifying the targets as dangerous species possessing the innate skill perception and insect-type armor covering. The creatures generate a shield-like exoskeleton in an attempt to evade the incoming fire. Despite this, the continued assault eventually breaks through the shield of one creature, successfully killing it. Xiao Huang gives the next order to continue firing, and remember, do not aim for the head. Heng observes the battle and reflects that although the Reaper Quick Armor's defensive skill is not exceptionally powerful, it still significantly reduces the effectiveness of standard bullets. He wonders if this is what the battlefield of the northern defense line truly looks like. He continues watching through the binoculars as the team concentrates their fire to break through the barrier of another grasshopper. On seizes the opportunity, lands a shot, and slashes the creature's neck cleanly. Heng watches with growing respect and again questions if this is the battlefield of the northern defense line. Although these soldiers are not beastmasters, the combat synergy they have developed through repeated battles clearly demonstrates their formidable strength. On continues landing rapid shots on the grasshoppers. Xiao Huang spots one escaping and shouts that one has gotten away. He instructs Xiaohu to join him and Brother Su to finish off the last one. Xiaohu acknowledges the order. Xiao Huang starts the vehicle and tells them to hold on tight. They are moving out. They advance toward the fleeing grasshopper and manage to bring it down. As they reach the front of a giant grasshopper, Heng steps out of the jeep and walks toward the creature. Xiao Huang warns him to stay alert. Those who reach the inner city area often carry a background of some kind. He tells him to keep his eyes sharp and not let anything go unnoticed. Xiaohu responds with a firm understanding. Heng says they should begin by testing the creature's strength with a sneak attack. He summons Dragon Snake Lizard, who lets out a powerful roar at the approaching grasshopper. In response, the grasshopper activates its armor covering to defend against the ambush. Dragon Snake Lizard charges forward, breaking through the creature's barrier and launching an attack that sends the grasshopper flying. Heng observes the outcome with surprise and thinks that despite the impact, the grasshopper has managed to neutralize most of the damage while under its armor covering. It appears to have sustained minimal injuries. Heng immediately orders Dragon Snake Lizard to use mind-devouring bullets for continuous shots. Dragon Snake Lizard obeys and fires the bullets, but they prove ineffective against the grasshopper's barrier. Heng watches carefully and contemplates the situation, thinking to himself that this creature is incredibly resilient. The grasshopper then activates its aura and launches a counterattack against Dragon Snake Lizard. Heng calls out, commanding Dragon Snake Lizard to use Dragon's Might Intimidation. Dragon Snake Lizard releases a deafening roar and follows with a barrage of skill-based attacks, but the grasshopper remains unharmed. Frustrated, Heng shouts, demanding to see the true power of a dragon, and orders Dragon Snake Lizard to tear the creature apart. Dragon Snake Lizard retreats momentarily, then lunges forward in a fierce assault. This time, the grasshopper receives minor injuries and begins to flee. Heng spots this and says it thinks it can escape. Impossible. He commands Dragon Snake Lizard to use ground spear sacrifice. Dragon Snake Lizard stomps the ground, and sharp spikes erupt upward, piercing the fleeing grasshopper. Xiao Huang and Xiaohu witness the scene with shock. Xiaohu turns to Xiao Huang and says that Heng doesn't seem like someone who needs backup. Xiao Huang replies that it's honestly terrifying to witness. Later, they return to the fort. Xiaohu recalls the moment when Heng shouted ground spear sacrifice and describes how the Reaper Quick Armor was completely overwhelmed by Heng's beast taming. Xiao Huang places a hand on Heng's shoulder and admits that he once thought Heng was like the other trainee beastmasters, here just to show off, nothing more than a decorative pillow. But now, he truly admires him. Heng is impressive. Heng scratches his head and says they all did a great job. Suddenly, someone runs over and informs Xiao Huang that someone is approaching. Xiao Huang turns to Heng and tells him to come take a look. Heng agrees and tells them to check it out. They all run to the fort's rooftop and look out over the horizon. Several military vans are approaching. Heng identifies them as part of the command headquarters. Xiao Huang frowns and comments that it is strange. The command headquarters usually sends inspection teams to each sentinel post one by one, and they don't typically arrive at this post until noon. He wonders aloud why they have come so early today. Heng looks at someone and wonders if it is him. The commander of the northern defense line, Lu Ling, steps out of the jeep. Xiao Huang and another soldier arrive to greet him. Lu Ling remarks that Xiao Huang is still the same after all these years, unchanged. Xiao Huang replies that he did not expect the commander to still remember his name and feels flattered. He becomes emotional, noting it must have been a long journey for the commander to come here. Lu Ling tells him to move forward and says there is no need to make a fuss about the journey. It takes less than 10 minutes to reach the main base. Heng comes out as well. Ling notices him, removes his glasses, and asks whether he has become accustomed to staying here. Heng replies, reporting to the commander. Ling places a hand on his shoulder and asks what he just called him. Heng responds, senior brother, and adds that he has adapted well to life here. Ling pats his head and tells him not to be so formal with his senior brother. Their teacher has frequently spoken about him and even accepted an exceptionally talented disciple. He mentions that the chief of staff informed him about Heng's absence at the command center. Last time, he missed him because he went to eliminate a group of ignorant fools. This time, he made a special trip specifically to see him. Everyone becomes shocked upon hearing their conversation. On begins to wonder, so the commander has come to this small sentry post because of Heng. Xiao Huang had believed Heng to be just an ordinary equestrian master, but he never expected him to be the castle lord's direct disciple. Fortunately, no major mistakes have been made during this time. Ling says to stop standing around and instructs them to check the gains of the sentry post over the past half-month. They are told not to disturb him and his junior brother while they catch up. On and Xiao Huang respond affirmatively. Ling then instructs Heng to summon his dragon snake lizard, explaining that their teacher has specifically assigned him the task of inspecting its progress and reporting back. Heng thinks he had assumed the teacher would forget about it once he left the city, but even a spy had been planted. Heng says, "Come out, dragon, snake, lizard." Dragon snake lizard emerges, and Ling, stunned upon seeing it, exclaims in disbelief. He says, "Junior brother, didn't their teacher mention that the dragon snake lizard had not even hatched a month ago?" Heng replies that it grows quickly when it battles stronger opponents. He asks if there is a problem, though he suspects Ling is feigning ignorance. Ling says there is no problem. The dragon his senior brother raised back then had grown even larger. He then reminds Heng that, according to their teacher's instructions, the dragon snake lizard's combat experience must be evaluated. He asks how Heng has trained it and states that he also happens to have a dragon-type mount. He proposes letting it test Heng's dragon. Ling retrieves something from his ring inventory and says, "Come out and play with this little one." He summons his dragon and introduces it as the Rhinoceros Earth Dragon. The Rhinoceros Earth Dragon is classified as a dangerous dual-element species belonging to both the Earth and Dragon types. Its racial level is equal to that of the dragon snake lizard, with both considered top-tier dangerous species. However, Ling has cultivated his mount to its fully evolved stage, reaching a super dangerous classification. With its dense hide and durable flesh, it is capable of withstanding attacks from late-stage junior terrifying species for an extended period. Ling mentions that this is one of his primary forces and winks. His Earth Dragon steps forward toward Heng and the Dragon Snake Lizard. Dragon Snake Lizard becomes emotional and frightened, glancing at Heng. Heng pats his head and says, "Senior brother, be a bit more gentle. Don't let his dragon step on his dragon snake." Ling asks what he means by step on or crush. He clears his throat and assures him that the Rhinoceros Earth Dragon is well trained, possesses restraint, and won't bully this little one. Heng agrees and says let's proceed. Ling responds that it seems the dragon has just awakened and suggests using Earth Stomp to help it fully awaken. The Rhinoceros Earth Dragon stomps the ground, shattering it beneath its weight. Heng watches with excitement and comments on the levitation magic. He remarks that this is one of the benefits of spiritual cultivation. In the future, he will also be able to harness psychic powers. Heng thinks no, now is not the time to think about this, and instructs Dragon Snake Lizard to use a sneak attack and quickly move out of the Earth Stomp's range. Dragon Snake Lizard climbs onto Heng's shoulders, and the two advance together. The system notifies that the Rhinoceros Earth Dragon remains unyielding and undamaged. Observing this, Heng thinks that expecting the Dragon Snake Lizard to defeat the Rhinoceros Earth Dragon is nothing more than a fantasy. Even hoping for an entertaining defeat seems overly optimistic. All they can aim for is to demonstrate the dragon's growth during this period and not disappoint their teacher, who still watches over them from the gathering point miles away. Heng commands Dragon Snake Lizard to utilize his speed advantage, execute a flanking maneuver, and maintain a continuous barrage. Dragon Snake Lizard unleashes his full strength, accelerates toward the target, and launches relentless attacks. He delivers a powerful strike that manages to injure the Rhinoceros Earth Dragon slightly. Heng immediately orders him to use Earth power to recover his condition. Dragon Snake Lizard descends to the ground and activates his Earth attribute energy. Heng then calls out the next command. Now is the time. Dragon Might, Earth Spear Festival. The ground bursts open, and sharp spikes emerge, surging toward the rhinoceros earth dragon. It stomps the ground, shattering the spikes upon impact. Dragon Snake Lizard is thrown back from the resulting shockwave and sustains injuries. Heng rushes toward him and calls his name. Ling comments that his junior brother's tactics are commendable, but unfortunately, the rhinoceros earth dragon's abilities have already reached level 9. Breaking through the Earth Spear Festival technique poses no difficulty for it. Heng says it is because of him. He had instructed Dragon Snake Lizard to use every means necessary to meet their teacher's expectations. Ling laughs and admits he had underestimated him, but now he has a clear understanding of the dragon's strength. He says it is very impressive and their teacher will certainly be pleased. He places a hand on Heng's shoulder and walks alongside him, noting that the growth and evolution speed of his dragon far surpasses what his senior brother achieved in the past. Their teacher has truly found an exceptional junior disciple among them. The rhinoceros earth dragon gently pats the dragon snake lizard and walks beside him. Shortly after their third senior brother departs, winter arrives. Inside the outpost, the cold becomes unusually harsh. Unlike the gathering point, there are no tall city walls to shield them from the frigid winds blowing down from the north. There are no electrical appliances or heating systems, only sleeping bags to rely on for warmth. Everyone lies curled in their sleeping bags, shivering from the cold. On rises and complains that winter has only just begun, and wonders how long it will last. Heng responds that it is fortunate he is a Yushu, otherwise, just look at him. He possesses psychic protection and does not feel cold. Suddenly, an alarm blares through the base. Everyone immediately jumps to their feet. They realize it is a high-priority alert. Xiao Huang rushes into the room and reports that a call has been received from the northern section of the outpost. A group of dangerous species has invaded one of the plantation zones within the outpost area. He says that he and Xiao Ohu will respond immediately to the summons from outpost number 3. Liu Yu is instructed to remain behind with On and Xiaolu to guard the house. They all respond affirmatively and follow his orders. Xiao Huang reports that, according to the captain, the situation is extremely critical. Plantation number 25 has been completely overrun. More than 20 sub-level dangerous species and at least 5 low-level dangerous species have breached the plantation perimeter. All personnel are currently trapped inside the staff dormitory. At present, they are barely holding out with a few rifles distributed by the security department, who are fighting hard to defend themselves. Several wolves have already begun advancing toward the vehicles, and they possess demonic eyes. Xiao Huang adds that it is only a matter of time before the dangerous species break through. All available reinforcement outposts in the northern section number 3 and northern section number 4, along with the main forces mobilized by the 2 nearest outposts, will be assembled at the plantation. He instructs Xiao Ohu that it is already 3:40 am, so they must hurry. The assembly must be completed before 4 am, and the assault must begin precisely at 4. Xiao Ohu responds with confirmation. Shortly after, they arrive at plantation number 25, northwest zone, gate number 6. Upon arrival, Xiao Huang salutes the post guard and reports to the commanding officer that personnel from the northern outpost, Huang Chengzhu, Zhao Xiaohu, and Su Heng have arrived at the designated location. The post guard instructs them to quickly drive into their designated battle positions and says all intelligence will be shared through the radio frequency. Xiao Huang acknowledges the order, moves forward, sets the radio frequency, and informs all vehicles. He reports that the area has already been surveyed. The northwest wall at gate number 6 has been torn down by the invaders. The hostile creatures are currently in the grain storage area, feeding on the corpses of the plantation staff. All surviving personnel have been relocated to the employee shelters for defense. He instructs all team members to line up their vehicles in a spearhead formation. 2 armored vehicles are to serve as the front line, charging directly into the plantation dormitory building while opening fire. He warns them to pay special attention. This time, the invading species are toxic, rotten wolves, known for their strong vitality. All units are ordered to aim for their heads. The objective is to eliminate the dangerous species as quickly as possible and rescue the trapped personnel. Gunfire erupts as they begin attacking the wolves. A leader wolf stands on a high ridge, observing the assault. It growls, and a large pack charges down toward the military formation. Meanwhile, Heng moves closer to Xiaohu and says something feels off. He instructs him to slow down the vehicle and increase the distance. Xiaohu is surprised by the request. Xiao Huang asks what the issue is. Heng explains that he just heard a strange howl and asks if anyone else noticed it too. Xiao Huang explains that dangerous species like the toxic rotten wolves have a low probability of evolving into an ultimate leader. But despite the odds, something is clearly wrong. As the pack of wolves charges toward them, Heng tells Xiaohu to look. He notices that the wolves are intentionally creating distance. He questions what they are planning and realizes it is no surprise they managed to breach the plantation's defenses with just dangerous species. Heng observes one of the wolves as the system window notifies him that the toxic rotten wolves have an innate skill called wolf smoke. Thick smoke spreads around the area, blocking the path of all vehicles. A soldier asks what the smoke is, and another soldier from a different vehicle identifies it as poison mist. A voice on the radio commands all units to activate infrared targeting, remain alert, and avoid causing friendly fire. Heng warns that it will not be that simple and instructs Xiaohu to fall back. Xiaohu acknowledges and begins to withdraw. Suddenly, a wolf charges at one of the vehicles. Xiao Huang shouts to Heng, drawing his attention. The wolf crashes into the vehicle, shattering its windows as the soldiers inside watch in shock. One of them exclaims in disbelief. The wolves overturn the vehicle and kill the soldiers inside. Heng witnesses the scene and identifies the threat. It is a companion shadow wolf. He explains that the toxic rotten wolf leader's special ability is companionship, which confirms that there is another leader present. Xiao Huang raises his weapon, points it at the wolves, and warns that it's coming. The leader wolf charges toward them and crashes into their vehicle, causing it to lose balance. Xiao Huang, enraged, opens fire on the leader wolf and exclaims that its hide is incredibly tough. They are unable to penetrate its armor. The leader wolf steps back briefly, then leaps onto the vehicle again. Heng sees the threat and immediately summons the dragon snake lizard. Dragon snake lizard arrives and activates his intimidation ability. Both beasts roar at each other, challenging for dominance. Dragon snake lizard unleashes evil thought bullet, rapid fire, launching a barrage of dark energy toward the leader wolf. The attack strikes with overwhelming force, quickly knocking the creature out. Heng contacts the commander and identifies himself as Rider Heng. He requests a ceasefire to avoid friendly fire, stating that he will personally deal with the toxic rotten wolf leader. He reflects that, as Baiaju's direct disciple, he must live up to expectations. It is impressive to witness such combat power from an apprentice rider. Elsewhere, a soldier observes the scene through binoculars and responds over the radio, thanking Heng for the fire support. He assures him that they will handle the remaining creatures and will not allow any of them to interfere with Heng's battle. Heng steps out of the damaged vehicle and says the poison mist is too thick. Where is the toxic rotten wolf leader hiding? Xiao Huang calls out and tells him to look in another direction. Another wolf appears and launches an attack on a nearby vehicle. A frightened soldier shouts for help, pleading for someone to save him. Heng commands the dragon snake lizard to use a sneak attack and shouts at the wolf to stop. The dragon snake lizard swiftly strikes the wolf and knocks it out. The rescued soldier thanks him for saving his life. Just then, another wolf appears behind him. The soldier, still catching his breath, laughs and says he thought he was going to die. Heng warns him not to just stand there and tells him to run. Before the soldier can react, the wolf stabs him from behind and flees, leaving him unconscious. Heng and Dragon Snake Lizard are both shocked by what they witnessed. Enraged, Heng calls the beast a monster and orders Dragon Snake Lizard to use Earth Spear Sacrifice. Dragon Snake Lizard slams the ground, activating the spell as numerous earthen spikes rise violently from the surface. The system window notifies that the toxic rotten wolf has unleashed its enlightened power, Shadow Assault. The wolf narrowly escapes the attack. Heng shouts that it is a perfect opportunity and orders Xiaohu to suppress it with firepower, pointing out that the wolf has moved outside the convoy's protection range. Xiao Huang and Xiaohu open fire, confirming their orders with a sharp understanding. The wolf turns to face them. Dragon Snake Lizard seizes the moment, charges forward, and sinks his teeth into the beast. Heng declares he knew the wolf would try to escape in that direction and instructs Dragon Snake Lizard to use Intimidate. Dragon Snake Lizard unleashes dragon power, Form 1, delivering a full force strike and stabbing the wolf with precision. After the encounter, they retreat. Xiao Huang approaches Heng and asks if something is wrong, noticing his somber expression. Heng looks at his ring inventory and says it's nothing, he just wanted to do something. Xiao Huang says that according to past protocols, for an invasion of dangerous species at this scale, Yushi's support is typically not mobilized. Without Heng's presence, the casualties this time would have at least doubled. He truly made a significant difference. He rolls up his sleeve, revealing a scar on his arm, and explains that it came from the first plantation support battle he ever participated in. That battle had been even more dangerous than this one, resulting in over 50 casualties. An armored vehicle had been reduced to scrap by a mature, super dangerous grade species known as the golden-backed steel arm ape. The crew inside had been torn apart, turned into minced flesh. He recalls how they had launched a desperate attack on the giant gorilla and managed to knock it out. In the end, it was Senior Brother Cao, Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Front at the time, and Heng's own senior marshal brother, who personally intervened and killed the beast, bringing the battle to an end. Xiao Huang hands him a water bottle and says to take a few sips. It will make him feel better. Heng accepts it with a nod, thanks him, and says he understands what he means. Xiao Huang responds that it's inevitable. Ordinary people living in these settlements are like floating duckweed without roots to anchor them. No one can promise that if they fall asleep today, they will wake up to see tomorrow's sun. Only by becoming a rider, like Heng, can one truly take control of one's own fate. Heng steps forward, places a hand on Xiao Huang's shoulder, and says they should stop dwelling on such thoughts. He wants to eat all Wen's cooking. Xiao Huang laughs and says they should eat a lot and wear that stinky kid out. He chuckles and agrees. The narrator states that this plantation support battle marks the first time Heng has faced a large number of casualties directly. He stands like a true warrior. After a brief moment of sorrow, he finally understands that only by continuously becoming stronger can he protect both himself and those around him in this chaotic world. Over the next month, Heng undergoes intensive special training alongside his dragon, strictly following the ancient dragon canon. The results are remarkable. In addition to its increase in size, the dragon's mastery over the three elemental energies strengthens significantly. New skills are developed one after another, and their effects become several times more powerful than before. While Heng remains fully immersed in his cultivation, a familiar guest arrives at the lookout station number 7. Riding atop a majestic lion, Ling approaches and greets Heng, saying it has been a long time. The system window notifies that the lion mount is a super dangerous species, kindling. Heng is impressed and thinks it looks incredible. He wonders if his own dragon possesses a riding attribute. Ling dismounts and affirms that it does. He walks over to Heng, gives him a hearty shake, and says he heard about Heng's participation in the recent plantation support battle. His battlefield performance was excellent. Their second senior brother, who was the commander at the time, even filed a special report to commend him. He congratulates Heng and says he is truly a disciple held in high regard by their teacher. Heng asks whether their teacher instructed him to conduct tests once every month. Has it already been a month since he last left? Ling responds by saying maybe it has, but who cares? Since he had some free time, he came over now. Better to visit early than have the teacher complain later when he gets too busy. He laughs and says it's fine. He tells Heng to release his dragon so he can begin the evaluation. They can catch up afterward. Heng agrees and summons his dragon. A dragon snake lizard appears before them. Ling looks at him in shock and says he isn't joking. Dragon snake lizard is growing far too fast. He curses under his breath and asks if Heng's cultivation formula is somehow perfect. Heng responds, asking how that could be possible. He has always used the formula given by their teacher. Maybe the little lizard just absorbs it more efficiently. He tells dragon, snake, and lizard to stand down, saying there's no need to continue with the test. Ling says that, according to their teacher's instructions, once the dragon reaches the mid-growth stage, Heng's training at the Northern Front is considered complete. He tells him to pack his things and prepare to return to the castle to meet their teacher. Heng asks if he can really go back so soon. On and Xiao Huang become emotional and ask the same. Can he truly return already? Xiao Huang says they can't bear to see him leave. They won't even be able to sleep. On retorts sarcastically, saying, if that's the case, everyone seems unusually energetic. should the little lizard take them all for a run? Heng repeats On's words with a grin, suggesting that if everyone's in such high spirits, perhaps the little lizard should take them for a run. Xiao Huang asks why Heng is staring at him when it's clearly On who said it and who can't sleep. On shouts in protest, saying what the hell, he can sleep. Heng laughs and declares that none of them will be spared. They're all going for a run with the little lizard. The scene shifts to the next day at the gathering point of the Dark Lamp training room, where Heng collapses onto the floor and says he can't hold on any longer. Lin Fu stands nearby and comments that Heng has endured well under his bombardment. Just as the castle lord predicted, he hasn't been slacking off this month. The system window notifies that he is Lin Fu, the castle lord's trusted steward and loyal servant. He once served Zhaoi's father, a quasi-professional beast master. He is proficient in spiritual forging and the protection of Minxia. Zhu arrives as Lin Fu bows respectfully and remarks that Zhu has chosen a fine disciple. Although Heng may not be as talented as his senior sister, his persistence is exceptional. Zhu says he didn't expect Heng's training to be completed within just a month, and so successfully at that. He asks how it has been, assuming it must have been difficult. Heng scratches his head and replies that it hasn't been difficult at all, teacher. He reflects that through training and practice, he has clearly felt growth and faced new challenges with each passing moment. Compared to the 3 long years he spent incubating and hatching a beast egg without progress, this life couldn't possibly be called tough. Zhu quietly acknowledges that the extent to which Heng has trained and cultivated his dragon has far exceeded his expectations. He recalls Heng meditating during practice, completely immersed in his task. Zhu says this progress also gives him greater confidence in the future plans he has arranged for himself. Heng asks what those arrangements are. Does that mean they will be heading to the outer periphery of the lookout post? Heng asks what the arrangement is. Are they going to the outer periphery of the lookout post? Zhu replies no. He is preparing for Heng to participate in the 6th territory duel, which is scheduled to take place 1 month from now. The 6th territory duel is held once a year. It is a tournament jointly organized by the 6 major gathering sites to compete for the opportunity to enter the Blood Forest ruins. Although called a duel, it is essentially a contest for the right to explore the ruins. Heng asks if it is really necessary to go through all this trouble just to explore some ruins. Don't they have similar ruins near their own gathering site? Zhu explains that the Blood Forest ruins are unlike any ordinary ruins found in the wilderness. The outer area of the ruins is sealed off by a hidden energy barrier that cannot be entered freely. Moreover, the ruins are occupied by a powerful and terrifying race. The master of the hidden zone is an unimaginably powerful creature. Years ago, the 6 major gathering sites joined forces and launched an assault against this entity. After a fierce battle, when Zhu recalls dragons storming a fortress and breaking the barrier, they reached an agreement. Under pressure from the allied forces and the 6 discoverers, the entity agreed to open the hidden area once a year, allowing only 3 individuals to enter and explore. This tradition eventually gave rise to the 6th territory duel, where participants pass through a portal to compete. Heng, surprised by the explanation, says this exploration opportunity sounds incredibly rare. Doesn't that mean the competition must be intense? Can he participate with his current strength? Does he even have a chance of winning? Zhu laughs and calls him a foolish boy. He tells him not to worry. The section of the Blood Forest ruins open to humans is only the outer periphery. The inner and core areas remain sealed and inaccessible. For a rookie like Heng, the outer region is indeed a treasure trove. But for true masters, it holds little value. Heng nods and says that if the teacher believes so, then he will definitely compete for a spot and bring back results. Zhu smiles and says that's the spirit. Apart from Heng, 4 others will also be participating in the tournament. Tomorrow, he will arrange for Heng to meet and become acquainted with them. After that, they will begin a new phase of training. Heng asks where the new training will take place. Zhu replies with a grin, the Grizzly Bear Forest. Heng freezes in fear and asks what exactly he means by the Grizzly Bear Forest. The narrator describes a vast black forest that stretches across an immense region south of the gathering place, beyond the Great Southern Wilderness. This area is known as the Gray Bear Forest. It is inhabited by an astonishing number of wild bears, each one a massive creature, typically reaching 4 meters in length and weighing several tons. However, because they lack the ability to harness energy, they are not classified among the dangerous species. Occasionally, though, the bear population gives rise to remarkably powerful evolved individuals. These exceptional beasts have become legendary, admired even by professional trainers from a distance. Their reputations are so revered that it is said they can calm even crying infants. Heng recalls a memory of people fleeing toward him in panic while a giant bear charges behind them. He asks his teacher if the Gray Bear Forest is not a forbidden place. Zhu replies that he will understand the situation there when the time comes. Until then, he should return and take a few days to rest. Zhu then walks away with Linfu. Heng stands there, stunned by what he just heard. Later, Heng visits a shop and hands over 2 coins. He reflects that the pre-support allowance of 250,000 grams of steel credits, which had been issued before he departed for the lookout post, has nearly been depleted. The next allowance will not be issued for another half-month. He buys additional food for the dragon snake lizard, who excitedly devours it. Heng watches him and thinks that if dragon snake lizard is to maintain his current rate of growth, the food supply must not fall short. Pre-advancing energy consumption is not a sustainable long-term solution. It appears he must find a reliable method to earn money. In truth, as a trainer, there are various ways to generate income. While clutching 2 coins, he reflects. Healing-type trainers are capable of earning decent profits by treating injuries and illnesses. He imagines sending a healing bird to cure the sick. Plant-type trainers can receive substantial rewards by boosting crop yields on large plantations, and he recalls how he once cultivated plants and raised rabbits on a farm. Water-type and electric-type trainers also have the option to work with the resource department within the gathering place. He remembers constructing a water storage dam. However, with the guidance of the Slumber of the Ancient Dragon manual, there may be even more efficient methods waiting to be discovered. The scene shifts to the Black Lantern Gathering Market, where a shopkeeper steps forward and addresses the crowd. He announces that the latest and finest goods are now available at deep discounts. 1 gram of steel credit, 3 grams of steel credit, everything priced at only 3 grams of steel credit. Heng arrives at the market and scans his surroundings. He had intended to take advantage of the Ancient Dragon manual, yet after searching for half a day, he still hadn't found anything of value. The shopkeeper then calls out, urging everyone to pay attention. He declares a high-priced buyback and a long-term offer to purchase black dense fat at premium rates. Heng arrives at the stall, knocks on the table, and asks whether they purchase black dense fat. Luo glances at him and replies that they do, and at a high price. He then asks if Heng has any to sell. Heng says no, he simply wants to know what the purpose of buying this substance is, and casually tosses a small sample toward him. Luo responds coldly that it is none of his business. If he has it, he will buy it. If not, then he should leave immediately and stop interfering with his trade. Heng glances down at a list in his hand and notices the price, 83 grams of steel credit per milliliter of black dense fat. As he walks away, he calculates that a liter would fetch 83,000 grams of steel credit. He hadn't expected anyone to buy black dense fat at such a high price, and now he finally discovers a way to earn money. According to the Ancient Dragon manual, black dense fat can be synthesized by mixing black octopus mucus, black oak tree resin, and a thickening fusion agent in a 3:1:2 ratio, then refining the mixture at high temperatures for several minutes. Although the black dense tree, which naturally secretes black dense fat, has already gone extinct, its processed substitute is not considered rare within the Black Lantern Gathering Market. It seems that as long as he acquires the thickening fusion agent, this profitable venture can succeed. He returns home carrying several ingredients and begins preparing a batch. While cooking, he tells the lizard to step on the bellows twice. Dragon Snake Lizard obeys and fans the fire. Heng instructs him again to step on it twice while carefully adding the ingredients into the mixture. He thinks to himself that the Black Lantern Gathering Market includes a highly specialized organization among the 5 bureaus and 13 locations, known as the Dangerous Bioenergy Research Department. Its primary function is to study dangerous creatures and peculiar energy substances. The research department operates through 3 research institutes, which are most likely the true buyers of large quantities of black dense fat. Heng makes a huge quantity of black dense fat and acquires more black dense fat. He considers that although selling large volumes of it in the market can yield substantial profits, he must be cautious not to expose the secret of the ancient dragon manual. Black dense trees are not only exceptionally rare, but also grow at a painfully slow rate. Moreover, certain herbivorous dangerous species are fond of feeding on their tender branches and leaves, making trees over 1 meter tall extremely uncommon. As he looks out, he sees dragons feeding on the vegetation and thinks that if a sudden influx of black, dense fat appears in the market, it is bound to attract the attention of higher authorities. The safest strategy is to find a store capable of handling the product discreetly, sell it at a discounted price, and then leave quickly. He walks into the market and stops in front of a shop, thinking this is the right place. He places several bottles of black dense fat on the counter and says 30 liters, 2.5 million grams of steel credit. Can they manage the transaction? The shopkeeper, a woman, responds that they can, but she asks where he obtained such a large amount. Heng says nothing and raises his sword to her neck. The shopkeeper immediately replies that some questions are better left unasked. He receives his payment and walks away, thinking the money cannot be used immediately. The wisest move is to visit the inner stronghold and trade a small quantity of ingredients with the dragon snake. They will wait until things settle down. It is also the perfect time to regroup with his teammates for special training. After a while, Wang Zun sits in the palace and says he knows Heng. He adds that they once participated in special training together. At that time, Heng appeared to be a mediocre person with no talent as a rider. He admits he did not expect Heng to be recognized by the lord of the castle and accepted as a disciple. He considers him extremely fortunate. The system window displays his profile. Wang Zun, apprentice level, participated in the special training alongside Heng. He is recorded as the first participant to successfully hatch a beast. He currently possesses a mature intermediate level dangerous species, the Highland mountain lion, and a late growth intermediate dangerous species, the steel armor. Luo Cheng sits beside him and remarks that the lucky fool has been chosen by the lord of the castle to serve as the captain for the duel. The system window displays his profile. Luo Cheng, apprentice level, hails from a wealthy family, gifted in talent and beast control. His beasts include a dangerous red-scaled beast at full stage and a middle-level dangerous blood wolf near the end of its growth phase. Rihanna arrives and states that her captain, Lu Han, was exceptionally strong last year. Although he only ranked 4th and failed to enter the secret place, his performance was remarkable. She adds that the captain of the previous term was Bai Suzu, who directly won the championship in the 6th place duel. Heng has now also become the captain. The system window displays her profile. Her name is Rihanna, and she belongs to the master class. She is currently recognized as the most powerful beast master. She controls an intermediate dangerous species, the iron magic tree, in its full stage, and the intermediate dangerous species, the sleeping butterfly, in its mature stage. Lin Yuxin asks whether anyone dares to question the lord of the fortress's decision. She adds that not only he, but even his teacher, would never defy the lord. Everyone knows Heng, but they all must admit they have misjudged him. His first pet is a top-ranking dangerous species, the dragon snake lizard. The fact that none of them even possesses a single high-level dangerous species should be enough to highlight the difference. Meanwhile, Heng arrives with Lin Fu. Lin Fu informs him that the castle master is currently occupied and will not be attending. His teammates have already arrived, so he should go and meet them first. Lin Fu tells everyone not to hesitate to introduce themselves to one another, as he will take his leave to avoid disturbing their gathering. Everyone rises and bids him farewell with a respectful wish for a good day, addressing him as master. After Lin Fu leaves, Wang Zun says the captain has arrived. Rihanna confirms it and mockingly adds that he is the captain who can only control one pet, then laughs. Heng looks at them and senses something is off with the atmosphere. Yuxin calls out to Heng and introduces herself as Lin Yuxin. She says she became a rider over a year ago and currently holds the title of official rider. At present, she controls 2 pets, a mature mid-level dangerous flower ghost tiger and a mature mid-level dangerous electric-tailed swallow. Heng introduces himself as Su Heng. He became a rider 2 months ago and is currently an official rider. He controls only 1 pet, a top-level, dangerous dragon snake lizard, which is still in its growth phase. Chong responds with surprise, saying it is incredible that Heng became an official trainer within just 2 months, and that his first pet happens to be a top-level dangerous species. Heng replies that Chong is right. He is indeed better than him. Chong becomes frustrated and demands to know what Heng means by claiming to be better. He declares that he would like to test that out, then summons his red-scaled beast. He asks Heng if he is afraid. Heng looks at the red-scaled beast and thinks that, compared to this creature, his dragon snake lizard currently does not stand a chance. Even with the support of the ancient dragon's dictionary, if he fails to crush it during the competition, he might as well find a piece of tofu to end it himself. He comments that he has been observing the beast. It is impressive, but it does not appear to be a top-level dangerous species. He then asks Chong if he has no other beast. Chong becomes furious and shouts Heng's name. Rihanna steps forward and reminds them that this is a gathering arranged by the owner of the castle. She warns them to consider the consequences. Heng responds that the castle master may not punish him, but he has no idea what the guards might do if he summons his beasts within the inner castle. Chong tells him to shut up and warns that he had better not run into him during the duel a month from now. Heng replies that he has not even considered teaming up to fight for the honor of the Black Lantern gathering place. As he walks away, he remarks that things will be better without teammates like that. Chong yells after him, asking if he is out of his mind, then storms off behind him. Zun tells Chong not to worry, he will have his chance to deal with him later. Meanwhile, Heng exits the hall and heads upstairs. He recalls that, according to his master's arrangement, they are scheduled to leave for Grizzly Forest tomorrow. He thinks to himself that those few disobedient companions were also part of the master's test for him. He must make full use of the special training at Grizzly Forest, and once he returns, he must earn the title of a legitimate captain when he sits on the grill. The scene shifts to early morning the next day at Heng's residence. A group of soldiers arrives. One of them, Zhang, knocks on the door and introduces himself as Zhang Cheng, chief of the Black Lantern Guard. He states that he will serve as the escort for Heng's special training in Grizzly Forest. Heng tells them to come in. As they enter, Zhang unrolls a map and explains that this is the location of their Black Lantern gathering place. He points to a marked spot and states that their destination this time is Rivet Town, a small to medium-sized gathering place located at the edge of Grizzly Forest. Rivet Town is only 150 kilometers away from the Black Lantern gathering place. However, only half of the route between the two locations has been repaired, making the actual path more winding and difficult than it appears. In addition to the natural dangers and unpredictable conditions along the way, the journey is expected to take about 1 to 2 days. Heng takes a moment to consider the information. Zhang then asks if he has any questions. Heng replies that he does not and says they should proceed. They walk out together. After some time, they board their vehicle and set off toward Rivet Town. As they travel, Heng studies the map. The narrator explains that the Black Lantern gathering place is situated in the wilderness, as are Rivet Town and Grizzly Forest. This is an incredibly vast region, home to dozens of large-scale gathering places, along with numerous medium and small-sized ones. Wilderness refugee camps are even more widespread. They eventually arrive at Cha Main, where Zhang announces that they have reached their stop. He asks them to wait while he goes ahead to report, and informs them they will spend the night here. Heng acknowledges with a nod and says that it is fine. Andrew contacts them and introduces himself as Andrew, the deputy mayor of the Cha Main gathering place. He asks if this is the team from the Black Lantern gathering place. Zhang responds by identifying himself as Zhang Cheng, leader of the 5th Tactical Unit of the 3rd Division of the 1st Black Lantern Guards Squad at Black Lantern Castle. He states that they need to enter the town for repairs. Andrew asks for the latest access code. Zhang takes out a slip of paper and reads aloud 7G3D 522 689 XDT. Andrew orders the gates to be opened and welcomes them, acknowledging that team leader Zhang has come a long way and worked hard. Zhang greets him warmly and remarks that old Andrew seems to be in good spirits. He adds that he has brought a distinguished guest this time and requests that Andrew arrange a place for him to stay. Andrew assures him that it will be taken care of and tells them to follow. After a while, they enter the town. Zhang turns to Heng and hands him some supplies, explaining that these are materials prepared for his beast. He introduces Chen Han and says he will be at Heng's service. Heng acknowledges him and thanks Zhang. He then calls out his beast. The dragon snake lizard appears. Heng tells it that it must be tired and encourages it to eat something. Zhang and Han are stunned by the creature's sudden appearance. They wonder if this is really Heng's pet. They notice the food cans have not been opened and question whether the beast will eat them along with the boxes. The dragon snake lizard calmly uses its powers to open the boxes, removes the food, and begins eating quickly. The two men remain in shock, thinking the beast seems to be looking down on them. Han remarks to Heng that Chanaim is very different from their Black Lantern gathering place. There is no curfew here, and the nightlife is quite vibrant. Several of his comrades stationed in Chanaim are planning to enjoy themselves at the Chanaim bar on the mountainside. They would like to invite Heng to join them if he is interested. Heng replies that they should go ahead and enjoy themselves. He is not going. Instead, he asks if they can help him find a guide. He would like to explore the town on his own. At that moment, Lena arrives and asks if he is looking for a guide. She apologizes for accidentally overhearing the conversation, but says her grandfather, Andrew, asked her to bring him a special gift from Chanaim. Han confirms her identity, stating that she is indeed Mayor Andrew's granddaughter. He assures Heng that if he needs a guide, she is more than qualified. Heng steps closer to her and replies that, in that case, he thanks her. The narrator explains that the houses in Chanaim are quite distinct, with an architectural style that differs significantly from that of Black Lantern Castle. Most of the houses feature triangular roofs with square or rectangular structures, giving them a pronounced three-dimensional appearance. In keeping with the traditions of the Chanaim people, the exteriors of their homes are typically painted in shades of black and brown. According to Lena, there are hundreds of such houses throughout Chanaim, including both residential buildings and commercial establishments situated along the mountainside. Higher up the slope lies a small earth and stone fortress resembling a miniature castle. This structure represents the original Chanaim and once served as the town hall. While guiding Heng, Lena leads the way and mentions that she has been wondering whether he might be interested in a special beast fight taking place tonight at the Chanaim Coliseum. Heng asks what she means by a beast fight. She explains that the town guards and some citizens occasionally capture wild beasts, which are then used in duels held at the Coliseum to entertain spectators. If a beast is injured or killed during the fight, it is not discarded. Instead, it is butchered, and the meat is distributed among the townspeople. She adds that, as it happens, a rare and unidentified beast has been brought to the Coliseum today, one that no one has seen before. It is scheduled to fight a fully grown wild tiger, and the event has already drawn significant public attention. Heng thinks that although the wild tiger is merely an ordinary beast, it is extremely fierce and possesses an unusually aggressive nature. Observing its battle may prove useful for training the young dragon snake lizard. Recalling the nature of a tiger, he agrees to go. They purchase tickets when a voice comments that these are tickets for two. Balina excitedly asks if little Lena has found a boyfriend, wondering who the handsome young man is and why she has not seen him before in Chanaim. Lena tells Aunt Balina to stop speaking nonsense. She urges Heng to hurry and pulls him inside by the hand. People begin to notice her. One person remarks that Lena has arrived. Another confirms her presence, and a third offers them a seat, saying it provides a great view. Lena thanks him politely but declines, saying today is not convenient and promises to sit with him next time. Heng observes the crowd and thinks that little Lena appears to be quite popular in Chanaim. Just then, a person arrives and comments on the rare appearance, teasing that she finally has time to visit her uncle. Lena responds that she has come with an honored guest and insists that he arrange the best seats in the Coliseum, otherwise, she will report to her grandfather. He turns to Heng and asks who the young man is. As Heng gently pats Lena on the head, his gaze falls upon the ring on Heng's finger. He suddenly freezes, recognizing it as a harness ring. He realizes, with a shock, that this is not someone to offend. He immediately addresses Heng with respect, welcoming him to the Coliseum of Chanaim and calling him an honorable gentleman. Heng responds politely, saying it is a pleasure to meet him. Suddenly, two individuals blow horns, and a voice announces that the beast fighting competition is about to begin. The announcer welcomes everyone to watch and place their bets. The crowd erupts into cheers, filled with excitement. The announcer declares that, just as expected, the town guard has sent a wild tiger for the match. It measures over 3 meters in length and weighs more than 600 pounds. A tiger is then presented in a cage, roaring fiercely. Someone in the audience comments that the tiger appears to be in excellent condition, brimming with ferocity, a perfect specimen. Another adds that it was caught by one of Cha-Name's greatest hunters, who managed to trap it. A spectator shouts for the fight to begin, and the crowd becomes more animated. Lena also joins in, cheering with excitement. Heng glances at her quietly. The announcer calls for calm and says they must first introduce today's challenger. Pointing to another side of the arena, she admits that she has never seen such a strange beast before. She expresses hope that this little creature, captured by accident, might surprise them all. A cage drops into the arena, and a small beast emerges. It leaps out just as the tiger roars. The audience bursts into laughter. One person exclaims that it's the first time he has seen such an escape. Heng, watching in disbelief, wonders what this creature is, and whether it is even possible for the two to compete. The tiger suddenly lunges to attack. The little beast lets out a sharp chirp and swiftly dodges, narrowly escaping the strike. The tiger grows increasingly furious as the little beast continues to evade its attacks. A person in the audience exclaims in amazement, noting the incredible speed of the small creature. Another remarked that he had expected the wild tiger to kill the little beast instantly, but never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. A child watches with wide eyes and asks his mother what kind of beast it is, calling it awesome. Heng recalls the contents of the dragon manual and thinks that, according to the ancient dragon scripture, there exist 4 rare species among dangerous creatures, species that are so uncommon they appear only in rumors. These beings are regarded as powerful and nearly invincible, collectively referred to as the 4 divine races. The system window activates and displays classifications for the mystical race, magic race, miracle race, and mythology race dragons. Heng becomes certain he cannot be mistaken. No ordinary beast could possess such speed and reflexes. This small creature, with a golden mark on its forehead and a round, agile body, belongs to one of those legendary races. It is a member of the mystical race known as the treasure-hunting beast. He observes how the little beast continuously evades the tiger's attacks with precise, nimble movements. He reflects that the treasure-hunting beast is a high-level, extremely rare species. Although it is almost entirely non-aggressive, it possesses rare mystical abilities. True to its name, the species is born to seek out and feed on treasures, making it one of the most elusive and valuable beings in existence. Its traces are typically found only in large, highly dangerous ruins and secret locations. Heng never expected to encounter one here, and he knows he cannot afford to miss this opportunity. He turns to Lena and says he would like to ask her something, whether it might be possible to purchase that little beast. Lena explains that the beast was sold to Uncle Lad by Cumin, the head winemaker of Cha-Name's wine cellars. Uncle Lad owns the Cha-Name Coliseum, and all beasts within the arena are considered his property. Heng asks if she would be willing to take him to speak with Lad. After a short while, Heng and Lena return. Lena steps closer to Lad and says she understands he may refuse, even though she is his friend, little Lena. But she still wishes to make the request. She is aware that, according to the Coliseum's rules, no beast may be removed unless it is injured, incapacitated, or dead. She asks him to reconsider. Lad replies that it is not a matter of money. Lena insists, saying she knows old Cumin sold the beast to him for 2,000 steel grams, and she is willing to offer 4,000 in exchange. She asks whether that amount would be sufficient. Lad sighs and responds that she knows even his own father, old Lad, never dared to break the Coliseum's rules. Heng steps in, saying he understands that Lad is likely concerned about the bets that have already been recorded and the tickets that have been sold. Lad replies that, as far as he knows, the little beast is not a rare species. He asks whether Heng truly wants to obtain it. Heng answers that he may have misunderstood his intent. While he does have his reasons for wanting the beast, he has no desire to break the rules. Instead, he says he has an idea and asks what Lad thinks of it. After a while, Lad steps forward and announces to the crowd that, due to special circumstances, the scheduled beast fight may need to be cancelled. The audience reacts with frustration. One person protests that they have already bought tickets. Another mutters that it seems like a joke to them. A third complains that today was supposed to feature a spectacular duel. Lad raises his hand and asks for patience, urging everyone to allow him to finish. First, he announces that all attendees will receive a full refund 3 times the value of their entrance tickets, as will those who have already placed bets. Second, he reveals that a new and thrilling duel will still take place in the Colosseum today. The challenger, he declares, is Su Heng. The crowd erupts in surprise. Someone asks what he means by that, a battle between a human and a beast. Such confrontations have not occurred in years. Another person remarks that Lad must be out of his mind. Heng steps into the battlefield. The moment the tiger sees him, it charges forward to attack. Gasps echo across the stands as a spectator cries out that he is going to be killed. A woman quickly covers her child's eyes to shield them from the brutal scene. Lena, full of concern, calls out to Heng, urging him to win. Heng responds by activating his ring inventory and commands the dragon snake lizard to come out. The massive beast appears with a thunderous roar. The tiger halts in fear at the sight of the enormous dragon. The crowd is thrown into a frenzy of awe and excitement. One spectator exclaims that it is a dangerous species. Heng is a rider. Another marvels aloud, saying that the last time they saw a rider in Chanaim was 3 months ago. Today, they declare, is a lucky day. Lena cheers joyfully, shouting "Long live Master." Heng looks toward her and responds with a confident thumbs up. Lad is also shocked to witness Heng's dragon snake lizard, and he thinks it is incredible that such a high-level, dangerous species can be controlled at such a young age. Fortunately, Heng has remained polite. It seems little Lena has gotten lucky this time. Heng commands his dragon snake lizard to activate its dragon power. The dragon roars and releases its energy, launching an attack toward the tiger. The tiger becomes terrified and pleads not to be killed, admitting its fault while clutching a paper with a written confession. The little beast chirps in fear and scurries away. Heng observes that, judging by its size, the creature should be in its nascent to early developmental stages. However, its reflexes and speed are astonishing, proving it is truly worthy of being part of a mystical race. Heng commands it to use the evil attack and pursue the creature. The dragon roars again and charges after the little beast, who continues to chirp and attempt to flee. Heng instructs it to activate the Enlightenment second stage and accelerate. The dragon obeys, surging toward the little beast with greater speed. The creature narrowly escapes again. Heng then orders it to release the dragon power, second stage shock. The dragon snake lizard unleashes its power, causing shockwaves that engulf the entire battlefield. The audience feels the overwhelming force, and someone exclaims how terrifying it is. Another person questions if this is truly the power of a rider. A third remarks that if the town's guard ever encounters this rider's beast, the entire defense force might be annihilated. The little beast freezes, chirping in fear. The dragon seizes it and presents it to Heng. Heng remarks that it can't run anymore. "Can it, little one?" The creature becomes emotional and lets out a soft chirp. The scene transitions to the Colosseum administrator's office, where Lad expresses his amazement. He has never witnessed a rider so young, capable of controlling such a top-tier, dangerous species. Heng remarks that it seems strange. He apologizes if he has offended Lad, but he is genuinely curious as to how such an extremely fast beast has been captured. Lad asks if he is referring to the one currently locked inside the cage, pointing at the little beast. He explains that as a vassal of Black Lantern Castle, Chanaim not only functions as a critical supply point along the southern route, but also specializes in brewing wine. Initially, it was Chanaim's exceptional brewing that drew the attention of Black Lantern Castle, after which it was accepted as a vassal territory. The man who captured the little creature is Old Cumin, the master brewer of Chanaim. It is said that this small beast had sneaked into the wine cellar 3 or 4 times, causing havoc and ruining several barrels of 30-year-old wine that had been reserved for the master of Black Lantern Castle. Lad recalls how the little beast created a complete mess in the warehouse. Old Cumin became furious with it. Lad continues, explaining that Old Cumin, along with his apprentices, had waited for 7 days. He had expected disappointment, but instead found the creature drunk and asleep inside a barrel. He then simply sold it to him. Heng responds that it is no surprise, a treasure-hunting beast, born with mystical powers and protected from harm, eventually getting drunk itself. After some time, Heng arrives outside his room and quietly says that he owes Lena a great favor for this. She replies that it is nothing, just a very small matter. She heard that Master Su has to travel tomorrow, so she advises him to rest well. Heng says it is fine. He will instruct Chen Han and the others to bring something interesting from Black Lantern Castle next time. He enters his room and places the treasure hunter's cage on the table. The little creature immediately begins to laugh. Heng asks what kind of expression that is. If he had not rescued it from the Colosseum, it would have died sooner or later, whether anyone believes it or not. He observes that the steel bars of the cage are only about the thickness of a thumb. If it were the dragon snake lizard inside, it would definitely be able to destroy the cage and escape, even if it were as small as the treasure hunter. It appears that the treasure hunter, a member of a mythical race, is not aggressive at all. The next step is to establish a bond with this creature. But how? The ancient dragon scripture provides no guidance on what this species prefers to eat. He mutters that perhaps it is better to starve it for a few days first. Eventually, it will be forced to eat whatever is given. At that moment, the dragon snake lizard signals to him. Heng notices and remarks that he has been so occupied with the treasure hunter that he has forgotten all about the dragon snake lizard's midnight snack. Heng takes out a food box and pours its contents into a bowl to serve the dragon snake lizard, while the treasure hunter watches with excitement. He feels as if Heng is preparing the food just for him. Heng remarks that if the dragon eats 3 times the usual amount, it should be enough to last until tomorrow night, when they are expected to arrive in Rivet Town. The treasure hunter continues to gaze at the food with hopeful eyes. Heng calls for the dragon snake lizard to come out and eat. It promptly emerges from the ring inventory and starts devouring the food without hesitation. The treasure hunter watches for a moment, then turns away, clearly heartbroken. Heng asks if he would like some too. He scoops a spoonful from the dragon's food and offers it to the treasure hunter, urging him to go ahead and eat. The little creature begins eating eagerly, while the dragon snake lizard stares in disbelief. Heng thinks he had not expected the treasure-hunting beast to enjoy the dragon's food, but now he no longer needs to worry about starving this little one. He tells the creature that if it still wants more, just wait, he will bring more shortly. The dragon snake lizard finishes its meal quickly and glances at Heng in irritation. Heng notices the empty bowl and remarks that this won't do. The dragon should eat less in the future and leave some food for the treasure hunter as well. The dragon snake lizard becomes visibly angry and pulls out a paper in protest, replying that he should be listened to, as he is the elder among them. Heng agrees, saying that if the dragon snake lizard is the elder brother, then he must act like one. So come on, both of them deserve a proper meal today. The next morning, Heng prepares to leave as Lena bids him farewell. The narrator states that early in the morning, Heng takes his leave from Lena and sets off for Rivet Town. Compared to Chanaim, Rivet Town, a medium-sized settlement, is considerably larger. The town hosts a large-scale refinery, primarily producing 3 metals, iron, copper, and aluminum. However, according to Zhang Cheng, there seem to be deeper matters involving Rivet Town and the Grizzly Forest. Due to regulations, Zhang Cheng is unable to disclose the details, suggesting that Heng would understand everything once he arrives. As Heng moves forward, the narrator explains that upon entering Rivet Town, he immediately detects a strong industrial atmosphere. The air carries the scent of coking coal and molten steel. Zhang Cheng, on his part, assigns Heng to the town's management committee. Only then does Heng finally grasp what could not be clearly stated before. It turns out that Rivet Town houses several thousand residents and is guarded by a force of 150 soldiers. In name, it operates as an independent, small to medium-sized settlement on the Greyfields wilderness. In reality, however, it functions as a vassal territory under the authority of the Black Lantern Gathering Place, responsible for supplying both metals and crops. However, the town's mines are located within the Grizzly Forest, a place where mining is considered virtually impossible. The fact that Rivet Town has been able to extract such large quantities of ore from within the Grizzly Forest astonishes Heng even more. The entire Grizzly Forest falls under his master's dominion, or more precisely, under the control of one of his master's beast pets. Through this beast, his master possesses a certain degree of authority over all the bears that inhabit the forest. The scene shifts to the management committee room, where Heng stands near a window holding a wine glass, while the others enjoy themselves in conversation and laughter. Heng reflects that although he has tried his best to portray his master as a great individual, he never expected his master to be far more powerful and far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. According to the management committee, there are currently 4 riders residing in the Grizzly Forest. The strongest among them is a veteran quasi-professional rider from Black Lantern Castle, and the remaining 3 are also said to possess strength surpassing that of high-level riders. Although they all appear dangerous on the surface, no one dares approach them lightly. Later, Heng returns to his room, where the dragon snake lizard is already asleep. He gently pats the treasure-hunting beast and reflects that a valuable pet holds the same allure for a rider as wealth, power, and prestige do for ordinary people. It would be reckless to gamble on whether the riders within the grisly forest could recognize the treasure hunter beast's mystical nature. The safest path is to ask him directly to become his partner. Heng asks whether it would like to be his partner. The treasure-hunting beast lets out a cheerful chirp in agreement. Heng smiles and says they should forget about it for now and eat first. They can talk afterward. The dragon snake lizard awakens and also requests food. Heng looks at the 2 of them and says they shouldn't just start eating silently. They should enjoy the meal properly together. He then serves them food. The narrator explains that after learning about the presence of 4 powerful riders in the grisly forest, Heng, who originally intended to enter the forest, immediately ends up remaining in Rivet Town for 3 more days. The reason is simple: he needs to find a way to establish a spiritual bond with the treasure-hunting beast. This bond would allow the creature to be summoned into the Fire Guardian Harness Ring whenever Heng activates his Guardian Ring Circle, enabling teleportation of the beast into it. However, the task proves far more difficult than expected. Each time Heng attempts to form the bond through meditation, channeling his mana to seal the treasure-hunting beast, he is forcefully rejected by the beast's consciousness. Despite consulting the ancient dragon scripture extensively, he finds no mention or guidance on this particular race. Frustrated, Heng eventually resorts to a foolish but hopeful idea after reading from the dragon manual. Later, he returns and speaks to the beast, saying that if it is truly a treasure hunter, then fine, they are going on a treasure hunt right now. The narrator adds that, unfortunately, reality does not unfold as simply as Heng imagines. Growing increasingly irritated, Heng exclaims at the little creature, calling it a fool and asking what has become of the so-called treasure hunt. The entire morning has been spent chasing butterflies and playing with puppies. He wonders aloud whether the creature is still in its infancy. He asks whether, if it turns out to be a useless beast, he should simply feed it to the dragon snake lizard. The treasure-hunting beast lets out a chirp and points in a certain direction. Heng asks if it has discovered something. The creature points toward a place called the Steel and Hormones Bar. Heng questions whether the little one is saying it has sensed the aura of a treasure there. The treasure hunter chirps again in affirmation. Heng begins to wonder if this time it might actually be real. There appears to be a subtle surge of mystical energy radiating from the creature's body. Still, he hesitates and says he will not go. Perhaps it is another false alarm. He might as well go back and feed the beast to the dragon snake lizard. The treasure hunter chirps urgently, insisting that he should follow. Heng asks if he truly wants to go there and whether he desires the treasure that badly. But then he questions why he should help it obtain the treasure in the first place. Hearing this, the treasure hunter becomes visibly disheartened. Heng sighs and says that, well, he does enjoy being a good person, but he has one condition. The treasure hunter imagines that Heng is about to bind it with a belt and strike it with a whip, and immediately shakes its head in refusal. Heng laughs and asks if that is what it's afraid of. He reassures the creature that the only thing he wants is to form a spiritual bond, not to subdue it by force. The treasure hunter finally agrees and raises its paw for a fist bump. Heng meets it with his own fist and says the deal is done. He reflects silently that without a strong emotional foundation, forming a spiritual bond cannot happen overnight. Even if the creature promises to cooperate, rejection is still a likely outcome. Establishing a spiritual bond is not an easy task. Even if the treasure-hunting beast no longer resists, the process remains complex and demanding. Heng places the creature back into his backpack, thinking he has succeeded. He laughs to himself, feeling his tail unconsciously twitch with excitement. He enters the bar, where a waiter serves a drink to a lady and announces it as their specialty, Special Hormone. Turning to Heng, the waiter politely asks if the honored guest would like a glass of their signature spirit, Hormone. Heng replies that he is just looking around and there's no need for formalities. The waiter, however, becomes visibly irritated and mutters internally that anyone who comes to a bar at noon just to look around must be an idiot. Judging by his demeanor, this guy must be new. perhaps a foreign mercenary or someone associated with the local soldiers. The waiter decides to observe him for now and see what he is planning. Meanwhile, Heng looks around and spots a broken tire and a filthy toilet discarded in the corner. He questions whether the treasure-hunting beast has brought him to a treasure or a junkyard. He wonders aloud whether the creature is truly a treasure hunter or just a garbage collector. But then, something catches his eye, a peculiar stone that matches the description found in the ancient dragon scripture, the Transformer Color Stone. The path to transforming a beast into a dragon is filled with trials and immense difficulty, and the demand for high-grade evolutionary materials is relentless. In the dragon transformation pathway, Transformer Color Stones are listed as one of the core materials required to evolve a beast into an exceptionally powerful dragon. Heng suddenly recalls the image of a majestic red dragon, and cannot believe that he has stumbled upon something so rare and significant. He emotionally pats the treasure-hunting beast, silently thanking it. This creature truly belongs to a mystical race. Just then, the waiter calls out sharply, asking what the boy is standing there for. Is he a guest or here to cause trouble? Heng calmly responds that he wants to purchase the stone and politely asks the waiter to name his price. The waiter asks what Heng means by that. Does he actually want to buy the ornamental stone? He thinks to himself that it's true the boss discovered the stone in the ruins of the wilderness, but even the most knowledgeable men who examined it deemed it useless, fit only for decoration. That's why it has been labeled as an ornamental stone and placed on display in the store as a decorative item. But if he sells it, will other customers think their establishment lacks refinement? The waiter tells Heng he probably can't afford it, so he should just buy a drink and leave. Heng calmly responds that it doesn't matter, he should name his price. The waiter says 10,000. If Heng pays 10,000 steel grams, the stone is his. Without hesitation, Heng takes out a handful of coins, tosses them onto the table, and says the deal is done. The waiter immediately thinks he's found himself a fat sheep. Heng adds that he's willing to pay the amount without hesitation, but the item must be delivered directly to the management committee building. He then shows the waiter his ring. The waiter stares at it in shock, wondering if it is truly a rider's ring. The entire staff immediately bows before Heng. One of them apologizes, saying it was his poor eyesight that failed to recognize he had a rider in the store. The waiter hurriedly assures Heng that he will personally see to the delivery. He admits that he quoted the wrong price earlier. The actual value is only 1 gold gram. Heng scolds them, saying that while the riders are desperately trying to protect the gathering place, he can't even think clearly with such behavior around, so they must not repeat it. They all respond with immediate agreement, assuring him it will never happen again. Heng then steps outside. The narrator explains that there are 2 main scenarios in which a rider can successfully and quickly subdue a pet. One is when a rider possesses overwhelming power and subdues a low-level beast. Heng recalls this situation as something he experienced with a smaller creature. The other is when the pet willingly accepts the rider as its master and even desires to be subdued. He recalls a woman and her eagle, a perfect example of this case. The treasure-hunting beast belongs to the second category. Heng has exhausted his efforts over the past 3 days trying to form a bond with the treasure-hunting beast in Rivet Town. He takes the creature all around the town, treating it to various delicious foods. Eventually, he arrives at the market to buy food for himself. Later, he returns home. The narrator describes that Heng even assumes the role of a nurturing mother lying on the bed with the treasure-hunting beast, reading it a bedtime story. Naturally, such efforts yield rewards. With the treasure-hunting beast, Heng can now explore secret ruins and hidden locations, using its instincts to search for valuable treasures. Over time, those treasures will begin to accumulate. At this point, the treasure-hunting beast views Heng as an angel, wishing it had been subdued by him much earlier. But as the narrator notes, Heng is not exactly an angel. He's more like a loyal dog. The scene shifts to the backyard of the management committee building. The narrator explains that Heng intends to train the speed of the treasure-hunting beast in order to increase the little creature's dependence on him. For this purpose, he visits the training ground behind the committee building every day, allowing the dragon snake lizard to exercise alongside the treasure-hunting beast. Heng attempts to train the dragon by having it chase the treasure-hunting beast, who runs swiftly ahead while the dragon, snake, and lizard pursue and capture it. Heng observes this interaction and pauses to think for a moment. The narrator describes that whenever the treasure-hunting beast is driven to the brink of exhaustion or distress, Heng intervenes like an angel, stopping the dragon snake lizard's aggression. Heng commands the dragon snake lizard to stop, telling it to release the treasure-hunting beast immediately and questioning why it is bullying the smaller creature again. He urges it to act gently. The dragon snake lizard, still trying to seize the treasure-hunting beast, replies with confusion, asking whether it has not simply followed his earlier instructions. The treasure-hunting beast begins to cry. The narrator describes that rescuing the small creature from the dragon snake lizard's claws greatly enhances its trust in and gratitude toward Heng. The treasure-hunting beast clings to Heng and calls him Mama. Heng tells it not to cry and reassures it that he will handle the situation. He instructs the creature to listen to him carefully and stay calm. The narrator states that at this point, Heng's plan has reached its intended outcome. The scene then transitions to the periphery of the grizzly forest, where Heng arrives. Zhang informs him that crossing the river ahead marks the boundary between the outer and inner areas of the grizzly bear forest, and that someone will be sent to receive him for the next stage of the journey. Heng thanks him. Haiju arrives, riding a red tiger. She asks if he is Su Heng and introduces herself as Haiju, the resident rider of Grizzly Forest, telling him he may call her sister Ju. A system notification appears, identifying her pet as an advanced, dangerous species, the red flame tiger. Zhang greets her, and both he and Heng salute. Heng also greets her. She dismounts and explains that the castle master has already informed them of Heng's arrival for a month of training through the medium and short-distance communicator. She mentions that she expected him to arrive much earlier and did not anticipate his arrival today. Heng apologizes for the delay. She says they can now return. Zhang asks about the luggage in the back and whether she has noticed it. She calls for Ape to come out. A giant gorilla appears. Heng sees this and recognizes it as a silver-backed iron-armed ape, a high-level, dangerous species. He observes that this particular one has already been cultivated to its full stage, though it remains unclear whether its strength has surpassed the natural limitations of its species. She instructs the ape to move all the luggage to the base. Zhang and Han guide the ape, indicating the direction and handing over the baggage. Ju mounts her red flame tiger once again and remarks that the base is still some distance away. She asks whether he would like to ride with her on the red flame tiger. Heng declines politely, stating that he will ride his dragon snake lizard. He summons it, and the dragon emerges with a roar. Ju appears surprised and remarks that it is true. He truly deserves to be called a proud disciple if his first beast pet is already a top-level dangerous species. She steps aside and says she would like to see what he is capable of. She reminds him that riding and fighting are two entirely different things. The ape follows her while carrying the luggage. Heng mounts his dragon snake lizard and orders it to follow them. The dragon snake lizard activates its dragon power and begins to move at high speed. Heng immediately tells it to stop, instructing it not to release any skills while being ridden. They soon arrive at a palace entrance, where Ju knocks forcefully on the gate. She calls for it to be opened. A voice responds, asking whether she is capable of knocking lightly, warning that she might break the iron gate. Zhu opens the door and complains that next time she should bring the key herself, as he is extremely busy, but always has to open the door for her regardless. Ju questions his claim of being busy, accusing him of sneaking back to the base to rest while Chief Zhu is away, despite being assigned to protect Rivet Town. She mocks him, suggesting he is in hibernation. He quickly retracts his earlier complaint, saying it was just a slip of the tongue, and that he is, of course, happy to open the door for her. She slaps him on the head and orders him to go retrieve Brother Heng's luggage and arrange accommodations for him, pointing in Heng's direction. Heng observes their interactions and finds their dynamic quite peculiar. Ju explains that only she and Zhu Yu are currently stationed at the Grizzly Forest base. Originally, there were several sergeants assigned to various tasks, but over time, they found the harsh environment unbearable and all eventually applied for transfers and left. The chores have also been delegated to the respective pets. The head of the base, Master Zhu Qi, the chief rider of both Grizzly Forest and Rivet Town, has recently gone out into the Gray Fields wilderness to track a dangerous creature. Another rider, Lin Zhen, has been waiting at the base and originally planned to guide Heng through part of the rider's special training. However, due to Heng's delayed arrival, Lin Zhen has already begun the process on his own. Heng scratches his head and explains that something unexpected happened, which caused the delay. Ju responds that it's fine and invites him to talk in his room first. As Heng enters and looks at the wall, he is shocked to see numerous dragon heads mounted as decoration. Ju snaps him out of his daze and asks whether he has lost his mind. He quickly denies it, saying that the decor is simply unusual. She teases him, asking if he was expecting her room to be a lady's boudoir and to have something happen between them. She invites him to come over and sit beside her. He responds with surprise, asking why she would want that. She laughs and says she will stop teasing him. She assumes that before his arrival, he probably wasn't aware of the details of the special training conducted in Grizzly Forest. As she walks toward him, she explains that it's practically a tradition that when Black Lantern Castle riders arrive for the first time, they undergo a specific training regimen. Only upon arriving at the Grizzly Forest base are they informed of exactly what to expect. The special training in Grizzly Forest is not limited to sharpening combat experience. It also offers rare and valuable benefits. Ju wonders whether he has ever heard of power fruits. Heng asks what she means and whether she is suggesting that Grizzly Forest contains such fruits. She confirms it. The forest is rich in bear fruit, a type of power fruit that Black Lantern Castle maintains a steady supply of. These fruits enhance strength, stamina, and endurance in dangerous creatures, making them highly beneficial for controlling evil type, beast type, and power type pets. She draws open the curtains and reveals a map on the wall. She explains that obtaining these fruits is not easy. Every bear fruit tree in Grizzly Forest is guarded by a bear guardian, and she points to a specific location on the map. A pet under a rider's command may challenge a bear guardian if it holds a token issued by the Grizzly Forest's rider chief. Guardians typically do not refuse such challenges when presented with a token. If the challenger succeeds, the guardian grants a bear power fruit. However, she warns that any rider unaffiliated with Black Lantern Castle who attempts to steal a power fruit will be attacked by the forest's bears and even by the guardian riders themselves, regardless of whether the intruder is mortal or immortal. After some time, the dragon snake lizard engages in a standoff with the grizzly bear, who roars at him. Heng observes this alongside Lin Jin, who remarks that it appears the grizzly bear guardian is about to accept the challenge. The bear power fruit, grown on a tree that has matured for over 30 years, will be granted to the dragon snake lizard if it manages to defeat its opponent. Heng comments that he doesn't believe it will be that easy. Zhen explains that each bear only accepts challenges from opponents whose aura it perceives as weaker than its own. If Heng wants to obtain the bear power fruit, he must be prepared to face serious risks. The grizzly bear lets out another thunderous roar directed at the dragon snake lizard. The dragon snake lizard remains motionless. The bear roars again, this time unleashing a lightning strike. Heng watches and thinks to himself that he hadn't expected the dragon snake lizard to possess a natural talent for provocation. It seems the Grizzly Forest Guardian has now accepted the challenge. Zhen confirms it, but expresses concern that the dragon snake lizard has never faced a dangerous species like this before, and it may find itself at a disadvantage. The grizzly bear charges toward the dragon snake lizard, launching an attack. The dragon snake lizard responds by rushing forward to counter. It unleashes its dragon power in an offensive strike. Both creatures fight at full strength, skillfully dodging each other's blows. However, the dragon snake lizard eventually fails to keep up and is knocked back. The grizzly bear immediately charges again to continue its assault. The other person watches and says it's not good, something bad is about to happen. Heng calls out, asking his companion to wait a moment. He believes the little dragon snake lizard still has something hidden up its sleeve. As the grizzly bear prepares to strike, the dragon uses its dragon force to block the attack, then quickly retreats to create distance. The dragon snake lizard activates its dragon power enhancement, leaps onto the grizzly bear, and slashes its arm. The bear roars in pain. Zhen observes that Heng has clearly trained the dragon snake lizard well. It has already developed instinctual combo attacks, a rare trait. However, he adds that this alone is still not enough to break through the grizzly bear guardian's formidable defenses. Heng agrees, noting that the bear's defense is overwhelming. Zhen explains that this is the effect of the bear power fruit, which the dragon snake lizard may obtain if it wins the battle. Heng encourages the dragon, snake, and lizard to keep going. In response, the grizzly bear activates its beast self-healing ability to recover from its injuries. The dragon snake lizard then unleashes a series of skills, Evil Thought Breath, followed by Evil Thought Bomb, and launches a powerful attack. The blast destroys several trees and slightly injures the bear. The grizzly bear roars again and hurls several large logs at the dragon snake lizard. The dragon deflects the attack and counters by striking back with broken tree trunks of its own. Jen watches the scene escalate and comments that things are intensifying. He recognizes the skill as Frenzy Attack, a talent ability. At first, it seems, the dragon snake lizard had only been pretending to be weak. Jen explains that not every bear is capable of mastering this talent skill, which, once activated, instantly enhances its strength and defense. He adds that the current dragon snake lizard is still not strong enough to defeat an opponent of this level, so the challenge must be stopped. Heng responds that, so far, he has not received any distress signals through their spiritual bond, so he chooses to place his trust in the dragon snake lizard. The dragon snake lizard becomes furious upon seeing the grizzly bear preparing to attack. It immediately activates the second stage of the Evil Attack Speed ability. As the grizzly bear charges, the dragon snake lizard swiftly evades the strike. The bear's missed attack lands on nearby trees, shattering them upon impact. Jen observes with concern that, at this speed, the dragon snake lizard will be unable to shake off the bear and is at risk of injury. The grizzly bear activates the second stage of the Enlightenment attack to strike the dragon snake lizard. In that moment, the dragon snake lizard suddenly conceives a strategy and activates the second stage of the Enlightenment stone roller technique. Spikes emerge from the ground to strike the grizzly bear, followed by a barrage of large rocks. The dragon snake lizard successfully knocks the bear out and lets out a mocking laugh. Jen watches the scene and questions aloud why the foolish bear failed to see it coming. Heng laughs and repeats that it is merely luck. Still laughing, he jumps down from the tree. Jen apologizes, admitting that he has forgotten he currently does not have enough mental energy to levitate. He whistles, and an eagle arrives shortly after. The system window notifies that it is Lin Zhen's flying pet, the blood-tailed black-crowned eagle. The eagle catches Heng mid-air and gently brings him down to the ground. Zhen remarks that, as expected, Heng is truly the proud disciple of their master. Judging from today's battle, it is clear that he has trained diligently with the dragon snake lizard. He then calls out for the lotus hat to emerge. The system window displays that the lotus hat grass is a healing and friendly pet, capable of taking root in the soil to absorb nutrients. The lotus hat appears. Jen explains that this, too, is part of the Grizzly Forest Challenge rules. After the challenge, one must heal the wounds of the grizzly bear guardian. Failure to do so results in attacks from the other grizzly forest bears. The lotus hat begins healing the injured grizzly bear. Heng watches and says that he should be the one doing this, expressing his gratitude to his senior brother. Jen responds that it is nothing significant. After a while, the grizzly bear opens its eyes, fully healed, and lets out a roar. Both the lotus hat and the dragon snake lizard gaze at it calmly. Jen declares that the challenge has ended, and if the bear wishes to fight again, another bear fruit must be offered. The grizzly bear rises and begins walking away. Heng, surprised, asks whether the bear is simply leaving and what will happen with the fruit. Jen tells him to follow and see for himself. They all trail behind the bear. After some time, they arrive at a fruit tree. The dragon snake lizard excitedly rushes toward it, while the grizzly bear plucks a fruit and offers it to the dragon snake lizard. The dragon snake lizard takes the fruit and dashes away happily, while the grizzly bear lets out a low, amused laugh. Jen states that Sister Ju must have already informed him that each area guarded by a grizzly bear guardian contains a small tree that bears bear fruit, typically located right at the center of the tree circle. It is considered the guardian's treasure. The dragon snake lizard offers the fruit to Heng. Heng catches it and asks if this is truly the bear fruit, remarking that it is much smaller than he had imagined. He then asks how it is supposed to be used. Jen replies that it must be eaten immediately. Once the fruit is picked, the mysterious energy within it begins to evaporate and disperse within minutes. Without any special preservation method, the sooner it is consumed, the stronger its effect. He quietly admits to himself that he envies him. Heng tells the dragon snake lizard to hurry up and open its mouth. The dragon snake lizard recalls how the grizzly bear had personally given him the fruit and how he had drooled over it. Despite this, he turns his face away, refusing to eat. Heng questions the look on the dragon snake lizard's face, insisting that this is something valuable. He then turns to Zhen and asks if he has any water, to which Zhen responds that he is not planning to slice the fruit up for the dragon snake lizard later. Heng washes the fruit and hands it to the dragon snake lizard, instructing it to take it. The dragon snake lizard finally eats the fruit. Zhen tells Heng they should prepare themselves. If possible, they should allow the dragon snake lizard to consume the bear fruit here and wait until it fully absorbs the energy before leaving. Otherwise, a significant portion of the energy may be wasted. Heng asks what he means by getting ready. Zhen brings his ring inventory forward and summons the king lion and the discordant earth reticulated python. A massive python emerges, and the system window notifies that the discordant earth reticulated python is a mature stage, super dangerous species. The king lion also appears, with the system announcing it as a complete stage, advanced dangerous species. Zhen instructs Heng to stay alert. Heng observes them and thinks it will likely take some time for the dragon snake lizard to fully absorb the bear fruit's energy. He thanks Zhen for providing protection. Zhen replies that there is no need to thank him, as bear power fruits cannot be stored. By custom, they must be consumed and digested within the dense forest before returning to the base. Heng then creates a magical circle, and the dragon snake lizard lies down within it, while the python and the king lion stand guard around him. Zhen advises that, if someone lacks powerful pet-controlling guardians, it is better to find hidden and safe places like tree hollows or caves. He adds that one gets used to it after going through this process a few times. The dragon snake lizard begins trying to absorb the energy from the bear fruit, and Heng encourages him to do his best. Zhen explains that the mysterious energy contained within the bear fruit transforms the muscles and cells of living creatures at an extraordinary rate. Such rapid change inevitably causes stress reactions within the body. After all, the bear power fruit is renowned for its dominant and overwhelming effects among all energy fruits. The dragon snake lizard becomes significantly stronger after absorbing the bear fruit's energy and lets out a powerful roar. The narrator states that 13 days have passed since the first bear fruit was consumed. During this period, the dragon snake lizard has not only grown in size, but has also reached the upper limit of the middle growth stage typical for its species. Heng rides on the dragon snake lizard as it roars and charges forward. According to the narrator, in terms of strength, endurance, and overall physical capability, the dragon snake lizard now rivals and may even exceed those in the late growth stage. This is unsurprising, as it has consumed 8 or 9 bear fruits over the past 10 days. The dragon snake lizard appears to possess a natural talent for provocation and sarcasm. Its success rate in taunting enemies has even shocked Zhen and left him somewhat embarrassed. Heng picks a few more bear fruits and offers them to the dragon snake lizard, who eagerly prepares to eat them. The narrator adds that over these 13 days, Heng has engaged in nearly 20 battles against grizzly bears guarding single bear fruit trees, winning close to 50% of those encounters. Except for the dragon snake lizard's fortunate victory over the foolish bear on the first day, the high success rate in subsequent battles is largely attributed to the unseen hero, the treasure-hunting beast. The treasure-hunting beast rides on Heng's shoulder as he gently pats its head. It points toward the bear in the distance. The narrator explains that nearly all of the bears challenged by the dragon snake lizard have been specifically chosen by the treasure-hunting beast. Over the span of 10 days, Zhen's grizzly bear has managed to collect only 1 bear fruit, while the dragon snake lizard has harvested 8. This gap in success remains unnoticed by Zhen, and it is likely he will not uncover the truth for some time. The dragon snake lizard roars, and Heng asks if it has sensed the bear warrior from the first day. Heng mounts the dragon snake lizard once again, and they move forward. He urges it to keep going so they can find and meet that bear. They hide behind a thick bush and observe a grizzly bear locked in combat with a wolf. Heng wonders why a battle is taking place here. Armored wolves are classified as intermediate-level dangerous species and typically inhabit dark caves or mines. Since this is the grizzly forest, the wolf must be a controlled pet. He notices a masked individual standing nearby, directing both the grizzly bear and the wolf. The masked figure remarks that the armored wolf is still insufficient and summons another creature, ordering it to come forth, heavy armored wolf, and eliminate the black bear. Heng is taken aback by the command and reflects on what it means. The heavy armored wolf is the evolved form of the armored wolf, with near complete defensive coverage. It ranks at the top of the super dangerous species category, rivaling other elite beasts. It is far superior to the red flame tiger in both strength and resilience. The masked individual summons his heavy armored wolf, and Heng watches in awe, thinking that this pet is absolutely flawless. Its cultivation state appears to be in perfect condition. Both Heng and the dragon snake lizard are stunned by the appearance of the heavy armored wolves. The wolves launch a swift assault on the grizzly bear, overpowering it with ease and hurling it into the nearby water. Heng realizes that defeating them would be far more difficult than he had expected. He recalls Brother Huang's words, Black Lantern Castle, having stood in the gray wilderness for over a century, has inevitably faced countless battles and even military conflicts during its rise, creating powerful enemies in the process. Among these enemies, one hostile force in particular is known to possess skilled riders who can control both armored wolves and their evolved forms, the heavy armored wolves. This rival faction controls a habitat for armored wolves, much like Black Lantern Castle manages the grizzly forest. Though their territory is not as vast, their presence in the grizzly forest now confirms their objective. They have come for the bear fruit. But Heng wonders how they intend to preserve it. He knows that even Black Lantern Castle has not yet mastered the technique to store bear power fruit for any meaningful duration. The masked figure steps forward and draws the energy from the bear fruit using a syringe-like device, while Heng and the dragon snake lizard observe from the shadows. Suddenly, a small creature flies toward their location. Heng's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes it is a controlled pet. The masked individual quickly retracts his syringe and curses under his breath, realizing too late that someone had been hiding nearby. He orders his heavy armored wolf to move out, determined to investigate. Mounting the beast, he charges into the woods in pursuit of Heng. A few minutes later, they spot Heng riding the dragon snake lizard, sprinting away at full speed. Heng realizes that the masked man is capable of controlling a super dangerous heavy armored wolf. Not only has he entered the grizzly forest undetected, but he has also successfully concealed his identity from the bear guardians. Heng concludes that this individual must be someone of significant status. He pulls out his emergency wireless device and attempts to make contact, urgently reporting that infiltrators have been discovered and requesting immediate reinforcements. However, as he glances at the device, he sees that the battery has already run out. He curses his own carelessness, thinking that he had grown too complacent under the protection of his master. Now, the burden is on him to deliver this information on foot. He summons the treasure-hunting beast, activates his aura, and begins sprinting forward with full effort. The masked man continues to pursue him, riding swiftly on his heavy armored wolf. He commands the wolf to activate its skill and eliminate the intruder. The heavy armored wolf unleashes its skill, Evil Attack, Straight Line Shadow Assault, Level 5 Enlightenment. Its speed increases dramatically as it races to close the distance between itself and the fleeing dragon snake lizard with Heng. Heng sees the enemy approaching and immediately commands the dragon snake lizard to activate Evil Attack, Second Stage, Speed. He reminds the creature to run toward the direction of the giant trees. The dragon snake lizard activates the skill and attempts to take flight. Heng thinks that although the acceleration and sustained power of the second stage Evil Attack are inferior to the straight-line Shadow Assault, it holds one crucial advantage: it allows directional changes mid-acceleration. Since the enemy prefers rushing in a straight line and striking directly, he might as well let him crash headfirst into the massive trees. It would be ideal if he could also lure Brother Zhen to this location. Heng leaps higher into the dense forest canopy. The heavy armored wolf attempts another strike, but the attack crashes into a thick tree trunk, shattering it on impact. Heng narrowly evades the blow. The masked man scoffs, remarking that this little rat is surprisingly fast. He accesses his ring inventory and summons another pet, Lightning Tiger. The system window appears, displaying the summoned beast's classification: Lightning type, Beast type, Light type, and an advanced, 3-attribute special rank dangerous species known as Lightning Tiger. The Lightning Tiger materializes, and the masked man leaps from the heavy armored wolf onto its back, resuming his pursuit of Heng without hesitation. He activates the Light Beam skill of the Lightning Tiger, propelling them forward in a burst of radiant speed. Heng and the dragon snake lizard continue relying on their movement skills to flee at full speed, but the Lightning Tiger catches up and strikes. The dragon snake lizard takes a glancing blow and sustains a minor injury. Heng sees the wound and immediately recognizes the danger. This is a super dangerous species, they are in serious trouble. He places his hand on the dragon snake lizard's wound, thinking that at this rate, even if they manage to avoid capture, they will likely be beaten to death. An idea suddenly occurs to Heng, and he immediately commands the treasure-hunting beast to guide them to the nearest bear leader's territory. The treasure-hunting beast activates its skill, locating the direction of the territory and relaying it to Heng. Heng urges them to move quickly, shouting that they must go at once. They swiftly change course and rush in a new direction, catching the lightning tiger off guard with their sudden maneuver. Heng instructs the dragon snake lizard not to focus solely on fleeing. He orders it to strike back with the Earth Spear Festival. The dragon snake lizard roars and activates the Earth Spear Festival skill. Sharp spikes erupt from the ground, aiming to halt the lightning tiger's advance. In response, the masked man commands the heavy armored wolf to clear the path and rejoin the pursuit. The heavy armored wolf charges forward, crashing through the spikes and shattering them, clearing the way for the lightning tiger and its rider. The masked man taunts Heng, asking if he truly believes he can escape. He declares there is no chance. Heng glances over his shoulder in surprise as the masked man rapidly gains on them. Heng and the dragon snake lizard suddenly vanish just as the lightning tiger prepares to strike. The masked man grits his teeth and mutters that they're gone. He orders the lightning tiger to locate them. The beast sniffs the air, attempting to track their scent, but fails to detect anything. The masked man demands to know what's wrong. Suddenly, a pair of demonic eyes glows in the darkness of a nearby cave. The masked man narrows his gaze and asks what that is. A massive bear steps out and lets out a thunderous roar. The masked man recoils in alarm and exclaims that it is the leader. He immediately orders the lightning tiger to retreat. Meanwhile, Heng hears the roars echoing through the forest and turns to look behind. He realizes that the bear leader has the ability to summon the entire pack. Without the master's token, even the strongest poachers are no match for the full force of the grizzly forest bears. He urges the dragon snake lizard to move quickly, declaring that they must return to the base and call for Zuyu immediately. If they delay any longer, who knows how many of the bear fruits in the grizzly forest will be stolen. The system notifies that evil attack, second stage speed has been activated. The dragon snake lizard accelerates rapidly, but just then, an attack comes flying toward them from behind. Heng quickly commands the dragon snake lizard to evade. The creature soars upward and lands on a tree branch, barely avoiding the blast that detonates below. The masked man clicks his tongue in frustration, muttering that it's a pity the boy was lucky enough to escape. He calls him a foolish little pest. Heng, still catching his breath, questions aloud how the masked man is even able to track him so precisely. The masked man smirks and replies that his lightning tiger has developed a fixed astral skill. Even from 10 times the current distance, it can still locate him without fail. Heng realizes it must be a tracking skill. The masked man mocks him, claiming that letting the bear leader hold him back while attempting to escape and report was a clever tactic, but ultimately futile. He adds that someone at his level can easily divert the attention of a foolish bear leader. Unlike Heng, he is not burdened with a lowly scaled lizard as a pet. As he moves closer, the heavy armored wolf launches an attack from the opposite side. The masked man commands the lightning tiger to kill Heng without hesitation. The lightning tiger charges forward, roaring as it prepares to strike. In response, the dragon snake lizard activates dragon power, level 2 enlightenment, and releases a thunderous roar of its own. Heng watches and thinks that this is the moment to use the treasure-hunting beast's mystical ability, illusion, which has been used to disguise the dragon snake lizard as a mere scaled lizard. Now, with the sudden eruption of dragon power, even if the illusion does not completely fool them, it will be enough to stall them briefly. He pulls out a makeshift smoke bomb and reminds himself that, luckily, he had managed to craft it from the waste residue of black, thickened grease. Now it has its purpose. He throws the bomb toward the lightning tiger, and a blast erupts, filling the area with dense smoke. He urgently orders the dragon snake lizard to move. This is their last chance. Once again, they flee through the trees. The masked man laughs coldly, taunting that Heng still dares to run. He vows to see whether Heng can escape in one piece today. He commands the lightning tiger to activate its lightning ability and pursue them without mercy, then races after them through the smoke-filled forest. The masked man commands to kill the little idiot first, then eliminate the trashy harnessed pet. The lightning tiger is about to launch an attack on Heng. Heng becomes terrified at the sight and activates his ring inventory, creating a barrier to escape the attack. The system window notifies that a level 6 enlightenment of the Fire Guardian skill, Fire Guardian, has been activated. The barrier forcefully repels both the lightning tiger and the masked man. Heng becomes emotional, thinking that the Fire Guardian actually can protect him. Couldn't it have revealed its capability earlier? He hasn't been killed, but the fear nearly destroyed him. The masked man remarks that it is unbelievable that this ability, usually possessed only by mature, top-tier dangerous species, has been embedded within that strange harness ring. He admits the ring is exceptional, even among moderately dangerous harnesses, and not even he owns one. He questions who Heng truly is. Heng asks what he is staring at and orders the dragon snake lizard to retreat. The masked man scoffs that Heng is still trying to run. He declares that he does not care who Heng is, but warns him not to even think of reporting this. He then commands the white mountain lion to appear. The white mountain lion emerges, preparing to attack Heng. Heng sees it and grows frustrated, asking how many beasts this old man possesses. He wonders how someone can be such a bully. The masked man replies that he doesn't care who Heng's master is. Today, he intends to kill him. He taunts, "What happened? Not running anymore?" Heng summons the green hummingbird and asks if he recognizes this pet. The masked man stares in shock and exclaims the green hummingbird, Jen's scouting pet. Suddenly, Jen arrives, riding his black panther. He demands to know who dares to harm his junior brother. The scene shifts to Grizzly Bear Forest, where the masked man rides atop his white mountain lion and demands how Jen dares to stand in his way. Jen replies that he not only dares to stop him, but also dares to kill him. He addresses him as scum from Sinfire Town. Hearing this, Heng recalls the name Sinfire Town. He remembers hearing of it before. Its full name is Sinfire Gathering Place, a large-scale settlement known for its profound heritage and outstanding strength. It has always stood as a rival to Black Lantern Castle. Unlike Grizzly Forest, their leader is rumored to possess a deep bond with a sub-terrorist level wolf-type pet. No wonder the masked man's harnessed beast is of the wolf type. The masked man accuses Jen of becoming increasingly arrogant, though he doubts Jen possesses the strength to back it up. He commands the heavy armored wolf, the white mountain lion, and the lightning tiger to attack Jen and kill him. He shouts to his beasts to tear Jen apart, expressing curiosity to see whether he will still talk tough after his death. All his beasts charge at once. Jen laughs and says the masked man will soon find out who is truly capable once he kills him. He then summons the discordant earth reticulated python and the moon shadow leopard to counter the enemy beasts. The heavy armored wolf rushes straight toward Jen and knocks out Phaeton. Heng sees this and calls out to Jen in worry, addressing him as brother. Jen summons a fiery toxic man who strikes the heavy armored wolf with a powerful punch, instantly knocking it unconscious. The masked man watches in shock and asks what kind of creature this is. The system window promptly notifies that it is a fiery toxic man, a super-terrorist species possessing poison, martial arts, heat, magic, and charm attributes. Heng is also surprised to see the fiery, toxic man and realizes that when senior brother initially released the reticulated python and the leopard, he had already released the fiery, toxic man. He simply used magical invisibility skills to conceal it, waiting patiently for the enemy to lower their guard. This is the strength that comes with controlling 5 harnessed pets. The heavy armored wolf begins to heal itself and roars back at the toxic man. The masked man questions whether it truly is a fiery toxic man. He remarks that possessing such a rare pet explains why Jen dares to challenge him. Jen has been well hidden from Sinfire's intelligence network. However, no evidence has ever been gathered that such a rare pet exists under his command at Black Lantern Castle. Jen replies that if they had known about it, how would he have been able to beat him to death today? The masked man mocks that Jen wants to kill him with a fiery, toxic man. He claims Jen hasn't woken up to reality yet. The heavy armored wolf ranks among the top tier of the super-terrorist species, and a mere fiery toxic man is not capable of harming it. He orders the wolf to initiate a black line attack. The heavy armored wolf charges toward the fiery, toxic man. The fiery, toxic man counters while dodging the strike, burning the wolf in the process. The heavy armored wolf quickly jumps away. Heng watches and wonders how Brother Zhen can be this powerful. The masked man comments on the impressive strength, but questions whether Zhen truly believes this can seriously wound his heavy armored wolf. He activates his aura and commands the heavy armored wolf to engage its armor, heavy armor mode. Zhen responds by commanding the fiery toxic man to show some color and orders the activation of Hot Punch, crystalline inflammation. The fiery toxic man activates the punch. The masked man is shocked at the sight and urgently commands the heavy armored wolf to initiate black line attack and engage its armor. Zhen also issues a command, ordering the fiery toxic man to activate its advanced technique, Hot Punch, Superheat. The heavy armored wolf and the fiery toxic man attempt to dodge each other's attacks. The wolf then activates Ripping Claws, Shatter to strike. In response, the fiery toxic man unleashes a powerful blast aimed at the heavy armored wolf. Seeing the incoming attack, the heavy armored wolf becomes frightened. The masked man remarks that the fiery toxic man has mastered 2 types of level 6 enlightenment abilities. As expected of a rare harnessed pet, it is no wonder the heavy armored wolf has sustained such serious damage. He opens his ring inventory and summons the Red Scale Evolution Beast. The system window notifies that it is a Red Scale Evolution Beast, a super terrorist species known as the Fire Scale Beast. Zhen questions what this creature is, scoffing at the idea that adding this piece of junk could possibly help. The masked man replies that he doesn't need to defeat Zhen himself. As long as he can delay him, someone else will arrive to kill him. He releases the Fire Scale Beast to collect blood, asking if anyone among them wishes to come forward and offer their heads when connecting someone through wireless. Heng sees the Fire Scale Beast and immediately calls out to Zhen. Zhen confirms his suspicion, stating that he has already notified Chief Zhu. Now it remains to be seen who arrives first. Heng suggests there might be another way. Zhen questions whether Heng dares to take that risk. The masked man demands to know what sort of riddle they are playing at and orders the Fire Scale Beast to move in and trap them. The Fire Scale Beast leaps forward to launch an attack. Zhen states that he should be able to hold them off for 4 seconds. The Fire Scale Beast counters with Hot Fist, followed by a super hot motion explosion, while attempting to block Zhen's attack. The masked man observes the exchange and remarks that this is the end of the crossbow, implying Zhen's resistance is nearing its limit. He orders the Fire Scale Beast to retreat from the flames and creates a barrier to block the spreading fire. Suddenly, the dragon snake lizard breaks through the barrier and lands directly in front of them. The masked man sneers, asking how a mere rat dares approach him. Heng shouts that all of the enemy's beasts are now trapped. The dragon snake lizard launches an evil thought bomb and follows it with a ground gun piercing pearl directed at the masked man. In response, the masked man summons his fighting chimpanzees. The system window notifies that fighting chimpanzees, a top-tier dangerous species in the mature stage, have been summoned. They appear and roar in unison. The masked man begins to lose confidence and slumps to the ground. He mutters that his luck has run out and admits that Zhen's allies have arrived first. He gives the order to Scorpion to eliminate Zhen and declares that they will retreat immediately before that idiot Zhu can arrive. Luo arrives, riding his scorpion-tailed demon lion. The system window notifies that it is a mature top-level dangerous species, the scorpion-tailed demon lion. Luo launches an attack on the dragon snake lizard using 3 pieces of spiky wood coated in poison. Heng calls out to him in alarm, but it is already too late. The sticks have already stabbed into the dragon snake lizard's tail, and the creature screams in pain. Its tail is sliced apart by the venomous spikes. The chimpanzee roars again and charges to attack. The dragon snake lizard becomes terrified at the sight. Zhen also warns Heng to stay alert. As the chimpanzee lunges at them, the fiery toxic man intervenes, blocking the attack. He gets injured in the process, but continues trying to hold off the beast. The chimpanzee uses the combat skill Giant Heals, while the fiery toxic man still stands in defense, absorbing the blow. Zhu arrives at that moment and unleashes her red flame tiger's flame roar, burning the chimpanzee, who staggers back in pain. Heng looks at them and recognizes Zhu and Zhu Yu, realizing they are saved. Zhu states that the man is a thief and asks if he believes no one from the Black Lantern is capable of stopping him. Luo notices him too and questions if he is Zhu Yu, wondering why he is not in Rivet Town and how he has arrived so quickly. Zhu replies that if he had not come, The scumbags from Sinfire Town would have succeeded in their cunning plan. He declares that they will all die here today and begins walking toward them. The masked man calls him an idiot and states that since his men have dared to come, they must already be prepared for everything. He orders them to bring it out. Luo responds that the weapon was originally intended to be a secret tool against Zhu, but now it will be used to bury the 4 of them instead. 4 riders are killed instantly, including 3 high-level ones. Luo adds that even the Lord of the Black Lantern Castle may suffer so much pain that he won't be able to breathe. He claps his hands and summons the golden-backed steel-armed ape. A giant ape appears and roars loudly. Ju and Zhu become visibly concerned. Ju comments that it is a fully matured, super dangerous species and that the situation is critical. The golden-backed steel-armed ape charges forward to attack. Chief Zhu arrives just in time and launches a counterattack, throwing the ape away. Everyone is shocked, trying to understand who is responsible for the sudden intervention. Heng demands to know what is going on. Ju recognizes him and explains that it is Chief Zhu's first main force. At that moment, a giant dragon is seen approaching. The system window notifies that it is the Night Demon Earth Dragon. Zhu states that it is indeed the most powerful full-stage super-terrorist species. The golden-backed steel-armed ape has been killed in just 2 blows. The Earth Dragon roars as everyone turns to look at it. Heng watches in astonishment and asks if this is the true power of a super-terrorist species. Luo warns the masked man that it is Zhu Qi and tells him to run. Zhu launches another attack, and the group watches in shock as they scramble to escape. The masked man falls, while Luo flees. Zhu watches Luo retreating and then steps forward to join Zhu and Ju. He remarks that he didn't expect those intruders to sneak into Grizzly Forest while he was away. He acknowledges that the boys have done well. Zhen and Zhu sit beside Zhen's python, which now lies dead. Zhu asks who is responsible for it. Heng replies that it was the raiding Earth Dragon, under the control of that ghastly Sinfire idiot named Chongchong. Zhu instructs Ju to take the wounded back to base for rest. Ju affirms the command. Zhu declares that he will handle everything else from this point. Meanwhile, another group gathers deeper in the forest. One person laments that the plan had been foolproof, but everything was ruined by that little idiot. Lei Ji, Lin Tu, and Ma Zheng didn't manage to escape. Zhu Qi has likely killed them all. Another voice adds that it is a shame. He believes those intelligence agents should be hanged for their failure. They couldn't even determine the locations of Zhu Yu and that little scumbag, and they were only instructed to avoid Zhen and Ju. A masked figure cuts in, stating that it is too late for such complaints. Zhu caught them in the act, and the mission has already been declared a failure. It is considered preferable to deliver the news to their meeting point first, allowing people time to prepare in advance. The people of the Black Lantern gathering place are not the type to remain passive after suffering a loss. They are known to retaliate. Another person raises his hand and voices his agreement. A girl in the group also raises her hand and seconds the motion. The masked person turns to Yu and asks for his opinion. Yu replies that they need not bother him, they can make the decision themselves. Suddenly, a noise echoes through the area, accompanied by the tremors of the earth. Everyone reacts in shock, asking what is happening. Zhu Qi arrives, riding atop his dragon. The entire group stares in disbelief. A woman among them identifies him. It's Zhu Qi. Panic spreads, and they all begin to flee. Luo shouts for everyone to get out immediately. The scene shifts to the Grizzly Forest base, where the corpses of dragons and wolves are gathered in one place. Inside a room, Zhu gathers his allies and addresses them. He states that most of the intruders have been eliminated this time. A few may have slipped through the net, but they are not worth pursuing. Ju remarks that things could have turned dangerous if the enemy had been transferred from the mountains. Zhu replies that he has surveyed the area and confirms the damage is relatively minor. Only a few dozen, or less than 1/10, of the hundreds of bare fruit trees in Grizzly Forest have been harvested. He says this while reviewing several documents. He states that nearly 100 bears have been killed or injured, resulting in a significant loss to the overall grizzly bear population. Once the leader of the Bear Guardians learns of this, he will undoubtedly be furious. However, they will not be held accountable for the consequences. In accordance with the request made by the leader of Grizzly Forest, Black Lantern Castle will take revenge on Sinfire Town. He tells Jen that he has suffered a major loss and assures him that the incident will be reported to Black Lantern Castle. In compensation, he will request an exceptionally qualified, top-tier dangerous species young pet for him. Zhu then turns to Ju and Zhu, acknowledging that their timely support is considered a meritorious act. He promises to report it to the higher authorities, and it will be up to the castle master to decide how they should be rewarded. Zhu, in silent relief, thinks how fortunate he is that Zhu has not investigated the reason behind his unauthorized departure from his post and presence in Grizzly Forest. He chuckles to himself. Zhu turns to him and says he nearly forgot to ask, shouldn't Zhu be stationed in Rivet Town? He demands to know what he is doing in Grizzly Forest and throws a stack of papers at Zhu's face. Zhu quickly responds, asking whether he is not here to support Jen and Heng. Zhu cuts him off, telling him to stop pretending. He makes it clear that he is not speaking to him as an ally. He orders Zhu to return to Rivet Town immediately and remain there. Zhu quietly agrees to leave. Zhu then turns to Heng and states that he is the reason Sinfire Town's scheme has been exposed and thwarted. He declares that Heng is deserving of the highest honor. He is confident that the castle master will also be greatly pleased and will not hesitate to reward him generously. Since he is currently in Grizzly Forest, he cannot overlook Heng's achievements. He remarks that the base's warehouse holds plenty of valuable items, so Heng may select a couple of them as a reward. Heng responds that if not for the timely arrival of Brother Zhen, he would have died, even if he had managed to disrupt the enemy's plan. He then asks whether the reward could be given to Senior Brother Zhen instead. Zhu chuckles and says it is truly a good thing that the two junior brothers get along so well. He assures Heng not to worry, both of them will receive something. He is confident that the castle master will personally determine Zhen's rewards and compensation, so there is no need to decline the offer. Zhu then says they should proceed, and he will take him to the warehouse himself. Heng asks whether it would be possible to wait until tomorrow to make his selection, explaining that it has been an exhausting day for him. At night, Heng finally manages to bring his thoughts under control after a prolonged struggle. He believes it would be a waste of time to choose a treasure without first consulting the ancient dragon scripture, so he begins to study it carefully. While reading, Heng reflects that the ultimate evolution path for all pets is the same, to transform into a dragon and ascend to the top of the food chain. However, the journey toward dragon transformation is filled with peril. It demands countless rare treasures and materials to support a process that carries only a 1 in 10,000 chance of success. Heng considers that, under such conditions, the cost-effectiveness of a treasure hunting beast becomes even greater. With its innate ability to locate valuable items, the probability of acquiring evolution materials should be significantly higher. He notes that, just as the scaly lizard possesses multiple evolutionary paths toward dragonhood, the treasure-hunting beast also has more than one method of transformation. However, unlike the scaly lizard's dozens of dragon transformation routes, the treasure-hunting beast has only 9 known paths. Of those 9, 8 involve the loss of the beast's original treasure-hunting ability as it evolves into other dragon races. The only path that allows it to retain its unique treasure-locating talent is the transformation into a treasure-hunting dragon beast. Even so, Heng finds the process deeply mysterious. He continues reading, eager to uncover more. After a while, he places the book on the table and walks away, saying that it is time to wait for sunrise and head to the warehouse for treasure hunting. The scene shifts to Grizzly Forest Base, where Heng steps outside and asks Ju if she is not going to the warehouse. Ju responds that Chief Zhu asked her to inform him that one of their frontier observation stations unintentionally detected traces of a Sinfire Town supply convoy last night. Without delay, Chief Zhu immediately set out to eliminate the convoy. She adds, while giving her tiger a bath, that since Heng chose to delay his visit yesterday, his reward will now have to wait until Zhu returns. Heng summons the dragon snake lizard and says he has suddenly thought of a great idea. The two of them sprint away quickly. Ju watches them go and wonders aloud what is going on with this little brother. He has been acting strangely all day. Meanwhile, Heng enters the forest, thinking to himself that watching Sister Ju wash her tiger reminded him of something important. The bear guardians in Grizzly Forest have clearly been neglected. Beyond the lack of specialized food formulas, the recent invasion by poachers has left many of the bear guardians injured. Fortunately, the ancient dragon scripture contains a food formula specifically suitable for bears. Additionally, he can use the treasure hunting beast to locate docile bears, who said that the only way to obtain the bear power fruit is through combat. He tells the dragon snake lizard that they must make the most of their remaining time in Grizzly Forest and go further. Heng prepares food for the bears and the dragon snake lizard, while both of them gaze at the meal with excitement. The system window notifies that, under Heng's leadership, and with the assistance of the treasure hunting beast, the dragon snake lizard, and a special food formula from the ancient dragon scripture, one man and two beasts have prepared a nourishing meal, treated the injured grizzly bear guardian, and even given it a proper bath. The day is considered a fruitful one. In addition to obtaining 3 bear power fruits, they also find several rare bird eggs, all of which are gifted to the dragon snake lizard. They enjoy the meal together in high spirits. The narrator states that it is only in the evening that something unexpected occurs. The bear and the dragon snake lizard begin to spar. The bear lets out a powerful roar and activates the level 4 enlightenment technique, Bear Roar. Heng observes this and says to the dragon snake lizard that since the bear found the food formula delicious, it now wants to reward him with a friendly battle. He encourages it to go for it. The dragon snake lizard activates its own skills in response, preparing to compete. The bear unleashes the beast technique, ripping claws, and charges forward to attack. Heng quickly realizes the danger and exclaims that the dragon snake lizard's tail has not fully recovered yet. The dragon snake lizard counters by biting the bear. The bear retaliates, seizing the dragon snake lizard by the neck. Heng shouts for the dragon snake lizard to surrender quickly, insisting they stop the fight, as the injury is still not fully healed. Despite the warning, both beasts roar at each other with escalating intensity. The bear grows more aggressive and attempts to launch another attack. In defense, the dragon snake lizard activates Dragon Might and unleashes Dragon Battle Hammer, pushing the bear back and avoiding the strike. Heng watches in excitement and asks if that is truly Dragon Might and Dragon Battle Hammer. The bear flees, while the dragon snake lizard turns to look at Heng with pride. Heng asks if it has developed a level 4 ability. Heng pats the dragon snake lizard and says he didn't expect it to become so proficient in dragon power techniques. Unexpectedly, all of its abilities have now advanced to level 4. Suddenly, the dragon snake lizard's skin begins to tear. Heng watches in shock and asks what is happening. Waves of mana spread out from the dragon snake lizard as its body starts to recover completely. A moment later, it undergoes a full transformation into a giant dragon. The system window notifies that the dragon snake lizard has entered the advanced growth stage. Heng stares in disbelief, then hugs it joyfully, exclaiming that it has finally reached the advanced growth stage. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Grizzly Forest, Zhu Qi senses the change and asks what is happening. He is informed that Heng's dragon snake lizard has evolved into its advanced stage. Zhu dismounts and asks if that information is accurate. Zhu confirms it, adding that it is unbelievable. Zhen is currently testing the dragon snake lizard to verify. Zhu asks if Zhen is at the training ground. Zhu nods in confirmation. At the Grizzly Forest base entrance, Zhu arrives and calls out to Heng. Zhen greets him and asks if he has returned. Zhu replies that the supply convoy has been dealt with, though there was a slight delay. He then mentions hearing that Heng's dragon snake lizard has entered the advanced growth stage. Zhen confirms it and says he has personally tested it. It fully meets the standards of the advanced growth stage. Zhu expresses amazement at how far Heng has come. The master had only hoped he would manage a breakthrough, but to reach the advanced stage is truly remarkable. However, Zhu adds that within the month, the dragon snake lizard's strength must be significantly improved in preparation for the 6th place duel competition. Zhu says he did not expect him to go above and beyond the call of duty, that is the spirit of Black Lantern men. He instructs Zhen to make arrangements for the next morning to travel to Rivet Town with Heng and to arrange for his return to Black Lantern Castle, as Heng has already completed his specialized training. He tells Heng to get moving, as he will now take him to the warehouse to collect his items. Heng suggests that since Zhu has just returned, the journey must have been exhausting. He recommends taking a rest and postponing the task until tomorrow. Zhu responds that he has already broken his promise up to this point, and that he owes him 2 things. To make up for it, he will allow Heng to choose one more. The scene shifts to the Grizzly Forest base warehouse, where Zhu and Heng arrive. Heng asks if they are really allowed to choose anything. Zhu presents the treasure room and says he will wait outside. Heng is free to pick whatever he wants from within. Heng runs inside, excited, and remarks that it is fantastic. He asks if this truly is the Grizzly Forest's warehouse. The Grizzly Forest region is immensely vast, encompassing not only forests but also lakes, rivers, valleys, and even mountain ranges. It contains a wide variety of materials sourced from different terrains. Heng notes that if he is allowed to pick only 3 items, then it is time for the treasure-hunting beast to act. He reminds the beast of what he told it last night. If the item is in this warehouse, it must be found. He promises to help the beast evolve into a true treasure-hunting creature. He carries the treasure-hunting beast in his arms like a baby as it clings to him and calls him Mama, then leaps down into the sea of treasures. Heng says whether they find it or not now depends entirely on luck. He watches as the treasure-hunting beast climbs up onto a statue. He warns it that if it does not behave, he will let the dragon snake lizard eat it, so it had better start searching. The treasure-hunting beast murmurs in protest. Shortly afterward, Zhu arrives and points out the items. He says this is the evil silk root, and that is a dried-up phantom flower. He acknowledges that they are indeed valuable materials, but he asks Heng what he intends to do with them. He confirms again whether Heng is sure about choosing those items, as he presents a glistening flower and a twisted root. Heng thanks Chief Zhu for his generosity and confirms his selection. He recalls that his sister once mentioned a type of fertilizer capable of improving plantation soil, and this matches the description, so he takes it without hesitation. Zhu walks away and says the warehouse door has now been sealed, so congratulations. Heng has officially obtained the evil silk root, the phantom flower, and the soil attached to the drill bit. He then thinks to himself that this material is likely a core element and essence of dragon transformation. How could it possibly be traded for anything else? It would yield an enormous profit. The scene shifts to Rivet Town, where a guard instructs the other soldiers to move carefully and set the cargo down gently. He reminds them to be mindful of the master's treasure. Zhen turns to Heng and says that since Chief Zhu has recently destroyed several gathering points in Sinfire Town, retaliation is inevitable, given Sinfire Town's usual tactics, so Heng must remain cautious on the road ahead. Zhu steps forward, places a hand on Heng's shoulder, and asks whom Zhen is underestimating. He reminds them that now that Heng has entered Rivet Town, he is on their turf, and he personally guarantees Heng's safety with his life. Zhen nods and says he will head back now, since Chief Zhu has something to discuss with him. He tells Heng he is always welcome to visit Grizzly Forest again. Heng replies that he certainly will return and thanks Zhen for looking after him. They shake hands. Zhu scoffs that their farewell is too sentimental and tells them they are disgusting. He then turns to the unit and orders a final inspection of the firepower division. He announces that they will be departing shortly, and their next destination will be the Black Lantern Gathering Point. All the soldiers respond in unison, affirming the command. The scene shifts again, this time to a masked woman arriving in Rivet Town. She confirms that a message has been received from their informant in Rivet Town. A group of town guards is currently escorting an important individual to Black Lantern Castle. Based on the intel provided by their source, she believes the target is likely the one who disrupted their previous operation, the boy protected by the Fire Guardian ring. Luo says it is very good. He has also received confirmation that Zhen has left Rivet Town. He sits down, opens the map, and states that they will wait for the convoy escorting that little mouse. He indicates that the convoy is expected to pass through the valley, and they will be waiting there. He observes the military vehicles through binoculars and says he has personally assembled an elite assassination unit, solely to make that boy experience the fear of death. He assures them that he will make him pay for his brother's life. Suddenly, an explosion occurs behind them, startling the entire group. Luo turns around and demands to know what is going on. Zhen and the fiery toxic man arrive. Zhen looks up at the trees and orders the enemies hiding there to come out. He informs Luo that his 2 companions have already been eliminated by Chief Zhu, and as for him, Zhen will handle it personally. Luo refuses to believe it and says that it cannot be true. Zhen tells him to take a look at Heng's convoy. It has not entered the valley, it stopped at the entrance. Luo angrily calls him despicable and says he will settle this himself. At that moment, Zhu arrives and swiftly knocks out Luo's men. He laughs and says that when it comes to being despicable, Sinfire Town still falls short. They have only come to protect their Black Lantern Castle rider, otherwise, why would they idiots walk right into the muzzle of a gun? He signals the fiery toxic man to prepare an attack on Luo. Jen nods and says that is exactly what he means. Zhu says he will settle all old and new grudges together. On the other side, Heng rides in a vehicle heading deeper into the mountains. He observes the devastation and concludes that it must have been caused by a top-level dangerous species. He thinks that if Brother Zhen had not instructed him to depart 30 minutes later, he would likely have ended up in the hospital. Chief Zhu and Zhen arrive at the scene. Heng notices them, steps out of the vehicle, and expresses his gratitude to Chief Zhu for the protection. He promises that if Chief Zhu ever returns to Black Lantern Castle, he will personally come to thank him. Zhu responds that they should move quickly and not keep the castle master waiting. The scene shifts 2 days later to the Black Lantern gathering place, where Zhu welcomes Heng back. Zhu acknowledges Heng's hard work and says he has heard everything. Heng has gained a lot on this trip. He asks to take a look. Heng replies that he will not let his master down. He summons the dragon snake lizard, who emerges before them. Zhu inspects the beast and gently pampers him. Watching this, Heng grows uneasy, thinking that Zhu has forced open the dragon snake lizard's mouth. He knows better than to make sudden moves. If the creature becomes irritated, it could tear Zhu apart in an instant. A single mistake could lead to a hospital visit. Zhu says that Sinfire Town has recently been uprooted by several collaborators of his riders, and he believes they will be able to provide further assistance, especially at the production sites of the armored wolves and heavy armored wolves. His elder brother personally leveled the area. Heng asks if they will be returning to the Grizzly Forest, along with Zhen, Zhu, and the others. Zhu reassures him that the leader of the Grizzly Forest has secretly returned. Unless the ruler of Sinfire Town appears in person, anyone who ventures there will face certain death. He then expresses great satisfaction as Heng's master. Not only did Heng exceed the expectations of his specialized training, but he also made significant contributions during the poaching incident involving Sinfire Town. Zhu then asks what reward Heng would like in return. Heng asks if he still possesses the high-level dragon scale that had been rewarded to him earlier, and whether it would be possible to receive another piece. Zhu questions what he means by asking for just one piece, stating that Heng has done an excellent job this time. He remarks that Heng's demands seem excessive, as though he wishes to overwhelm his master with requests, and asks if there is anything else he wants. Heng then inquires whether he may submit a request for a commendation on behalf of Brother Zhen. He recalls that had Brother Zhen not sacrificed his main force and harnessed the beast to rescue him back in the Grizzly Forest, he would likely have died and might never have returned. Tapping his fingers on the armrest, Zhu acknowledges Zhen, remarking that he is indeed a worthy candidate and that his spiritual cultivation has already reached its peak. He decides that, as his master, once the new year passes, he will have someone deliver a blue flame tiger cub to him, so that Zhen's efforts in saving Heng's life do not go unrewarded. Heng reflects on the blue flame tiger, a highly dangerous top-tier species. He remembers that one is currently housed in Chief Instructor Lu Yu's training center. He realizes that Senior Brother Zhen has truly been fortunate this time. Zhu adds that a villa has already been arranged for Zhen within the inner castle. He instructs Heng to make use of this free time to return home, visit his sister, and begin making preparations for relocation. The Grand Six Lands competition is approaching, so he should avoid getting entangled in unnecessary affairs. Heng expresses his gratitude and assures that he will not fall short of the master's high expectations. He begins to walk away, but Zhu watches him and speaks. As his master, he reminds Heng that there is something he must teach him. He is always too humble, and that is not a good thing. In the world of riders, strength is what deserves respect, and when it is time to fight, one must fight without hesitation. He instructs Heng to go to the second floor of the material library and, in addition to the dragon scale, choose 2 more items. He reminds him that only those who have survived are entitled to be humble. Heng reflects on the words, "Only those who have survived are entitled to be humble." He bows his head and replies that he will remember. On the way home, Zhu's words remain in Heng's thoughts for a long time. After the incident in Sinfire Town, Heng came to understand that he could choose to be a moral person. However, the foundation of that choice must be his own strength, enough strength to compel others to sit quietly and listen to him with respect when he speaks of morality. After some time, Heng arrives in front of his house. As he approaches, he hears Huan's voice and her laughter from inside, recalling how little Heng had once been bitten by a mouse. He wonders who his sister is speaking to. He opens the door and announces his return. Huan rushes toward him, embracing him with excitement, and calls out that little Heng has finally come back. She explains that she heard from the guards that he had been attacked on the road, and she became emotional. He assures her that everything is fine now and that it is over. Looking into the room, he sees two girls seated inside. He turns to them and asks who they are. Huan explains that they are her colleagues, one from the General Service Division of the Plantation Management Office, and the other from the Material Handling Division of the Bureau of Resources Management. She introduces them as Lin Mengwen and Jin Meili, explaining that they are her best friends. Heng asks if she doesn't mean to set him up, but before he can finish, she grabs his arm and pulls him outside. She tells him that since their parents passed away early, he must fight for his future. She wants him to marry and start a family as soon as possible so their parents may feel at peace if they ever find out where he is. She adds, without hesitation, that wide hips and a full figure are ideal for childbirth, and as his sister, she has chosen them carefully. They have even helped prepare the dishes on the table. A rider like him, who is always away from home, must be looking for someone who can handle the household alone, she says while glancing away in frustration. Heng replies that he is a little tired and would prefer to go to his room and rest for a while. He says he is not hungry. She yells at him in response. Eventually, they all sit down to eat dinner. The narrator explains that although Heng resists the blind date in every possible way, he ultimately cannot refuse King's insistence. As a result, the entire meal passes in an awkward atmosphere. It isn't until Heng brings out the treasure-hunting beast that the three women finally show interest. Unfortunately, the beast appears almost bald from recent exhaustion. When Heng summons it, the girls immediately become excited, watching it and enjoying themselves as they play with it. Later, after the meal, Mengwen and Meili prepare to leave. Huan says goodbye to them and orders Heng to make sure they are escorted home safely. He nods and replies that he understands. Meili tells Heng that there is no need for him to go out of his way, as they live nearby. She smiles and adds that they just have to cross the road. It is very close. Mengwen agrees, telling him not to trouble himself, since they had only planned to enjoy a light-hearted visit and didn't expect him to take it so seriously. Just then, Heng senses something strange. He quickly steps forward and warns them to be careful. A giant demonic mouse suddenly emerges, shrieking at them with a piercing cry. Meili asks if that is a mouse and wonders how something like it has managed to break into their residential area. Heng explains that it is a low-level mature wild rat, a dangerous species from the ferocious rat category. He notes its unusually large size and suspects that it may have mutated after feeding on the corpses of certain beasts. He adds that wild rats are pack creatures and tells them to stay in place. As he speaks, several more rats emerge, squeaking and charging toward them. Heng notices the food in Meili's hand and realizes that it is Magyu chicken, the wild rat's favorite. He concludes that this must be what attracted them. Without hesitation, he summons the dragon snake lizard and tells it to come over and have some snacks. The dragon snake lizard roars, causing the rats to panic and scatter. Heng remarks that they cannot possibly outrun the dragon snake lizard. In an instant, the creature takes flight, chases them down, and eliminates them all in a single strike. Observing this, Heng comments that wild rats, though classified as low-level mature dangerous species, would have posed a real challenge for the dragon snake lizard 2 months ago. Now, it handles them effortlessly. 2 guards arrive at the scene. One of them asks if the rats have been killed. The 4 wild rats lie dead, having been eliminated in an instant, just as one would expect from a rider. Heng explains that during this season, wild rats suffer from food shortages and tend to dig through the ground in search of food. He advises them to submit a request to the Security Bureau for a blood-tailed cat to be dispatched. Otherwise, if a creature like this manages to break into a civilian neighborhood, it could lead to serious consequences. All the guards respond in unison, affirming that they will follow the instructions of the master rider. Heng adds that he also wants the 3 ferocious wild rat corpses to be sent to the Internal Affairs Department of the Inner Castle. He instructs that they be registered under his villa number 73. The narrator explains that the villa district surrounding the black light sector of the inner castle is known as a place for the elite. Most of the villas there serve as residences for master-level riders. Villa 73, which Zhu has assigned to Heng, was originally Zhu's private property. Because of this, Heng has received more than a few jealous glances. The most troublesome reaction comes from Ling, who lives directly across from him. However, the moment Ling sees Heng's sister, King, he suddenly falls silent. Heng begins to wonder whether this senior brother of his might be developing feelings for his sister. He has always found Ling to be a strange mix of aggression and shyness. Ling soon arrives and places a hand on Heng's shoulder, warning him not to dirty the yard of Master Su's house as a guard works to clean up the remains of the dead rats. The narrator continues, stating that Heng has other intentions for the rat corpses. As a rider contracted with two beasts, especially the dragon snake lizard, known for its enormous appetite, he must manage substantial expenses. These include not only the creature's food, but also the costly materials required for dragon transformation and skill enhancement. Previously, Heng had earned money by selling a black, dense fat commonly found in beasts, a substance used in the crafting of peculiar objects and considered a strategic resource. However, selling it in large quantities is not advisable, as it can easily be traced. The sudden appearance of mutated ferocious wild rats, however, reminds Heng of another concept from the ancient dragon scripture, something called bloodline incense. As the name implies, bloodline incense is a type of perfume. The principle behind this incense lies in its ability to simulate a temporary illusion of shared bloodline between the rider and their beast. This immersive effect allows both rider and pet to enter a synchronized state, accelerating the formation of their spiritual bond. Meanwhile, Heng walks into the laboratory and examines a selection of chemicals. The narrator explains that even trainees who have not yet become official riders may use bloodline incense to speed up the bonding process with young beasts still in their pet eggs. For this reason, bloodline incense is considered a high-value item. Heng reflects that, after extracting the base compound from the corpses of the mutated wild rats, he should follow the formula recorded in the ancient dragon scripture. According to the recipe, he must combine the venom sac of the dream worm, the fine fluff from the underside of the moon orchid's lower leaf, and a suitable couplant, followed by a careful process of distillation and purification. He pours the resulting incense into a separate container and wonders aloud if this is truly the bloodline incense. If it works as described, it could become a lucrative source of income. The cost of production is low, but he still lacks confirmation of its actual effects. He holds up the jar to the treasure-hunting beast and asks for its opinion. The treasure-hunting beast chirps in excitement and inhales the rising smoke from the potion. The narrator explains that, under the influence of the bloodline incense, both Heng and the treasure-hunting beast enter a shared illusion. The beast chirps joyfully and embraces Heng, overcome with affection. Within the illusion, it feels as if Heng has become the father of a fully grown treasure-hunting beast. After its birth, he takes the creature out every day to search for hidden treasures, and eventually, they discover an enormous treasure mountain. The treasure-hunting beast's eyes shine with wonder, and the entire scene radiates deep emotion. Heng inhales a small amount of the incense himself and immediately feels lightheaded. He mutters that it is a strange and powerful substance. He realizes that he must soon transform the treasure-hunting beast into a dragon and decides to visit his master's warehouse tomorrow in search of the necessary materials. The beast chirps again and rushes toward him. Heng, slightly exasperated, tells it that he is not its father. The scene shifts to the castle master's treasury, where Heng arrives and meets Lin Fu. Lin Fu greets him, saying that Heng didn't need to come to him. He had already planned to visit Heng himself. Heng apologizes, explaining that he has been so busy moving these past few days that he completely forgot. Lin Fu laughs and says he understands, then motions for Heng to follow him. They stop in front of a large wall. Suddenly, several snake-like tails extend from the wall and wrap around Lin Fu's arm. Heng immediately recognizes it as a parasitic guardian beast, a top-tier dangerous species known as the squid alligator slave. Mysterious and powerful, it guards the second floor of the treasury. Its innate ability, impenetrable, reinforces the strength of the entire vault. Moreover, the vault can only be opened when the person has received a direct verbal promise from the castle master. Otherwise, the beast will devour the intruder without hesitation. Compared to this, Chief Director Zhu's treasury does not even come close in terms of security or scale. The vault door opens, and Lin Fu steps inside. He explains that the second-floor treasury of the Black Lantern Gathering Place serves as the foundation of its inner strength. Though he has worked with the Castle Master for many years, he admits he has never seen him promise 3 items at once to a low-level rider. He turns to Heng and tells him not to disappoint the Castle Master. Heng nods and thanks him sincerely for his kindness. The narrator describes how, unlike Chief Zhu's disorganized and cluttered treasury, the second floor of the Black Lantern Gathering Place is a place of order and formidable power. The space resembles a vast library, where all the treasures are meticulously arranged. Heng steps inside and gazes around at the rows of treasure boxes. The narrator notes that some of the boxes appear to be encased in a layer of organic glass, emitting a soft, fluorescent glow. Heng thinks back and scolds himself. How could he have previously believed he shouldn't ask for too much, simply to avoid disappointing the Castle Master? That was foolish. As he moves deeper into the vault, he notices a strange creature embedded in the wall. A system notification appears, identifying it as a detective-class dangerous species, Evil Eye Monitor. Heng recalls that this beast's ability lies in light and shadow backtracking. It can store and reproduce images with clarity far beyond that of X-rays. He realizes there must be much within this treasury that remains hidden from view, protected by advanced measures he cannot begin to count. He turns to the treasure-hunting beast and tells it that this time, it must guide him through the sealed areas. He instructs it to lead him to the high-level dragon scale and the 2 specific materials required for his dragon transformation. The scene shifts to the Fire Guardian space, where the treasure-hunting beast chirps as it settles into a magical circle, preparing for the search. Heng scans the surroundings, inspecting every treasure in sight. The narrator explains that, with the assistance of the treasure-hunting beast, Heng successfully locates the high-level dragon scale and retrieves 100 grams of spirit essence. However, the floating secret stone, one of the key materials, remains missing, nowhere to be found within the vault. Treasure-hunting beast points toward another treasure. Heng says there is nothing up there. This object is not the floating secret stone. He gathers some items and comes out. Lin Fu says this is a high-level dragon scale, and this is the spirit essence. He asks why the ceiling has been taken off. Heng says he just lacks a piece of this at his home. Lin Fu replies that it should not be taken so lightly. These bricks are laced with floating secret tones, but the floating secret stone is only found on the 3rd floor. He adds that Heng has quite the poisonous eyes. Heng thinks he does not have poisonous eyes. It is the treasure-hunting beast. It can even locate treasure in the ceiling. After a while, Heng returns to his room and says he now has all the necessary materials for the dragon transformation ceremony. He resumes reading the dragon scripture. He finds the method for the dragon transformation ceremony in the scripture and starts reading it. Heng says he thought it was going to be like the dragon snake lizard, but it turns out to be surprisingly simple. He carries the treasure-hunting beast and places it on the table. He says it is time to begin the dragon transformation ceremony. The treasure-hunting beast excitedly looks at the treasure and the spirit essence. The narrator explains that Heng is the 9th disciple of Zhu, the master of Black Lantern Castle. Heng's 8 senior brothers and sisters hold important positions within the castle and are regarded as its core and most resilient force. All of them are powerful riders, true riders. As for the impromptu meeting, it was originally arranged between senior sister Bai Suzu and senior sister Quan'at. They intended to discuss with Ling the selection of a candidate for the hunting guards. The 3rd senior brother decided to take advantage of this opportunity to introduce Heng to the 2 senior sisters, which is why he hurried to this location. Meanwhile, Heng, Ling, Yuxin, and Na stand together. Na says she has heard that Master intends to appoint Suzu to form the 8th hunting guard. She asks whether all team members and followers have been assembled. Yuxin replies that the followers have been gathered, but the final team member is still being selected. Heng wonders what she means by hunting guard. Na says that little brother does not know about it. The narrator explains that the hunting guard is a special unit of riders formed within the Black Lantern Gathering Place. Not only Black Lantern, but other gathering places also establish their own hunting guards. Heng recalls the scene of the guards' arrival. Hunting guards are tasked with pursuing the cubs of dangerous creatures in the wilderness. Their primary purpose is to search for and collect various rare materials and treasures. just like in that moment when a demon stands near the treasure, glaring at the guards in anger. She explains that in the Black Lantern gathering place, each hunting guard consists of 4 riders and 12 followers, as all the guards gather around the fire. There are currently 7 hunting guards in the entire Black Lantern gathering place. These hunting guards are responsible for retrieving all the beast eggs used by the Black Lantern gathering place to select new riders, making this a highly important organization. Senior Sister Suzu is able to introduce him to a promising newcomer, a young girl named Riane, who became a rider just 2 years ago. She currently possesses a full-stage Iron Demon Tree and a full-stage Sleeping Butterfly, both of which are mid-level dangerous species known for their strong instant combat capabilities. A high-level, dangerous Blood Lion has also recently been added to her lineup. She is a rookie with solid strength and notable potential. Hang wonders who Rihanna is, what the Iron Demon Tree and Sleeping Butterfly are. Then it strikes him. This is his teammate from the Six Lands duel. Blood Lion, so everyone has been working hard. Yuxin says she still cannot keep up with her current team's capacity. It would become a heavy burden if she had to divide her focus to protect the newcomers during critical moments. Ling places a spoon on the table and asks Yuxin whether she would consider letting her senior brother introduce her to an exceptional newcomer with great potential, someone who can fully meet her requirements. She agrees. Ling says the candidate is right here. Yuxin picks up a cup of tea and says it turns out to be one of their junior brother's connections. She asks Ling to tell her more about him, and when the time comes, she will share something good with him in return. Heng asks what she means by connections. Na says Yuxin should stop causing trouble. Their junior brother has only been a rider for 2 or 3 months. If he is sent to the hunting guards now, wouldn't that be the same as pushing him into the fire? Yuxin turns to Ling and asks whether the super rookie he mentioned is actually their junior brother. Ling confirms it. The one he recommends is their super rookie junior brother, Heng. He places his cap back on and tells Na that he is not causing trouble. He places a hand on Heng's shoulder and says they shouldn't look at him merely as a younger brother who has only been riding for 3 months and has a single pet. That one pet is a top-class dangerous species. He explains that Heng's dragon snake lizard had already reached the mid-growth stage a little over a month ago. Judging by its potential, it should now be in the late growth stage after passing through the grizzly forest. So, isn't a top dangerous species in the late growth stage worthy of being called a super rookie? Yuxin turns to Heng and asks whether his dragon snake lizard has truly reached the final growth stage. Na says they should simply ask him to summon it and let them have a look. Heng opens his ring inventory and says Fire Guardian. His dragon snake lizard appears instantly and throws everything around. Heng sees the chaos and thinks it has messed up all the furniture. Ling says, judging by its body shape and aura, it has indeed reached the late growth stage. He always knew it had massive potential. Heng corrects him, saying it only reached the late growth stage yesterday. Na remarks that what he needs most right now is real combat experience. She invites him to join her hunting guard, promising to personally train and guide him in developing his combat abilities. Yuxin responds that Na's hunting guard already has all positions filled, while she is still 1 person short. Na steps forward, gently grabs Yuxin's face, and says it is fine, she will stop teasing her. But from now on, their junior brother belongs to her. Heng looks at them and thinks he has not even made a decision yet. As someone enters, Ling asks if they are expecting more guests today. The narrator explains that the person who has just come to see Heng is Tim, the son of Papa Jolly, the drugstore owner, where Heng once attempted to sell his bloodline incense. To prepare for the Six Lands duel, Heng has planned to sell all the bloodline incense he previously produced. His goal is to boost the strength of the dragon snake lizard as quickly as possible. He recalls how the dragon snake lizard gained significant power after absorbing that essence and stood firmly within the magical circle. Because bloodline incense is a newly developed drug, one that has never appeared before in the Black Lantern gathering place, and each bottle is priced as high as 100,000. No sales have yet been opened. Heng is only able to send the medicine to drugstores for free on a trial basis, but the results have not been promising. However, today, Tim approaches him mysteriously, claiming he wants to purchase a large quantity of bloodline incense. Heng goes to the medical shop, where the shopkeeper greets him and says that Master Su wishes to buy more than 10 bottles of bloodline incense this time. Heng responds that they have been taking free samples from him for 10 days, and now they are requesting 10 bottles at once. He cannot agree to this. The shopkeeper quickly clarifies that there has been a misunderstanding. They are prepared to pay in cash and will purchase as many bottles as he is willing to sell. The shopkeeper's son places several cards on the counter and explains that each one contains 1 million, all prepared by his father. Heng thinks to himself, why is everything suddenly going so smoothly? The shopkeeper says that if Heng has anything new next time, he should feel free to come to him. He carries away a tray of essence and hands over the payment to Heng. Heng accepts the money, thanks him, and walks out. The shopkeeper immediately glares at his son with fury, causing the boy to shrink back in fear. He slaps his son and tells him not to be foolish, then orders him to come and help. His son asks why he told Master Su that all the bottles were sold. He was only asked to place them on the counter. They have spent so much and emptied their funds. If they fail to sell it, it will be a disaster. The shopkeeper replies that his son is still too inexperienced. Not only new riders, but even veteran riders will use the incense to restore new beasts. Once word spreads, the demand will surge. His son protests that he is not a rider. He has no way of knowing whether the incense truly works. The shopkeeper grows even angrier and beats him severely. He calls him useless and asks if he even understands who Master Su is. He is the genius disciple of the castle master, a rider with exceptional talent. Of course, someone like him can create such an effective potion. He says that even with all the money in the world, befriending someone like Master Su is nearly impossible. He scolds his son for thinking only of the present when doing business. His son begins crying bitterly and, with a trembling voice, begs him to talk things through instead of hitting him. Sometime later, Heng, Lu, and the others gather in front of several vehicles. Lu addresses the group, saying that the Six Lands duel is tied to the honor of the Black Lantern gathering place and others like it. For them personally, it is also a major opportunity. If they manage to achieve a high ranking, their future prospects as riders will expand greatly. She reminds them that they are a team. They must remain united and support one another. She asks if they understand. They all respond with affirmation. She nods and says that's good. She assigns the vehicles. Wang Zun, along with Luo Chong, is instructed to take the third armored car. Lei Na, together with Lin Yuxin, is assigned to the second armored car. She then states that Heng will ride with her in the first armored car. They all board their designated vehicles. Zun, feeling displeased, questions why they aren't riding with Master Lu for special training and why Heng always receives the best treatment. Chong responds that Heng has only been a rider for a few days. Perhaps he is receiving special training because he is nervous. He advises Zun not to be upset. There will be plenty of chances to deal with him during the journey. The narrator explains that, compared to the Grizzly Forest, the location of the Six Lands duel competition lies farther from the Black Lantern gathering place. However, because the roads are smoother, the actual travel time is even shorter, only around 2 days. Aside from Black Lantern Castle, the gathering places participating in the Six Lands duel include Red Scorpion Town, Anvil Town, Sandy Town, and Cloud Town. Although Black Lantern Castle is powerful, each of the other 5 gathering places possesses its own unique techniques. The outcome of the competition remains uncertain. Later, the team stops in a mountainous area to rest and gathers around a campfire. Lu assigns duties. Group 3 is placed in charge of guarding during the first half of the night and inspecting the fortifications around the camp. Groups 1 and 2 are instructed to retrieve the food supplies. They all respond affirmatively and begin carrying out their tasks. Heng watches them and thinks that the overall special training likely requires more time, so he decides to heat up his own portion first while he continues cutting vegetables. Suddenly, his ring emits a glow, signaling him. He immediately recognizes it as the treasure hunter and feels relieved. He says for it to come out, and the treasure hunting beast appears. Heng notices a new scale on its back. He touches it and identifies it as a dragon scale, the same high-level scale that had previously endowed him with the dragon bloodline. He pauses, thinks for a moment, and says that perhaps the treasure hunter gained the ability to fly after swallowing the floating secret stone. He remarks that his luck is incredible. At that moment, Lu stands and claps her hands to get everyone's attention. She instructs everyone to feed their pets first and keep them in optimal condition for the upcoming competition. She looks around and asks where Heng is. Chong replies that he doesn't know where Heng got that mixed-blooded scale beast from, but he's over there, bonding with it, while also cutting vegetables. Heng glances back at him as Chong mutters that random people get paired with random beasts. That's just how it works. The treasure hunter scoffs and calls him an idiot, questioning who he thinks he is looking down on. Heng recalls from the dragon scripture that scaled beasts are a general classification for dangerous creatures born with natural scales or armor, such as red-scaled beasts and fire-scaled beasts. The term mixed blood scale beast refers to the offspring of a scale beast bred with other dangerous species. Typically, such beasts are considered weak due to their diluted lineage. Heng thinks bitterly that a dog cannot spit out ivory. It seems there is more than one person unhappy about his presence. He hugs and gently pats the treasure hunter. Zun asks whether that's really a mixed-blooded beast. He points out that the Six Lands duel is about to begin, yet Heng does not even know when to feed his pet properly. With a rookie rider like that, what kind of power could his beast possibly possess? He tells the others to ignore it and focus on feeding their own beasts. He summons his pets, and the system window displays their names. One is the Highland Mountain Lion, and the other is the Steel Armor Helmet. Yuxin also summons her beasts, the Iron Demon Tree, the Sleeping Butterfly, and the Blood Lion. Na follows, summoning her Flower Ghost Tiger and Electric Tail Swallow. She reminds the group that during special training, Master Lu clearly stated they are all here to represent the Black Lantern gathering place. Since they are a team, they must stick together. It's not right to speak ill of others, is it? Chong summons his own pets and says that even within a team, everyone should follow the strongest. If someone becomes a burden, he will drag the whole team down. At that point, they will still have to rely on Brother Zun. He continues patting his dragon. Heng then summons his dragon snake lizard, which emerges with a fierce roar. Chong turns to him and asks, surnamed Su, what is that supposed to mean? Heng casually points in his direction and looks around in confusion, asking whom he is even speaking to, surely not him. Chong asks whether he is trying to cause trouble, and if not, then why did he summon the lizard like that? He calls forth his blood wolf. Heng quickly says no, it is all a misunderstanding. He insists he did not give the dragon snake lizard any command to fight. It simply seems to be in a bad mood. Maybe someone said something unpleasant about it. The dragon snake lizard strikes a pet as Heng witnesses it and asks how it can do such a thing to him. It's difficult for him to explain at the moment. Zun calls out to Heng in anger. Chong also shouts and demands to know what he is doing. They are a team, doesn't he understand they are supposed to act as one? It is normal for them to be harsh when facing a mixed blood beast. A team always follows whoever proves strongest, and if someone becomes a burden, they drag the entire team down. Heng asks if that isn't true. Zun tries to respond, but Heng continues, stating that when the time comes, they will still have to rely on Brother Zun, won't they? He tells Zun to fight, while the dragon snake lizard lets out a louder roar. Zun clarifies that he is referring to the scaly beast, not Heng's dragon snake lizard, unless he is mistaken. Heng asks if he is afraid. Zun reminds him that they are a team, aren't they? Heng responds that if Zun lacks the courage, he may leave with Chong, and he will let the dragon snake lizard face all four of them alone. Lu watches them and reflects that Heng used to be a nice guy during training camp. He never expected him to have such a dominant side. It's interesting. Heng says he doesn't wish to bully just the two of them and urges them to come at him together. Irritated, Zun challenges him, demanding to know how he dares to act like a senior. He tells him to fight. Heng remarks that it's a simple and effective tactic, but against overwhelming power, it's naive. He commands the dragon snake lizard to begin, but warns not to use too much strength, or he might accidentally break them. The blood wolf roars at the dragon snake lizard, who swats him away with a tail strike. Steel Armor Helmet charges forward. His Highland Mountain Lion lets out a roar and lunges toward the dragon snake lizard. The dragon snake lizard activates his dragon power, unleashes his dragon claw, and knocks the lion back. Then, using his evil attack speed, he strikes the Steel Armor Helmet directly. Na and Yuxin watch in astonishment, wondering when he became so powerful. After a while, they all sit by the fire when Chong offers Heng some food, saying it is good stuff, snow yak jerky. Heng asks if it is salty. His last speckled silverfish had been too salty. Chong replies that it is not salty. He admits he had been careless last time. He tells Heng to try it first, and if it tastes salty, he will rinse it again with water. He assures him it is not salty. Na remarks what a true talent he is and wonders why she had not noticed it before. Yuxin asks Zun what he thinks. Zun responds with irritation, saying he does not understand what she means and has no idea. Heng reflects that supreme strength always comes first, a common belief among those in the wilderness, but people like Chong are still rare. Chong continues cooking. Heng eats a portion and says that, in any case, they are on the same team, so it is better to overlook things. The next morning, they all board their vehicle and begin their journey. The narrator explains that the location where the Six Lands duel is held is known as Red Maple Valley, named after the red maples it produces. The Thunder Shadow Stone used to construct the main competition structure is powerful and capable of self-repair. It is built by the 6 major gathering places. Though costly, it does not require maintenance. The referees for the Six Lands duel are led by the masters of Black Lantern Castle, Red Scorpion Town, Anvil City, Even Eagle Castle, Chaos Sand Town, and Lion Town. Therefore, each referee is of professional level or higher, responsible for officiating the competition while also representing the voice and authority of their respective gathering place. They all gather at the designated location and step out of their vehicles. Heng scans the surroundings while Lu approaches him and says that those people belong to Red Scorpion Town. They maintain a good relationship with them. Jai Fei arrives and calls out to Lu, saying she didn't expect her to be the one leading the team this year. Lu replies that it has been a long time and adds she didn't expect Fei to arrive at Red Scorpion Town ahead of them. Fei responds that, of course, she has to be early, otherwise, she might miss Black Lantern's honey wine. Lu says no one will be missing out, not even her. Suddenly, a vehicle honks loudly, startling everyone. They turn toward the source of the noise. Fei walks over to the vehicle, kicks it, and curses the driver. The leader of Anvil City, Iron Man, arrives with Wang Yi, the top player of Anvil City. He asks Fei who has provoked her after all. It's just a hunk of iron. What does she think she is kicking it for? She demands to know who told him to honk the horn like that. It's too loud. He replies that he was honking to greet everyone while watching their arrival. He says she can blame him later. Right now, he just wants a drink. She tells him he must be joking. He won't get even a sip of Black Lantern's honey wine. He tells her to listen to him as they both notice Heng and Lu nearby. Heng watches them and recognizes that the one following the leader is Anvil City's top player. The narrator explains that no one has slept well through the night, as convoys kept arriving one after another. However, fortunately, everyone has made it. The next day, after the traditional rules are clarified and the referee takes the oath, the Six Lands duel officially begins as all participants gather on the field. Lu addresses the crowd. The point system used in the Six Lands duel remains fairly balanced. 30 contestants each compete 5 times through a lottery system. 1 point is awarded for each victory, and 1 point is deducted for each loss. In the end, the 8 players with the highest scores advance to the quarterfinals and proceed from there. The scene shifts to the dueling area registration desk, where Heng sits across from a clerk, holding a registration form. Fei reminds him that, according to competition rules, each participant is allowed to register only 2 beasts, so he shouldn't try anything clever. Heng considers registering the dragon snake lizard, which seems like a safe choice. But when it comes to the treasure-hunting beast, he hesitates. He writes down the name of a half-blooded scaly beast and decides it's better to keep it hidden, as it might attract unwanted attention. Iron Man glances at Heng's form and scoffs, saying he can't believe that a place as large as the Black Lantern Gathering would still send trash like this. He expresses disbelief that Heng actually brought a mixed-blood scaly beast to compete in the tournament. The scene shifts to the Red Maple Valley dueling field, where Iron Man stands inside the arena and announces the beginning of the first round of qualifiers, an individual competition. He explains that each player is allowed to switch their beast only once. If the harnessed beast loses the will to fight or becomes incapable of continuing, the match is considered lost. The competing sides are Black Lantern Castle's Su Heng and Lion Town's Yunhua. Iron Man signals for the battle to begin. Yunhua taunts Heng, calling him cannon fodder from Black Lantern Castle, and summons his beast, a medium-tier dangerous species, the Clouded Leopard, which roars fiercely. Heng questions who the real cannon fodder is between them. noting that it's just a medium-level dangerous species. He doubts it could even defeat Chong. He tells Yunhua not to worry, even though he only has a mixed-blood scaly beast, he won't bully him. He proposes they fight in a friendly way and leave it at that. A rider's path is about cultivating the mind. Even if he is stronger, he must summon the courage to face him. Two spectators in the audience scoff, calling him an idiot and mocking his words. They urge the battle to begin and stop wasting time. Hang summons the dragon snake lizard, which emerges with a roar, then lies down and falls asleep. Yunhua mocks the sight, asking if that scaly lizard is really his beast. It shows no fighting spirit, so it must not belong to a high-class breed. He immediately orders the clouded leopard to attack. The clouded leopard charges forward, but the dragon snake lizard suddenly lashes out with a powerful kick, sending it flying across the arena. Yunhua demands to know what kind of underhanded trick Hang has used. Iron Man announces that Su Heng of Black Lantern Castle has won the match and invites player Yunhua to summon his second harnessed beast. Yunhua angrily addresses him as the referee and claims he wants to file a complaint accusing Heng of cheating. Iron Man replies that Yunhua clearly doesn't even recognize a top-tier dangerous species like the dragon snake lizard. Yunhua asks in disbelief if it truly is a dragon snake lizard. He insists that Heng's harnessed beast is supposed to be a mixed-blood scaly type. Still, he refuses to surrender and summons another beast, which charges into battle. The dragon snake lizard knocks it out in a single strike as well. A voice from the audience shouts that it's unfair and objects. Black Lantern Castle has actually sent a contestant with a top dangerous species. Another spectator agrees, noting that the beast appears to be in its late growth stage. Chong, seated nearby, comments that they're fools. He says Heng's dragon snake lizard hasn't even reached full maturity. It's still a day away. It doesn't violate the tournament's restrictions. He mocks the others, asking whether they lack the skill to tame a top dangerous species. Is this envy? He tells them the truth. His brother Heng is exceptional. Since childhood, he has grown up surrounded by harnessed beast eggs. On the day he became a rider, all the beasts lined up, waiting to be chosen by him. That's genius, that's real strength, that's his brother Heng. Zun and Na glance at each other. Zun mutters that he swears that kid must have been beaten senseless by Heng. He was never like this before. He wonders how he could be close to someone like that. He doesn't even know him. The narrator explains that the first round of the Six Lands duel is mostly a clash of cannon fodder from all the gathering places. While Qing defeats Yunhua with ease, real riders, like Heng, are capable of ending battles in a single move. Naturally, some choose to play weak and stay hidden, observing everything from the sidelines. Aside from Heng's flawless victory for Black Lantern Castle, one detail stands out. Zun is also fighting with his full strength. His opponents, who match him in power, are fighting just as fiercely. Both sides remain on stage for over 20 minutes before the battle ends. Rihanna also scores a point. At the end of the round, the scores stand as follows: Zun with 1 point, Chong with 0, Yuxin with -1, and Rihanna with 1 point. In the fourth round, Heng faces Anvil City's top player, Wang Yi, one of the tournament's 8 strongest contenders, equipped with 2 fully matured top-tier dangerous species. Like Heng, Wang Yi holds a record of 3 consecutive wins. Based on previous years, 5 wins are usually enough to guarantee a spot in the quarterfinals, making this match critical for both. Heng and Wang Yi step onto the field with their beasts. The dragon snake lizard begins clashing with Wang Yi's beast, attempting to overpower it and secure victory. Heng observes that tempering, the innate skill of steel-type beasts, is being activated. The Steel Claw Black Tiger uses its tempering ability at a critical moment to boost its defense and simultaneously stop its bleeding. It is attempting to rely on steel defense and an injury trading strategy to battle the dragon snake lizard. Heng decides he will not fall for it. He commands the dragon snake lizard to draw upon the Earth's power and release the evil thought bomb. The dragon snake lizard lets out a roar and launches another attack. Heng notices the shift and thinks the beast is now using the restorative energy of the earth element to amplify the thought bomb, combining high-speed movement and precision firing. While not fatal, it becomes difficult to counter. This marks the dragon snake lizard's new offensive technique after advancing to the late growth stage. The dragon snake lizard roars louder and fires a barrage of bombs. Explosions erupt across the battlefield. In response, Ya's leopard generates a crystal shield to shield itself from the blast, narrowly avoiding damage, and roars in defiance. At the Red Maple Valley dueling ground, the dragon snake lizard continues battling the leopard. A spectator comments that, fortunately, the referee intervened in time, otherwise, something serious might have happened. Two others agree, remarking on the overwhelming power of the evil ray. Iron Man announces the result. Hang from Black Lantern Castle wins the match. He observes that after such a battle, the dragon snake lizard must have exhausted a significant amount of energy. Heng's second beast, being a mixed blood scaly type, shouldn't possess much combat power. That must be the case. Yet, he questions how anyone could cultivate a top-tier dangerous species to the late growth stage in such a short period, while managing other beasts as well. He gives the command Twin-tailed Steel Beast, come out. The system window flashes a notification dangerous species detected, Twin-tailed Steel Beast. Heng instructs the dragon snake lizard to test it with a thought bomb and recover strength gradually. The dragon snake lizard forms a bomb and launches it. Continuous attacks follow as it targets the twin-tailed steel beast, which dodges with sharp reflexes. He declares that the steel beast is his true trump card. He won't lose again. He orders it to activate Toughen Double Weasel Saw. The system window displays 4th level of Enlightenment skill. Ultimate Double Weasel Saws activated. The twin-tailed steel beast launches its assault with the enhanced skill. A spectator exclaims at the sight of the move, calling it a terrifying 4th level Enlightenment technique. This battle, he says, is no longer suitable for newcomers. Another spectator says it's over. Heng's second tamed beast isn't strong enough, and now he's finished. Cheng snaps back, asking what nonsense he's talking about. He insists his boss must still have a strategy. Clenching his fist, he says it has to be that way. He commands the twin-tailed steel beast to attack. It leaps toward the dragon snake lizard but crashes face first into the ground. Heng remarks that evil thought bullets only make noise when they strike hardened steel. Only evil rays can penetrate that defense. He tells Heng to admit defeat. There's no point wasting time. With his strength, reaching the top 3 is just a matter of course. If they drag this out, it only benefits others. Heng responds that if admitting defeat leads to the same outcome, then you can simply wait and lose. He activates his aura and commands Twin Tails Urgent Kill. The twin-tailed steel beast charges the dragon snake lizard, aiming to knock it out. In response, the dragon snake lizard raises ground spikes to block the attack. His beast retreats slightly, crushes the spikes underfoot, and scoffs that such an attack is useless. This level of force can't break through his defense. Heng asks, what if there's more? The dragon snake lizard summons a magical circle, unleashing its mana across the arena. Spikes erupt everywhere, reshaping the terrain. Spectators gasp in shock. One of them exclaims that the battle is incredible. The entire battlefield has been transformed. The twin-tailed steel beast evades each spike and locks eyes with its opponent. The dragon snake lizard roars fiercely, and the twin-tailed steel beast roars back in response. He observes the exchange and realizes the situation is turning against him. The dragon snake lizard can absorb the Earth's energy at any time to replenish its strength. He decides to take a risk. This is the moment to act. He activates his bike, transforming it into a battle motorcycle, and commands a steel strike, rain of bullets. The twin-tailed steel beast launches a barrage of metallic bullets at the dragon snake lizard. The dragon cries out in pain and staggers backward. He seizes the moment and orders the next move, Steel Cracktail Sniper. The twin-tailed steel beast executes the sniper tail strike. The dragon snake lizard tries to retreat but fails to evade. He shouts for the beast to pull it in. The twin-tailed steel beast successfully captures the dragon snake lizard with its tails. In response, the dragon unleashes a powerful skill, hurling massive rocks to shatter the grip of the sniper tails and landing back on the ground. The dragon snake lizard pulls out a hammer. The system window flashes, level 4 Enlightenment skill, Dragon Might, Dragon Battle Hammer activated. He protests, refusing to accept the outcome. Iron Man steps forward and declares the result. Heng from Black Lantern Castle wins the second match. The narrator explains that with Heng's victory, the list of 5 undefeated contestants is released, each with 5 consecutive wins, automatically advancing to the quarterfinals. They represent Black Lantern Castle, Even Eagle Castle, Liayun Town, Red Scorpion Town, and Chaos Sand Town, 1 top player from each major gathering place. All are considered elite among the regions. Unfortunately, Anvil City's top player, Wang Ji, fails to qualify. He is carried out of the arena by the force of Heng's level 4 Enlightenment skill Dragon Might, Dragon Battle Hammer. 6 others finished the preliminaries with 4 wins and 1 loss, earning 3 points each. However, the remaining contestants from Black Lantern Castle are not among them and will not advance, though they remain as team support for the rest of the competition. After the elimination round, 3 out of those 6 players secure spots in the quarterfinals. Yi from Anvil City secures first place among the advancing group. His strength leaves no room for doubt. With that, the 8 quarterfinalists are officially confirmed, and the decisive matches are scheduled for tomorrow. The format of the quarterfinals is straightforward knockout rounds. Finalists face each other one-on-one. The winner advances, the loser is eliminated. As Heng opens the gate and steps out of the arena, the narrator explains that luck is once again on his side. He is selected to draw lots first. Heng looks down at the slip in his hand. It so happens that Heng draws the weakest among the 8 quarterfinalists, Lai Fei, the rider from Even Eagle Castle. Lai Fei arrives with his injured bear and addresses Heng respectfully. He admits defeat. Heng responds with courtesy, expressing his hope that Master Lai Fei recovers soon and says he looks forward to their next encounter. The audience is left stunned. One spectator asks what just happened. Within 20 seconds, both of Lai Fei's beasts surrender without resistance. Another replies that the level gap is simply too great. Others agree. Chang scoffs, mocking Even Eagle Castle for sending chickens to humiliate themselves. He praises Brother Heng for his dominance, pointing out that he doesn't even repeat his techniques. He tells the crowd to watch and learn. This is the strength of Black Lantern Castle. Huo, watching quietly, mutters in annoyance that Chang and Heng are indeed from the same place. Iron Man announces the second match of the day, Liu Lan from Liayan Town versus Chen Dingxuan from Chaos Sand Town. Both contestants step forward. Lan summons her beasts, a peak dangerous species, the red pole wolf, and a high-tier dangerous species, the flowing wind falcon. Dingxuan counters with an intermediate dangerous species, the sand lion sword mantis, and a peak dangerous species, the fire lin beast. The narrator explains that their battle quickly proves to be a brutal one. The sand lion sword mantis, ferocious and relentless, slices through the elegant pale green feathers of the flowing wind falcon without hesitation. It is only through the powerful level 3 enlightened wind technique that the flowing wind falcon manages to defeat its opponent. In the second round, however, the falcon is swiftly overwhelmed before it can drain much of the fire lin beast's energy. The fire lin beast dodges mid-air and seizes the falcon by the neck. Liu Lan then sends her strongest pet, the red pole wolf, into the arena. Originally, the red pole wolf stands no chance against the fire lin beast, but she refuses to accept defeat in this competition. Chen Dingxuan's unfortunate elimination marks the official withdrawal of Chaos Sandtown from the contest for entry into the Blood Forest Ruins. In today's third match, Jai Meiyu of Red Scorpion Town faces Quang Zheng of Even Eagle Castle. Jai Meiyu summons her peak dangerous species, the Great King Scorpion, and her high-tier dangerous species, the Black Needle Blood Scorpion. Quang Zheng counters with 2 high-tier dangerous species, the Fiery Ape and the Explosive Beast. The narrator explains that during the match, the heavily armored Black Needle Blood Scorpion, known for its immense defense and dense blood, lashes its tail toward the Fiery Ape and attempts to infect it with the Scorpion Venom technique. The Fiery Ape narrowly evades the venomous strike. Refusing to back down, the Fiery Ape catches the Scorpion's tail mid-attack and slams it to the ground. Just as the crowd believes the Scorpion is defeated, a concealed, fatal, poisonous needle erupts in retaliation, reversing the entire battle in an instant. In the second round, Quang Zheng commands the Explosive Beast to launch a long-range fire attack, but it is met head-on by the Great King Scorpion. Its entire body collides against the iron plating. Clearly, Quang Zheng has run out of luck this time, and Jai Meiyu secures her place in the semifinals. Another pair arrives at the arena. He spots Huo and thinks to himself that this is truly unfair. First, he faced Heng, an idiot wielding a top-tier dangerous species, yet somehow survived the rematch and returned. Now, he must confront Huo Hong, a man who is barely inferior to Heng in strength. The warriors of Anvil City never seem to surrender. The falcon seizes Yi's pet by the tail and spins it in circles. He watches in silence, thinking to himself that even if he refuses to surrender, what more can he possibly do? After that, Huo arrives in the arena, addresses the crowd, declaring that he and Brother Su of Black Lantern Castle are the only two undefeated contenders remaining. He suggests skipping the lot drawing and proposes a direct duel. He challenges Su directly, asking if he dares to accept. Heng frowns and wonders what is wrong with this man. Why is he so focused on him? He clearly wants to proceed with the draw. Chong abruptly rises and accepts the challenge on Heng's behalf, shouting that garbage from Even Eagle Castle has no right to act arrogantly. He confidently proclaims that Brother Heng will fight and destroy him. Heng grabs Chong by the collar and demands to know why he keeps provoking others on his behalf. If he isn't the one being challenged, then why is he speaking? Chong tries to explain, but Heng cuts him off, slapping him across the face and shouting that he is a fool. Huo then steps forward and addresses Heng of Black Lantern Castle, mocking his pettiness for humiliating the defeated rider from his Even Eagle Castle. He vows that Heng will soon know shame himself, humiliated by his own defeat. Heng says that Brother Huo should let him explain, as there appears to be a misunderstanding. Huo replies that there is no need. Brother Heng, the so-called domineering figure who mistreats others, has nothing worth explaining to him. Chong agrees, claiming there is nothing to clarify and urging Brother Heng to beat him up. Huo summons his explosive ape. The system window notifies that this creature is the evolved form of the fiery ape, a super dangerous species that has not yet fully matured. Heng observes that Huo has replaced his primary combat beast, the eagle lion beast, with the explosive ape. It becomes evident that Huo intends to drain the dragon snake lizard's stamina. Heng realizes that one more hit from this creature will prove significantly more difficult to withstand. The explosive ape competes with the dragon snake lizard, who uses his ground spikes to launch an attack. Huo observes the move and thinks it is a good strategy, not to engage directly but to rely on the ape's agility to wear down the opponent. He still has his main beast reserved. He wonders how Heng plans to win today. The explosive ape unleashes its explosive power to strike the dragon snake lizard. The dragon snake lizard narrowly escapes and looks back at him with a taunting glare. Huo thinks the level 4 enlightenment ability, Dragon Song Warhammer, is being prepared quietly to launch a sneak attack. He immediately commands the explosive ape to use armor up. The explosive ape activates the Will of Fire Fury armor and uses wolf power rubber bullets to attack, leaping toward the dragon snake lizard. The dragon snake lizard also activates his dragon power. Their attacks collide, and both attempt to dodge mid-air. Huo says he already knew the strategy to blow his pet's head off with that Dragon Song Warhammer. But does Heng think he is as foolish as Wang Yi? He sees the dragon snake lizard pushing back the explosive ape and quickly orders the activation of Fury Ape head armor. The explosive ape powers up, becoming even more formidable as it continues clashing with the dragon snake lizard. Huo says this is a variant of the Fury armor, head attack, where both the strongest offense and defense are concentrated in the head. He dares Heng to show how he intends to use the Dragon Song Warhammer against that. Heng sees this and thinks about how Huo keeps making assumptions on his own about who told him that the power building up in the throat is for the Dragon Song Warhammer. Huo asks what that is. Heng explains it is a modified technique based on the dragon snake lizard's throat pouch talent, compressed evil rays. He suddenly shouts that it's not good and commands immediate withdrawal. The dragon snake lizard uses its dragon power to launch an attack on the explosive ape, piercing a hole through its body. Huo witnesses this in shock. Iron Man announces that Heng of Black Lantern Castle has won the battle. Huo mutters very well. This time, he won't allow Heng to have any more chances. He summons his eagle lion. Heng sees this and thinks it is too unfair for the dragon snake lizard to fight across two completely different battlefields. The eagle lion beast excels in aerial combat, while the dragon snake lizard has never faced an opponent in the air before. He realizes he must end it in one move. Despite the energy drained by the fight with the explosive ape, the dragon snake lizard still retains strength. Besides, it is almost unnaturally tenacious, already tough enough on its own. Heng says perhaps they can give it a try. He calls to the dragon snake lizard to wait. Then he declares that they, Black Lantern Castle, concede. Lu looks at Heng and states she is the leader of Black Lantern Castle. and has the authority to make this decision on behalf of the players. The narrator explains that Lu Yu's sudden decision leaves Heng puzzled for a moment, but he soon understands the reasoning behind her choice. It turns out that the Six Lands duel serves merely as a competition for 3 entry slots into the Blood Forest ruins. The rewards for the first, second, and third places are exactly the same, with no additional prizes. According to Lu, it is better to gain a nominal title than to risk everything. Even if one does not, it makes no difference. The real winner is the one who preserves their strength while gaining the most from the ruins. In the end, Heng secures second place in the finals and becomes qualified to enter the ruins. Huo Hong and Jai Meiyu claim first and third place, respectively, and the tournament officially comes to a close. Later, Heng enters a tent and says that he heard special trainer Master Lu had been looking for him. She tells him to sit and says she assumes the castle master has already informed him about the origin of the Blood Forest ruins. What she is about to say holds critical importance for him if he intends to gain anything from the ruins, so he must commit it to memory. Heng replies that he understands, Master's special trainer. She explains he should have known this before entering the tournament, but the castle master did not believe he had any chance of winning the Six Lands duel this year, so it falls to her to tell him now. Heng recalls Zhu saying, "Come on, secure a place and return, he is watching him." Heng thinks he had better not try to mess with him like that again. She explains that he is the second rider from Black Lantern Castle to secure a spot in the top 3 during the last 3 Six Lands duels. Last time, their castle only reached the quarterfinals, but their 8th sister, Bai Suzu, also earned a place. She then asks if he knows what the most valuable thing in the Blood Forest is. Heng scratches his head and thinks that there's no way he could know unless she tells him. The narrator explains that within the Blood Forest ruins, there exist several pets that are extremely rare in the outside world. These creatures have been nourished by the secret realm's energy over many years and often possess astonishing potential. Such pets hold immense value and are incredibly difficult to obtain. However, due to an agreement with the ruins' original owner, riders are prohibited from removing a large number of young pets. Selecting 1 or 2 of the most compatible pets and successfully taming them is considered the most crucial opportunity of this expedition. In addition, if he possesses spare resources, he may also choose to gather rare materials. The Blood Forest ruins are rich in valuable bloodline and dragon-based materials. Even if he does not use them himself, he can trade them with other riders for essential resources. Heng reflects that if this is truly the case, it is indeed a rare opportunity, especially since he has the treasure-hunting beast with him. Lu explains that the secret realm of the Blood Forest ruins is vast. Even the 6 major gathering places combined have explored only 1 or 2 parts out of 10 over the years, let alone what a single group could accomplish. She shares all the information Black Lantern Castle has gathered from its past expeditions into the ruins. She suggests that he begin by exploring the areas already charted, as those regions are relatively safer. Handing him a book, she emphasizes once again the importance of safety. Even though the owner of the Blood Forest ruins has verbally promised to protect those entering from the 6 gathering places, many people over the years have still been completely buried in the secret zones of the ruins and have never returned. Heng says he understands and accepts the book. She adds that before he departs, he should take something with him. Heng asks what it is. She explains that it is a secret weapon, into which the castle master has sealed a portion of the power of his first main harnessed pet. It was originally crafted for the Six Lands duel. The weapon had been left in her care, but now that Heng is entering the ruins, he should be the one to carry it. The scene shifts to the entrance of the Blood Forest ruins, where several riders have gathered. Lu declares that the activation is about to begin as she presses a button. Iron Man and Faye also press their devices, and a magical circle begins to glow around them all. Heng, feeling the intense energy, asks whether this is the spiritual force of a quasi-professional rider. He notes how overwhelmingly powerful it feels. The magical circle creates a portal in front of them. A dragon emerges from the portal and asks whether it is that time of year again when the secret place opens. Iron Man replies respectfully that yes, the time has arrived for the annual opening of the Blood Forest ruins. The dragon says he will now open the passage. Everyone greets the dragon as he opens the portal. Lu explains that through that passage, they can pass beyond the energy barrier and enter the secret place. They will have 1 month to explore. Once the time is up, they will be sent back to this location by the owner of the Blood Forest ruins. Heng and Huo move toward the portal. The dragon appears again and says the commander has sent him to guide them. Next, he will imprint them with his scent. This way, as long as they do not attack first, the creatures in the Blood Forest will not target them without cause. However, if anyone dares to enter the inner circle or worse, the core area, he cannot guarantee that creatures as powerful as himself will not pursue them. He opens another portal and warns them not to be too greedy. They all step into the portal and fall onto a mountain slope. A bloody Tyrannosaurus appears in front of them. Mayu announces that the bloody Tyrannosaurus has come to receive them and tells everyone to close their eyes. The bloody Tyrannosaurus spits on them. The sensation feels unpleasant, and Heng thinks to himself how very unique this ceremony is. The bloody Tyrannosaurus says the task assigned to him by the commander has been completed. They may now explore as they please. In 1 month's time, he will track their scent, locate them, and return them to the outside world. Huo remarks that every gathering place should have its own guides. Mayu suggests they split up and explore separately from this point onward while she cleans herself. Huo agrees, saying he thinks so as well. The narrator explains that, following Mayu's suggestion, Heng and the others separate and head in the directions previously explored by their respective gathering places. Heng, in fact, has been thinking about how to keep the treasure-hunting beast's abilities a secret ever since meeting Lu last night. However, he has not yet found a suitable solution. After hearing Mayu's suggestion today, Heng silently holds this young girl from Red Scorpion Town in high regard. It was a timely and insightful idea. Heng asks the treasure hunter if he is certain that the object he is seeking grows in this place, while following its lead. The treasure hunter chirps and points in a direction. Heng opens the book and begins reading. He says no, of course, he believes him, lead the way. He reflects on what he has just read, which states that retreating furgrass prefers shaded areas but requires a dry environment. Yet, no matter how he looks at the surroundings, they do not seem to meet that condition. Heng rides on the dragon snake lizard and moves forward, while the treasure-hunting beast flies alongside them. He thinks that ever since this little creature learned to fly after digesting the floating secret stone, it no longer enjoys being held. They land on the ground, and Heng notes that it is a perfect balance. The beast weighs more than 20 pounds, and holding it for long periods truly becomes difficult. He looks around and asks what this place is. Upon noticing something, he thinks there must be something hidden beneath the surface. The treasure hunter moves ahead, while Heng considers the possibility of a dry environment and water currents, perhaps both. They approach a waterfall as the treasure hunter points in a direction. Heng asks what that is. As he examines the scene, he recalls information from the Black Lantern Castle guidebook. This plant is identified as molt grass. However, according to the ancient dragon scripture, it has been revered as the most famous flood dragon grass in the world. Flood dragon grass is a peculiar plant that forms from the bone marrow of a fallen giant dragon, nourished over thousands of years in a specific environment. When consumed, a creature with weak dragon blood can undergo transformation into a dragon known as Jialong. The older the grass, the higher the likelihood of successful transformation. Its color progresses from green to light purple, then to deep purple, and finally dark purple, changing once every 10 years. It also grows one additional leaf every 7 years. Heng stares at the grass with excitement, thinking it is truly astonishing. Suddenly, a noise is heard, and they instinctively look in its direction, startled. The treasure hunter clings to Heng in fear. Heng tells the dragon snake lizard that the situation is bad and commands it to run quickly. They hide quickly behind the rocks. Heng looks toward the source and realizes he has been careless. In regions where flood dragon grass grows, many creatures of the Jialong genus tend to be entrenched and hunt nearby. These creatures protect the grass until it matures so they can devour it. They also use such areas to hide from predators. Heng thinks it is only natural for a place like this to attract coveters. Suddenly, a giant ulay toad appears. Heng identifies it and thinks it is a ulay toad, one of the top-tier, extremely dangerous species. It is known for its water, lightning, and poison techniques. Judging by its appearance, it seems to have reached full maturity. The toad fixates on the grass and leaps to consume it. However, a massive crocodile emerges from the water to intercept it. Heng watches the scene in shock, thinking that a giant crocodile is lurking in the deep pool. a super dangerous aquatic species known for its use of water, evil, beast, and power-based techniques. This one clearly appears to have reached its growth limit. The crocodile attacks the toad, and Heng thinks how tragic the situation is. There is no way to escape by air. The Yule toad seems doomed. The Yule toad retaliates by unleashing a lightning attack on the crocodile. The crocodile submerges again and launches a counterattack with its tail, but the Yule toad manages to dodge the strike just in time. Heng sees the scene unfold and thinks this is a clash between two top-tier, extremely dangerous species. Unfortunately, the Yule toad's initial move has been too limited, leaving it unable to counter the crocodile's assault. Heng is shocked by the sheer intensity of the lightning strike and wonders what kind of power it could be. The Yule toad unleashes another burst of lightning upon the crocodile. Heng watches in astonishment, thinking the voltage is terrifying. The crocodile is injured by the force of the attack. Even Heng, the dragon snake lizard, and the treasure hunter are affected by the residual shockwave. The Yule toad's strike not only knocks the crocodile unconscious, but also kills all the fish in the pond. Heng reflects on the outcome, thinking he never imagined it would turn out this way. The blood forest proves to be far more perilous than expected. He sighs, believing he may not be able to obtain the flood dragon grass after all. As the Yule toad approaches the grass, eyes locked on it, preparing to devour it, the crocodile suddenly awakens and launches a surprise attack. The Yule toad tries to escape, but the crocodile bites one of its legs and severs it. Heng thinks the crocodile is truly ruthless. It withstands a barrage of powerful attacks, then pretends to be dead and seizes the moment to strike. Such is the brutality of battles between top-tier dangerous species. The Yule toad limps away, and the crocodile pursues it. Both creatures disappear in another direction. Heng watches and asks if they have really left. Without wasting a moment, he quickly plucks the flood dragon grass. He thinks the process felt like a dream, but he has obtained it, and right now, the most important thing is to run as far as possible. He takes off running immediately while the dragon snake lizard and the treasure hunter glance at him. Meanwhile, the crocodile kills the Yule toad and tears off its other leg. Catching the scent of the flood dragon grass, it sniffs the air and scans the area. Heng mounts the dragon snake lizard and flies away, but the scent of the grass continues to spread. The crocodile begins to chase them and unleashes a powerful blast. The treasure hunter urgently signals Heng to look behind. Heng questions how this is possible. It has already been several dozen kilometers, so why are they still being chased? Then he realizes the reason: it's the scent. The dragon snake lizard also begins reacting to the aroma with visible hunger. Heng taps his forehead, thinking he has underestimated the attraction of herbs to dragon-type creatures. He tells the dragon snake lizard to come on and open its mouth. The creature devours the grass and roars, speeding up dramatically. Heng and the treasure hunter panic at the sudden burst of speed. Heng asks if the herb actually has an acceleration effect. The treasure hunter becomes emotional, and Heng realizes something. He has forgotten that the treasure hunting beast has already transformed into a dragon. It also belongs to the dragon family. He tells the treasure hunter that he has done an excellent job with the hunt. He is the finest harnessed beast he has ever encountered. He assures him not to worry. If anything else is found, it will be given to him first. The treasure hunter looks away with a hint of annoyance. Heng urges him to pull the hook, asking when he has ever lied to him. They both seal the promise with a pinky swear. Heng then holds onto the dragon snake lizard tightly as its body begins reacting to the flood dragon grass. Its transformation begins. Scales are sent flying into the air. Heng tries to keep the creature under control, but he is unable to. They lose balance and fall. Heng realizes the herb's energy is still dispersing and has no idea what it might attract. He approaches the dragon snake lizard to inspect its condition. He doesn't know how long recovery will take, and a solution must be found quickly. Opening his bag, he takes out a bottle of essence and states that this is what he needs. The dragon snake lizard is injured and currently incapable of moving. They must remain on high alert through the night. At night, he constructs a shelter for both himself and the dragon snake lizard. He murmurs that in the past, it has always been the lizard who fought to the death to protect him. Now it is his turn. He gently pats the creature with affection, feeling as though it is still a baby dragon. He reflects that from a scaly lizard to a dragon snake lizard, and now toward a terrifying species that surpasses even the super dangerous class. This is natural evolution. He recalls the years of growth and recognizes that each evolution of a harnessed pet is accompanied by greater peril and pain. One day, this growth will inevitably reach the limits imposed by its own bloodline. When that day comes, riders are forced to confront the difficult decision of replacing their primary harnessed pets. Those unable to keep pace with the rider's advancement eventually become a burden rather than an aid. At that point, the rider must tame stronger, more advanced creatures for battle and survival. Even someone as powerful as Master Zhu is not exempt from such choices. He remembers one of Zhu's weakest harnessed pets, the scarlet wolf, which no longer serves as his primary companion. He considers that whether the decision is made out of rational necessity or emotional strain, the severing of the spiritual bond between rider and pet inflicts a deep wound, one that scars both mind and spirit. Therefore, they are not completely abandoned or left to fend for themselves. Instead, they are placed in a special environment where they are artificially nourished for the rest of their lives. He continues to hold the head of the dragon snake lizard, gently resting his palm against it. He promises that he will do everything within his power to help it evolve. He truly does not want them to be separated. He sits beside it and glances at the treasure hunter, saying that one hit is enough. The treasure hunter throws a heavy punch at him. Heng winces in pain and mutters that the little one has a lot of nerve, declaring that he is done for. Again, they begin to play stone, scissors, cloth, laughing together. To their surprise, the dragon snake lizard rises to its feet and joins the game. Excitement sparks between them, and Heng wraps his arms around it in joy. He notices that its size has increased, and its body radiates greater strength. Measuring it, he notes that it has reached 6 meters in length, a clear sign of progress. The dragon snake lizard playfully pokes him with its giant claws. The narrator explains that with the power of the herb, the dragon snake lizard continuously advances toward full maturity, approaching its most perfect form. The painful and exhausting process of shedding its skin has awakened a new ability, dragon sleep. Exhausted, Heng falls asleep in its embrace. This skill, as described, is not limited to the dragon snake lizard alone. It can also be used to help other harnessed pets, and even Heng himself, recover rapidly from injuries during sleep. Having watched Heng stay awake all night to guard it, the dragon snake lizard hopes he receives proper rest. Yet what neither of them anticipates is that, at that very moment, their spiritual bond reaches its absolute peak. Simultaneously, great changes occur within the ancient dragon scripture, as new content is mysteriously inscribed. Heng slips into a dream and finds himself standing before the living pages of the dragon scripture. The next morning, Heng rides the dragon snake lizard once more as they resume their journey. His eyes remain fixed on the dragon scripture in his hands. He reflects that until now, the bloodline limitation of the dragon snake lizard has always been a problem he has avoided confronting. However, according to the newly unlocked content within the ancient dragon scripture, if the dragon snake lizard chooses to retain its original bloodline as its core, there are 37 evolutionary paths available for it to ascend into a true terrorist species. He considers the options. Among them are middle-level terrorist species such as the hammer-tailed dragon lizard and the electric-horned dragon lizard, both on par with the bloody Tyrannosaurus, the ruler of the Blood Forest ruins. The hammer-tailed dragon lizard is renowned for its massive tail, which functions like a siege hammer, possessing destructive force comparable to the main gun of a heavy main battle tank. The electric-horned dragon lizard, by contrast, is born with the innate power of lightning and possesses a sharp horn capable of unleashing lightning strikes. That single horn is not only a devastating weapon, but also virtually indestructible in combat. Beyond these, there are high-level terrorist species such as the hill dragon lizards, lava dragon lizards, and battlefield dragon lizards, whose power far surpasses that of the middle-tier variants. Among them, the battlefield dragon lizards are particularly notable for following a path of raw durability and overwhelming firepower. These combat-type dragon lizards, classified as steel and fire high-level terrorist species, are akin to mobile war fortresses. Their signature steel flame fusion technique, Metal Flame Storm, is enough to send terror through enemy lines. He acknowledges that for ordinary riders, and even for those at the level of masters, acquiring even a single method of evolution like these would be cause for celebration. Yet here he is, still struggling to determine which among them is the most powerful, as he continues reading the dragon scripture. Suddenly, something within the text catches his attention. He pauses and whispers to himself that this is it. The scene shifts to the interior of the Blood Forest ruins, where Heng rides his dragon while reading a book. He reads that if the dragon snake lizard selects the dragon snake bloodline as its primary form, 37 evolutionary paths become available for it to advance toward terrifying species. Among them are races such as the Mist Dragon Snake, Wind and Rain Dragon Snake, Ice Dragon Snake, Frost Dragon Snake, and Flame Dragon Snake, all classified at the intermediate horror level. As the name implies, the Mist Dragon Snake possesses the horrifying attributes of fog, water, and a dragon. It is able to ride the clouds and resembles a true dragon. He continues reading that, in Su Huan's opinion, this particular ability appears too flamboyant and lacks significant practical value. Therefore, it is immediately excluded by Su Huan. Other evolutionary options include races such as the Earth Vein Dragon Snake, Tinglong Snake, Zhenlong Snake, Thunder Dragon Snake, and Wind Thunder Dragon Snake. Although the Earth Vein Dragon Snake inherits the Earth-based talent from the pre-evolved Dragon Snake with great fidelity, the absence of evil-type attributes significantly weakens its overall combat capability, especially for a Dragon Snake lizard whose main strength lies in the evil-type domain. He reads that the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake, which combines the powers of wind, dragon, evil, and lightning, is ranked at the top among advanced horror species. It is described as a dragon snake capable of mastering wind and thunder with exceptional proficiency, and its racial potential is considered nearly perfect. Although the Bastion Dragon Lizard is powerful, it is excessively bulky, making the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake appear to be the ideal choice. He reflects that abandoning the defensive capabilities of the ground system in exchange for superior aerial agility and offensive techniques is a worthwhile trade, leading to the metamorphosis of the Dragon Snake Lizard into the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake. As he moves his finger across the book, a golden light spinner appears. He continues reading that the ritual materials required include one high-level terrifying dual-element dragon descendant blood crystal of wind and thunder, 5,000 milliliters of secondary dragon blood essence from the wind and thunder lines, one complete sound wind stone, one complete sound thunder stone, and 1,500 grams of wind and thunder essence. He then declares that now that a clear path has been established, the journey must begin. After a while, on the Moon Bay Plain, Heng sits astride his dragon and remarks that his good fortune seems to have run out. For the past 3 days, he has not encountered anything of value. According to the map provided during Mr. Liu's special training, if he crosses this area and continues onward, he will enter an unexplored and dangerous region. He instructs the treasure-hunting beast to activate vision sharing, and his eyes and body begin to radiate a golden aura. The narrator explains that after further assimilating the dragon transformation materials, the treasure-hunting beast has developed new abilities. With the blessing of spiritual energy, it can transmit the images it discovers directly to Su Heng's vision. He glances to the side and asks what it is that he sees, a tree running forward with dragons in pursuit. Assessing the situation, he deduces that there must be 2 fiery dragon beasts with steadily growing demonic energy, and they appear to have just captured one. In surprise, he questions whether it is truly a tree and wonders aloud if trees are capable of walking. At that moment, the dragons draw near the tree, which lets out a scream. Heng remarks that the tree is strange and seems vaguely familiar. Sitting down, he begins flipping through the pages of his book until he announces that he has found it. It is, in fact, an energy-absorbing tree. The narrator explains that, according to the descriptions in the Old Dragon Code, records of the energy-absorbing tree are exceedingly rare in the world, as the species is almost extinct. The 2 extreme descriptors used in the text underscore the rarity of this creature, and such a level of evaluation is unique within the Old Dragon Code. The narrator continues that the energy-absorbing tree is not a species native to the known world. Its lineage originates from the outer void, where most members of the species spend their entire existence drifting in the boundless darkness, growing by absorbing various energy tides that surge through the void. Their lifespans are extraordinarily long. When they approach the end of their lives, they continue to float in the outer void in the form of seeds. These seeds remain dormant until they absorb a sufficient amount of void energy from the energy tides, at which point they sprout once more and repeat the cycle. This process continues until the seed form itself is completely destroyed. The narrator adds that the energy-absorbing trees, which appear in the known world, all originate as seeds from the outer void, carried into this realm through void cracks in secret grounds. Another reason for their rarity is that this race possesses no ability to reproduce offspring. Heng closes the book and remarks that this is truly like finding a pillow when one is sleepy, for the ability of the energy-absorbing tree has the potential to greatly accelerate the transformation of the dragon snake lizard. He rises upon his dragon and considers that, although the energy-absorbing tree possesses no combat capabilities and was therefore captured by the fire dragon beast, its abilities are nothing short of extraordinary. The narrator explains that the energy-absorbing tree belongs to the 4 super dangerous categories within the void: magical, devouring, and evocation systems, and it is far rarer than even a mysterious creature such as the treasure-hunting beast. The narrator explains that the energy-absorbing tree can consume vast amounts of energy, store it within its body, and later manifest it in the form of fruit when required. Even a small piece of such fruit is enough to sustain a beast for an extended period, effectively multiplying the master's endurance many times over. Even more extraordinary is its ability to consume a sample, and then produce fruit with identical properties. Whether it is Xingligou or rare high-grade materials, as long as it is consumed, it can be replicated. This makes the energy-absorbing tree akin to a living battle laboratory for any trainer. Heng remarks that any trainer in possession of an energy-absorbing tree can easily establish a high-quality army of pet beasts. He then turns to the dragon snake lizard and asks how excited it feels. The dragon snake lizard's eyes light up as it smiles. Without delay, Heng takes to the air, urging him to move quickly and dig up the tree. After a while, the dragon sees the tree when suddenly a stone strikes the head of one of them, hurled by the treasure-hunting beast, which proceeds to mock him and hurl more stones at his face. The dragon chases after him in an attempt to catch him. Another dragon slaps the tree and demands to know what he is staring at. Suddenly, a spear hurtles toward them, but the tree swiftly retreats, causing it to strike the dragon's back with brutal force. At that moment, the Dragon Song Warhammer materializes above their heads, radiating a dark aura, and begins striking the dragon, driving him deep into the ground. Shortly after, Heng approaches, stunned by the sight, and remarks that it is truly worthy of being classified as a top-tier dangerous species in its mature stage. Despite being struck by the Dragon Song Warhammer, it is only moderately comatose. Stroking his chin, he observes that the Earth's Spear Festival technique lands a direct hit, but still fails to pierce it. Just then, he notices the dragon snake lizard taunting the tree, while both he and the treasure-hunting beast prepare themselves with fork and knife, ready to feast on it. Heng produces a rope and proposes that they tie it up. After a brief struggle, he secures it to the back of the dragon snake lizard and declares the task complete. After some time, they all gather and sit around the fire. Heng rises to his feet, placing his hands on his waist, and urges the tree to step forward, assuring it that if the bond is established, he will have nothing to fear from the dragon snake lizard or the treasure-hunting beast. Extending his hand, he begins to project a golden circle, using his ring to forge a connection with the tree. The narrator states that the moment Su Heng's spiritual energy becomes linked with that of the energy-absorbing tree, a peculiar scene manifests in his mind. Suddenly, the tree appears wearing a shirt and glasses, greeting him with a playful "Hey, baby." Holding a microphone, it begins to sing, declaring that it was once an energy-absorbing tree deep within the mountains. Both the dragon snake lizard and Heng are taken aback by the sight. The tree continues singing, recounting how it lived a carefree and joyful life, roaming freely, until one day, during one of its wanderings, it was spotted and captured instantly. Singing further, it confesses that it was panicked, frightened, and utterly helpless. Heng, still bewildered, asks whether the tree is a hip-hop singer. He begins pouring food from a sack and says that this is the high-energy food of the treasure-hunting beast, and if the tree enjoys it, he can even have the dragon snake lizard's portion later. Pointing to the food, he explains that it is delicious and promises that if the tree becomes his harnessed beast, it will be able to enjoy such full meals for the rest of its life. The tree replies that although the food is indeed delicious, its answer is no. Heng then turns to the dragon snake lizard and the treasure-hunting beast, points at the tree, and declares its refusal. He adds that, by the way, there will be no more dinner for the two of them, as the energy-absorbing tree has already consumed it all. Enraged, they both attack the tree with glowing red eyes. Heng stands casually to the side, inserting a finger into his ear, sipping water, and wondering whether his plan will work. Suddenly, he recalls something, retrieves a packet, and exclaims that he has the bloodline incense, wondering how he could have forgotten it. Producing a bottle, he opens it, and the scent of the bloodline incense begins to spread. Inhaling deeply, he remarks on its rich fragrance before turning to the tree and advising that it would be better for it to simply submit. After a while, Heng pours the bloodline incense onto the ground near the tree. The narrator explains that once the bloodline incense is poured over the energy-absorbing tree, both Su Heng and the tree are drawn into an illusion created by its power. The narrator continues, describing how Su Heng experiences the sensation of having transformed into a mature energy-absorbing tree, drifting in an endless void. One day within this illusion, Su Heng beholds a colorful seed, which turns out to be the energy-absorbing tree itself. The tree extends its hands and catches the seed. The narrator recounts that the nature-bound Su Heng decides to take root upon a meteorite in the void, caring for the energy-absorbing tree as though he were its father, eventually becoming the closest being to it. After some time, they both brighten with joy, and Heng proposes to the tree that they form a contract. Overjoyed, the tree calls him daddy and extends its hand toward his, whereupon a powerful golden light radiates, and his eyes begin to shine so intensely that the brightness irritates the eyes of those nearby. Observing his own hand with gleaming eyes, Heng remarks that this energy-absorbing tree appears to be at the final stage of its growth, and that the spiritual energy replenishment from the contract has unexpectedly brought it to the point where its eyes shine with such brilliance. The narrator explains that the ability to emit light from the eyes is a phenomenon attainable at a certain stage of spiritual cultivation. Reaching this stage signifies that a writer has fully stabilized their cultivation at an advanced level, and at this point, Su Heng's reputation as a genius becomes firmly established. Heng sits on the ground, closes his eyes, and begins meditating. After some time, he asks the tree whether, with its current strength, it can replicate the high-energy food he had given it earlier. The tree begins to shake, causing several fruits to fall. Heng picks up 2 of them to examine. The treasure-hunting beast immediately leaps onto the tree and begins devouring the newly grown fruits. Heng remarks that he can hardly believe the speed, noting that it seems they will no longer have to worry about food in the future. Placing his hand on the tree, he channels his power, radiating golden light. The tree responds that it has reached 1200 years of age this year and that replicating food feels utterly tasteless. It adds that it can instead produce all the energy fruits found in the Blood Forest ruins. The tree moves a fruit toward him and says, "Master Su Heng, please take this as an appetizer." Heng, brimming with excitement, accepts it, sits down with a book in his other hand, and observes that one fruit is steel-colored and shaped like a steel bullet, while the other is light blue, resembling ice cream. Reading with eagerness, he exclaims that it is exactly as described in the manual Mr. Liu had given them during special training. Examining the steel-colored fruit, he explains that the iron marrow fruit appears like a round iron ball, seemingly unrelated to energy, yet it is, in truth, a genuine energy fruit. He further states that, according to the records of the Black Lantern gathering place, only the Blood Forest ruins contain a large-scale iron marrow fruit forest. However, that forest is occupied by hundreds of extremely dangerous hammer-horned armored rhinoceroses, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to obtain an iron marrow fruit from the mouths of such irascible beasts. He tosses the fruit back, remarking that now, with the energy-absorbing tree, it is as if they are carrying the Blood Forest ruins with them. The dragon snake lizard catches it and begins eating. Heng explains that the greatest effect of the iron marrow fruit is that when a harnessed pet consumes it, a tough, steel-like film forms on the surface of its skin, and in the case of scaly creatures, the durability of their scales is significantly increased. Observing the dragon snake lizard, he remarks that nothing seems to have changed. Turning to the tree, he comments that they will need to draw a little more from it. The tree channels its energy to produce more iron marrow fruit. Heng then asks the treasure-hunting beast if it wants to play a game. Together, they begin tossing iron marrow fruits toward the dragon snake lizard, telling it to catch them. The dragon snake lizard eagerly catches and eats them. Exhausted, the tree declares that its body has been completely drained. Heng notices the dragon snake lizard's body surging with energy and emitting a powerful aura, confirming that the effect is indeed remarkable. The iron marrow fruit is extraordinary. The dragon snake lizard roars, releasing energy, and swings its claws to test its newfound strength. Hang pats its tail and assesses that its claws now possess at least 7 points of strength, and its defensive capability is already comparable to that of a mature dragon snake lizard's scale armor. He begins reading the book and remarks with surprise that the dragon snake lizard has been the first to reach maturity in terms of defense. He then speculates that if the energy-absorbing tree can also transform into a dragon, it would be extraordinary. Filled with excitement, he affirms that the energy-absorbing tree indeed possesses the potential to undergo such a transformation. The narrator describes the top-tier, highly dangerous species known as the energy-absorbing shield dragon tree, a tree-based guardian beast capable of converting absorbed energy into a protective shield. Another top-tier variant is the energy-absorbing blade dragon tree, an offensive beast that, with the tree as its main body, can transform absorbed energy into an indestructible energy blade. Heng observes that, compared to the first two dragon transformation paths, the third possesses little direct combat or defensive capability. Yet it is clearly the most suitable direction for him. The narrator explains that this third top-tier species, the energy-absorbing tree dragon, is a dragon-based support beast that gains 2 attribute enhancements. The efficiency of its energy fruit production is doubled, and the energy required for producing those fruits is reduced by half. The scene shifts to the interior of the Blood Forest ruins, specifically the Black Tomb Forest, where Heng walks alongside the treasure-hunting beast and the dragon snake lizard. The narrator explains that, in keeping with the principle that a thief never leaves empty-handed, Su Heng consulted the ancient dragon scripture and informed the treasure-hunting beast of the materials needed to transform the energy-absorbing tree into a dragon. Unfortunately, even after scouring the entirety of Moon Bay Plain, they were unable to find anything. For this reason, Su Heng altered the destination of their next journey to the Black Tomb Forest, which lies near the core of the Blood Forest ruins. Most of the grasses and trees that grow within the Black Tomb Forest possess a peculiar, dark red hue that verges on black. The narrator describes the forest as so dark and desolate that it resembles a black cemetery, hence its name. It is far more perilous than the Moon Bay Plain due to the presence of a vast and formidable insectoid population. Nevertheless, despite its extreme danger, it is a place that must be visited. The narrator explains that, according to the elders of Black Lantern Castle, many fearsome dragon species are buried in that region, and someone once harvested the dragon skeleton flower there, a rare treasure that can grow only atop the corpses of such terrifying dragons. The narrator further notes that Su Heng's decision to venture into the Black Tomb Forest was driven by a simple reason. With the aid of the energy-absorbing tree, the dragon snake lizard had finally finished digesting all the remaining energy from the scale grass within its body, and had successfully advanced to the mature stage. After some time, the dragon snake lizard places its foot upon a dragon's skull, and Heng remarks that now, with the acquisition of the level 4 enlightenment skill, Dragon Might's indiscriminate area attack, Dragon Spirit Roar, they are qualified to venture deeper into the Black Tomb Forest. Looking around at the scattered skeletons, he contemplates the remains before him. Later, while traversing the forest astride the dragon snake lizard, Heng consults the map given to him by the special trainer Master Lu and observes that the location should contain a shallow stream. He wonders aloud how it has transformed into a ravine. He begins reading the book and remarks that the stream has dried up and the gullies have deepened into a ravine more than 10 meters deep, damage that could only have been caused by a top-tier, highly dangerous species. He asks whether they should proceed. Upon reaching the cliff, he observes that they are now halfway through their exploration of this secret land and comments on how perilous it truly is. He urges them to continue but to proceed with greater caution. The dragon snake lizard leaps into the air and begins flying toward the inner core of the Blood Forest's prohibited entry zone. After some time, it engages in battle with a high-level, dangerous species, the green-striped python, and kills it. Heng stands between the remains of its corpse, opens his book, and notes that something is amiss. It has been less than half a day, yet they have already encountered more high-level dangerous species here than in the previous week combined. Closing the book, he reflects that this situation is entirely inconsistent with the information on the map. Suddenly, an enormous anaconda emerges behind him. Realizing the danger, he seizes the treasure-hunting beast and shouts for them to run. The anaconda roars and moves to attack as the system window notifies. Green striped python evolution. Green striped constrictor anaconda. Evil attack evolution technique. Flying swipe. Heng exclaims that the beast has undoubtedly reached its full maturity stage and orders the dragon snake lizard to run. The dragon snake lizard swiftly takes flight in an attempt to carry them away. Heng instructs it to go deeper into the forest and find a place too narrow for the anaconda to pass through. Suddenly, the anaconda crashes into a mountain and roars at them, its eyes glowing red. With a single swing of its tail, it shatters the surrounding rock. The dragon snake lizard dives into a cave with Heng and the treasure-hunting beast, and the anaconda spots them within. Heng assumes that the anaconda has chosen not to pursue them, reasoning that it must have fled. He concludes it's safe to assume that they have likely strayed deep into the blood forest ruins. The treasure-hunting beast chirps in response. Heng shakes his head, warning that if they retrace their steps, they will likely encounter the massive anaconda again. The beast chirps once more. Heng's eyes widen in shock as he realizes its meaning. The dragon bloodline treasure they have been searching for tirelessly for over half a month is right before them. The narrator explains that, with the assistance of the energy-absorbing tree, the treasure-hunting beast has finally advanced to the middle growth stage. The detection range of its innate ability has expanded from just a few kilometers in the early growth stage to a radius of 15 kilometers. This time, the treasure it senses lies more than 10 kilometers away. However, within this short 10-kilometer distance, Su Heng grows increasingly uneasy. Following the direction indicated by the treasure-hunting beast, he can feel a crushing pressure intensifying with every kilometer. To Su Heng, it is as if the roar of a ferocious beast is constantly echoing in his ears. Because of this overwhelming aura, no other dangerous species crosses their path, something that makes Su Heng both relieved and more apprehensive. Heng asks the treasure-hunting beast how far they are from the treasure. The beast points to the side and chirps twice. Heng senses an immense and terrifying dragon aura. Even at a distance of 4 kilometers, it nearly overwhelms the treasure-hunting beast to the point where it can barely fly. He remarks that this must be the territory of a particular, or perhaps multiple, top-tier highly dangerous dragon species. The scene shifts to the Black Tomb Forest cave lair, where Heng stands outside with the treasure-hunting beast and the dragon snake lizard. The narrator states that, in the face of potentially lethal threats from advanced super-terrorist species or even stronger beings, the reason Su Heng continues to advance is not due to overconfidence, but because he chooses to trust in the metaphysical certainty brought by the treasure-hunting beast's repeated successes. The narrator continues that, soon, under the treasure-hunting beast's guidance, the dragon snake lizard leads Su Heng to the source of the pressure. As the treasure-hunting beast had indicated, the place is devoid of any dangerous creatures capable of posing a threat. The narrator describes a nest within an immense cave. The entrance alone rises over 10 meters high, and its tallest point exceeds 20 meters, resembling the lair of a colossal dragon-type super-terrorist species. Heng enters the cave, shocked to find bones strewn everywhere. The narrator remarks on the startling abundance of white bones scattered throughout the lair. In astonishment, Heng comments that the lair is enormous. Noticing a pool, he inquires about it before identifying it as the Blood Pool Dragon Spring, remarking that he had not expected such a thing to truly exist. The narrator explains that certain dangerous and fearsome creatures, though less intelligent than humans, have also established savage and primitive civilizations. The Blood Pool Dragon Spring is an example of how such a civilization harnesses energy. The narrator adds that some of the most powerful dragon creatures construct a unique cultivation device known as the Blood Pool Dragon Spring, designed to nurture their offspring, enhance their potential, and increase the concentration of their dragon bloodline. The method of constructing the Blood Pool Dragon Spring is described as bloody, barbaric, and primitive, as it is created from the blood essence and life force of a vast number of dragon creatures. Heng asks the dragon snake lizard what it is waiting for and urges it to drink quickly. He declares the spring a dragon treasure. The dragon snake lizard and the treasure-hunting beast approach the pool with excitement and begin drinking its blood. Heng, standing with his chin resting on his hand, remarks that the process is too slow before saying there it is and commanding the energy-absorbing tree to emerge. The tree emerges, startled by its surroundings, but becomes thrilled upon seeing the blood pool. It declares that it is growing, and has already grown before beginning to absorb the blood. As it feeds, it grows rapidly, producing new fruits of various colors, and continues absorbing until the pool is entirely drained. Heng pauses upon noticing crystals within the pool and asks if this is a raid. The treasure-hunting beast, brimming with excitement, swiftly moves forward and seizes the crystals. Heng identifies them as dragon's blood marrow and remarks on their abundance. The narrator explains that, according to the records of the ancient dragon scripture, dragon's blood marrow is not formed naturally. Rather, it is a treasure that develops alongside the blood pool dragon's spring. It requires the life force and blood essence of a dragon descendant of at least the super terrorist level to produce such a treasure. In terms of rarity, the narrator notes, dragon's blood marrow is inferior to the dragon blood crystals sought by the dragon snake lizard. Yet the bottom of the pool is covered with a thin layer of it, amounting to nearly 100 yuan in value. To condense such a quantity, it is feared that more than merely 3 or 5 super terrorist level dragon descendants have perished. The narrator further states that producing so much dragon's blood marrow must have consumed the life force and blood essence of at least 10 super terrorist dragons. Heng realizes that this is an existence they cannot afford to provoke and warns that they must leave immediately. Suddenly, the treasure-hunting beast cocoons itself into an egg-like shape beside the energy-absorbing tree and begins absorbing the surrounding red energy. Startled, Heng realizes it has cocooned once again and is undergoing bloodline purification. He understands that the treasure-hunting beast has actually triggered the blood pool dragon spring's purification ability. He knows that forcibly removing it now would not only waste the opportunity, but could also cause severe harm to the treasure-hunting beast. He reaches toward the energy-absorbing tree to send it back into the pet inventory, deciding that he should at least secure the tree first and then escape as soon as the treasure-hunting beast's purification is complete. The narrator states that Su Heng is fully aware of the immense danger within this vast lair. In his heart, a voice urges him to flee, yet the events unfolding before his eyes cause another voice to echo in his mind, telling him he does not wish to leave. The energy-absorbing tree is retrieved, but directly beneath its position lie 2 enormous, mysterious, blood-red eggs veined with dark crimson lines. The dragon snake lizard reacts with excitement upon seeing them, while Heng, equally astonished, remarks that this must be the greatest opportunity they will ever encounter within the blood forest ruins. He instructs the dragon snake lizard to eat whatever it can and pack whatever it can within 10 minutes, adding that when the time is up, they will depart, whether or not the treasure-hunting beast has completed its bloodline purification. He urges it to hurry. Inwardly, he prays to his master and all the sages of Black Lantern Castle to bless his safe return, feeling confident that this time he has not disappointed them. After a while, Heng notices numerous crystals inside the pool and mutters in frustration. His body tenses, and in his agitation, he bites his nails, unable to calm himself. He sees the dragon snake lizard lying on the ground and asks whether it cannot eat more, remarking that there are plenty of crystals nearby. He places the eggs into his bag, stating that it is almost time to leave. Slinging the bag over his back, he is about to walk away when he notices the dragon snake lizard devouring a dead dragon. He asks if it is the scale armor of a top-tier predatory species. The dragon snake lizard points toward a location where dark energy is spreading. Heng is shocked and asks if it has returned. Declaring that there is no time left, he insists they must leave immediately. He quickly runs, calling to the treasure-hunting beast that it is better to fail at purification than lose its life, urging it to escape. He notices the cocoon of the treasure-hunting beast beginning to crack and declares that they should lure the other beast away. As the treasure-hunting beast is on the verge of emerging, the dragon snake lizard, startled, walks out of the cave. Heng asks if this is what it sensed earlier, then sees a colossal dragon before him, calmly feeding on plants. They conceal themselves beneath its tail, and Heng remarks that with such a cover, they might be able to wait until the treasure-hunting beast's purification is complete. He is confused when he hears a rustle and sees a surge of intense red aura energy sweeping forward, shattering the dragon's body into pieces. The energy slams into the ground, fracturing it with a thunderous explosion and hurling Heng and the dragon snake lizard aside. As the dust settles, a mature top-tier predatory species, the blood Tyrannosaurus, emerges, breaking through the protective shield. The Tyrannosaurus notices Heng's bag containing the eggs. Heng kneels on the ground, coughing, and remarks that such an aura must have been launched from at least 2 kilometers away. At that moment, the treasure-hunting beast appears from beneath the shattered rocks and lets out a chirp. Heng asks if the purification has been completed. Rising to his feet, he declares that they no longer have anything to worry about. Mounting the dragon snake lizard, he fastens the bag to it and urges that they leave immediately. The dragon snake lizard swiftly flies through the collapsing surroundings. The Tyrannosaurus hurls powerful spheres of aura at them in an attempt to strike. Heng grits his teeth, cursing that such an attack would certainly kill them if it hits directly. He then exclaims that the target is the eggs, realizing that the Tyrannosaurus is trying to seal the opening to keep the 2 eggs. He says they cannot keep them and is about to untie the bag, but the treasure-hunting beast places its paw over his hand to stop him. Just then, Heng notices a powerful wave of aura energy rushing toward them, triggering a violent explosion. The treasure-hunting beast immediately takes flight, while he is seated on its back with the bag containing the eggs secured firmly to him. The system window notifies that the purification has been completed, designating the creature as a mature and highly dangerous species, the treasure-hunting dragon beast. Heng orders it to maintain an altitude of 40 meters. The treasure-hunting beast responds with a series of chirps as it rapidly ascends. Heng exclaims that it is out of its mind, warning that the 2 eggs are priceless treasures likely to attract predators from the sky, and commands it to descend. In reply, the treasure-hunting beast releases a cascade of golden, shimmering sparkles that cloak them in invisibility before chirping again. Heng recognizes this as the treasure-hunting beast's talent for invisibility and questions whether it is a benefit obtained through the bloodline purification. The Tyrannosaurus hurls a powerful surge of aura energy toward them, but the treasure-hunting beast counters it as Heng remarks that it was a close call. Yet fortunately, the treasure hunter completed the purification in time. He adds that at their current speed, they should be able to outpace the blood Tyrannosaurus, which can only run on its hind legs. The Tyrannosaurus roars, gathers energy, and unleashes another massive wave of aura toward them. The glowing wave streaks after them, but the treasure-hunting beast swiftly dodges. Heng, shocked, exclaims that it can still aim accurately from more than 2 kilometers away. Startled, he notices even more aura attacks rapidly approaching. The treasure-hunting beast then employs its talent technique, Bloody Hell, to intercept the assault. Heng watches the attacks and mutters that this is not good. The treasure-hunting beast chirps and uses its talent technique, Speed, to dart swiftly through the barrage and escape. Heng taunts the Tyrannosaurus, which responds with a roar and attempts to pursue them. After a while, the treasure-hunting beast soars above a serene lake surrounded by beautiful trees. Eventually, it lands on the ground, and Heng tells it that it deserves full credit for their escape. However, he warns that next time, if it does not learn how to break, it should not dare to fly. The treasure-hunting beast chirps in response. Heng takes the dragon snake lizard out of his inventory and apologizes for troubling it, explaining that he needs to rest. After a while, the narrator states that Su Heng sleeps through the night, and with the aid of the energy-absorbing tree's fruits, the treasure-hunting beast, now formally called the treasure-hunting dragon beast, has fully regained its physical strength. The narrator explains that, according to the records of the ancient dragon scriptures, a purified treasure-hunting dragon beast is born with 3 innate abilities: treasure-hunting talent, treasure call, and mystical premonition. The first, treasure-hunting talent, was already possessed by the creature before purification. Treasure call enables it to lure certain rare treasures out of hiding, while mystical premonition serves as a significant enhancement to its former risk avoidance ability. In essence, as long as the treasure-hunting dragon beast avoids direct combat, it excels in the art of stealthy theft. The narrator explains that, in addition to the previously used abilities of invisibility and speed, the treasure-hunting beast, after purifying its bloodline, has also acquired a mystical skill of the dragon clan known as restraining the dragon's soul. This ability is somewhat similar to the ghostly phenomena described in ancient texts, yet it represents a new method of utilizing spiritual energy. It enables the user to gather the souls of nearby dead dragons for its own use. After a while, somewhere deep within the forest, Heng, in the form of an alligator, devours small malevolent souls to absorb their energy, roaring with exhilaration. He dashes through the forest, collecting more souls and rapidly increasing his points. The narrator states that, with the assistance of the treasure-hunting dragon beast, Su Heng becomes like a tiger with wings. The flood dragon grass, which once seemed like a rare prize, now serves merely as an appetizer. Treasures that he had once feared to seek out, or had been unable to obtain, now fall effortlessly into his possession. In the blink of an eye, it is nearly time for him to depart from the ruins. Later, Heng sits watching the eggs and recalls that, according to special trainer Master Lu, human riders enter the Blood Forest ruins to uncover this secret place, and it is strictly forbidden to remove young pets from it unless the pet has been subdued by the rider and a spiritual bond has been established. Otherwise, he will never be permitted to leave the Blood Forest ruins. He grips his head in frustration, muttering that if the eggs belong to a dangerous species, he will not be able to take both of them out at once, especially along with the energy-absorbing tree. He notices the treasure-hunting beast and the dragon snake lizard eating the tree's fruits and calls out to them. Approaching, he grabs them both by the ear and remarks that all they ever do is eat. He then asks if they cannot think of a way to get the two eggs out of the ruins. They approach the eggs and begin licking them. Heng curses under his breath, asking if they believe the eggs would taste better with the energy fruits. Holding his head again, he sarcastically wonders why they do not also suggest frying them for better flavor. Suddenly, he turns toward the tree, telling it to wait a moment, then exclaims with excitement that he has found the solution. After a while, the narrator explains that Su Heng's plan is inspired by the large green striped constrictor anaconda he encountered previously, as well as by the giant crocodile in the deep pool that had gone into a furious frenzy. Inspiration from the dragon snake lizard is also crucial, for these reptilian beasts share a common predatory trait. They swallow their prey whole and break it down into energy and nutrients through the complete dissolution caused by their gastric acid. This trait becomes the key to smuggling the two large eggs. The narrator adds that the dragon snake lizard measures 7 to 8 meters in length, comparable to a small truck. Yet swallowing a dragon egg more than half a meter long is still a challenge. Afterward, Su Heng intends to discreetly store the dragon snake lizard inside the sealed space without anyone noticing, a strategy he refers to as a nesting doll. Later, as Heng reaches for a fruit on the tree, the narrator states that the blue ice gel fruit is another essential element for the plan's success. As a dragon predator, the dragon snake lizard possesses gastric juice so potent that it can dissolve steel into iron, let alone eggshells, given enough time. The blue ice gel fruit, combined with the previously obtained dragon's blood marrow, will form a protective layer around the exterior of the egg, resolving the problem flawlessly. The narrator explains that if the energy-absorbing tree had not replicated all the energy fruits in the Blood Forest ruins over the past decade, the entire plan would have been futile. The blue ice gel fruit serves as an exceptional coating, even without processing. Heng squeezes the fruit, letting its gel drip onto the egg. The narrator notes that although it is considered the finest natural ice gel, few ever use it directly because it is far too extravagant. Heng glances at the tree with gleaming eyes before turning fully toward it. The tree, startled, reacts with shock. Heng remarks that things will be different with the energy-absorbing tree and begins plucking the blue ice gel fruits. Later, he laughs as he holds a bucket brimming with them. The tree feels as if its body has been completely hollowed out. Heng starts applying the fruit's gel onto the eggs, then adds some seeds, explaining that with the blue ice gel fruits and a coating made from a unique fungus found only in the Blood Forest ruins, the two eggs will be perfectly protected. He announces that the task is complete and notices the eggs shimmering. The dragon snake lizard's mouth waters at the sight. Heng notices this, picks up one egg, and tells him to open its mouth, warning it not to bite too hard or the taste will be spoiled. He tosses the egg into its mouth and says there it goes. The dragon snake lizard swallows it with a hiss, and Heng remarks that it is gone and entirely his. The scene shifts to early the next morning. The Tyrannosaurus roars upon seeing Heng and the others before him, declaring that their time is up and addressing them as three little humans. He orders them to hand over everything they have acquired in the secret place so that he can inspect it for contraband, assuring them that if all is in order, he will personally see them out of the Blood Forest ruins. Mayu places her bag on the ground. The Tyrannosaurus inspects it and states that she is qualified. Huo sets down 2 bags, and the Tyrannosaurus likewise declares him qualified. Heng then places a massive bag before him, drawing shocked reactions from everyone present. Heng laughs, remarking that he has collected a little more than the others. The Tyrannosaurus sniffs the bag while Huo and Meiyu silently wish for Heng to be disqualified. However, the Tyrannosaurus, though noting the abundance of items, still announces that Heng is qualified. Both Huo and Meiyu exclaim in frustration, while Heng, thinking to himself that this was to be expected, laughs. The Tyrannosaurus then instructs them to summon all of their pets, including any obtained in the secret place, so that he can inspect them for forbidden species. Heng curses inwardly. Huo releases his pets, and the Tyrannosaurus inspects them, declaring the Blood Moon Demon Wolf qualified. Meiyu also summons her pets, and he announces that the blood-chasing bat qualified. Heng then brings out his companions, the tree, the treasure-hunting beast, and the dragon snake lizard. Huo remarks that such a strange collection is bound to be disqualified. The Tyrannosaurus sniffs at the tree, which trembles in fear. Heng, equally tense, thinks that, fortunately, the energy-absorbing tree should draw enough attention to let them pass, silently urging it to help them get through this. The Tyrannosaurus declares the plant beast inferior, ugly, but qualified. The tree is stunned at being called ugly, while Heng relaxes, thinking they have made it through. Then the Tyrannosaurus notices the dragon snake lizard's unnaturally stiff belly, freezes, and says there is something inside it. Heng is shocked to hear this. Tyrannosaurus observes and thinks the heartbeat remains strong and vibrant. It is a powerful bloodline creature, a cub of his own clan. Heng thinks he still has his master's talisman, yet he is unable to use it, even if it possesses the ability to block the attack of the bloody Tyrannosaurus, along with the hidden necklace behind his back. He still sees no way to escape the blood forest ruins. Tyrannosaurus moves toward the dragon snake lizard with anger, thinking how daring those cunning humans are to attempt stealing their cubs in such a manner. He suddenly pauses, sensing something familiar, and wonders what it is, as it appears to be that individual's aura. The narrator states that in the blood forest ruins, the Tyrannosaurus race stands as an extremely dominant force. Not to mention the bloody Tyrannosaurus, there are 20 to 30 leaders of such beasts within the pack. However, only 2 are evolutionary bloody Tyrannosaurus leaders, the most dangerous and supreme among their kind. Although the race has yet to fully transform, its strength has already broken through the racial limits to an unimaginable degree. In his view, a single dragon could rival an entire race. On the other side resides the old patriarch of the pack, who primarily manages the pack's affairs and is deeply cherished for his fairness and benevolence. The narrator says that not long ago, a bloody Tyrannosaurus, renowned as the most powerful warrior of the pack, caused great unrest. This Scarface bloody Tyrannosaurus possessed extraordinary talent, yet he was no longer content with the title of strongest warrior, so he resolved to challenge the patriarch. The narrator explains that such challenges are a tradition within the Tyrannosaurus race, so the act itself was not objectionable. However, he resorted to despicable means during the battle, inflicting severe injuries upon the old and frail patriarch, wounds that have yet to heal to this day, and as a result, he was expelled from the pack. The narrator adds that it was later learned that after his expulsion, the Tyrannosaurus seized control of a vast forest in the northwest of the secret realm, far from the pack's habitat, and began hunting dragon races with relentless ferocity to create a blood pool dragon spring for breeding his offspring, a method long forbidden by the Lord. The narrator concludes that each bloody Tyrannosaurus is permitted to challenge for the patriarch's position only once in its lifetime. That individual had already failed, but his offspring, if purified through the blood pool, might grow to become the next patriarch. The Tyrannosaurus thinks he has always felt a certain strangeness, suspecting that Heng might be plotting something against them. Perhaps he should allow this human to take away the offspring of that scourge, otherwise, those scourges may one day turn against his master. He declares that after checking, he finds only food in its stomach. Setting that aside, he declares Heng qualified and gives him a thumbs up. Meiyu asks when the two of them became so familiar with each other. Huo agrees that it is unusual and says he must record it and report to the gathering place. After a short while, a portal opens within a forest, and Heng emerges from it along with the others. At that moment, Chief Zhu arrives on horseback and calls out to Heng. Heng sees him and asks if he came to pick him up. Chief Zhu replies that Heng should come with him, as the situation is urgent, and they will discuss matters on the way. Mounting the dragon snake lizard, Heng asks if the troublemakers from Sinfire Town are causing problems again. Chief Zhu answers no, it is a disaster wave. The narrator states that Su Heng is well aware of what a disaster wave represents. Although he has never personally experienced one in his 18 years of life, the collective memories and stories passed down for generations in his gathering place have given him a clear impression of it. Simply put, the disaster wave is a calamity brought about by extremely dangerous and supremely destructive species. The narrator says that these dangerous creatures, driven by various motives, attack human gathering places in relentless succession, like waves crashing one after another. Unless they are slain or defeated, they never cease their assault, thus creating what is known as a disaster wave. The most recent disaster wave to strike the Black Lantern gathering place occurred more than 30 years ago. In that calamity, not only did the former castle master perish while battling the disaster wave, but nearly all the professional level riders of the gathering place were killed, and the Black Lantern castle was nearly annihilated. Su Heng's master, Zhu He, also faced grave danger in that battle. The narrator continues that by uniting all remaining riders and troops within the gathering place, they eventually managed to withstand the disaster wave. In the end, because of his extraordinary achievements, unmatched personal prestige, and exceptional strength, Zhu He was elected as the castle master. Later, Chief Zhu rides his horse through the forest and tells Heng not to worry too much, assuring him that this time it is only a medium-sized wave, entirely different from the disaster wave that struck 30 years ago. He says that this time, the castle master, accompanied by nearly a dozen Black Lantern riders, including his senior brother Cao Nian, the second in command of the harness riders, is on his way to trace the source of the wave, intending to eliminate its cause once and for all to prevent a larger wave from occurring in the future. He explains that it is precisely due to the deployment of their supreme combat power elsewhere that the current strength of their gathering place is insufficient to swiftly extinguish the disaster wave, resulting in the present situation where the city is under siege. However, before leading his forces to trace the source of the disaster wave, the castle master had ordered the troops stationed along the 4 defensive lines to retreat. He says that all the troops from the Black Lantern defensive lines have now assembled upon the defensive walls of the gathering place. He adds that the withdrawal of forces from the 4 main defensive lines is regrettable, as it means abandoning the hard-earned crops grown on the plantations within the safe zone. Heng thinks about the plantations and realizes that this would mean his sister is in danger. He urges that they should hurry back to the gathering place. Chief Zhu tells him to follow him to Chanaim first, as all riders scattered outside the Black Lantern castle have already received the castle master's summons. They will assemble at Chanaim and prepare to rush to the Black Lantern castle. Heng agrees. The narrator says that it will take at least 2 days to travel from the Blood Forest ruins to Chanaim. Even though the dragon snake lizard or the ice lake demon horse possesses remarkable stamina, they cannot travel faster than a vehicle, as they must stop periodically to allow the pets to rest, eat, and drink in order to regain their strength. The narrator says that Su Heng, under the pretext of replenishing his drinking water, avoided Zhu Qi for a while and went to a concealed bush beside a small stream. There, he had the dragon snake lizard spit out the 2 dragon eggs and the other items it had swallowed, then hid them in a secure spot located by the treasure-hunting beast. The narrator explains that Su Heng's avoidance of Zhu Qi was not due to any distrust toward this elder whom he respected, but because he did not wish to reveal his secret smuggling of terrorist species cubs from the Blood Forest ruins for the time being. As for the energy-absorbing tree, Su Heng did not conceal it. Instead, he offered Zhu Qi a few fruits capable of restoring the physical strength of the Ice Lake Demon Horse. The narrator says that for a time, Zhu Qi was deeply impressed and held high regard for the young and promising Su Heng, giving him substantial guidance during their break. Naturally, Su Heng was not foolish enough to allow the energy-absorbing tree to bear energy fruits. After a while, Heng and Zhu arrive at Chanaim. Heng remarks that Chanaim appears to have been transformed into a major military center. At that moment, a guard on the roof waves toward Chief Zhu and calls out that it is Chief Zhu Qi, urging for the gates to be opened quickly. They ride toward the castle as Chief Zhu tells him to proceed. Heng follows silently. Catching an unusual scent, he comments on its strangeness and asks why it smells that way. He is startled upon seeing large quantities of meat and remarks on the abundance of raw flesh. Chief Zhu explains that before the troops advance, food and provisions must be sent ahead, as they are essential for the army's mobilization. He adds that the beasts must consume specially formulated food to achieve their maximum combat power, though what they see here is merely plain raw meat. When Heng questions this, Chief Zhu tells him that he will understand in due time and urges him to continue, as people are waiting for them. After a short while, everyone gathers around a table where the chief rider of Black Ruin City, Gao Zun, places a hands-free device in his ear. A voice speaks, identifying itself as Black Lantern Castle headquarters, and states that according to the castle master's previous arrangements, external support for this combat operation falls under his sole responsibility. Zhu says that the man is Gao Zun, a professional-level rider and the former director of the operations department of Black Lantern Castle, who now serves as the chief rider of Black Ruin City. Heng asks about Black Ruin City. Zhu explains that at the city's core lies the only location among the many vassals of Black Lantern Castle capable of producing energy crystals, Hill Town, and this is one of the reasons Black Lantern Castle has endured for hundreds of years. He adds that Gao Zun is the tough guy who guards Black Ruin City, and the ant next to him is Xia Yuping, an expert in poison. Zhu continues that she once single-handedly defended the energy crystal mine in Hill Town from an assault by hostile forces, commanding a lineup of 6 super dangerous species, and dealt a devastating blow to an incoming fully matured low-level terrorist species. Heng, startled, asks if she is truly that formidable, defeating a fully matured low-level terrorist species using super dangerous species. Chief Zhu interjects, telling him that if they have nothing to do, they should go out and help move supplies instead of standing there talking nonsense. They both, intimidated, immediately reply in agreement. After a while, Zhu steps onto a truck, handing Heng a large box of meat to unload. Heng asks how Black Lantern Castle is faring now and why he feels that Chief Zhu and the others are not in a hurry to leave. Zhu replies that rushing would be useless, as there is a significant difference between a large-scale battle and a small skirmish like theirs. Since they are dealing with a wave of disaster beasts, every detail of the strategy must be carefully decided. He adds that Chief Gao and the others are all seasoned veterans, so they can only follow their arrangements. Heng then asks why he has not seen Sister Hai Ju or brother Lin Zhen. Holding another box, Zhu explains that Lin Zhen has stayed behind in Rivet Town because its metal deposits are crucial to the Black Lantern gathering place, and they cannot afford to lose them. He adds that ever since Heng requested the blue flame tiger from the castle master, Lin Zhen has been wanting to thank him. They finish gathering all the meat onto a large cloth. Suddenly, Heng notices a shadow approaching, one that resembles a bear. He sees Haiju riding a massive bear toward them and calls out to her. A system notification appears, identifying it as a special terrorist species, the leader of the grizzly beast forest. Zhu, observing the sight, asks if this is indeed the leader of the grizzly forest. Heng confirms, saying he never expected such a being to come to the aid of Black Lantern Castle. Chief Gao approaches and greets the grizzly forest leader respectfully. The grizzly forest leader responds with a roar of spiritual communication. Gao assures him that the food has been properly prepared and will be distributed to the bear warriors who have traveled such a great distance. Zhu remarks that the leader of the grizzly bear forest was once a leader of the low-level terrorist species, but was cultivated to the rank of super terrorist species by the castle master, whose strength is truly beyond imagination. Heng suggests that this must explain why the grumpy grizzly bear warriors behave as they do. He adds that the leader of the grizzly bear forest likely possesses not only the strength of a super terrorist species, but also considerable wisdom. He then notes that it is no wonder Chief Zhu and the others prepared such a vast mountain of meat. The leader of the grizzly bear moves his claw and takes a meat box into his hand. Haiju dismounts from her bear and calls the two men fools. Holding boxes in both hands, she asks if they find them too heavy to carry. Zhu comments that, by some strange chance, Haiju has gained the approval of the firstborn son of the grizzly forest leader. He says she is simply too daring, otherwise, no one would entrust her with guiding the bear army. She grabs his ear and asks what nonsense he is speaking again. Heng believes it is true that only Sister Ju can command this army. The narrator explains that the bear army, having traveled from the grizzly forest, quickly regains their energy with the aid of sufficient food. Under the leadership of the grizzly forest's commander, they settle on the hillside outside the walls of Chaname and fall into a deep sleep. As a result, the entire town of Chaname is filled with loud snoring. However, With the impending battle, Su Heng will certainly not have time to rest that night. The narrator continues that, following Zhu Qi's arrangements, Su Heng and the others, Hai Ju and Zhu Yu, proceed to a secret passage behind Chaname during the night, which leads to a peculiar convoy. Later, Zhu instructs everyone to prepare and unload the trucks. The guards begin unloading the trucks. Suddenly, a helmet falls to the ground. Heng, shocked upon seeing it, remarks on its enormous size and wonders who could have such a large head. Zhu comments, guessing whose ill-conceived idea it was. The narrator states that, under Su Heng's astonished gaze, the Grizzly Forest's army of warrior bears obediently marches to the center of the convoy. With the assistance of the people of Chaname, they are able to don their customized armor, crafted from special steel. The narrator explains that upon seeing the gleaming blades of the armor and the helmet topped with a spiral horn, Su Heng has every reason to believe that this group of ordinary warriors bears, who have not yet mastered the use of energy, will be sufficient to fight alone against mature, intermediate-level dangerous species once armored. Heng, surprised to see the bears wearing armor, thinks it is quite a physical spectacle. The narrator continues that while the giant bears are busy donning their armor, the humans are not idle either. Under Gao Zun's plan, Zhu Qi and other high-ranking officials have centralized the armed forces of more than a dozen vassals, including those from Chaname and Black Ruin City, besides the armored units. The narrator states that 70 or 80 armored vehicles have gathered in Chaname, and in addition to the conventional armed forces numbering thousands, given that each armored vehicle constitutes a complete 5-man combat team, this amounts to an armored force of nearly 400 personnel. Ultimately, with Gao Zun and others included, the support force assembled in Chaname totals nearly 2,000 people. After a while, Gao stands in a vehicle and announces that today they will respond to the castle master's call. All reinforcements have been mobilized and have marched through the night toward Black Lantern Castle to break its siege. He clenches his fist and declares that the disaster wave is upon them, and their homeland is at stake. He affirms that the glory of their ancestors will bless them and lead them to triumph. He commands them to fight to the death and defend their homeland, then urges, "Let's go." Meanwhile, inside the armored vehicle, Waya sits beside Heng using a device. He introduces himself as Waya, the temporary captain of the 2nd Tactical Squad of the 4th Tactical Brigade, and says he will be Heng's comrade in arms for the foreseeable future. He expresses his pleasure at having Heng with them. Pointing to a picture on a tablet, he explains that it aligns with Chief Gao's plan. He shows Heng the screen and explains that Chief Gao, Chief Zhu, and Deputy Chief Zia will form a high-level combat power group responsible for managing the most dangerous sectors on the battlefield. Under their command, the entire combat force is divided into 4 tactical brigades. Currently, Heng serves as the accompanying rider of the 2nd Squad of the 100th Tactical Team within the 4th Tactical Brigade. The primary mission assigned to this unit is to assist the 4th Tactical Brigade in eliminating as many of the surviving forces of the disaster wave as possible. Heng reflects that compared to the 100th Tactical Team, Zhu Yu, who leads the army's main attack, and Chief Zhu have assigned him to the safest position. He states that according to the combat plan, the 4th Tactical Brigade is the weakest among the 4 in terms of firepower, and is not yet operating at full strength. Consequently, the brigade's combat missions are lighter and less demanding compared to the others. Their main responsibility is to provide support and mop up remaining enemy forces. He hopes that this mission will proceed smoothly. The narrator explains that, unlike humans, dangerous creatures rely on instinct rather than human wisdom when facing disasters. In other words, their intuition to fight, driven by the biological instinct to avoid heavy risks and seize easier opportunities, is no less effective than human tactical command. The Lord of the Fortress, Zhu He, leads a considerable number of high-level fighters to the source of the disaster, attempting to eliminate it once and for all. The narrator continues that Black Lantern Castle also adopts the strategy of contracting its defenses and firmly holding the city walls. At one point, the entire castle is besieged by dangerous creatures. After reinforcements are dispatched, the War Bear Legion from the Grizzly Bear Forest sets off. According to the battle plan, the War Bear Legion does not enter the battlefield simultaneously with the 2,000 reinforcements led by Gao Zun. The narrator adds that, given the chaotic melee and the intense outpouring of firepower, it would be difficult to prevent bullets and artillery fire from accidentally injuring these large warriors charging into the enemy. According to the combat plan devised by Gao Zun and others, the Mechanized Legion is designated to lead the fight against the disaster. The narrator explains that the mid to high level combat units hidden within the disaster tide are first attracted, after which the controllers advance to the center of the battlefield. Then, under the cover of the War Bear army, the Mechanized Legion moves in single-handedly. The narrator continues that they finally reach the base of the city wall, back themselves against it, and establish a comprehensive firepower network with the defenders of Black Lantern Castle. After a while, Y, inside the vehicle, states that to execute this combat plan, they must arrive at Black Lantern Castle before dawn to prevent the formation of a larger-scale disaster tide. Heng places his hand on his chin and observes that they are still far from Black Lantern Castle, and to arrive before dawn, they must pass through the dangerous zone. Suddenly, the vehicle shakes, alerting everyone inside. He moves the binoculars mounted on the vehicle's roof to assess the situation outside and notices an advanced horror species, the Fear Golem, appearing nearby. Shocked by its appearance, Heng thinks to himself that with such a level of coercion skill, all dangerous races should have been scared off by now. Sure enough, with the assistance of professional-level riders, the dangerous zone is no longer as perilous as it once was. He sees a bear appear in front of the Fear Golem, preparing to attack. He recognizes it as a secondary horror species, the Grimace Moon Bear, and realizes this is the first time he has witnessed a battle between horror species up close. He resolves to observe the encounter carefully. On the other side, the Fear Golem smiles in a way that confuses the bear. The golem forms several red energy balls and uses the talent called Fear of Death, then throws a large dark and red energy-covered sphere toward the bear. The ball strikes the bear's head and explodes violently. Heng is shocked and thinks how terrible it is that the Grimace Moon Bear cannot recover from the Fear Golem's terrifying skill, succumbing to fear until death. He considers that, as expected, the Grimace Moon Bear is a high-level horror species, a complex hybrid of ghostly, alien, and spiritual energy. Even when facing an opponent of equal horror level, it can kill in a single strike. The narrator explains that Gao Zhu's strength surpasses Heng's initial expectations, which bolsters Su Heng's confidence for the upcoming battle. Under the overwhelming coercion skill of the Fear Golem, the army crosses the battlefield one unit after another without encountering danger. However, to prevent the repercussions of the Fear Golem's coercion skill from affecting the ordinary soldiers, the Fear Golem has been positioned by Gao Zun 1,000 meters away from the main army. The narrator explains that the Thunder Hammer Rhinoceros does not possess a horn as sharp as that of an ordinary rhinoceros. However, this Warhammer Rhinoceros exhibits extraordinary destructive power. Each impact is accompanied not only by immense kinetic energy, but also by lightning damage triggered upon contact. The narrator further states that Gao Zun has positioned the Thunder Hammer Rhinoceros at the rear of the entire army, assigning it the responsibility of guarding the flank. In this way, even creatures that escape the coercion skill of the Fear Golem cannot evade the majestic Thunder Hammer War Rhinoceros, which stands like a fortress ready to attack and protect the army. After some time, Gao holds a walkie-talkie to communicate and instructs that all vehicle crews must stay close together and maintain the shortest possible distance between vehicles. He emphasizes that the upcoming section of the road is the most dangerous area en route to Black Lantern Castle. He insists on extreme caution to ensure passage without any injuries. He inquires whether Zhu has brought all his necessary equipment. Zhu, ascending a stair, reassures him not to worry. He emerges from the vehicle's roof, using his power to call out to his pets to come forward. At that moment, a tiger, a brontosaurus, Feng Qilin, and a thunder demon boy appear. Heng is surprised by the sight and thinks that, together with the Fear Golem and the Thunder Hammer Rhinoceros, a total of 6 horror species have been summoned. He wonders how many more terrifying creatures lie ahead. He is startled to see through binoculars that many crystals are erupting from the ground around their vehicles. He observes that these crystals do not resemble natural minerals and asks how Y feels. He is shocked as the road begins to crack and the vehicles lose control. Suddenly, a rockthorn riding dragon bursts forth from the ground. He notices the crystals embedded in the dragon's back and wonders how such a creature could exist in the dangerous zone surrounding Black Light Castle. The narrator explains that Su Heng never imagined such a beast could exist near the gathering place. He does not know until he asks Zhu Yu through the communication channel. It turns out that this plain is called the Rock Rift Plain and was discovered by the Castle Master 20 years ago. The reason the Rock Rift Plain has not been discovered earlier is due to the relatively hidden location of this canyon, and even more so because almost everyone who has ever discovered this Grand Canyon has died there. The narrator states that this is why it has remained hidden beneath the nose of Black Lantern Castle for so many years. The giant beast just seen is called the Rockthorn Riding Dragon. It feeds on energy crystals and rules the entire Rock Rift Plain. At first, even the castle master did not expect that only a little over 120 kilometers away from Black Lantern Castle, such a terrifying group of them existed. The narrator adds that, of course, the castle master is the first to survive and completely conquer the pack, which is the evolution of the top-level terrorist species, the Rock Spiny Dragon. Consequently, the Rock Spiny Dragon and the castle master make an agreement not to invade each other's territory. The narrator explains that otherwise, even if someone is as strong as Gao Zun, he would not dare to lead his army through this area. The Rockthorn Riding Dragon clan is naturally aggressive, and even under the control of their leader, they remain full of hostility. That is why Gao Zun summons all his main forces as a deterrent. After a while, Heng holds his earbuds and thinks that, since it feeds on energy crystals, is aggressive, and wears crystal-back armor. This is insignificant to the Rockthorn Riding Dragon clan. According to the ancient dragon scripture, this is a rather rare dragon species known as the Crystal Rock Dragon. He considers it one of the top 3 most wanted harnessed pets, one of the best defense-type pets. He reflects that it is no wonder he could not find any record of the Crystal Rock Dragons even after searching through his master's library. It turns out that in Black Lantern Castle, the Crystal Rock Dragon is called the Rockthorn Riding Dragon and is already present under the Black Lantern Castle. After overcoming this crisis, he resolves to find a way to subdue a Crystal Rock Dragon. He grips his seat, trembling and quavering, and asks if they are going to have to fight. The narrator states that the mission of this reinforcement is to support Black Lantern Castle, and they must avoid causing unnecessary losses by engaging in battle with these simple-minded beasts in the Rock Rift Plain. The Rockthorn Riding Dragons block the path of their vehicles. Gao steps out, holding a walkie-talkie, and thinks of Chief Zhu, hoping that he has brought enough supplies this time. He then commands the troops to unload. One of the vehicles opens its rear trunk, and numerous crystals spill out onto the ground. The Rockthorn Riding Dragons immediately begin sniffing the crystals and eagerly consume them. Observing this, Gao orders to continue the advance. The vehicles start moving forward cautiously. The narrator describes that after successfully passing through the territory of the Crystal Rock Dragons, no other dangerous creatures block the army's path. The road ahead remains clear, allowing the reinforcements to press onward. Finally, at approximately 4 o'clock in the morning, the forces catch their first glimpse of Black Lantern Castle. However, a chilling sight meets them beneath the walls. Countless dangerous creatures have gathered, forming a vast, dark mass known as the Disaster Wave. From within this ominous swarm, constant hissing and roaring sounds echo, creating an atmosphere thick with menace. The narrator explains that most of them are common races found in the wilderness. However, their numbers are vast, and the majority consist of beast and insect types. Within the mindset of the Disaster Wave, powerful and dangerous creatures occasionally emerge, spewing energy streams toward the 30-meter-high walls. The defending fighters stationed on the walls retaliate by returning fire, launching artillery into the attacking area and destroying everything in its path. The narrator describes how the two sides engage in a continuous confrontation. The roar of 2,000 reinforcements and hundreds of chariots attracts the attention of the Disaster Wave, which, having failed in its siege, immediately splits into a large swarm and rushes toward the reinforcement formation. After a while, a red-haired guard reports to Gao that 2 groups of the Disaster Wave are approaching from the 2 o'clock direction. These groups consist mainly of insect and beast types, with the 6-bladed sword spiders and carrion wolves posing the greatest threat. Gao observes the spiders and wolves through the screen and remarks that they are merely top-level dangerous species, nothing to worry about. Holding the walkie-talkie, he commands everyone that as the Disaster Wave gathers, they must target the 50-meter zone in front of the Black Lantern Castle walls and prepare to attack. He warns them to be careful not to damage the city walls, since the defenders and the attacking forces will be unable to fire simultaneously. He commands the riders and ground troops to exert their full strength and provide complete cover for the mechanized forces. He instructs the high-level battlefield warriors to remain ready to eliminate high-risk creatures at any moment. The troops respond with affirmation. Some fighters dismount while others prepare mechanized weapons and aim at the approaching wolves. As Gao commands, plasma weapons are locked, ammunition is loaded, and everyone opens fire simultaneously. The narrator states that alongside the roaring artillery fire, a large number of disaster wave creatures fall like wheat harvested by sickle. However, this effect is limited to the weaker sub-low and medium-level dangerous species. Massive beasts radiating unfathomable auras emerge from the disaster army, enduring the artillery fire unscathed as they stand before the charging herds of beasts and insect swarms. These formidable creatures share a common designation as terror species. Meanwhile, Heng remarks that these behemoths can withstand conventional fire without sustaining a single scratch. At that moment, the Fear Golem, possessing 7th level enlightenment and wielding the burnout light wave technique, materializes between the vehicles. Heng urges Commander Gao to take action. Besides the Fear Golem, the Thunder Demon Boy forms a green aura ball, preparing to launch an attack. Heng explains that the strategy involves first using the burnout light wave to slow the enemy, followed by the Thunder Demon Boy's group damage skill to deal significant output. Suddenly, a tentacle species bursts from the ground, spreading a disruptive energy. Heng recognizes that the battle intelligence of high-level terror species matches that of humans, as they seek to interrupt the Thunder Demon's skills. Just then, the Thunder Hammer Rhinoceros joins the Fear Golem and Thunder Demon Boy, together forming a level 5 enlightenment barrier called the Thunder Fortree around them. The attack strikes it but fails to break it. Heng questions whether this is the strength of a perfect pet controlling lineup and explains that the Thunder Hammer War Rhinoceros specializes in defense. Alongside 2 extremely lethal pets, including the Fear Golem, which possesses control abilities, they have easily blocked more than 10 terror species. The Thunder Demon Boy gathers his power into a ball, throws it, and causes a massive explosion. Gao commands all masters to summon their harnessed pets and join the battle. He emphasizes that insect pets excel in underground warfare and instructs that the maneuvering units must be carefully protected. Heng summons the Dragon Snake Lizard. The narrator describes that, faced with the numerous surging disaster creatures, this battle is bound to be prolonged. Although the exceptional artillery fire from the maneuvering units cannot halt the high-end combat power within the disaster wave, it effectively eliminates medium and low-level dangerous creatures, conserving energy for reinforcements and increasing the chances of victory. By positioning the maneuvering units' artillery and firearms in the center and holding back the enemy's high-end combatants, this formation has become a battlefield meat grinder. The narrator explains that controlling only the ground combat power is insufficient. The air weaponry and underground creatures within the disaster wave will never allow this meat grinder formation to hold. After a while, Gao declares that for the remainder of the battle, it will be up to the masters to take decisive action. He commands them to hold the maneuvering positions and eliminate the enemies in the air and underground. The narrator describes how the dangerous creatures of the chariots, pets, and disaster tide collide instantaneously. Additionally, insect-type creatures with many legs emerge from the ground, while bat-like creatures flying overhead continuously spit acid and hurl explosives resembling rotten meat. Consequently, the battlefield descends into chaos. The Dragon Snake Lizard demonstrates great power, causing the disaster-tide creatures around it to perish rapidly. Y, holding a gun, shoots at the species as Heng approaches him. Y remarks that luckily, the Dragon Snake Lizard is an ally, otherwise, they would be in serious trouble. Suddenly, Heng is startled by a rustling sound and swiftly moves aside as a strong aura of light passes between them. He thinks the Dragon Snake Lizard is vulnerable and is being targeted. Fortunately, Gao Zun had instructed him to come here earlier, arriving just in time to save the soldiers. At that moment, the top dangerous species in the complete stage, the bloodthirsty tiger, appears. Y expresses his gratitude for being saved. Heng considers that a fully advanced bloodthirsty tiger ranks at the second highest combat power level. It is naturally lean but possesses astonishing strength. Its defense is slightly lacking, though this can be managed. He advises keeping distance and using evil thoughts to bombard the enemy, avoiding direct strength competition. The Dragon Snake Lizard hurls a dark aura ball that spreads lightning toward the bloodthirsty tiger. but the tiger counters the attack and passes through the explosion. The dragon snake lizard swiftly closes in, launching an evil attack. The tiger retaliates, and they engage fiercely. Suddenly, more tigers arrive. Heng, shocked, counts 1, 2, 3, 4, plus the wounded one, 5 in total. He realizes that if they cannot defeat them, they must sway them, abandoning any respect for martial ethics, and the dragon snake lizard prepares to act accordingly. The dragon snake lizard is surrounded by tigers ready to attack him, but he uses the evil flying swipe technique, roars, and flies away. He then employs the dragon-powered dragon claw technique to strike a tiger with his claw. Again, he swings his claw to attack the tigers before standing beside Heng. Heng thinks this is not an arena ring. Although the dragon snake lizard's recovery power is extraordinary, in real combat, it is injury for injury, which is exactly what the disaster wave creatures desire. The bloodthirsty tigers are united by nature, and this blow will surely arouse their bloodlust. The tigers move toward the dragon snake lizard with glowing red eyes. The dragon snake lizard roars, using all his solidified pressure creating skills, dragon power, and dragon spirit roar, to attack and burn them all. Heng emerges onto the vehicle's roof, holding the handle of the top hatch, and says he will hold 2 for him, urging him to hurry and make it quick. He instructs Waya to have the Blackwalker armored and assault vehicles fire on the 2 bloodthirsty tigers on the far left. The rest will be handled by the dragon snake lizard. Y confirms he will get it done. The mechanized forces begin shooting toward the tigers, causing explosions around them. The dragon snake lizard swiftly charges toward the other tigers, slamming its claw into the ground, which triggers sharp spikes to erupt and strike them. After killing a tiger, he places his foot on it. After a while, Gao remarks that the castle master has taken in an exceptional disciple this time. He cannot believe that he can make his harnessed beast act against its wild instincts, employ tactics, and execute combination skills. Chief Zhu laughs and says the kid is truly impressive. He had surprised him back when he was in the grizzly bear forest. If it had not been for him, Sinfire Town would have fallen then. He never expected such a well-mannered child to be so fierce on the battlefield. At that moment, Heng stands on the vehicle, holding 2 guns and shooting at the creatures. Chief Zhu becomes excited and exclaims about the kid. He notices red points on the screen and asks if they are heading towards Su Heng. Gao replies that something is approaching. Suddenly, a centipede moves in their direction. Heng is startled when he notices a vehicle breaking into pieces and being tossed into the air. He identifies the creature as the 1,000-footed steel-armored centipede, a low-level terrorist species, and questions why it is coming their way. Just then, Gao communicates through Wakikiteki, telling Su Heng to concentrate on fighting the enemy, while he will have the fiery lion cover him. He reminds him that the disaster war battle is different from before. Many higher-level dangerous creatures hide within the disaster wave, especially those waiting to snipe high-end human combatants. Unlike dangerous creatures, it is far more difficult for humans to achieve high-end combat power. He says that without a deterrent from high-end combat power, mankind will undoubtedly be defeated. He can take action but must remain cautious. Just then, the fiery lion appears and attacks the other creatures, tossing them into the air using the intermediate terrorist attack technique. 2 flying dragons appear above the lion. Gao asks if he has started using air power yet. He forms a portal and commands the Thunder Demon Boy to come out. The Thunder Demon Boy emerges, spreading lightning. Chief Zhu stands behind Gao and warns old Gao to be careful, as attacks from above are fatal to moving troops. They must not be allowed to break through. The Thunder Demon Boy gathers his energy and fires arrows at the flying dragons to kill them. Heng turns back to see this and asks if this is the strength of Gao Zun's #1 main beast. Suddenly, the ground beneath his mechanized vehicle begins to shatter. Heng notices the breaking and thinks that the attack from above was merely a diversion. The real fatal strike is coming from the ground. Such skill indicates it must be an advanced terrorist species. After a while, all vehicles stop to rest as advanced dangerous species. The ground-killing squid emerge from the ground. The centipede throws level 7 enlightenment acid at a vehicle carrying fighters, killing them. The centipede, with glowing red eyes, hisses. Heng sees them from a distance and says that if this continues, the mobile army will be completely destroyed. He urgently calls for the dragon snake lizard to assist. He is shocked and remarks that, unlike the commander, Once the mobile army is defeated, all the soldiers present today will share the same fate, death. Suddenly, some acid falls on the dragon snake lizard's chest and burns it. Heng is startled and thinks they must retreat. Protecting them is the master's responsibility. The dragon snake lizard uses the spiritual energy technique, dragon scale armor, to protect himself and Heng. Heng hears Gao communicating through the walkie-talkie, saying that the tide of disaster is coming. What they can do is distribute the high-end combat power within the disaster tide and ensure none are killed instantly by the terrifying monsters. He explains that this is an almost endless war of attrition, and whether it is they or the enemy, the battle is destined to end with someone's fall. He urges them to press on. He concludes by telling everyone that this is all for today. They will live on in the nursery rhymes of future generations, and their names will stand as a testament to their ancestors' glory. The narrator says all the masters wear fluorescent lights on their bodies to assist the beasts with their full strength, and their figures in the crowd resemble stars shining in the night sky. Many species approach them. Heng says that he and Zhu Yu cannot hold back this terrifying species, not even with the dragon snake lizard. The centipede moves toward them to attack. Just then, Heng turns at the sound of movement and sees Zhu arriving with the grizzly bears, who sit ready for battle. He exclaims that it is Sister Zhu and the war bears, and they are saved. The grizzly bear moves to attack the centipede, tearing off its legs in a single strike, while the other bears begin attacking the surrounding species. The narrator says that from midnight to early morning, and from early morning to dusk, Gao Zun, Su Heng, and their entourage, together with the defenders of Black Lantern Castle, crush more than 2 lakh dangerous creatures. At last, when the fiery sunset is about to fade, the terrifying battle finally ends. The narrator adds that, as for Black Lantern Castle, 3 of its walls are broken, 20% of the city's civilians are affected, and more than half of the tens of thousands of allied troops assembled from Chanim will remain in this scorched land forever. The narrator says that when they entered the war, there were nearly 100 people in the army, but only 39 survived to the end. After this war, it will likely take at least 2 to 3 years for Black Lantern Castle to recover. The crisis, however, is also an opportunity for growth, as every corpse of a terrifying species is a valuable asset to any gathering place. The narrator explains that flesh, fur, scales, bones, and other parts are all excellent materials for crafting rare and unusual items. If Black Lantern Castle can fully absorb the benefits brought by this war, it is bound to achieve a higher level of development in the future. The scene shifts to the animal taming sanatorium, where a high-level dangerous species, the light pink flower, together with Sister Lan, uses their power to heal the dragon snake lizard. Heng sits nearby on a chair and remarks that the dragon snake lizard seems to be enjoying the treatment. He tells Sister Lan that her beast is remarkable, and that, in the future, if the dragon snake lizard is injured, he will come to her for help. She smiles and agrees, though she notes that the light pink flower may be a bit small. The light pink flower continues healing the dragon snake lizard. Just then, a man enters the room and tells him that Master Hua has summoned him to the inner fort's meeting hall, where the lord of the fort is present. Heng asks whether they have found the origin of the disaster. After a while, Heng stands at the doorway of the room and notices Zhu standing outside. He asks the master if he has returned. Zhu turns to him and confirms that he has. Everyone gathers around, and Zhu remarks that since everyone is present, it is time to get down to business. He explains that during the time they set out to investigate the source of the disaster wave, they encountered something unusual. Heng, holding his chin, repeats the words "something unusual" with curiosity. He recounts that at that time, he had been tracking the source of the disaster wave with his senior brother, Cao Nian. They had discovered an abyss resembling a massive mouth lined with fangs, nearly 1 kilometer wide and hundreds of meters deep. Within it, there appeared to be traces of movement from a mountain-like creature. They descended into the abyss in search of it, but found no sign of its presence. Just as their frustration grew, they sensed spiritual waves emanating from deep within the abyss and continued downward until they reached its very bottom. There, they encountered dozens of terrorist species and a vast number of dangerous species guarding clusters of strange, writhing maggots. These maggots were entirely black, their bodies covered in holes. Each hole released threads of spiritual energy, controlling the disaster wave like a puppet and directing it to attack the Black Lantern Castle, as well as several other major gathering places. He explains that those giant maggots are not particularly strong, except for the hard defensive shells of their bodies, which are comparable to those of super-terrorist species. In addition to their spiritual attacks, which rival the spiritual systems of top-tier terrorist types, they possess no other notable abilities. He says that together, they eliminate all the dangerous creatures at the bottom of the abyss, and in the end, he brings something back. He produces a spherical object and states that this is it. He places it on the table, and everyone observes it closely. Heng, startled upon seeing it, feels a sharp pain in his head and recalls the book radiating golden light. Thoughts flash through his mind. Disaster nest, thousands of years of extinction, Twilight City, humanity's last hope, and the beginning of the olden days. Only through annihilation will new life emerge. Everyone around begins calling out to Su Heng, who slips into the world of his mind. Master Zhu calls him again. He opens his eyes abruptly, visibly shocked. Zhu asks what just happened to him and helps him to his feet. Heng replies that he is fine. Master, perhaps it is simply because he has been a little tired these days. He has remained constantly on guard, holding his breath, and when he saw that the master had returned, he felt such relief that he could no longer hold on. Zhu places a hand on his shoulder and tells him that this time, it has truly been hard on him. He instructs him to go back and rest, assuring him that if there is anything else, his senior brother or sister will inform him. Heng walks toward the door, thinking that he still cannot believe the ancient dragon scripture actually originates from the future, from the final battle marking humanity's destruction, and that the beast egg is not the true source of the disaster wave at all. He reflects that this is merely the beginning of that era, and that these eggs, whose true name is disaster nest, never appear alone. Noticing a time clock on it, he mutters that this marks the beginning of the darkest era of mankind. The narrator explains that the nest is a dreadful war weapon created by beings known as taboos. Once hatched, the nest becomes the colossal creature the master had failed to locate at that time, capable of producing a continuous stream of dangerous creatures by consuming vast amounts of spiritual energy and resources. Unlike natural reproduction through male and female mating, the nest is an artificial creation. An army born from it does not require growth. They emerge fully developed, unafraid of death, and utterly obedient to the will of the nest. The narrator explains that what is even more fatal is that this type of manufacturing requires an extremely short time. The maggots the master exterminates are merely a creation known as split brains, nothing more than tools used to control dangerous creatures under their command. The future to which the ancient dragon scripture belongs is ultimately destroyed by the nest. Later, Heng punches the wall and curses under his breath. Holding his head, he wonders how he can possibly tell this to the master, and how he can explain that, as a newly appointed rider, he knows all of this. He is startled as he recalls the master's wound and realizes that the injury on the master's hand is a serious matter. The cause of such damage should be the nest chamber that encases the eggs. He secretly notices a dark aura spreading from the wound on the master's hand. The narrator says that the nest chamber functions like a womb, enclosing the eggs and generating a special type of energy to incubate them. While the chamber's direct attack power is relatively weak, the special energy it produces to nurture the disaster nest eggs is a potent enhancer for the nest itself. However, for human riders, that same energy acts as a lethal poison. The narrator explains that once this energy penetrates the bloodstream, it begins to corrode it. This strange energy is composed of a fusion of various forces, interwoven with soul, life, and death energy. It continuously erodes the rider's vitality until death. According to the records of the ancient dragon scripture, an ordinary person would perish within 1 or 2 months, a disciple could endure for up to a year, and a professional might survive for 2 to 3 years. The method for removing this energy was not discovered until 10 years after the disaster nest was first identified. Heng, holding his chin in thought, says that if he sells all the bloodline incense along with his savings and contribution points, he might be able to acquire the materials necessary to craft the antidote. Stepping forward with urgency, he declares that they must begin by saving the master and changing the future. The scene shifts to the black light gathering place within the bustling market. The narrator explains that for 2 entire weeks, Su Heng has been executing his plan to save his teacher. With each passing day, his anxiety grows, for even a single day's delay in addressing this strange energy would cost teacher Zhu a month or 2 of his life. The narrator says that Su Heng first sells all 68 bottles of bloodline incense at a discounted price, including the large bottle he once used to store the mother liquor. He keeps none for himself. He also parts with several rare materials he had retrieved from the ruins of the Blood Forest. His total earnings amount to 23.05 million steel grams, an undeniably vast sum. However, the narrator adds, it is still insufficient. In the end, Su Heng borrows heavily from every possible source, ultimately amassing 30 million steel grams. With this, he acquires 2 complete sets of materials, but the first experiment is ruined, leaving only one remaining. Later, Heng enters a shop and pleads, explaining that he has gone bankrupt, possessing only 2 sets of materials, and that to fail again would be an unbearable injustice. The narrator notes that this strange energy is the most difficult to neutralize because it contains both life and death energy, 2 forces that are inherently incompatible. The solution lies in transforming their mutual repulsion into a state of mutual promotion. After decades of experimentation, the optimal ratio has finally been discovered. Heng mixes a solution and murmurs that it is about to happen. He says that next, the potion must extract energy from the pebbles at the fountain of life and from the fingernails of the soul witch. He drops several pebbles into the mixture. The solution explodes, and he is startled by the sight. Picking up a crystal formed from the reaction, he asks whether it has worked. Meanwhile, the top dangerous species known as the spoon goblin is preparing soup, while Heng watches him secretly from the doorway. He thinks that the teacher's daily meals are prepared in the castle's private kitchen, and that the chef is his pet. The spoon goblin may not possess significant combat power, but it is a rare creature with extraordinary culinary skills. The narrator explains that, to put it bluntly, the flavor of the dishes cooked by the spoon goblin far surpasses that of any chef in the entire Black Lantern gathering place. However, aside from the teacher, very few outsiders have the opportunity to taste the spoon goblin's cooking, and within the entire Black Lantern gathering place, there is only one spoon goblin, and it belongs to the teacher. Heng recalls that, according to the old dragon scriptures, this creature has a weakness. He summons the treasure-hunting beast and points toward the spoon goblin. The treasure-hunting beast gives a thumbs up and winks before slipping invisibly into the room and discreetly dropping a few bottles. The spoon goblin, hearing the noise, turns in anger and goes to place the items back in their proper positions. Meanwhile, the treasure-hunting beast slips over to the pan where the goblin is cooking. Heng observes and remarks to himself that, as expected, the spoon goblin suffers from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. He feels confident that the teacher will recover quickly after drinking the soup and is certain the teacher never imagined he would be saved from a terminal illness in such a way. A short while later, Ju sits in his office, attempting to write something, but fails to hold the pen properly with his injured hand. Looking at his wound, he mutters in frustration that it will not last much longer and calls it madness. He admits to himself that he cannot reveal the truth to the younger generation, as, after the war, their hearts must be kept steady. At that moment, the spoon goblin enters, pushing a food trolley. Ju reflects that he does not know how long this kind of life will last, then chuckles, saying that children and grandchildren have their own blessings. When one generation of castle masters falls, the next naturally rises, just as it was in his time. He begins drinking the soup, astonished by its taste, and then freezes as he notices his finger regenerating. Continuing to drink, he laughs in disbelief, saying he never imagined the soup could have such a miraculous effect. He asks if the goblin has added any new ingredients today. The spoon goblin shakes his head and responds with a doolululu. Ju says it is strange and asks if anyone has been in the kitchen. He snaps his fingers, and the high-level dangerous species known as the Evil Eye Supervisor appears, projecting an image of the treasure-hunting beast secretly placing something into the soup while Heng stands nearby. Ju is startled to see Su Heng in the scene. After a while, Ju says that if it is Su Heng, then everything makes sense. He recalls that Su Heng created a bloodline incense capable of strengthening the bond between a rider and his harnessed beasts, and admits that he had once thought the boy was merely using his name to make money. Examining the papers, he remarks that he had been ready to give him a sound scolding, only to discover that the incense truly possesses miraculous effects, an achievement of great value for post-war reconstruction. He explains that Su Heng exchanged all his contribution points from the city defense battle, borrowed money from his senior brothers and sisters, and secretly sold materials retrieved from the ruins of the Blood Forest. In total, he saved thousands of steel grams, yet within just 2 or 3 days, the entire sum was spent in the market on strange and unusual items. Zhu admits that he had been considering whether to summon the boy for a stern lecture, but now it seems clear that Su Heng must have learned of his injury, spent all his money on the necessary materials, sneaked into the kitchen, and delivered the medicine to him. Closing the papers, Zhu asks with a faint smile what could possibly happen in the Black Lantern Castle that he, the castle master, would not already know about. He rises to his feet and remarks that there is something unusual about Su Heng. Creating bloodline incense is astonishing enough, yet he is also capable of healing injuries that even professional healers cannot treat. Stroking his chin, he wonders how many secrets this boy is hiding. Writing something down, he questions the point of overthinking and concludes that, regardless of what happens, Su Heng is still his disciple. He affirms that even if he were to lose everything, and even if his secret were to be exposed, he, as his master, would still stand by his side. He walks over to the window. After a while, Heng sets a variety of fruits on the table and tells Lu that they include fire fibrous root, red vine handles, ice lotus fruit, and blue ice gel fruit. Lu rests her chin on her hand and remarks that she should have come to him earlier to inspect his harvest from the Blood Forest ruins. However, the aftermath of the city defense battle had to be handled first. Observing his backpack, she notes that his harvest this time does not seem particularly impressive. Heng explains that this is only the first bag, the rest are too large and are being carried by the dragon snake lizard. The dragon snake lizard appears, hauling a massive bag. Lu is stunned at the sight, realizing that this boy has completely emptied the Blood Forest ruins. The sheer quantity must exceed the combined gains of the previous 6 contestants. She thinks that this boy's performance is so outstanding that she feels proud on behalf of the castle master. She remarks that it appears satisfactory in quantity, though she is uncertain about the quality. Heng reaches into the bag and produces a horn, leaving her shocked and amazed. He explains that it belongs to the bloodline dragon unicorn, and that, upon examination, he discovered a remnant of the beast's soul still within it. Her shock deepens into utter astonishment at the revelation. Heng then takes out a vial and says it contains the dragon's blood marrow. He continues, retrieving more items: the eyeball of an ember dragon, a century-old dragon grass, and finally a stone, which he identifies as the starry fire flame stone. He then reveals 2 eggs, explaining that they are from an advanced super-terrorist species. She stands frozen, her mouth wide open in disbelief and tension. A memory surfaces in her mind. Before Su Heng's arrival, the castle master had given explicit instructions that, regardless of what Su Heng brought back, 20 different contribution points would be awarded to him. Even Chief Zhu Qi, who had overseen the grizzly bear forest for 3 years, would not have been able to achieve such a harvest. She recalls that she had even protested to the castle master at the time, insisting that all disciples should be treated equally and that he should not show such favoritism towards Su Heng. Now, seeing what junior brother Heng has brought back, valued at no less than 100,000 contribution points, she realizes the castle master was absolutely right. Heng asks special trainer Master Lu how many contribution points he can receive in exchange. With trembling hands, she raises 2 fingers. His eyes widen with excitement, and he exclaims that it must be 200,000. She covers her face with one hand and corrects him, saying it is only 20,000. He asks for confirmation and affirms it, explaining that after the battle, their gathering place is no longer wealthy enough to give more. After a while, Heng and the dragon snake lizard leave the room, and Lu waves to him. Once the door closes, she begins angrily tossing objects around the room, muttering that there is no need to bully her like this. She laments that he is a good kid and one of their own, yet wonders why she must be the only one bullied by Su Heng. Resolving herself, she hurries toward the door, declaring that she must speak to the castle master. Later, the narrator explains that when faced with the furious Lu Yu, Zhu he assumed she was simply jealous because he had given Su Heng the green light. While considering how to handle the situation, he told Lu Yu that 20 contribution points was a perfectly reasonable amount. After all, he could not reveal the secret that Su Heng had healed him. The narrator says that as a result, Zhu he was immediately met with sharp criticism from Lu Yu. It was only when she thrust the list of materials into his face that he finally understood the real issue. Staring at the list, he felt a flicker of concern over how he would explain this to the rightful owner of the Blood Forest ruins, Su Heng, who had, in truth, completely ransacked its home. The narrator continues that in the end, He, wishing to express his affection for his treasured disciple, chose to act personally. He took Su Heng to the warehouse and allowed him to take whatever he wanted, making only a token deduction of contribution points. After all, openly awarding 200,000 contribution points would arouse resentment, draw unwanted attention, and bring unnecessary risks to Su Heng. As a master, He was determined to protect his precious disciple at all costs. After a while, asks him to explain why his hand has suddenly recovered and looks at it. Heng replies that the teacher is a professional rider and adds that his recovery ability is certainly far beyond that of ordinary people. He thinks to himself that he should keep pretending and mentions that he has heard from the manager that the materials he wants are not in the warehouse. Heng then explains that he has exchanged some contribution points for a trip to the Blood Forest ruins and had originally intended to find some materials in the warehouse, but none of them were suitable. He wanted to see if he could exchange them for one from Ju walks forward and tells him to come with him. Heng looks around and remarks that it does not seem like there is a treasure trove there. Goes to stand in front of a mirror and commands Kibao Hua to open the door to the world of treasures. As he moves his hand toward it, Kibao Hua opens its eyes and responds affirmatively. Heng is shocked upon seeing it and asks what it is. Explains that Kibao Hua is his only pet whose race level surpasses that of the horror species. However, it lacks significant attack power and can only be used to store items. Then invites him inside. Heng leans forward, and as he passes through, he enters a red-carpeted room. Walks forward and explains that although Kibao Hua possesses limited offensive capabilities, its defensive strength and security are exceptionally outstanding. Without permission, even if someone were to destroy the entire Kibao painting, they would still be unable to enter its internal space. He adds that, of course, anyone capable of destroying the Kibao painting would need to be at least above the level of the horror species. He gestures to the surroundings and says that everything here comes from his personal collection, advising him to take his time. States that he will wait outside, and when Heng has made his selection, he should call out the name of the painting, which will then send him out. He also suggests that Heng should look in a certain direction. Heng asks if he means over there and notices many crystals. As he approaches, he explains that he has already gathered in advance all the materials beneficial to the dragon snake lizard. He remarks that although he may want all of them, 20 contribution points may not be sufficient. He decides to leave it aside for now, noting that his current objective is to acquire materials for transforming the dragon snake lizard and for evolving the energy-absorbing tree into a dragon. At that moment, he summons the treasure-hunting beast and calls it to him. He sniffs and is startled to see a dark aura spreading from the crystal. Pointing toward it, he says Mamoru. Heng notices it and remarks that it is not truly cracked, but rather that a majestic concentration of spatial energy has gathered upon it. He confirms that this is indeed the crystallization of the Void Dragonborn bloodline. He admits that he did not expect the teacher's treasure trove to contain such a thing and moves closer to examine it. The treasure-hunting beast reacts in shock and again says Mamoru. Heng notices an aura spreading from its body toward another crystal. Approaching it, he asks if this is the one. The treasure-hunting beast replies with another Mamoru. Heng reaches out to pick it up and confirms that it is indeed the material required for the dragon snake lizard to evolve into an advanced horror species. He remarks that even inanimate objects can possess such power and asks whether there are any other materials present. After a short while, asks if he has really made his choice so quickly. He thinks to himself that he must be a master who truly understands his students, since the items he has prepared for Su Heng should all be of great use, otherwise, Heng would not have decided so swiftly. Placing his hand on Heng's shoulder, says they should see what he has chosen. Heng replies that he has selected 2 items, though he is unsure whether his contribution points will be sufficient for the exchange. Examines the items and remarks that both the Wind and Thunder Essence and the Void Dragonborn Crystal are extremely dangerous materials, and if they are not handled properly, they could cause serious trouble. He asks if he is certain that he wants to exchange them. Heng thinks to himself that he has made a mistake. He was so focused on making the exchange that, given his current status, it might not be reasonable to take these items directly. Zhu then says that since he has always acted cautiously, there should not be any problems. He asks, by the way, if he is sure he only wants these 2 items. Heng replies that they are all he needs, and if he took more, he would probably not have enough contribution points. Zhu is surprised and thinks that he is well aware he does not have enough, as the wind and thunder essence alone is worth 200,000 contribution points, not to mention the void dragonborn crystal. He notes that Heng has a sharp eye, having bypassed the items he prepared for him and choosing the most expensive ones, together worth nearly 800,000 contribution points. Heng asks if that is not enough. Zhu laughs and says it is more than enough, and if there is any balance left, he will simply charge him 2,000 points. Heng then suggests that such a good deal should also be offered to Lin Zhen and Sister Zhu so they can make exchanges as well. Zhu spits out in shock. He laughs, places a hand on Heng's shoulder, and says that he will have these 2 items delivered to his home later. As for him, Su Heng, he should simply focus on himself. He tells him not to worry about Lin Zhen and to make the best use of these 2 materials. As his master, he looks forward to Heng's performance. Heng assures him that he will certainly do his best. Zhu then mentions that he has checked Heng's 2 eggs. Heng asks what eggs he means. He recalls and explains that he is referring to the 2 horror species beast eggs Heng brought back from the Blood Forest ruins. He says that he could have kept them for himself, but instead, he selflessly handed them over to the gathering place. He adds that special trainer Master Lu approached him, hoping to return the eggs to him, but he refused. Breeding them in the Blood Pool Dragon Spring, he explains, is different from normal growth and will imbue the beasts with a thick, fierce, and hostile aura. A single moment of carelessness could cause irreversible damage to the rider's soul, and this is a risk that only professional level riders can handle. That, he concludes, is precisely why he is still withholding the eggs. He says that the vitality of those 2 dragon eggs is far greater than that of the cubs of high-level horror species and is almost equal to that of the top-level horror species. He believes the owner of those eggs had been on the verge of breaking through the shackles of the racial barrier and advancing to an even higher stage. Pulling at his cheek, he remarks that he is an exceptionally lucky boy. The owner had not caught him, or else, even with 9 lives, he would not have been able to escape. He begins walking and explains that the current condition of those 2 eggs is not promising. Their nourishment from the Blood Pool Dragon Spring has been interrupted for too long, causing their vitality to weaken severely. If no solution is found, they will die. Heng is shocked upon hearing this, holds his head, and thinks it would be a great pity if such a loss were to occur. He wonders whether the ancient dragon scripture contains any remedy. He observes him, thinks that perhaps the boy has been hit too hard by the news, though it should not be so. But then again, it is likely the first time this naive boy has ever encountered the eggs of a horror species. He slams a hand on Heng's shoulder and tells him that a disciple's business is his master's business. He advises him not to be upset, assuring him that his master is already taking care of the 2 eggs, and tells him to follow. He opens the door to a room from which a dark aura spreads. Heng notices the eggs surrounded by red crystals, absorbing energy from them, and asks what it is. Zhu explains that he has simulated the effect of the Blood Pool Dragon Spring using 4 strange objects, the remnants of 4 pillars, and the remains of numerous horror species corpses, in an attempt to help the 2 eggs regain their vitality. He adds that, so far, the results have been promising. Heng observes the surroundings, notices him moving towards something covered, and thinks to himself that the dragon's power emanating from it is so terrifying that, even though it is blocked by special materials, it still makes people shudder. Zhu removes the cover, revealing the living heart of a top horror species, the blood-winged snail. Heng quickly forms a barrier around himself to protect against the dark aura spreading from it. Zhu is impressed and praises his adept use of the mental barrier. He makes a cut on his hand, holds it out, and lets a drop of blood float as he explains that a rider can subdue beasts either by overwhelming them with spiritual power to force submission, or by inducing them to voluntarily enter into a contract through a high level of bonding affinity. The drop of blood moves toward the platform on which the eggs are placed. He says he will use his blood to incubate these 2 beast eggs, as this will lay the foundation for their future subjugation. The platform absorbs the drop in blood. He thinks that with his current abilities, it would be nothing more than a fool's dream to attempt to forcefully subdue those horror species. He cannot believe that his master is investing so much to pave the way for him. They watch as the condition of the eggs improves. Zhu explains that the 2 dragon eggs are still a couple of years from hatching, anywhere from 1 or 2 to 3 years, and that he will come in from time to time to replenish their energy, handing them over to Heng when they hatch. Heng tells him that when these 2 dragon eggs hatch, he will only need one, as he cannot use 2 baby dragons, so the other should be kept by his master. Zhu calls him a silly boy and tells him not to suggest such a thing. He explains that what will hatch from the bloody Tyrannosaurus egg is a special type of super horror species, and even if it is a top-level horror species, its ability to enhance his master's strength would still be very limited. He advises Heng to keep this kindness to himself. He forms a flame in his hand and asks who says he cannot use 2 baby dragon hatchlings. He summons 2 fiery men before them and tells Heng to take a good look. Heng is shocked and asks if this is senior brother Lin Zhen's fiery toxic man. Zhu explains that it is not the fiery toxic man, but rather its second evolutionary form, the super horror species fiery poisonous man, which has long since broken through the shackles of its race and is now among the most powerful of the top-level horror species. He says he has summoned them to show Heng that 2 tamed beasts of the same race can be trained to combine their attack abilities. If properly trained, 2 such beasts can be merged into a single fighting unit, attacking and defending as one, with strength far surpassing what they could achieve individually. Heng, surprised, says he did not expect his master to possess such methods. Zhu encourages him to take his time practicing, assuring him that one day he will become truly strong. Heng promises to remember his master's teachings. As he walks toward the door, he asks, by the way, whether Heng knows about Rock Rift Valley. Zhu says that, judging from the strength of his mental barrier just now, he should have reached the level of a high-level disciple. To be honest, he possesses a talent Zhu has never encountered before, but high-level disciples are only able to subdue special, dangerous species. He presses his head down playfully and says that the most he can do is attempt to get in touch with a top-level dangerous species, which means he is taking too large a step, and that is not good. He adds that the rock spiny dragon is still far beyond his ability. After a while, they sit in a room as Zhu says that he knows he is ambitious, and that the first beast he has controlled is a top-level, dangerous species, but the path to success must not be rushed. Heng responds that he possesses blood incense, a great deal of it. Zhu says that it sounds as though there is a chance, but the Rock Rift Valley is more complicated than he thinks. The reason he went to provoke those powerful creatures in the first place was that he intended to ride the rock spiny dragon. He explains that if those powerful beasts are controlled, the strength of Black Lantern Castle will also reach a higher level. However, until now, in the entire gathering place, only his 5th senior sister and his deceased 6th senior brother have managed to subdue the rock spiny dragon. He says that it is because the guardians of the rock spine dragon clan have established strict rules. The large quantity of crystals produced in the Rock Rift Valley is not the result of the dragon's presence, but rather the consequence of the existence of a terrifying species. It is a formidable creature, and Black Lantern Castle would have faced considerable trouble were it not for its docile temperament. He explains that the rules it has set are also connected to the protection of its clan. If he wishes to subdue the cubs from the Rock Rift Valley, there are 2 possible methods. The first is to follow the path taken by his 5th senior sister, defeating the parents of the young beast under the condition of using only one terrifying pet. The second is to allow the young beasts to achieve enlightenment and master 3 of the 8 innate skills within 10 days, as his 6th senior brother once did. Later, Heng remains seated, resting his chin in his hand with a puzzled expression, while Zhu says that now he understands why he has subdued the Rock Spine Dragon clan. But there are still a few riders in Black Lantern Castle capable of taming this race, are there not? Heng replies to give him 3 days, as he still wishes to try. He then asks if Zhu has developed any new ideas for a potion, similar to blood incense. He says that since Heng is so determined, he is also willing to try it with him. For these 3 days, Heng may use the materials in the warehouse and the equipment in the castle as he wishes, provided that he does not waste them. Heng stands up and is about to speak, but he interrupts, telling him to say no more and return to prepare, as he must also attend to government affairs. Later, Heng stands near a door and thinks that the teacher is such a considerate person. No wonder he is able to manage such a large gathering place. He had already guessed that he had experienced an adventure, yet he said nothing about it and instead opened an opportunity for him. Heng reflects on what kind of trust this represents and considers that, in the current crisis of the nest disaster, improving the teacher's strength is also a top priority. After returning from the Rock Rift Valley this time, regardless of the outcome, even if the old dragon scriptures are completely revealed, he will have to tell the teacher the primary method of controlling beasts and transforming them into dragons. The narrator says that, for the next 3 days, Su Heng is fully occupied and has no time to rest. As one of the 3 lineages of the rock spiny dragon, rock type, dragon type, and destruction type, it has mastered as many as 8 innate racial skills. The narrator says that the dragon training test lasts only 3 days, and Su Heng decides to focus on the skills with which he is most familiar, Dragon Power and Dragon Might, the 2 dragon-type abilities he knows best and that hold the highest priority. These are followed by the common rock-type defensive skill, Rock Transformation, and the destruction-type skill, Ground Stomp. Su Heng then begins experimenting with the creation of potions that can enhance skill proficiency, following the formulas recorded in the old dragon scriptures. He says that, fortunately, these skills are relatively basic and the materials required for the potions are not costly. This gives Su Heng considerable relief, for otherwise he would have felt as though he were draining the teacher's resources. After encountering only a few minor setbacks, Su Heng successfully produces a complete set of training potions. Naturally, he also prepares an additional set and presents it to the teacher. After a while, on the mountainside, Zhu rides atop a wolf and says that they are already halfway there and should take a rest. He dismounts from the wolf and says that his dragon snake lizard possesses exceptional endurance, and using its skills along the journey has not been difficult at all. Heng also dismounts from the dragon and remarks with a laugh that, although this creature has no other notable abilities, its stamina is truly remarkable. Later, Zhu places meat before his wolf and tells it to eat. Turning to Heng, he says that he is genuinely curious, since Heng insisted on not bringing supplies. How will the dragon snake lizard regain its physical strength? Heng laughs and replies that a mountain man always has his own clever solution. He summons the energy-absorbing tree, snaps his fingers, and says, "Energy-absorbing tree, let's begin." The tree produces many fruits, and the dragon snake lizard becomes visibly excited at the sight of them. Zhu asks whether this will be sufficient. Heng affirms that just a few of these fruits are enough to sustain the dragon snake lizard. Zhu, resting his chin in his hand, asks whether Heng would mind giving him one of the fruits. Heng tells the tree to switch to the E13 fruit, a food suitable for wolf-like beasts. Zhu, surprised, asks if it can also customize different fruits. Heng replies that, for now, it can only customize a few types, though they may be able to upgrade it later. He thinks it is better not to tell the teacher yet, as he does not know how the teacher would react if he learned that the tree can also bear energy fruits. Zhu feeds his wolf the fruit and says that Heng's harnessed pet is truly remarkable. Even though it is only classified as an extra dangerous species, it is capable of producing such extraordinary fruit. The wolf eats eagerly, clearly delighted. Zhu adds that even the scarlet wolf has praised the pure nutrition and abundant energy it contains, as well as its excellent flavor, something truly incredible. Heng approaches the tree and begins plucking more fruits. He walks over to Zhu with a bundle of them and says to take them, as he still has more. Zhu remarks that young animals are naturally dependent on food, and these fruits could be of great benefit in the Rock Rift Valley. As he speaks, he examines a blue ice gel fruit closely. The scene shifts to the Rock Rift Valley, where many dragons roam, their roars echoing through the air. Zhu sees them and says that it was the lava Tyrannosaurus that defeated these 3 in one-on-one battles. He summons a dragon with his power. The lava Tyrannosaurus, startled at the sight, quickly retreats toward a cave. Heng remarks that it is fleeing so quickly, it must have suffered a severe psychological blow. Watching it disappears, he wonders whether these are the super terrifying species that inhabit the Rock Rift Valley, and notes that the last time he passed through this place, he detected no aura at all. Zhu mounts his wolf again and says that he has already spoken to the clan's guardian. From this point onward, as long as Heng follows the rules, he will be safe. But his master can only assist him this far. The rest depends entirely on him. Heng mounts his dragon and declares, "Rockthorn Dragon, here he comes." After a while, Heng and the treasure-hunting beast sit on a cliff, watching crystal dragons in the distance as they feed on crystals. He says that he knows if they were to kill all those baby dragons, it would be exhilarating, but if they took them all back to the gathering place, they would meet a miserable end. He asks which one he should choose, admitting that it is difficult because he wants them all. The treasure-hunting beast chirps in response. Heng asks if it has an idea. The treasure-hunting beast points to the side and chirps. At that moment, a dragon strikes its head against a rock, staggers back, and then glares at it in anger. It charges again with full force, causing an explosion. Heng exclaims that it is incredible. A rockthorn dragon of this size is usually no more than 3 months old. Yet this young dragon has already learned to channel its own energy to attack at such an early stage. He examines the surrounding rocks and says that, judging from its earlier movements and the cracks in the crystal stone, it may have already mastered 2 major techniques, Dragon Might and Dragon Power. He thinks that he cannot believe the treasure-hunting beast's talent can also be used to uncover potential, and realizes he has discovered a true treasure this time. Heng notes that this baby dragon has already mastered 3 of the 8 innate racial skills of the Rockthorn Dragon clan. To pass the test, he will need to learn 3 additional skills within 10 days. He retrieves a bottle from his inventory and says that the difficulty is now more than doubled, but with the help of this potion, he can attempt the destruction skill first. He adds that there is also the defensive skill of the Rockthorn type, Rock Transformation, plus the speed-boosting skill of the Dragon type, Dragon Walk. He tells the little one that its parents have granted him permission to become its master. Over the next 10 days, he intends to teach it 3 skills, and he asks if that would make it happy. The Rockthorn Dragon bleats upon seeing his hand. He releases an aura from his palm and remarks that it has quite a personality, very disobedient. He admits that he does not know how his 6th senior brother managed it, but he already has a great plan. He summons the energy-absorbing tree and commands the tree to 2 food fruits, F0, Rockthorn-type dragon creature. The tree channels its power and grows the fruits. Heng plucks them and says gently that it is fine if the dragon does not wish for him to be its master. They can simply be friends. He moves the fruit toward the dragon and asks if it can try it. The dragon sniffs it, then takes a bite, and becomes amazed by the taste. It begins running around him with excitement. Heng laughs and thinks that this is a delicacy even terrifying species cannot resist. Covering his face with both hands, he says that despite preparing such a delicious reward, he still does not want to be his student. He then says that in that case, he has no choice but to leave. The dragon bleats repeatedly. Heng replies that if it does not like him, it should not force itself, but in his mind, he thinks, bingo, he has got it. After a while, Heng stands with the dragon inside a cave in the Rock Rift Valley. The narrator says that the first step in training a dragon is to remove its hostility and resistance so that it becomes willing to communicate with its master. Many riders are hindered at this stage, often wasting a great deal of valuable time because of it. Yet, when Heng glances at the time displayed on the military multifunctional watch, less than half an hour has passed. The narrator adds that Su Heng secretly believes that, at this pace, there may be no one more skilled than his 6th senior brother. Of course, if his 6th senior brother and the others knew he thought this way, they would likely cough up blood in fury. Heng says that he knows he is rushing, but there is no need to worry yet. He produces a fruit and explains that it can only be eaten after the dragon has learned a new skill. Therefore, he must begin training it to master abilities beyond Dragon Power and Dragon Might. The dragon circles around, gathers its strength, and slams its forelimbs into the ground. Heng observes the action and thinks, destruction type, earth stomp. What kind of terrifying talent is this, if it can master destructive skills merely by throwing a tantrum? He realizes that this means, as long as it masters 2 more skills, it will succeed. He tosses a fruit toward the dragon and tells it to keep up the good work. The dragon catches it and stares happily. The narrator explains that Su Heng originally believed that controlling the energy wave of the destruction system and releasing the Earth Stomp skill should be considered a relatively difficult feat. As a dangerous creature of the rock type, mastering the petrification skill should be as effortless as drinking water. However, in reality, the situation proves completely opposite to Su Heng's expectations, and a full 6 days pass. The narrator notes that the young dragon consumes many fruits. yet its petrification skill shows no improvement. Even the advanced potion for skill cultivation, prepared by Su Heng in advance, fails to produce the desired effect, leaving him deeply surprised and questioning what could be going wrong. After a while, Heng stands watching as the dragon strikes its head against a rock and remarks that training the petrification skill is actually very simple. He explains that one only needs to order the pet to continuously strike hard rocks to toughen its body. The pain triggers the instinctive defense mechanism, activating petrification to avoid injury, thereby mastering the skill. Holding his head with both hands, he laments that it has already been 6 days and asks whether the creature feels no pain at all. The dragon simply smiles at him. He then opens a bag filled with fruits and tells the dragon to come and take them. He holds a fruit and remarks that he had said the dragon would need to strike the rock 50 times in exchange for one fruit, then wonders aloud why it feels as though he has wasted 6 days on this creature. Distracted, he slips from a crystal and falls, causing the apple in his hand to be flung toward the dragon. The dragon swiftly leaps forward, catches it using the petrification skill, and slams down onto the ground. Heng rises to his feet and declares that this is indeed the petrification skill, realizing he now knows how to train the creature. He ties a fruit to a thread and instructs that as long as the dragon catches it, it will be his, promising to give as many as it wants. Spinning the fruit, he asks if the dragon understands. The dragon, brimming with excitement, nods. Heng then urges it to begin and thinks that with the rope measuring 4.5 meters, it will be impossible for the dragon to catch it without developing its skills. He throws the fruit, and the dragon leaps forward, catching it in its mouth. Heng exclaims that the dragon has now become his pet and that it is finally done. At that moment, Zhu arrives and congratulates him on successfully passing the test. Leaping down from the cliff to stand beside him, Zhu hears Heng ask how he arrived so quickly. Zhu explains that Heng's performance is exceptional and far beyond his expectations. Since the rock spiny dragon, who serves as the examiner, has confirmed his success, this young dragon now officially belongs to him. The narrator states that, upon witnessing Su Heng's achievements, Zhu he feels even more pleased than when he had acquired a rare beast as a pet, for it gives him the sense of having found a true successor. On the morning of the 3rd day after leaving the Rock Rift Valley, Su Heng, without relying on bloodline incense, successfully establishes a spiritual bond with the baby dragon. The spiritual energy feedback generated by the establishment of this bond also enables Su Heng's spiritual cultivation to advance further, directly resulting in the unlocking of a substantial amount of new content within the ancient dragon scripture. After a while, Heng opens the Golden Book and expresses his disbelief that there are as many as 35 possible pathways for the Crystal Rock Dragon to evolve into a true dragon. The narrator explains that, among the numerous transformation methods, Su Heng ultimately selects the one that allows the dragon to become a high-level, formidable dragon species specializing in defense. His decision is based solely on the fact that the required transformation intensity and materials are precisely those that he can realistically obtain at the moment. The narrator explains that the 19th Crystal Rock Dragon transformation method consists of combining a Crystal Rock Dragon with the heart of a mountain rock monster, the Heavy Stone of Destruction, the Ground Sinking Stone, 5,000 liters of Rockthorn Dragonborn Dragon Blood Essence, and the Heavy Rockthorn Dragon Transformation Ritual, resulting in the evolution into a heavy armor Crystal Rock Dragon. On the following pages, Su Heng gains access to even more profound knowledge, specifically, the Nightmare Seed. The narrator notes that knowledge regarding the nightmare species is exceedingly rare within the Black Lantern Castle, yet 11 detailed records of it are now revealed to him within the newly unlocked pages. Heng observes that, according to the existing records of the Black Lantern Castle, it should not be difficult for his master to subdue these two kinds of formidable species, given his strength, and their transformation rituals are relatively easy to accomplish. He proposes beginning from this point so that his master may obtain his first nightmare species. The scene shifts to the study room of the Black Lantern Castle's master, Zhu, who stands holding a sheet of paper and asks if Heng is certain he knows what he is speaking about. He remarks that, as much as he desires to possess a nightmare species, it is well known that the evolution of any race of dangerous species is the result of the natural process of survival of the fittest. He explains that while the energy of special materials may enhance the power of dangerous creatures, achieving the transformation Heng is describing seems rather astonishing. Heng asks if he has ever heard of the treasure-hunting beast. Zhu responds that they are mystical creatures possessing an innate instinct to seek out treasures and are extremely rare. At that moment, a treasure-hunting beast appears, chirping, which startles Zhu. Heng informs his master that this little creature is, in fact, the result of the transformation and evolution of a treasure-hunting beast. He explains that the transformation method involved a process similar to what is described in the paper in his hand, and that this is precisely what he intends to replicate this time. He adds that if Zhu does not believe him, he can accompany him to the treasury to test it. He assures him that he would not lie. Not only was the treasure-hunting beast transformed in this manner, but his dragon snake lizard's original species was merely a scaly lizard, and it too achieved racial evolution and transformation through the same method. Zhu strokes his chin and remarks that this explains how he was able to obtain such vast treasure from the Blood Forest ruins with the aid of the treasure-hunting beast. He asks if it is also through this kind of transformation research that he was able to heal his master's hand. Heng replies that disaster waves will occur again and will become increasingly frequent. He explains that after witnessing his master's injury during the last disaster wave, he wished for his master to strengthen himself as quickly as possible in order to face the next one. He asks for forgiveness for not being able to reveal the entire truth yet, but requests that his master accompany him and give it a try, even if only this once. Zhu responds by calling him a silly disciple, stating that disaster waves have been rare for decades and cannot possibly occur repeatedly within such a short time frame. If that were the case, their gathering place would have become extinct long ago. He adds that he doubts he will ever be so fortunate as to encounter a third disaster wave in his lifetime. Heng attempts to speak again, but Zhu interrupts, calling him a silly boy and pointing out that from the moment he entered, although he has been questioned, he has never been refused. He acknowledges his filial devotion and assures him that, regardless of whether another disaster wave occurs, he is willing to make this journey with him, instructing him to go and make the necessary preparations first. Heng, startled, bows and says that he will make the preparations immediately. Watching him leave the room, Zhu reflects that every rider possesses hidden secrets, and he is no exception. Judging by Heng's demeanor, this matter appears to be of great importance. He muses that the more powerful something is, the harder it becomes to discern its true nature, and in this case, the method of transformation, whether it is good or bad, a blessing or a curse, remains unknown. Su Heng is a sincere young man, and as his master, he must act as his guardian. He vows that he, Zhu He, will protect his disciple. Later, under the half-moon night, Zhu and Heng sit on a cliff beside a small fire. Heng holds a glass and asks his master if he is not being a little too strict. Beside them sit two formidable species, as the system announces their details: mature top terrorist species, Moon Bear, and mature advanced terrorist species, Ice Crystal Lion. Zhu explains that dangerous creatures have always respected strength, and the higher the position, the more this holds true. He reminds Heng that respect originates from fear, and it is fear that compels respect. Heng reflects that these two creatures are truly unfortunate. He had originally prepared bloodline incense, yet his master did not use it at all. These two terrorist species, having already established themselves as overlords of their territory, are now faced with the overwhelming dominance of their master. He likens it to the kind of severe beating one receives only after fully recovering, with his master subduing them until they surrender. He considers that, of course, if they meet his master's standards, they will be rewarded with special materials to enhance their strength. These two dangerous creatures are now completely under his master's control. Observing Zhu as he eats, Heng thinks that although his master consumes a great deal, he is unquestionably powerful and intimidating. Heng states it has been 2 weeks since they left the Black Lantern Castle. He points to a tree inside his bag and says 2 out of the 6 materials needed for the dragon transformation have been found, but only 1 for the Moon Demon Bear. Zhu responds that those are all the material clues he knows of. If all the other materials are to be gathered as soon as possible, their sites can no longer be limited to the Grey Wilderness. He adds that, after all, it is just a small land where even nightmare species are rarely seen. He holds his chin and remarks that although the Grey Wilderness, where the Black Lantern Castle is located, seems quite large, it is, in fact, just a vast land, a corner of the star-falling corridor plate border. He explains that the Thousand Peaks Ridge, The misty clouds, the red dragon volcano valley, and the oblique abyss, these four major dangerous areas, surround the gray wilderness in the middle. He says that if the world outside is to be explored, one of these places must be passed through. He recalls that when he was younger, he went to the outside world, which was too vast, and they were nothing but rootless duckweeds. After roaming around with no results, he decided to return to his hometown. He states that, of course, the experience has not been in vain, as many of his master's pets have been conquered in the outside world. He asks if he remembers the heart he once used to restore the vitality of the dragon egg, explaining that it is something obtainable only beyond the gray wilderness. He places his hand in his inner pocket and says that this time, in order to find all the materials required for transformation, they must venture outside. He then produces a map and explains that it is the map of the outside world, which he acquired during his years of wandering beyond the gray wilderness. Although it is an ordinary standard map, it always reminds him of the vastness of the world. He floats the map in front of them and admits that it is thanks to this map that he can never forget the awe inspired by the world's immensity. Pointing to a spot on the map, he asks if he can identify where the gray wilderness is located. Hang appears confused, so he points to a specific place on the map and says it is right there. Zhu explains that in the Emerald region, there is a land known as the Ashan Peninsula, and their gray wilderness is situated at the edge of this peninsula. He reflects on how, despite the immense size of the entire gray wilderness, it barely registers as even a sesame-sized dot on the map's surface. Zhu then announces that he will now take him to the Ashan Peninsula. He continues by telling Heng that they are approaching the Thousand Peaks, where almost every main peak is inhabited by a dominant group. After a while, they ride on their species as Zhu explains that the overlapping peaks ahead represent the shortest distance from the Thousand Peaks to the outside world. A population of diesel vultures inhabits these overlapping peaks. Suddenly, Heng is startled by eagles soaring above their heads. They quickly create a protective barrier around themselves. The ice crystal dragon lion attacks the eagles by hurling ice to freeze them, while Zhu instructs the ice crystal dragon lion to slow the birds down. He then sends shadow masks toward the eagles, ordering them to disorient the creatures. The shadow masks seize the eagles by their necks, choking them. Zhu subsequently opens a portal to send the eagles away and tells Heng that, although killing a few diesel vultures is not difficult, if their group suffers unconventional deaths, they will undoubtedly emerge and relentlessly pursue the killer in continuous waves, making it impossible to eliminate them all. He advises Heng to keep this in mind when passing through the overlapping peaks in the future. Heng acknowledges with a firm "got it." After a while, the narrator states that Su Heng continues to move forward under Zhu's leadership. Within half a month, the master and apprentice have climbed dozens of peaks in the perilous Thousand Peaks Ridge. Under Zhu's deliberate training, Su Heng encounters numerous battles. As a result, Su Heng loses a significant amount of weight, and his skin becomes noticeably darker. However, the muscles across his body become sharp and defined, while his eyes grow increasingly bright, giving him a vibrant and vigorous appearance. The narrator explains that the strength of the four pets under Su Heng's command improves considerably. Even the treasure-hunting dragon beasts receive Zhu's guidance and make substantial gains. Nevertheless, the greatest improvement is observed in the dragon snake lizard, which develops its first level 6 ability, Dragon Power Death. The narrator further explains that it is a domineering ability that uses the coercive force of the dragon's strength to directly destroy the enemy's brain, resulting in immediate death. Moreover, the ability successfully masters Evil Attack Brutal Speed, Earth Spear Festival Explosive Thorn, Dragon Power Deep Pain, and Evil Thought Breath, 4 level 5 abilities of the Evil Beam. The narrator states that, as for the Crystal Dragon, it appears to be growing rapidly under the dual catalysis of special fruits and frequent battles, seemingly evolving almost every day. Zhu remarks that in his long life of more than 60 years, he has never witnessed anyone grow as quickly as Su Heng. The narrator continues, noting that what surprises Su Heng the most is the abundance of plant resources in the Thousand Peaks Ridge, which also allows the energy-absorbing tree to undergo a new wave of evolution. The energy-controlling ability of the energy-absorbing tree's shaping system, responsible for shaping its roots, has now advanced to level 2. It can extend the attributes attached to its own fruit to its roots, generating various control effects such as ice and steel. ultimately rendering it qualified enough to join the battle after a while. Heng sits with Zhu and says that although spiritual power can withstand the cold, in this kind of wilderness, where battles may be encountered at any moment, it is too great a luxury to rely on it. Zhu laughs and says that he is still inexperienced and lacks practice. He points aside and reassures him not to worry, explaining that climbing over this snowy peak is comparable to crossing the Thousand Peaks Ridge. However, they may have to stay and wait for a while once they reach the Thousand Peaks Ridge. He then opens a tin pack while holding a fork in the other hand and explains that a commission he accepted 2 years ago was originally not intended to be completed. Since they happen to be passing through the Thousand Peaks Ridge, he suggests completing the commission, as it may prove beneficial to them. Heng is shocked and asks for more details about the commission. After a while, Heng and Zhu walk along Zuliang Peak as the narrator explains that the mission Zhu mentions originates from the Writers' Association of Gilded City. Gilded City is an immense and highly significant hub, regarded as the true pinnacle among gathering place civilizations. Unlike a mere tourist destination, it serves as a vital center where the common currencies of the Grey Wilderness, the gold gram, silver gram, and steel gram, are minted and circulated. The narrator further clarifies that, in contrast to the Grey Wilderness, where the Black Lantern Castle is situated and which is surrounded by 4 perilous lands, the Gilded City benefits from a much more favorable geographic and climatic setting. The presence of warm ocean currents and humid air from the nearby coastline creates a pleasant and temperate climate. This environment makes the land more fertile and cultivable, which has contributed significantly to the city's prosperity and development. The narrator explains that the writers there are not pressured to work in other industries if they do not awaken by the age of 18. Because cultivation occurs year-round, pressure from food shortages is significantly reduced. At the same time, the increase in the number of riders enhances their ability to defend themselves against dangerous creatures, thereby creating a virtuous cycle. The narrator states that, due to this inherent advantage, the Gilded City possesses a specialized Riders Association. This organization provides a channel for riders to communicate and exchange ideas freely, with few restrictions on membership or the behavior of its members. Later, Zhu explains that the primary function of the Riders Association is not only to facilitate communication among riders, but also to assess their levels. He mentions that his master is also a member of Gilded City's Riders Association, and that this mission was issued by them 2 years ago. Heng asks his master if the mission is still available after all this time. Zhu confirms that it is, explaining that this particular mission has no time limit and can be completed multiple times. He then points towards some footprints and asks Heng if he can guess the nature of the mission. Heng, noticing the footprints, suggests that it might be a pet-catching mission. Zhu clarifies that the association's mission is to capture a rare and top-level dangerous species known as the snow spirit. This species is quite rare even in the outside world, but is frequently encountered on the snowy slopes of Zuliang Peak. Snow spirits are a special race of dangerous creatures born from nature's ice energy. They are incapable of reproduction and exist in very limited numbers. Most prized of all, they produce a unique resource known as the Ice Heart Snowflake. He explains that it is a resource with miraculous effects on spiritual cultivation. Within the Gilded City's Riders Association, snow spirits are considered highly valuable. They are roughly the same size as the cubs of the rarest terrorist species and are both marketable and nearly priceless. Heng asks why this species has not yet become extinct. He replies that, of course, the Riders Association does not kill the snow spirit. After extracting the Ice Heart Snowflake, these dangerous creatures are returned to Zuliang Peak. Upon later attempts to capture them, it can be observed that the larger the snow spirit, the larger the Ice Heart Snowflake it contains. Regarding the smaller ones, most have been recently released, as they are intended for exchange for transformation materials. He adds that, naturally, more rare resources must be prepared for exchange, and the snow spirit is an excellent choice for this purpose. Heng becomes excited and insists that they must catch one of those top-level terrorist species cubs, repeatedly emphasizing how rare and valuable the species is. Zhu lightly taps Heng on the head and asks what he is thinking. He questions whether Heng believes that snow spirits are like Chinese cabbage, something he can simply gather as many of as he wants. The narrator explains that the snow spirit is a creature born from nature's ice energy, embodying the forces of ice and the natural world. Like most natural races, snow spirits coexist closely with other powerful species. Among these are the dominant inhabitants of Xuliang Peak, the advanced level terrorist species known as the Chilling Snow Monster, as well as its evolved form, the super terrorist species Chilling Snow Monster. While individual snow spirits are relatively easy to manage, their clans live together in family groups, which adds complexity and strength to their social structure. The narrator explains that multiple snow spirits usually live under the protection of a single giant snow spirit. This giant snow spirit is classified as a top-level terrorist species and possesses several unique natural abilities. Although it is not skilled in combat, its ability to escape danger is exceptional. Zhu rubs his head and calls Heng a silly boy, warning him that even if his master wished to catch a snow spirit, it would require considerable effort and trouble, so he should stop thinking about it. Heng replies that what he means is that they have already obtained one, then produces a treasure-hunting beast. Zhu is startled and asks what it is. Later, at the summit of Xuliang Peak, they secretly observe a snow spirit while the treasure-hunting beast chirps softly. Zhu reflects that it is no wonder Heng almost ransacked the Blood Forest ruins. The treasure-hunting beast is indeed a rare mystical species with an extraordinary sensory ability. Heng asks the master if he wants to do it. Master says they are lucky to have come across a stray little one with a naturally strong ice heart snowflake. He begins spreading a dark aura from the ring and says it is not too difficult to catch. The snow spirit sees the dark aura approaching. The aura transforms into Shadow Mask, which captures the snow spirit. Heng is startled upon seeing Shadow Mask and comments that it is truly using the claws of a top-level terrorist species to catch it. He is indeed insidious. He glares at him, which startles him, and then he clarifies that he meant experienced. Zhu explains that Shadow Mask's capture skill basically causes no harm to snow spirits, and the Riders Association has also provided them with special tools to control the snow spirits. He holds up a ring and says that this golden thread has a sleeping effect. He releases the thread to surround the snow spirit, causing it to fall asleep. Suddenly, a giant snow spirit leaps toward them to attack, which shocks Heng. The giant snow spirit holds the little snow spirit, which Zhu also restrains with a thread, and asks the giant snow spirit if it is here. He explains that the value of a giant snow spirit equals that of 10 normal snow spirits. Heng responds that they cannot allow it to escape. The giant snow spirit appears confused as both Heng and Zhu begin snapping their fingers repeatedly. Their pets appear and attack the giant snow spirit, while Heng and Zhu stand casually aside, observing with a stopwatch. After a while, Heng loads the giant snow spirit onto Zhu's wolf's back, securing it with a thread. Zhu stands aside and explains that creatures not yet subdued cannot be brought into the control space, and the ordinary space cannot store highly active objects, let alone living creatures. Fortunately, they are not that large. Heng tightens the thread around its body and asks Zhu if there is a way to transport living creatures. Zhu drinks water from a bottle and replies that it requires at least a nightmare-level rare item to accommodate living creatures, and even a master-level rider may not be able to manage one. He caps the bottle and says let's go, taking advantage of the treasure-hunting beasts help to capture more. After a while, they all walk through the forest, tying the snow spirits to the wolf. Suddenly, Zhu sees the sea below and, excited, welcomes the disciple to the pleasant climate of the southwestern coastal area of the Ashan Peninsula. He laughs and encourages, enjoying the ocean breeze. Heng asks if he is sure he will have a chance to enjoy the ocean, placing the snow spirits on the ground as the wolf is exhausted and sweating. Zhu laughs, placing a hand on his shoulder, and says that physical training is also an extremely important part of a rider's career. Suddenly, they are startled by a drone approaching them. Heng asks if it is a reconnaissance drone. Zhu replies that it is the border guard of the Gilded City. The drone announces that this is the Gilded City border guard post and requests to see identification. If accurate proof is not provided, they are instructed to stand still and wait for the border officers to arrive. Zhu shows his badge and states that he is a registered professional rider with the Gilded City's Riders Association. The drone addresses him as a dear professional-level rider, welcomes him to the territory of the Gilded City, informs him that the central city is located 70 kilometers southwest, and says it will accompany him along the way, inviting him to make contact if he has any needs. Zhu puts his badge away and asks when the security level in the Gilded City became so high. Heng asks what the matter is. The narrator explains that the Gilded City is a very large gathering place with a population of nearly 1 million. It is the most important central city in the southwestern part of the Ashan Peninsula, and is far more prosperous than any gathering place Su Heng has ever seen, resembling a giant beast crawling on the ground. The narrator continues that, compared to the Black Lantern gathering place, the defensive power of the central city of the Gilded City can only be described as terrifying. Massive and towering alloy city walls are topped with sharp thorns extending along their entire length to prevent climbing, and powerful crystal energy cannons are placed at regular intervals. However, the 70-kilometer journey along the way surprises Zhu He increasingly. The narrator adds that the Gilded City, which is supposed to be prosperous, actually does not have many vehicles or beasts coming and going, and the plantations on both sides of the road bear many traces of war. After a while, in a market, people notice the snow spirits on the wolf as a man asks if that is a secondary horror species at the full stage, the scarlet wolf. Another man says the rider seems to be a new face, as he has not been seen in the Riders Association, and asks what the white substance on the back of the scarlet wolf is. A person is amazed and exclaims that it is a snow spirit. Heng remarks that horror species and professional level riders do not seem very common in the Gilded City. Just then, a man emerges from a gate with a species and addresses Zhu as Sir. He shakes hands with Zhu and asks if he is a rider from their Gilded City. Zhu shows his badge and confirms that he is a professional level rider registered with the Gilded City Riders Association. The man says that in the past, this badge alone would have been sufficient for city entry. However, the Gilded City has recently experienced a major disaster. Zhu is shocked and asks what happened. He explains that he means no offense but requires a guarantor who is a professional level rider from the Gilded City, otherwise, entry cannot be permitted. At that moment, Heng hears the rustling of wings and sees a light coming from the sky. They all cover their faces as a strong gust of wind approaches, accompanied by a voice stating that a guarantor is unnecessary because he will serve as one. The super horror species, the Green King's Wind Luin, flies in and lands as Lin Hong rides it. The people are amazed, and a man comments that it is Director Jade's pet. She dismounts, and the man runs toward her. She casually greets Zhu He, saying it has been a long time, and walks toward him. Zhu greets Lin Hong. She states that she will be his guarantor and instructs that he be allowed into the city quickly so as not to waste her time. The man responds affirmatively, addressing her as Commander Yu. Zhu smiles upon hearing the title and asks why. If she is not a member of the Riders Association, she has joined the Gilded City military. Lin Hong explains that this is solely because of the disaster wave. It was not her own decision. Almost all professional riders from the association were temporarily incorporated into the military to participate in the disaster wave defense battle. As one of the board directors of the Riders Association, she could not avoid this duty. She continues that about 2 months ago, a sudden disaster wave swept across the entire Zuliang Peak, and it was her first encounter with such an event. Their Gilded City bore the brunt of that severe disaster wave for the first time in hundreds of years. The narrator adds that millions of disaster wave creatures surrounded the entire Gilded City. Not to mention the terrorist species, the number of nightmare species alone exceeded 20. Lin Hong places a hand on her chin and says that if she had not been lucky, he might not be able to see her now. Zhu, surprised, asks if the disaster wave swept the entire Zuliang Peak 2 months ago. He thinks that in the Grey Wilderness, which is almost isolated from Zuliang Peak, the disaster wave experienced by all the gathering places there also occurred 2 months ago. What connection could there be? She is surprised to see Heng and asks if he is a new disciple. Zhu pats him on the back and says yes, he is still new but talented. He is a good kid. She responds that he is good and looks more pleasing to the eye than that little girl, advising to bring him around more often in the future. Noticing the snow spirits, she says the Ice Heart Snowflake Institute will take them. They should be handed over, and her name reported so he can receive an insider's price. She adds that after this is finished, he is not allowed to sneak around and must repay what he owes her. Heng asks Master what he owes her. Zhu punches him on the head and tells him not to interfere in others' personal matters. Lin Hong says he can choose whether to be in front of the flowers, under the moon, or maybe he wants a child. She then flies away, sitting on the Green King's Wind Luin. Heng teasingly asks if she is the Master's wife. He remarks that he has noticed every time he talks to Senior Yu, Master is a little too serious, which is not so bad. He also observes that the way Master speaks with Senior Yu is quite different from the frosty expression he wears when talking to others. Zhu waves toward him to stop. Heng asks if he waves now, Senior Yu will not be able to see it, and wonders why he does not go after her and leave him behind. As Zhu places a hand on his head, Heng asks what he is doing. Zhu says his master will teach him the meaning of being a filial disciple with his own hands. Heng protests that he does not want to fight and surrenders. If he is hit again, he will go and complain to his wife. He cries out that he was wrong. After a while, the narrator explains that he takes Su Heng to the Writers' Association. As Su Heng marvels at the grandeur and majesty of the Writers' Association, Zhu has already sold all the ice heart snowflakes neatly. Apparently, the master and disciple had great luck that time. The narrator adds that, as a result of the disaster wave's aftermath, the writers suffer great losses and are in desperate need of ice heart snowflakes to restore their spiritual powers. Consequently, the price of ice heart snowflakes has skyrocketed. Coupled with Yu Linhong's advance notice, the master and disciple receive an unexpectedly high price. Su Heng exclaims that his wife is a good person, and is immediately slapped by Zhu He. The narrator states that after receiving contribution points from the Writers' Association, Zhu takes Su Heng to exchange them for the remaining materials needed for the dragon snake lizard transformation ceremony. Now, only one ingredient remains to complete the transformation, which excites Su Heng greatly. The narrator adds that, to his surprise, Zhu He actually owns a vast manor in the Gilded City, causing Su Heng to feel extremely envious of his master's wealthy family background. After a while, Lai Bo, the manor housekeeper, tells Zhu that this is the laboratory left by his sixth senior brother, Sen Qin, who stayed in the Gilded City for a long time and established this laboratory. He asks if it meets his requirements. Heng, happily inspecting the place, says he is satisfied. It is simply perfect. Lai Bo holds out the keys and says he will now go attend to his work, handing over the laboratory keys and stating that from now on, the laboratory will be under his care. Heng reaches out to take them and expresses his gratitude. Later, Heng sits conducting experiments and reflects that there is a significant difference between a terrorist species transformation ceremony and a dragon transformation ceremony. In fact, the dragon snake lizard transformation requires only two main ingredients, wind and thunder, to have a chance at success. He reads a book and thinks that the probability of transformation by this method is extremely low. The narrator explains that the other ingredients recorded in the ancient dragon scripture are intended for refining a pre-medical practice. The reason is simple. It is to adjust the body of the dragon snake lizard into the most suitable state for absorbing the main medicine, thereby greatly increasing the success rate. The narrator adds that, of course, refining a pre-medicine is much harder than auxiliary medicines such as bloodline incense. However, with this superb laboratory, Su Heng feels that he has an additional 20% chance of success. Later, Lai Bo tells Heng that he has followed the master's instructions and handed over Little Six's laboratory to Su Heng. He places a hand on his chest and says that, at present, Su Heng seems no less talented than Little Six in refining experiments. Zhu responds that this is good news. Later, standing near the door and holding the handle, Zhu says that he is sure Little Six will be happy when he finds out. After a while, Zhu stands with Lai Bo by the window and says that when he accepted Su Heng as his disciple, his performance was impressive, but he could not understand him at all, and even doubted his unusual talent. He adds that he still decided to accept him as a disciple and asks if Lai Bo knows why. Lai Bo replies that he does not know the reason. Zhu explains that it is because Su Heng reminded him of Sen Qin. They are both equally talented and diligent. He places his hand on the window's glass and says that this reminds him of his youth. Lai Bo agrees and says that Sen Qin came to the Gilded City alone when he was young. With his own strength, combat skills, beast control, wealth, and real estate, he achieved a great reputation in the city. Even the Writers' Association treated him with great respect. Lai Bo continues that Sen Qin was indeed very similar to Su Heng and was almost unparalleled among his peers in the Gilded City at the time. He was once considered his successor, but unfortunately, fate was jealous of his talents. He wonders if Su Heng can reach his level. Zhu says that Su Heng is so similar to Sen Qin that sometimes he fears he will not be able to protect him. He thinks that by comparison, he must be the strongest and earliest follower under the master. Although the master is not a professional level rider, he relies on his two main harnessed beasts, which have surpassed the limitations of their respective races. Therefore, his overall strength is unlike that of any ordinary rider. He recalls that Senkin was unexpectedly killed because the master happened to return to the Grey Wilderness and was unable to rescue him. He believes that if the master had been in the Gilded City at that time, Senkin could have been saved in time. He still regrets being unable to save him, and when facing this newly acquired young apprentice, he cannot help but dwell on the thought that he may not be able to protect him either. Zhu places a hand on his shoulder and says, "Let's go. It seems these two old men have to stay away for a while." Libo replies, "Let's wait a little, please, sir." After a while, Heng conducts an experiment in a room filled with lightning. He checks the liquid and then closes a jar, saying that fortunately, the laboratory left behind by the sixth senior brother contains high-strength grinding vessels made of steel and glass. He adds that otherwise, there would be no way to utilize this concentration of wind and thunder essence, which can activate miniature wind blades and lightning. Later, he notices a flame in the jar and says that the blood of the dragon species is extremely active, exuding a powerful aura despite being purified. He holds it up to observe and remarks that if it were not for the Riders Association, obtaining these materials would have been laborious. He begins to use his power on the jar, spreading an aura, and thinks that spiritual energy must be used to restrain the dragon's might. Otherwise, if the reagent bottle is shattered by that power, disaster will follow. He pours a red liquid into the jar filled with bubbles, and the liquid mixes with the bubbles, creating a blue liquid. Seeing this, he declares the process done. After a while, Libo asks Zhu if he believes it and how it could be possible. Zhu replies that he did not believe it at first, but the facts compel him to believe it. He suggests waiting to see what happens, and then notices Heng standing with the dragon snake lizard on the other side of the window. Meanwhile, Heng moves toward the dragon snake lizard and pampers him. With excitement, he says that the process of transformation can be painful, but if the creature wants to continue following him and witness the wonders at the top of the world, this step must be taken. He holds a tube and asks if it is willing. The dragon snake lizard puts it on its tongue, bites, and breaks it. His eyes open wide as he experiences a strong pain. His body begins to shiver, and he lies on the ground, contorting his body. A strong lightning aura starts spreading from him. Heng, shocked by the sight, thinks that the effect of the prodrug compresses the energy of wind and thunder into every cell of the dragon snake lizard. For the dragon snake lizard, this process is like crushing bones and sucking marrow, which is the price of transformation. He thinks but tells him not to be afraid. No matter what hardship he endures, he will bear it with him, and he begins to use his power. He sends a wave of energy toward him, but suddenly screams in pain as he is struck by shock lightning waves. Libo, shocked, sees Heng kneeling in pain and says that this is insane. He has actually opened the sea of his soul to share the beast's pain. If the beast loses control, Heng will be severely injured. He says no, they must cut off the spiritual link immediately. Zhu signals with his hand and says to wait. Since he has known that kid, he has never been a fool. He adds that regardless of whether that bottle of potion can truly transform the dragon snake lizard, as long as this happens, Su Heng's action will surely be rewarded with absolute loyalty from the dragon snake lizard's soul. A master who can achieve this, without exception, will become a leader in this world. Heng pats the dragon as it roars, releasing a powerful wind and thunder energy from its mouth that shatters the wall into pieces. Libo asks the master if this drug is responsible, and whether the dragon snake lizard could truly produce such strong wind and thunder energy. He says it is impossible for a dragon snake lizard to master wind and thunder energy. Zhu tells him to keep his eyes open and says that even if the sky falls, he must help this kid. He is shocked and asks what happened, then says that the dragon snake lizard cut off the spiritual link on its own. He adds that it should be almost done. The dragon snake lizard does not want its master to suffer any more than he already has. The dragon snake lizard roars, spreading energy, and its body begins transforming from head to tail. Heng praises it, saying well done, dragon snake lizard. Zhu admits that he cannot believe this has really happened. Libo says it is amazing. A race unrelated to wind and thunder elements, such as the dragon snake lizard, has been able to master these two skills, electric shock and wind blade. This is a huge accomplishment that will turn the rider's world upside down. He congratulates him, saying that his new disciple is truly amazing. Ju asks if he now understands why he was worried about being unable to protect this brat. He adds that if such news leaks out, he fears the consequences. The dragon snake lizard roars, spreading energy. Lai Bo says to the master that Zheng Lai will work alongside him to protect this kid, even at the cost of his own life. After a while, the narrator explains that after helping the dragon snake lizard absorb the prodrug, Su Heng rested for 2 days before fully recovering his energy. While assisting the dragon snake lizard in familiarizing itself with its new skills, he also placed the training of the crystal rock dragon on the agenda. The narrator continues that following the incident with the dragon snake lizard, Zhu completely believed in Su Heng's transformation method. He solemnly informed Su Heng once again that the matter must be kept absolutely confidential, even if it requires killing to ensure silence. The narrator notes that Su Heng naturally understands that his master acts for his own good. However, Su Heng cares most about helping his master transform into a beast master and secretly contemplates how to set up his master and senior Yu. Yet, Su Heng does not dare speak of this openly for fear of reprimand. Later, at the Riders' Union exam room, where riders sit for their tests, the narrator explains that at Ju's suggestion, Su Heng takes the written examination for the Riders' Association in an attempt to join. After all, during the years when the dragon snake lizard failed to hatch, all Su Heng could do was study, making this exam very easy for the academic master Su Heng. After the exam, Lai Bo stands near a car waiting for Heng and opens the door upon seeing him. They sit inside the car as Lai Bo asks how he performed on the exam this time. Heng says that he thinks he will receive a perfect score, having seen all the questions before. Just then, another car pulls up beside theirs. Dong waves toward Heng, thanks him sincerely, and asks if the examination is over, suggesting that he treat him to dinner. Heng smiles and says it is nothing, and that he will see him later at the examination center. Lai Bo asks if Dong is a new friend he has made. Heng replies that not yet. He laughs and says it seems he has a really good eye for making friends. On the other side, Dong adjusts his glasses and explains that 5 years ago, the Gilded Cities Riders Association, in honor of the glorious year 9970, commissioned the production of the Gilded 9970 limited edition sedan. Only 20 of these vehicles were ever released in the city. He remarks that this guy is truly remarkable and, moreover, he actually answered the questions faster than he did. Dong then says very well and suggests they proceed to the examination center. After a while, the narrator explains that the second part of the examination for joining the Riders Association is a battle test. The testing area for this phase, known as the Association Competition Arena, is located behind the Riders Association building. Since harnessed pets are not small, it is inevitable that they cannot perform adequately inside the building itself. The narrator continues that the arena is divided into 5 sections by the Wind Stopper boundary created by the Wind Stopper Banshee, a low-level terrorist species bred by the association, which ensures that the aftermath of the battles in each examination area does not affect the others. The narrator states that at that moment, Su Heng and Little Fatty sit in the waiting hall of the dual test, holding their reference certificates and awaiting the examiner's instructions. At this time, Su Heng finally learns that Little Fatty's name is Ai Dong, and that he is a few years younger than him. The narrator notes that for some reason, Ai Dong seems quite interested in Su Heng. Su Heng senses that the other party has no ill intentions, so he behaves in an easygoing manner. Later, a referee stands in the arena and announces that, in this exam, in addition to the actual battle, the vigor of each candidate's harnessed pet, along with its cultivation and skill development status, will be scored. Each candidate is limited to 1 harnessed pet. The referee calls candidate Heng to enter. A red-haired judge, noting that Heng is a 19-year-old high-ranked disciple and top rider with a mature, highly dangerous dragon snake lizard, observes him and comments that the color of the dragon snake lizard's scales is abnormal, possibly due to cultivation using some kind of energy fruit, and that its body length and bone mass exceed those of a standard dragon snake lizard. He adds that it seems a lot of effort has been invested in it and concludes that this kid is truly remarkable. The referee announces examination number K897613, with the candidate Su Heng controlling the pet dragon snake lizard, facing off against the light-armored leopard. Both step into the arena, and the referee declares the battle to begin. Heng thinks that there are no light-armored leopards in the Grey Wilderness. This is a top-level dangerous species unique to the outside world. It is a perfect combination of lightness, beast, and armor, and like the dragon snake lizard, he ranks among the top dangerous species, making it difficult to handle. The dragon snake lizard uses the evil armor defense technique and roars at the leopard. The red-haired judge remarks that although he faces a far more powerful top-level dangerous species, he still dares to attack first, showing bravery. This method of taming animals reminds him of an old friend. The leopard leaps to attack, but the dragon snake lizard quickly dodges. The leopard swings its tail to strike, but the dragon snake lizard swiftly evades. The red-haired judge thinks that something is wrong. The dragon snake lizard's scales appear unusual. The tail attack of the light-armored leopard is its strongest method, and the defense of mere evil armor should not be able to block it. He wonders about that metallic luster, and how many iron energy fruits the dragon snake lizard has consumed. The dragon snake lizard roars and uses the evil attack high-speed technique to run toward him to attack. He is startled and explains that the light-armored leopard possesses armor attributes that make it resilient to brute force. The light-armored leopard forms a light shield of armor around itself for protection, and then leaps to attack. The dragon snake lizard quickly moves aside and throws an energy ball toward him using the evil thought breath technique. The light-armored leopard forms a shield to block the attack and counters with the light blade slash technique. The red-haired judge comments that it was a clever tactic to pretend to strike and then attack with energy. But the fully armored leopard can tear through the energy with slashes alone, making the tactic ineffective. The dragon snake lizard throws thunder and lightning energy to attack, but the leopard again blocks it with its shield. The red-haired judge expresses disbelief that he tries to compete against a beast with a perfect body by merely increasing energy intensity, noting this seems to define today's test. Suddenly, a sharp crystal from the dragon approaches him from behind to attack. The red-haired judge becomes excited and remarks that this dragon snake lizard is capable of using two different skills simultaneously across different systems, which requires a high level of elemental affinity and mental control. He asks how this can be accomplished by a 6-month-old dragon snake lizard. He observes Heng and thinks that instead of relying on its master's orders, the creature depends on its own fighting instincts to formulate a battle plan. Such a beast will always be the master's most trustworthy support. This man has discovered a treasure. He realizes he is doing it again, noting that after the last fight in the grizzly forest, this man tends to surprise opponents with rock guns. The leopard screams in pain after being struck by a crystal on its back. He roars with glowing red eyes and moves toward dragon snake lizard to attack using the light combat technique, Raging Blade. He strikes with sharp claws, injuring him and causing bleeding. The red-haired judge notices the dragon's blood dripping and thinks that an ordinary dragon snake lizard should not withstand such a blow. Yet this dragon's injuries are actually recovering slowly. He wonders why this dragon's defense and recovery are so unusual. He watches as the dragon heals and roars, preparing to attack the leopard again using the dragon might death technique. The red-haired judge stands up and declares that the test should be ended. The referee tells Heng that he has passed the test and instructs him to take the dragon snake lizard to the healing room in the black area for treatment. Heng agrees. After a while, a frog licks the dragon snake lizard to heal him while Heng stands near his bed. Heng remarks that the leopard's blow could have been avoided if the dragon snake lizard had used his wind and thunder talents, but if they were to encounter the leopard in the wild, they would not have been able to defeat him. The dragon snake lizard smiles at him. Just then, Heng hears a notification indicating that he has received a message on his watch, which states full marks for cultivation status, full marks for skill development, full marks for combat experience, and a final battle test score of 99 marks. At that moment, Dong enters the room and congratulates Heng on achieving such a high score on the battle test, expressing his jealousy. Heng responds that he was quite lucky and, fortunately, was not seriously injured. Dong admits that he was bullied. The opponent he was assigned was very powerful, and he is truly exhausted, so he will leave first. Heng wonders how Dong knew the scores so quickly, as they are supposed to be confidential. After a while, inside the car, Libo laughs and says he missed the passing mark by only 1 point, so passing the examination is definitely assured. Heng asks how things are going with the master. He replies that his lordship has just informed him that he has returned from his mission. Heng thinks that the master has finally completed the mission, which should have secured the ice brain demon's brain tissue, and that the master has at last collected a piece of the dragon transformation materials. After a while, the car stops outside the mansion. Later, Zhu shows Heng a box full of crystals and says, "Here, take a look." Heng observes that this is not the ice brain demon's brain tissue, but rattling thunderstones. He realizes that the mission completed was actually for the rattling thunderstones, which are presented as a reward for him. But he wonders about his own dragon transformation materials. He thanks the master, but is startled when Zhu hits him on the head and calls him a brat, telling him not to stir up trouble and to hurry up and get it done, as he still wants to witness the transformation of the dragon snake lizard. Heng asks why they cannot buy rattling thunderstones in Gilded City and why they must obtain them through a mission. Zhu explains that rattling thunderstone is a very special material, containing a relatively stable and almost constant flow of electrical energy. He explains that rattling thunderstone can be used as a source of electricity for power plants. It is a city-grade strategic item that the Gilded City Riders Association does not possess, so it is not included on their points list. Were it not for his master, obtaining it would not have been easy. Heng asks if they can use it to supply electricity to their Black Lantern gathering place, noting that all the electricity there seems to be generated from fire. Zhu responds that if he wanted to use rattling thunderstones to generate electricity, he would need not just one stone, but an entire industrial system, and the Black Lantern Castle is far from here. He sits in a chair and says he had better hurry and begin the dragon transformation, as his master is eager to witness it. Heng smiles and says that regarding the dragon transformation, it seems he will have to wait a little longer. Zhu asks if he does not need only one rattling thunderstone remaining, and if any materials are still lacking. Heng replies that the master is becoming forgetful and asks if he did not request him to take the Riders Association test. He says he has already passed 2 levels, and the day after tomorrow will be the final level of the actual combat trial test. Heng is startled and remarks that age has not been kind to his memory, then asks how he performed on his first 2 tests. Heng replies that he scored 91 on the written test and 99 on the combat test. If things go well on the practical test, achieving an A+ rating with a total score exceeding 370 points should not be difficult. Zhu comments that the individuals in the Riders Association who lack the courage to fight terrorist species at least are not blind and have not misjudged his strength. He then instructs to put away the rattling thunderstone and prepare to achieve a good score in the actual combat trial. Later, the narrator explains that the Gilded City Riders Association's trials have always been known for their extreme difficulty. In the words of the Gilded City natives, they are simply strange. However, rather than dwell on that, the focus now turns to the actual combat trials from the last Registered Riders Association test, which was conducted in the real world. The narrator explains that the trial takes place in a dangerous location called Shadow Island on the Yahoo Sea. A group of 5 people is assigned to capture a high-level, dangerous species known as the shadowless bird. As its name suggests, the shadowless bird does not possess strong attack power, but its speed is astonishing, rendering it practically invisible. The narrator states that using brute force or any other method is insufficient to pluck even a single feather, let alone capture it. Due to the extreme difficulty of the trial, only one of the 33 participants was able to pass the Registered Riders Association examination and become a registered rider. The narrator continues that Su Heng reviews all the trial records from the past 30 years, thinking it would be wise to prepare thoroughly. As a result, when he receives the trial details, he becomes quite confused to learn that the trial location is Green Soul Mountain, where the mission requires working in a group to kill any mature dangerous species creatures of the small disaster wave that roam the depths of Green Soul Mountain. The narrator explains that fewer than 30 riders are participating in this trial, and they gather at Green Soul Mountain under the leadership of 10 examiners from the Riders Association Masters. Each session of the trials is organized into small groups known as trial teams, aimed at cultivating collaborative cooperation among the riders. The narrator adds that each team is accompanied by an examiner and one of Gilded City's Evil Eye monitors. The examiner is responsible for scoring the team members, while the Evil Eye monitor records the entire process to ensure absolute fairness in the trial. What surprises Su Heng, however, is that after reading out his name, The examiner stops, and no teammate is assigned to him. After a while, Heng sees teacher Yun Lan and addresses her as Miss Examiner, asking if he is the only one assigned to the team this time. Just then, Dong waves toward him and asks how that could be. He tells Heng that they are teammates, calling it a coincidence and suggesting it must be fate. Heng is startled and thinks it is obvious that Dong arranged it. He could not be more fake. Yun Lan explains that this trial involves a small disaster wave, and although Gilded City's Riders Association combat forces are engaged on the Western Front, there is always a chance that some threats might slip through, so caution is necessary. She states that the mission this time is to hunt down any mature special-level dangerous species, and she will do her best to keep him safe. However, she warns that every year, people, including examiners, die in the trials, so it must not be taken lightly. Heng thinks that, to the current dragon snake lizard, even a special-level dangerous species, let alone a mature one, is merely a trivial matter. But they must be careful not to reveal the wind and thunder talent and ensure it remains concealed. Yun Lan adds that the examiners have specially designated his trial tasks. Unlike others who must hunt special dangerous species, he is assigned to hunt mature top-level dangerous species. Dong, shocked, exclaims "Damn it, Sister Yun Lan," and asks if this is not bullying, referencing the top-level dangerous species while noting that he is only carrying a baby alligator. She laughs and asks who told him to be in the same group as Su Heng. She says that, of course, he receives the same task, and also calls her examiner, warning that she will deduct 1 point from him this time, so he will remember. He cries out no and begs her not to do so, addressing her as Miss Examiner. After a while, the vehicles pass along a narrow road like a car. Dong says that this mission is strange. He says that he had thought his brother was only slightly stronger than him, but he does not expect him to be strong enough to increase the difficulty of the task. If he had known this, he would not have teamed up with him. Heng says that he does not know why, but he feels that something will go wrong during the Green Soul Mountain trial. Even the smaller disaster waves are still full of unknown dangers. On the other side, Ju asks whether he does not think the association's trial is somewhat cruel for newcomers. Yun says that the Ashan Peninsula is once again experiencing a wave of disasters unseen in hundreds of years. According to the Elder's judgment, this disaster cannot be quelled easily. She says that she also knows many riders in the association are not cowards and do not even dare go to the battlefields. She explains that from now on, even newcomers must face the cruelest realities in this trial, including the examiners. It is estimated that nearly 1/3 will become casualties. If they are not treated cruelly now, they will not even have a chance to survive in the future. He asks whether the situation has really reached this point. She says that, although it could have been worse, with him here this time, it is at least guaranteed that the participants will not be massacred. She smiles and states that, speaking of which, his little apprentice truly resembles him back then, possessing outstanding talent and sharp methods. The Gilded City could not have raised such a young man. He says that the apprentice will surpass him. After a while, the narrator states that at the beginning of the trial, everything proceeds smoothly. However, shortly after entering Green Soul Mountain, most accompanying examiners are summoned by the chief examiner to encircle and suppress the large waves of scattered disasters deep within the mountain. The narrator adds that, with military orders before them and not far from the battlefield, many examiners feel as if they have fallen into a trap. It seems that the invigilation is merely a cover, and the real purpose is to bring them to the battlefield. Since then, all the accompanying examiners of each team have departed, leaving only one evil eye monitor to follow the team's status, to the point that participating teams also become responsible for the safety of the evil eye monitors. The narrator says that as the trial progresses, fish that escape the net from the first wave of disasters enter each trial area one after another. These dangerous creatures are powerful and far beyond the participants' ability to deal with them alone. Even with all 5 members of each trial team working together, it is difficult to defeat even one, and each team begins to experience fatigue. The narrator adds that as the trial continues, dangerous creatures appear more frequently, and the rate of personnel loss becomes more severe. Normally, the death rate in actual combat trials does not exceed 1%, but now it has doubled or possibly increased by more than 10 times. The narrator states that on the 4th day of the trial alone, Su Heng encounters 3 trial teams that have been completely wiped out. Broken limbs and blood are scattered everywhere, which seems to make AI Dong very uncomfortable. If Su Heng had not taken him along, this little fat man might have been buried in Green Soul Mountain long ago. After a while, Heng sits near a fire in a cave with others. Dong encourages Gong Xuan to drink water from a bottle. Heng approaches the pink velvet bird holding a fruit, and says that if the two of them had arrived a little later, this pink velvet bird, a high-level dangerous species at the end of its growth stage, would also have been killed. He admits that he does not know how many people will remain in this trial. Dong says that, fortunately, he is in a group with him, otherwise, he fears his body would have turned cold by now. He asks whether he thinks they can still return to the Gilded City, and if the examiners who have gone to the battlefield will come back to pick them up, while closing the bottle's cap. Heng plays with the bird and says that if no one comes to pick them up, they will return alone. Gong Xuan wakes up coughing, and Dong says that she has awakened. She says excitedly, "Abba, Abba." Both of them are confused and wonder whether that was a way of thanking them. Dong comments that she seems like a nice girl, but it is unfortunate that she is slow-witted. She then explains that she is thanking them. After becoming a writer, she learned about spiritual communication, but she was too nervous earlier and forgot to express her gratitude. She apologizes for this. The narrator explains that the members of the group to which this girl, named Gong Xuan, belongs were slaughtered by a full-stage top-level dangerous species. She manages to escape with a flying pet of weak combat power, but shortly after leaving the tiger's mouth, she enters the wolf's den because the flying pet is seen flying over the mountain. The narrator adds that she is quickly targeted by a mature, top-level, dangerous bird and is chased all the way to Su Heng's ambush site. Under the constant pleading of the little stout man, Su Heng uses the dragon snake lizard to ambush and kill the mature top-level dangerous bird. After completing the trial mission, he also manages to rescue the girl. The narrator states that over the next 3 days, Su Heng takes the two little burdens and hides in the middle east of Green Soul Mountain. They rely on the perception of the treasure-hunting dragon beast to avoid powerful and dangerous creatures. Fortunately, they have not encountered any terror species so far. The narrator explains that the two crybabies are also sensible. Even when they starve, they give up all their food, water, and animal control to Su Heng. Over time, the three of them form a small friendship. This cave serves as the resting place that Su Heng finds after Gong Xuan faints from hunger. The narrator adds that the cave was originally the nest of a particularly dangerous species of bear, but it now belongs to Su Heng, as the original owner was roughly driven away by the dragon snake lizard. After a while, Heng, Gong, and Dong sit near the fire while Heng says that next time they must ensure not to give him all their food. He calculates that their current supply is sufficient to support them for a while, and if they are lucky, he will take them back. Gong apologizes and says she is sorry for causing trouble for everyone again. Suddenly, they are startled by flying dragons approaching them. Dong quickly hides behind a rock and wonders whether this movement could be a terror species. Heng moves forward quickly, sees a Tyrannosaurus, and says that he recognizes it. It is his master's lava Tyrannosaurus. Suddenly, he notices a fireball coming toward him, which shocks him. He exclaims that it is his master fighting, using the level 10 enlightenment of the terrifying technique, lava explosion, falling from the sky. The narrator states that, despite seeing the signs of battle in the distant sky, Su Heng cannot suppress his concern. Even though he knows that he cannot assist his master, he feels compelled to go and take a closer look. The narrator explains that the crystal rock dragon watches over the two inexperienced children, AI Dong and Gong Xuan, while Su Heng hastens toward the depths of Green Soul Mountain. Naturally, this causes AI Dong and Gong Xuan to marvel at Su Heng's advanced control over his beasts. After passing through the dense forest, Su Heng takes out his binoculars and observes the battle scene deep within Green Soul Mountain. Heng notices Master Zhu standing side by side with the gray-haired chief examiner, both floating in midair. Just below them, several beasts are engaged in combat, likely forming the core of this disaster wave. He recognizes one of the creatures as a secondary nightmare species, the Ice Ring Dragon, fighting against the Tyrannosaurus. He is extremely shocked and exclaims that it is a nightmare species, finding it hard to believe that his master is actually fighting such a formidable existence. He thinks that, according to the ancient dragon scripture, the Ice Ring Dragon's spine marrow and its ice poison sacs are precisely the materials required for the Ice Crystal Dragon Lion to transform into a dragon. He believes that this battle presents a great opportunity for his master. On the other side, Zhu announces that it is Monkey King's turn and opens a portal for Monkey King to emerge. The Monkey King leaps forward to attack the Ice Ring Dragon and attempts to punch him, but the Ice Ring Dragon wraps around him tightly. Heng recognizes it as his master's second major pet, the Rift Monkey King, a super-terrorist species that perfectly combines Earth, Beast, Power Kai, and fighting elements. He considers it arguably the top existence among the super-terrorist species. The Monkey King frees himself, glares into the dragon's glowing red eyes, and leaps toward him to attack, shattering the ground beneath his feet. The dragon also prepares to retaliate. Heng is shocked and says that this is the terrorist species' air skill, Raging Air Burst, a level 10 enlightenment ability called Atmospheric Rip. He wonders whether this attack will work against the Ice Ring Dragon, since it can fly. On the other side, the gray-haired man asks Zhu whether he will get serious upon seeing the Monkey King being wrapped by the dragon. Zhu snaps, and a giant hand bursts out from the ground to grab the dragon. The dragon is shocked as the hand smashes its tail, catching it. Heng's mouth falls open in shock, and he exclaims how fast it is. He asks if that mountainous figure is the one summoned by his master's primary force, the Black Sin Beast, and wonders what power it possesses that even surpasses a nightmare species. The narrator states that, to Su Heng's astonishment, Zhu's Black Sin Beast kills the Ice Ring Dragon directly and retrieves the dragon's transformation materials. With the fall of the Ice Ring Dragon, this small disaster wave also comes to an end. The narrator adds that, naturally, this brutal trial concludes as well. The large number of deaths leads to much criticism in the Gilded City, but the Master Chief does not bother to explain. Facing disaster waves, if one does not have the determination to die, only death will follow. Subsequently, the results of the trial are officially announced. Su Heng undoubtedly takes first place and is rewarded by the association. The narrator explains that, driven by the mentality that he would be a fool not to seize the opportunity, Su Heng takes the certificate and rushes to the Green Ring Research Institute, where he has been attempting to find himself a supplementary beast. After a while, Dr. Kai Huai asks whether he is Su Heng. Heng smiles and confirms that he is. Suddenly, the doctor playfully hits him on the head. Heng is shocked and asks why he was hit. He casually replies that he simply enjoys hitting people and particularly likes hitting Su Heng, then laughs. He climbs onto a table and declares that it is because he is the incarnation of the reader's father, Kai Huai. Heng thinks that he seems somewhat mentally unstable. Another doctor approaches Heng, places a hand on his shoulder, and says that doctors can be like that sometimes, but there is no need to worry. He suggests they move somewhere else and assures that Kai Huai will be fine shortly. They walk along a cubic path. Later, in the area designated for healing pets, the doctor points to several animals and explains that there are currently 7 types of the top dangerous species healing cubs housed in the institute. Heng silently walks behind the doctor and then makes playful faces while interacting with the species cubs. The doctor holds a paper and explains that there are 3 types of super dangerous species cubs, 5 individuals in total. He points out 2 of them and says they are unique, super dangerous species native to the Gilded City, the blood-eyed golden jade grass. These herbaceous pets belong to the blood, metal, and healing systems. As a combination of blood and healing systems, the blood-eyed golden jade grass specializes in healing penetrating wounds, lacerations, and even minor limb disfigurements to some extent. The doctor gestures to the side and adds that if these beasts do not fit well within Heng's combat system, then the Snow Spirit and the Essence Goblin over there are also good choices. At that moment, Heng notices a child with wings and asks what it is. He sits near the cage and states that this is a mixed blood pet, composed of a mixture of light and dark elements that are completely incompatible. Heng considers the mixture of light and dark and asks if the barrier can be removed so he can take a closer look. He places a stone on the lock to open it and agrees, but warns not to take too long. The cage door vanishes, revealing the princess trembling inside. The doctor explains that even without reproductive isolation, it would be difficult for a powerful hybrid to be born between different beasts. Moreover, the 2 energy systems of light and dark are entirely incompatible. He adds that from an energy intensity perspective, her level should be lower than that of a horror species. However, she is no less dangerous than a fully developed super dangerous species. He says this little creature contains completely contradictory light and dark energy within her body. Once uncontrolled, her power approaches infinitely close to that of a horror creature. They have never encountered such a mysterious creature, and even the race of her parents cannot be determined. Heng contemplates the light and dark energy and wonders if it could truly be that race. If so, he has found a treasure. He inquires whether it is possible to learn where she came from. The doctor states that it is no secret where this little child originates. About a month ago, she was discovered by a team of chariot riders from the Riders Association in a small natural secret place intertwined with black and white. He places the stone back on the lock. The narrator explains that this world is one where day and night exist simultaneously, with the boundary between them being extremely clear. Half of the area is an endless night, while the other half is an eternal morning. The narrator adds that the level of danger in that secret place is not high, and the area is not large, but due to the special environment, a professional team of riders was quickly formed to explore it after its discovery by the association a month ago. The narrator further states that this little child was brought out of that secret place by the association's exploration team. Later, it was discovered that she possessed the healing ability of light, and that her vitality was rapidly depleting, so she was handed over to their Green Ring Research Institute for relevant study. Heng considers that this must be her, the Light and Darkness Princess. According to the detailed records in the Old Dragon Classic, the Princess of Light and Darkness is a mixed-race offspring born from the combination of the top-level terror species light-controlling princess and the equally formidable Mudark envoy, another top-level horror species. He thinks that in a place where black and white intertwine, her racial potential surpasses that of her parents. She is already a super horror species at birth. He considers that because she is a hybrid of conflicting light and dark elements, she is born with a fatal flaw that constantly ravages her body, repelling and consuming her inherently deficient vitality. After a moment, the narrator states that according to the Dragon Classics, before the transformation pathway of the Light and Darkness Princess was discovered, she rarely survived more than 6 months. This has caused a race with terrifying talent, like the Light and Darkness Princess, to become a short-lived super horror species that is not taken seriously by others. Heng reflects that, fortunately, the Old Dragon Classics contain a method to save the Light and Darkness Princess. He declares his decision to choose this hybrid pet. The doctor, surprised to hear this, warns that he may not be aware that due to the conflict between light and darkness, her vitality is rapidly decreasing, and he suggests that Heng should not waste the precious opportunity gained by being first in the trial. Heng whines and admits that he knows he is thinking in his own favor, but he still wants to choose her. He reveals that he lost his parents as a child and was raised by his sister, so he understands the feeling of helplessness. He explains that his sister taught him from a young age that if he wants to become a rider, he must love his beasts as much as he loves his own family. He adds that he is a soft-hearted person and cannot bear to see the poor little pet suffer. It is pitiful that she is approaching the end of her life at such a young age. He expresses his desire to tame her and do his best to help her grow, in order to free her from this short life. Even if there is truly no way to save her, taking her out to see the outside world is better than keeping her confined in a cage. The doctor also becomes emotional upon hearing this, embraces him, and agrees that he has spoken from the heart. She is indeed pitiable. He states that he can use his hard-earned first place to gain the chance to take her out, and says he will act as his guarantor. Since there is a risk of the light and dark energy inside this beast losing control and rampaging, she is not normally allowed to be taken out of the research institute. But today, he will serve as his guarantor. After a while, Heng carries the Light and Darkness Princess in a cage on a trolley. He opens the door and enters a laboratory. He sits on the floor, tied, and states that he has finally brought her back. According to the Old Dragon Classics, if the Light and Darkness Princess is hit or frightened, she is very likely to lose control immediately. He opens a book and begins reading, explaining that a magic potion called Black and White Vortex must be prepared. The materials required include 5 flowers and Lingshan stone. He notes that some blood from light and dark beasts is also needed, which is the most expensive ingredient. Surprised by the recipe, he exclaims in frustration, wondering what genius devised it. He observes that even the most expensive material can be purchased for only 20,000 steel grams. He continues, saying that the finished potion is a two-colored liquid that naturally produces vortices of black and white. He explains that it relies on the glow at the alternation of morning and night to complete the coupling, and usually, only 1 out of every 1,000 potions will succeed. Shocked, he grits his teeth while reading and thinks, what? After a while, Heng is conducting an experiment mixing liquids. He places a drop into a tube and thinks that configuring this potion is too troublesome, as it takes 2 to 3 hours just to process the materials, coupled with a subsequent tedious preparation, which has a success rate of only 1 in 1,000. He leans over the table and thinks that it will exhaust him to death. He notices a tree immersed in liquid and recalls the energy-absorbing tree. An idea occurs to him, and he thinks that it is right. He realizes that the materials for this potion are neither scarce nor particularly expensive, not if he can get the energy-absorbing tree to duplicate them directly, and laughs. Meanwhile, Zhu stands outside with a housekeeper Lai, who remarks that the master randomly starts laughing or crying and asks if this is somewhat abnormal. Zhu replies that there is no need to worry, as he has always been like that. He exhales and adds that the master could have chosen a top-level dangerous species as an auxiliary beast, instead of selecting a hybrid with a short life expectancy. He has heard that this choice is due to his soft-hearted nature. Judging from his character, Zhu comments that he is not as capable as Lao Liu. Zhu then asks whether he thinks Lao Liu can make the dragon snake lizard evolve the wind and thunder attributes. Heng considers this and wonders whether Lao Liu might possess a way to cure that hybrid, something even the Gilded City's top research institute has been unable to develop. After a while, in the lab, Heng stands before the Light and Darkness Princess, holding a potion bottle. He points it toward her and explains that this potion will help her recover from her injuries. She sits silently, appearing sad. He notes that she does not respond to his spiritual message, as if a stone sinking into the sea, and wonders if it is because she has been imprisoned in a cage for too long. He thinks that with the help of the energy-absorbing tree, producing potions is not a problem, but the Light and Darkness Princess does not seem willing to take them. Startled, he sees her spread her wings and hide herself within her feathers. He wonders if she is autistic. He moves the potion toward her, realizing that if she refuses it, the potion's power will begin to fade. He turns to the tree and says that they must proceed. They will have to force the potion down her throat. With red glowing eyes, the tree extends its branches toward the Light and Darkness Princess. He clenches her and applies power to open her wings. He asserts that he is powerful, very powerful. When he fails, he admits that it is useless. Heng reflects that perhaps the long period of captivity has left this Light and Darkness Princess with no desire to survive. He places the potion on the table and tells her that if she wants to live, she should drink it. He adds that he hopes she will recover, but she still does not open her wings. He stares at her in confusion and thinks that, after all this fuss, it turns out she simply does not like drinking medicine. The Light and Darkness Princess then asks if he is her daddy. Heng replies that he is not her daddy. Pointing to himself, he says that he should be her master, by the way. She then asks if master is her mommy. He tells her that it is not the case either. He moves the treasure-hunting beast forward and requests that it teach her some common sense, explaining that he still has work to do. After a while, the tree and the treasure-hunting beast are seen playing with the Light and Darkness Princess while Heng stands nearby, still looking at the potion bottle in confusion. The narrator states that the spiritual message from the Light and Darkness Princess is clearly the voice of a little girl, but her calling Su Heng her father is truly perplexing. No wonder the companion attribute was included in the description in the ancient dragon scripture. Heng holds his chin and reflects on the companion attribute, insisting to himself that he is not that kind of person. The dragon snake lizard appears as Heng calls him out. He notices the tree and the treasure-hunting beast playing with the Light and Darkness Princess. Heng clenches his fist and demands to know what he is looking at, accusing them of simply trying to get close to the girl. He points toward the potion and tells him to focus here instead. He asks what he thinks and explains that while the energy-absorbing tree was duplicating the Light and Darkness Princess's potion, he obtained the main ingredient for the dragon snake lizard's transformation. Hearing this, the dragon snake lizard becomes excited, his mouth watering. Heng quickly says to wait and questions what he thinks he is doing. He tells him that he called him to show the potion to him, not for him to drink it yet, and orders him to stop reaching for the bottle. He warns that he cannot consume anything in the lab. Ignoring him, the dragon snake lizard bites the bottle, drinks the potion, and his eyes brighten with light. He roars and spreads his wings. Just then, Zhu notices an explosion in the lab while standing outside. Heng emerges from the smoke, coughing, and calls out for his master's help. The dragon snake lizard's size begins to increase, and Heng exclaims that it seems the dragon snake lizard is about to demolish the house. Zhu is shocked to hear this. A short while later, in the garden, Heng stands before Zhu, while the dragon snake lizard lies silently on the ground. Zhu asks if he had been attempting to perform the dragon snake lizard's transformation, reminding him that he had said he needed to find a special venue first. Heng gives a strange smile and explains that the creature simply swallowed the main ingredient for the transformation's secret medicine. Yet he has not even turned into a dragon. The dragon snake lizard releases surges of wind and thunder energy into the sky, causing Zhu to startle and remark that he has not even transformed into a dragon yet and is already doing this. He demands to know if Heng is trying to blow up his house. Heng smiles again and says he merely wanted to surprise the dragon snake lizard by showing him the main ingredient, but instead, he went wild and swallowed it in one gulp. He insists he truly did not intend for this to happen. The narrator explains that the disturbance caused by the dragon snake lizard far exceeds Su Heng's expectations. Fortunately, Teacher Zhu he possesses a powerful beast, and with its help, the illusion triggered by the dragon snake lizard is finally confined to the sky above the estate and does not spread further. Even so, it still draws the police officers of Gilded City to the scene for questioning. The narrator adds that this is a trivial matter for an experienced butler like Uncle Lai, who simply claims that Zhu He's beast is cultivating new skills and persuades the officers to leave with only a few words. Meanwhile, the wind and thunder energy in the sky is drawn toward the main ingredient, entangling and falling from above to envelop the lizard. The narrator says the intense light is so bright that it stings the eyes, and the beast's tearing roars can be heard from time to time, making its suffering more than obvious. The narrator explains that the wind and thunder phenomenon lasts for 3 hours before it begins to show signs of dissipating. When the light finally fades, the lizard is met by the expectant gazes of 3 people. By this time, it is already more than 10 meters long, making its once powerful body appear as slender as a twig. The narrator explains that the wind and thunder seem to refine the scales covering the dragon snake lizard's body, making them appear even more noble and elegant, with energy flowing through them. However, this refinement is also the reason for the blood covering its body, which causes Su Heng to feel a pang of heartache. After a while, Heng asks the dragon snake lizard if it is all right. The dragon snake lizard releases dark energy and produces an energy ball from its mouth. Holding it in its claw, he throws it toward Heng. Heng quickly moves aside, and the ball strikes the ground nearby, exploding on impact. Zhu remarks on the level 5 enlightenment ability of electric shock, plasma ball, and admits he did not expect such a development after the creature consumed the main ingredient. The dragon snake lizard's body is injured and begins to bleed. Heng, shocked, calls out to him and informs his master that the dragon snake lizard is hurt. The dragon snake lizard startles as its wounds begin to heal as the light and darkness princess is using her healing horror skill, light healing, a first-level enlightenment ability, to completely restore it. All present are stunned by the sight. Housekeeper Lai asks Zhu if that was the healing horror skill of the light system just now, the first-level enlightenment ability of light healing. Zhu confirms it and silently curses, thinking that when this brat insisted on taming a mixed-breed pet of unknown origin, he knew it would not be an easy matter. He reflects that when they were in the research institute, the mixed-breed pet could not even cast a proper healing spell. Yet everything has now been reversed since he took her in. He considers that she not only uses light healing, a healing skill with great potential among light-type healing pets, but has also already mastered it and reached the first level of enlightenment. Moreover, she has taken the initiative to heal the dragon snake lizard, which signifies that the creature has entered the sealed world of the Princess of Light and Darkness. Zhu notices the smile on Heng's face and demands to know the reason, calling him a brat and asking whether the transformation of the dragon snake lizard has been completed, then gives him a slap on the back. Heng replies that it is not that simple. There is not enough wind and thunder energy here, and it will require significant effort for the dragon snake lizard to absorb a sufficient amount. Housekeeper Lai addresses Heng, reminding him that the master has been truly generous toward him. He recounts that last time, when Heng mentioned wanting to find a place where wind and thunder energy converge, the master personally sought out Director Jade and checked the association's database, a considerable favor indeed. Heng asks the master whether he has gone to see his wife. Zhu punches him on the head and tells him that he talks too much. Heng clutches his head in pain as Zhu calls him an idiot, instructs him to pack his bags, and announces that they are leaving tomorrow. He adds that he wants to see what this dragon snake lizard can transform into, then starts walking forward. The narrator explains that the transformation of a dragon snake lizard into a wind and thunder dragon snake must take place in an environment where wind and thunder are intertwined. Through the force of powerful wind and thunder, the lizard's form is refined, enabling it to fully absorb and digest the essence of the main medicine. With Director Jade's assistance, he successfully locates a terrifying species in the database, the wind-thunder dragon eagle, which, like the wind-thunder dragon snake, embodies the elements of wind, thunder, and dragon. When this creature reaches the level of a horror species, it inevitably interacts with its habitat to some degree. The narrator further describes that the natural secret realm inhabited by the wind-thunder dragon eagle, known as the Wind-Thunder Cliff, is a unique location capable of fulfilling the transformation requirements of the dragon snake lizard. The Wind-Thunder Cliff is a perilous place where fierce winds blow throughout the year, accompanied by relentless thunder and lightning, especially in its deepest regions. The narrator explains that the habitat of the Wind-Thunder Dragon Eagle and the Wind-Thunder Eagle Dragon Lord is where the intertwined energy of the wind and thunder elements is at its most intense. This location is also the destination of Su Heng and Zhu He's journey. Because the dragon snake lizard accidentally swallowed the main medicine in the laboratory, all their planned actions have been forced into haste. The narrator states that in order to reach the destination as quickly as possible, the castle lord, Zhu He, directly retrieved the beast-controlling frozen dream butterfly from the depths of its container. This is Zhu He's most powerful, super terrifying flying pet, as well as his strongest controllable pet. The narrator adds that as a super terrifying species combining the dream, insect, and spiritual systems, its greatest strength is not its flight, although it is incredibly swift, but rather its possession of a unique dream system ability known as Dream Tail. The narrator explains that the Dream Tail energy skill greatly extends the distance the frozen dream butterfly can travel with each revival of its wings. The narrator adds that the phantom of the frozen dream butterfly is often seen in the sky, its form already empowered by the Dream Tail skill, its wings fluttering as it soars far into the distance. At the same time, the butterfly's greatest expertise lies in freezing the target's thoughts. If the target creature is within a dream, it can even freeze its soul there, trapping it in a frozen dream until its body fully collapses and dies. Heng and Zhu sit upon the butterfly as Zhu remarks that this should be the place. Heng asks if he is certain, adding that he cannot sense any wind or thunder energy in the area. Zhu points to the side and says there is no mistaking it. Those thundering pines are the sign, then commands the frozen dream butterfly to attack that spot with its ultimate dream ray. The frozen dream butterfly unleashes the dream ray, sending a powerful beam toward a mountain. Heng watches the rock shatter and thinks that, sure enough, all naturally formed secret realms possess their own hidden mechanisms. He reflects that it is fortunate the master obtained this information from the association, otherwise, he would have been forced to search for it himself. The frozen dream butterfly then flies toward the secret realm. The narrator describes that within this secret realm stands a colossal and majestic mountain. Aside from the mountain, the entire realm is enveloped in intense wind and thunder energy and shrouded in dark clouds. The mountain's peak reaches into the clouds, and above them, black shadows hover. These are the rulers of this realm, the Wind Thunder Eagle Dragons. It is important to note that the Wind Thunder Eagle Dragons here belong to a Terror-class species, and their leader is a Nightmare-class creature whose intelligence is still inferior to that of a human. The narrator explains that summoning the frozen dream butterfly within the secret realm ruled by the Wind Thunder Eagle Dragons, a flying species, is unquestionably a provocation to their clan. To remain on the safe side, Zhu summons the Scarlet Wolf to carry both master and disciple as they begin their ascent. The narrator continues that, unlike the freely drifting wind and thunder energy in the area, the ideal location for the dragon snake lizard's transformation into a true dragon is the specific node where wind and thunder energy converge. In a secret realm saturated with such energy, many of these nodes exist. However, the sheer vastness of the mountain requires a slow, careful search. For Su Heng, though, this proves relatively easy. Before long, the treasure-hunting beast points to the side, chirping excitedly. Heng understands its meaning, while Zhu stands silently, thinking that this feels almost like cheating. It is entirely thanks to Heng's beast. If such a creature belonged to someone else, even he would be tempted to steal it. Heng points toward the indicated direction, asking the master what he is thinking, and urges that they proceed, adding that the treasure-hunting beast has located the node in that direction. Zhu responds by striking him on the head, telling him to be quiet and not to distract him as he is observing the surroundings. Suddenly, the wind and thunder energy spreads and intensifies. Zhu asks whether this is the wind and thunder energy node, remarking that even as a master, it is the first time he has seen one. He then questions whether Heng is certain about letting the dragon snake lizard enter that energy cluster. Heng smiles and asks how it looks. Given such destructive power, he fears the dragon snake lizard might be reduced to a pile of charred meat the moment it enters. He summons the dragon snake lizard, pats him, and tells him that he should know what to do. The dragon snake lizard immediately flies toward the wind and thunder energy cluster. Heng, shocked, calls out to him and demands to know if he has lost his mind, insisting that even terror-class species cannot withstand that concentration of energy. Zhu places a hand on his shoulder, telling him to calm down, explaining that all beasts possess a far keener sense of danger than humans and will not willingly bring about their own deaths. A powerful bolt of lightning bursts forth from the energy cluster. Heng and Zhu are both stunned as the energy strikes the dragon snake lizard, causing him to scream in agony. Frightened, Heng shouts for the dragon snake lizard. The narrator explains that after swallowing the main ingredient, the dragon snake lizard appears to have gained the ability to attract wind and thunder. The energy cluster, originally fixed at the center of the wind and thunder node, actually begins to drift slowly toward the dragon snake lizard. The narrator explains that, according to the ancient dragon scripture, for a dragon snake lizard to transform into a wind and thunder dragon snake, its body must be forged with immense wind and thunder energy. At the same time, the earth attributes within its body, which do not belong to a wind and thunder dragon snake, must be stripped away. The narrator adds that Su Heng never expected a simple line in the ancient dragon scripture to be so horrifying and painful in practice. The so-called forging of the body involves directly blasting the dragon snake lizard with wind and thunder energy until its flesh is charred and peels away. The narrator explains that at first, the dragon snake lizard occasionally hisses within the energy cluster, but as time passes, it falls silent. The unsettling sight before him, coupled with the steadily weakening aura of the dragon snake lizard, throws Su Heng into deep panic. Frightened, he clenches his teeth, his face turning pale with horror at witnessing its suffering, and he tries to call out to the dragon snake lizard. Zhu tells him that its spiritual energy is still insufficient, but assures him that the dragon snake lizard's body is rapidly absorbing the wind and thunder energy at an astonishing speed. He explains that if the dragon snake lizard were to die, the energy would inevitably dissipate and return to its original state. The lightning energy grows brighter, and as a gust of wind surges past, they quickly shield their faces. Zhu exclaims that it is coming, the ancient dragon bloodline. Heng smiles, saying he can sense it as well, feeling the dragon snake lizard's aura recovering rapidly while watching its transformation unfold. Zhu observes that its aura has changed and wonders aloud if the dragon snake lizard's transformation into a dragon has truly succeeded. He thinks that this kind of aura has far surpassed that of most top-tier dangerous species and is certainly not something a creature like a dragon snake lizard should possess. It has been only half a year since the lizard hatched, yet it has already reached such a level. He reflects that this brat has truly managed to turn a dragon snake lizard into a dragon. If word of this spreads, the entire continent will be thrown into chaos. He wonders, what has he gotten himself into? The dragon snake lizard's horns, claws, tail, and wings grow and expand, radiating energy as they transform and grow stronger. With a thunderous roar, its power erupts. Zhu is shocked and declares that it is indeed a wind and thunder dragon snake. It is truly real. After a while, Zhu sees Heng patting the dragon snake lizard and tells him they should return, as the dragon has just caused a great disturbance. and it is unsafe to remain there for long. Heng agrees. The narrator says that, following Zhu He's advice, Su Heng promptly places the Wind and Thunder Dragon Snake into his beast control space, yet its arrival causes the other beasts inside to grow somewhat restless. For the moment, the aura of the Wind and Thunder Dragon Snake is too unfamiliar to them. It feels as though a stranger has intruded next door, and the overwhelming force of that aura is so intense that it makes them tremble. Fortunately, through the spiritual bond shared between Su Heng and the Wind and Thunder Dragon Snake, the treasure-hunting dragon beast and the energy-absorbing tree quickly understand that this stranger is, in fact, their elder brother, the dragon snake lizard, and they begin to warm up to him once more. The narrator says they all wish to know what has transpired between Su Heng and the Wind and Thunder Dragon Snake, but just as he is about to engage in spiritual communication with his companions, an intense headache suddenly assails him, as though his head is splitting apart. Heng kneels, clutching his head in pain, when suddenly an energy surges from his eyes and envelops his entire body. Zhu exclaims that it is the feedback of spiritual energy, explaining that the dragon snake lizard has transformed into the Wind and Thunder Dragon Snake, a leap equivalent to advancing directly from a dangerous species to a terrifying species. Placing a hand on Heng's shoulder, he says that the spiritual energy feedback from such a transformation is likely to be exponential. Striking a nearby rock and shattering it, he admits that while he had been contemplating the possibility of dragon transformation, he had failed to consider the chain of events that would follow its success, warning that he must not push this boy into becoming a fool. The narrator says that within Su Heng's inner spiritual sea, a tempest has churned the waters into violent waves, and just as Su Heng begins to fear that he might truly lose his mind, he discovers that the ancient dragon scriptures have suddenly appeared in his hands. Heng reaches toward the scripture book within the lake, and the narrator says that with the ancient dragon scriptures fortifying his mind, Su Heng realizes the storm upon his sea of soul can no longer shake him in the slightest. Instead, his consciousness begins to absorb energy at an extraordinary rate, swiftly advancing from the late stage of a high-level rider to the early stage, then the middle stage, and finally to the late stage of a top-level rider. The narrator says that with the elevation of his spiritual cultivation, the ancient dragon scriptures simultaneously unlock a far greater portion of their content, the amount of knowledge revealed this time surpassing all previous instances. What astonishes Su Heng even more is the record of a super terrifying species, the Earth-splitting ape, evolving into a super nightmare species, the Earth-splitting dragon ape, an advanced metamorphosis along the dragon evolution path. The narrator says that although the extensive list of dragon transformation materials required for the ritual makes Su Heng's scalp tingle merely at the sight, it also adds another intricate layer to his plan for making his teacher stronger. The narrator says that, naturally, through this period of cultivation, Su Heng's understanding of the Wind and Thunder Dragon Snake has deepened. Evil, Earth, and Dragon are the three classifications of the dragon snake lizard, while Wind, Thunder, Evil, and Dragon are the four classifications of the Wind and Thunder Dragon Snake. The narrator explains that due to the overlap between the Dragon and Evil classes, all 5 abilities belonging to these 2 major classes have been enhanced to varying degrees. When it first consumed the dragon-devouring herb, it awakened the abilities Dragon Devour and Dragon Lurk, which, combined with the power boost from the Bear Power Fruit, have all been perfectly inherited. The narrator adds that even more thrilling is the fact that this transformation has enabled the Wind and Thunder Dragon Snake to directly comprehend formidable skills from the elements of wind and thunder. Thunderbolts can heal injuries and restore physical stamina by drawing lightning to strike itself, and can also form a defensive layer of thunder across the body's surface, providing exceptionally strong protection. The narrator says that Silver Snake Flurry is a rare thunder and lightning racial skill that, unless possessed innately, is exceedingly difficult to master. It increases speed while granting remarkable evasion capabilities, and when mastered to a high degree, it can unleash an immense power grid, offering both control and offensive potential. The narrator explains that wind control is the aerial skill of which the Wind and Thunder Dragon Snake is most proud. Renowned for its extraordinary speed and minimal energy consumption, it allows movement as effortlessly as a fish gliding through water. Even more alarming is that the wind attribute skills of the Wind and Thunder Dragon Snake grow stronger in proportion to its speed. As for the Wind and Thunder fusion ability, it will require time to master. However, with the guidance of the ancient Dragon Classic, It will be little more than a trivial challenge. Later, Heng regains consciousness, opens his eyes slightly, and returns to his senses, noticing a protective barrier enveloping both himself and Zhu. Zhu, brimming with excitement, asks how things have gone and how much Heng's spiritual cultivation has advanced. Heng replies that he has reached the late stage of the top-level rider and will soon break through to the professional level. He says that the result is higher than expected, indicating that he has gained greatly from the transformation of the dragon snake lizard. At that moment, an eagle-type species arrives. He forms a shield around them and remarks that the commotion caused by the dragon snake lizard has drawn numerous wind and thunder dragon eagles. Seeing that he is still immersed in the Sea of Soul, he does not retaliate. Heng thinks that his ability to defend for such an extended period explains his formidable standing in the Gilded City, and compared to ordinary riders, he is truly terrifying in power. Zhu begins gathering energy in his palm and says that this is his first main force, and if there is a way to transform it, it should be able to dominate the Ashan Peninsula. Soon after, the beast of Black Sin appears. Heng, astonished at the sight, realizes that if this is the true form of the first main force, then it was only a single skill from this beast that had caused the Ice Ring Dragon to freeze so mysteriously before. The Black Sin beast releases a surge of energy, roaring as it prepares to attack the eagles. Heng is stunned and thinks that this move again proves the Black Sin beast's skill seems capable of ignoring differences in racial level, showing almost no variation in effect whether used against the Thunder Dragon Eagle or the Ice Ring Dragon. He wonders if it could be one of the 4 legendary lineages. As the eagles assemble and prepare to strike the beast, Heng places a hand on his chin and identifies their formation as the racial ability of the Wind and Thunder Dragon Eagle, the Wild Goose Formation. He reflects that they can connect individuals through a unique process, enabling them to unleash devastating joint attacks of extraordinary force. Zhu stands with his arms folded, watching as the Black Sin beast bellows and attempts to attack the eagles with lightning power. Heng speculates, judging by his teacher's expression, whether he intends to withstand it. This being a combined technique of more than 10 terrifying species, a strike likely approaching the destructive might of a nightmare species. Suddenly, he notices the Black Sin beast's roar intensifying as its body begins to grow, manifesting a new ability. He is taken aback and wonders what kind of ability this could be. The eagles continue their assault on the Black Sin beast, their leader letting out a piercing scream while spreading its wings wide. Heng stands with one foot on a rock, a hand resting on his waist, and remarks that as a nightmare species, the intelligence of the Wind and Thunder Eagle Dragon Lord is no less than that of a human. With this understanding, there should be no further attacks. Suddenly, the battlefield falls silent, with clouds of dust and steam drifting through the air. Heng, startled, asks if the eagles have retreated to summon reinforcements. Zhu, smiling with his arms folded, replies that the master of this secret realm has sent him a message stating the flock will not attack again and that they should depart quickly. Heng notices Zhu raising his chin with pride and wonders at the meaning of his expression. Zhu then says they should return, snapping his fingers as his pet begins to dissolve into the air. Heng watches in surprise, recognizing the fob. He recalls that it is a sin-type species representing the ultimate sin. No wonder it bears the name Black Sin Beast. According to the ancient dragon scripture, he thinks sin-type species are born with a mysterious energy capable of tainting the world, influencing even the laws themselves, and, within certain limits, ignoring differences in strength altogether. He thinks that just moments ago, the Black Sin Beast withstood the attack of the Wind and Thunder Eagle Dragon by altering the law at the very instant the strike reached its body, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm upon its main body. Placing a hand on his chin, he reasons that if his master has managed to amass such immense wealth in the Gilded City, it must in some way be connected to the Black Sin Beast, but how he obtained it remains a mystery. Zhu strikes him sharply on the head and asks why he is still standing there, telling him they should head home. Heng looks up at his departing master, rubbing the back of his head in pain. The narrator says that after returning to the manor in the Gilded City, Su Heng resumes his daily routine of training his pets at the villa's practice grounds, paying particular attention to the Wind and Thunder Dragon Snake, which has only recently transformed into a dragon and must learn to master its newly acquired skills. The narrator adds that the Crystal Rock Dragon, serving as the training partner, finds the task challenging. Even though, under Heng's care, The little creature has officially entered the late growth stage. It has already grown into a massive beast over 4 meters long and more than 2 meters wide, its body encased entirely in crystallized rock armor. The narrator says that even so, the crystal rock dragon still cannot withstand the onslaught of the wind and thunder dragon snake. However, this is inevitable, for the treasure-hunting dragon beast, the energy-absorbing tree, and the light and darkness princess are not skilled in combat. The narrator says that it has therefore become a daily routine for the light and darkness princess to cradle the treasure-hunting beast while reclining in the shade of the energy-absorbing tree, eating energy fruits, and watching as the crystal rock dragon is mercilessly beaten. It is a tragic sight indeed, yet the crystal rock dragon's strength improves rapidly. The narrator says that it has progressed from being able to endure for only 3 seconds to withstanding 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Master is constantly away on various assignments from the Writers Association, also gathering the dragon transformation materials needed for the Ice Crystal Dragon Lion. The narrator adds that Su Heng has accompanied Uncle Lai to assist his master in acquiring a main ingredient at an auction in the Gilded City. Although it required a substantial sum, Master Zhu He is, after all, wealthy enough to afford it. After a while, the treasure-hunting beast sits on the floor beside Heng in his room, eating ice cream. Heng remarks that it has already eaten 3 in a row and suspects it is lying to him. He asks what it means when it claims it cannot initiate a treasure call without first eating ice cream. He curses loudly, clenching his fist in frustration. As the treasure-hunting beast turns away and sticks out its tongue, Heng steps closer with a smile and suggests that if it likes ice cream so much, he could place it in the master's cold storage, only 80 degrees below zero, until it is willing to activate its skill. The narrator says that treasure call is a skill Su Heng has never attempted since the treasure-hunting dragon beast evolved into a dragon. If it communicates with a specific treasure and allows the treasure to summon the treasure-hunting dragon beast to its location, the beast can find it, an ability that sounds almost unbelievable to Su Heng. The narrator adds that nearly a month has passed since Su Heng and his master returned from Feng Lei Cliff. Yet the final material required for the Ice Crystal Dragon Lion's transformation into a dragon, the ancient Ice Wolf Eyeball, has still not been found. The narrator says that, seeing his master constantly on the move each day, Su Heng decides to test the treasure-hunting dragon beast's seemingly unreliable racial skill for the first time. However, the treasure-hunting dragon beast insists that without 3 boxes of ice cream, the skill cannot be activated. The narrator explains that, judging by the treasure-hunting beast's nature, Su Heng suspects he is being tricked. Yet, with no better option, he decides to proceed, treating the situation like attempting to save a dying horse. After a while, the treasure-hunting beast raises its paw, catching Heng by surprise. Placing a hand on his chin, he observes the flow of energy forming around it and remarks that it appears somewhat interested. Suddenly, the treasure-hunting beast places its paw on a map. Heng, excited, asks if he has found the target, but the treasure-hunting beast waves its claw side to side in refusal. Heng, shocked, asks if it means there is nothing there, if it has simply ruled one location out. In frustration, he shouts the treasure-hunting beast's name. After a while, Heng walks excitedly into the yard, holding a map in one hand and a rope in the other, at the end of which the treasure-hunting beast is frozen in ice. He calls out to his master, announcing that he has found it. Inside the ice, the treasure-hunting beast shivers violently. Zhu turns toward him, removes his glasses, and asks what exactly he has found. Heng spreads the map across the table and explains that, according to the treasure call, the final ingredient for the Ice Crystal Lion Dragon's transformation into a dragon is located here. Zhu studies the map, stroking his chin, and remarks that the location is a deserted region on the Ashan Peninsula, devoid of any large-scale settlements, only a few scattered village-level communities. Not long ago, it was struck by a disaster wave, leaving no signs of life. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he asks if he is certain that the ancient Ice Wolf Eyeball would be in such a place. Heng gestures toward the frozen treasure-hunting beast and admits he is not sure, adding that he already asked it. If it fails, he will simply let it remain frozen a while longer. He smiles at the sight of the treasure-hunting beast still shivering within the ice. After a while, Zhu is reading a book while Heng stands beside him, examining some papers. The narrator states that Su Heng and his master leave Gilded City according to the marks on the map and travel on the Frozen Dream Butterfly. Along the way, the treasure-hunting beast uses its treasure call skill to correct their route, and they eventually locks onto a location slightly north of the map's mark for Dry City. The narrator explains that there had once been a vast ancient city there, far larger than Gilded City, but it was destroyed by disasters thousands of years ago during the early days of the distant Glorious Era. It has since turned into a ruin suffused with ancient energy radiation and has become the home base of various ancient and dangerous creatures. This makes the Dry City ruins one of the most notoriously perilous locations on the southwestern coast of the Ashan Peninsula, to the extent that even master-level riders are unwilling to set foot there. Fortunately, according to the treasure-hunting dragon beast's sensing, the eyes of the extremely cold ancient wolf are not located in the central area of the Dry City ruins, but rather at the border between the ruins and a nearby village gathering place. After a while, the treasure-hunting beast excitedly looks to the side and calls out Mamoru Mamoru while standing on the butterfly with Heng and Ju. Ju glances in the same direction and asks if it is down there. The narrator explains that viewing the village gathering place from the sky and then stepping into it presents a striking contrast. Even Su Heng, who has endured many trials, still feels unsettled by the sight before him. The once warm and lively village has now become a ruin. Dark brown bloodstains are scattered everywhere, long dried, and a faint fishy stench lingers in the air. Both master and apprentice know well that it is the lingering odor of corpses that have been decaying for a long time. As they land on the ground, Ju stores the butterfly back into the ring pet's inventory. He instructs Heng to go ahead and stop looking around, remarking that he does not believe there are still human corpses in a place that was slaughtered and destroyed by a large group of dangerous creatures. He smiles and adds that such creatures always devour their prey without leaving a single bone. Heng thanks him, but Ju turns his head toward him and says that gratitude alone is meaningless. He must grow up quickly, for Black Lantern Castle needs him. The treasure-hunting beast points to the side as Heng smiles and asks if it has found the target. Ju summons the Scarlet Wolf and instructs it to go and take a look. The Scarlet Wolf, its eyes glowing red, sniffs the air and begins searching the ground after catching a rustling sound. Ju holds a piece of paper and remarks with surprise that there is indeed something here, noting that this location is more than 1,000 miles from the manor, and he questions whether this is truly the capability of the treasure call skill. He adds that if they really succeed in finding it this time, he will have to treat this little creature more kindly in the future. The treasure-hunting beast excitedly raises its paws and calls out Mamoru, Mamoru. The Scarlet Wolf turns toward Ju and lets out a roar. Ju steps forward, observing that it seems the target escaped being swallowed by dangerous creatures only because he had been trapped beneath the ruins. He wonders aloud what this has to do with the ancient ice wolf's eyeball they are searching for. Heng kneels to examine the ground and, in shock, announces that there is ice, telling his master that it is right here. Ju calls the Scarlet Wolf over. The wolf moves to the indicated spot, scratches at it with its claws, and uncovers the ancient ice wolf's eyeball frozen within. Ju says that now that the materials have been gathered, it is time to prepare for the transformation. He warns that if Black Lantern Castle is destroyed by the Nest disaster, it may also turn into a dead zone like this place. After a while, the narrator states that upon returning to Gilded City, Su Heng prepares a transformation secret medicine for his master and gives it to the Ice Crystal Dragon Lion. His master then gathers all the primary materials to determine the precise location where the Ice Crystal Dragon Lion will undergo its transformation, seizing the opportunity to initiate the dragon transformation ritual. The narrator explains that Ju assigns Su Heng an important task. The dragon snake lizard has just transformed into a wind thunder dragon snake and has been training with the Crystal Rock Dragon at the manor's training ground for a long period. However, the narrator adds, a beast's strength must always be proven in real combat. At Ju's suggestion, Su Heng enters the Gilded City arena under the pseudonym Mr. Huang, an event that becomes a harsh ordeal for the apprentice-level competitors of the original arena. The narrator says that apart from the first few duels, which are accidentally lost due to a lack of proficiency, Su Heng and the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake win 12 consecutive battles. He is mistaken for a master-level rider who has entered the newcomer field to hunt easy prey and train against inexperienced opponents. The narrator adds that no one would imagine the masked Mr. Huang standing before them has been a trainer for less than 2 years, and that the wind thunder dragon snake he commands has been transformed step by step from an ordinary scaly lizard. The scene shifts to Zhuhe Manor, where housekeeper Lai holds a bundle of papers and reports that Su Heng has already achieved 12 consecutive victories, noting that there is little room for further improvement if he continues to fight. According to the master, winning more than 12 consecutive victories may draw the attention of the Writers' Association, which could prove detrimental to him. Heng sits in front of him and says that he has recently regained his energy and developed several new medicines, which may increase the number of riders in Black Lantern Castle. Staring at the papers, he remarks that at first, he did not think highly of Heng because he lacked the cold-bloodedness of Little Liu, which, in the world of riders, is essential for survival. Placing the papers on the table and standing up, he admits that the master was right. Compared to Little Liu back then, Heng is more qualified to be the leader and the master's successor. He smiles and adds that Heng possesses far greater leadership qualities than Little Liu ever had. Heng, shocked to hear this, replies that Uncle Lai might be correct, but he cannot return any of the gold coins he has just given him. Uncle Lai laughs and says that he is also better at speaking than Little Liu, and if he knew he had a junior brother like him, he would be extremely happy. He then says to come along, as they are going to do something significant today, and since Heng is destined to be the successor, he must learn this skill. The narrator states that the major event Lai Bo refers to is the 300th anniversary of the inauguration of the Gilded City's trading organization. Many gathering places, including Black Lantern Castle, have come to Gilded City today to purchase resources, and this time, Black Lantern Castle's target is the Gilded Earthfire. Workers are unloading and loading goods onto trucks while Heng sits in the car, observing the scene. The narrator explains that Gilded Earthfire is a rare metal used to forge the highest-grade terrorist artifacts. It does not originate from mineral veins, but is instead produced by the intermediate-level terrorist species known as the Gilded Fire Beast. The storage ring in Zhuhe's possession is also crafted from Gilded Earthfire. With Calamity approaching, Zhuhe hopes to upgrade the equipment of Black Lantern Castle. The narrator adds that Lai Bo initially intends to teach Su Heng how to lower prices in commodity trading, but an unforeseen incident occurs. Due to the waves of disaster, other surrounding gathering places also decide to upgrade their equipment, resulting in the Gilded Earthfire going out of stock almost immediately. Heng and Uncle Lai are left stunned, their mouths agape. After a while, inside the car, Lai remarks that he did not expect the disaster waves to have such a significant impact, and it seems they will not be able to complete the task assigned by the master this time. Heng notices a board through the car's window and reads aloud, "Gilded Earthfire, Gilded City." Surprised, he exclaims that he has found it, quickly runs out of the car, and tells Uncle Lai to return first as he knows what to do. The narrator explains that according to the records in the ancient dragon scripture, the Gilded Fire Beast, being an intermediate-level terrorist species, also possesses a transformation path that begins with a steel crocodile. The progression advances from steel crocodile to earth metal beast, then to gilded beast, followed by gilded fire beast, gilded earth fire beast, and finally to the king of the gilded earth fire beasts. From this sequence, it can be inferred that Gilded City must have secretly mastered a method of transformation. The narrator adds that what is even more noteworthy is that the president of Gilded City's Writers' Association is named Ai Dong, the same name as that little fatty. After a while, Heng walks toward a mansion. Entering inside, he sees Dong feeding a dragon and asks whether he has been breeding steel crocodiles. He questions why Dong is now raising other pets as well. Dong, startled by his voice, turns toward him, waves his hand, and says that it is not his steel crocodile. He explains that it is a new earth metal beast arranged by his bloodthirsty grandfather. Casually rubbing the back of his head with a laugh, he adds that he has to obey the old man in everything, then asks why Heng has found the time to visit today. Heng smirks, thinking to himself that it is indeed the earth metal beast, and calls him a brat inwardly, telling him to stop pretending. Shaking his head from side to side in denial, he leans closer and says that Brother Su truly cannot be deceived. He admits that the beast is the evolution of the steel crocodile and explains that every descendant of Gilded City's masters will inevitably conquer a steel crocodile. Each descendant can breed them into gilded fire beasts, which are nightmare species or higher. He is then startled as he notices Heng's hand approaching him. Heng smashes his hand against his face and warns him not to speak so openly, as even the walls may have ears, and his grandfather would beat him to death if he heard this. Dong grips his hand to push it away and retorts that he has already said everything, adding that he would have been dead long ago in this trial if not for him. Heng places a hand on Dong's shoulder and tells him he is truly loyal. He then asks if Dong can do him a favor, saying he would like to meet his grandfather. Dong gives a thumbs up with a grin and says it is a piece of cake. He quickly runs toward the stairs, calling for Heng to follow him, promising to take him there. Heng stands with his arms folded, thinking that the transformation method of the Riders Association Masters is still too primitive. The ancient dragon scripture contains at least 4 transformation rituals, and since this man is so loyal, perhaps there is a way to help him. After a while, Heng and Dong enter an office where the president of Gilded City's Riders Association, Ai Zhen, sits in a chair. He remarks that Dong cannot even pass a trial, and yet has the audacity to come to him, calling him a little brat. He slams Dong's head against the table as Dong points to Heng and explains that it is not he who is seeking him, but rather his brother Su. Ai Zhen's expression darkens as he turns to Heng and asks if he is Su Heng, Zhu He's disciple, and whether he was the one who saved him in his last trial. A dark energy spreads across the room as Ai Zhen rises to his feet and asks if he has guessed this little brat's relationship with him and whether Heng has deliberately tried to get close to him. Heng replies that, based on his relationship with his master, it should not be difficult for Black Lantern Castle to purchase the Gilded Earthfire. He adds that it was he who wanted to see him, and asks if that is not correct. Hearing this, he is momentarily stunned before bursting into loud laughter. He remarks that it seems not only is this little brat inferior to Heng, but even he, the old man himself, has lost the bet to that kid Zhu He. Dong raises his hand and asks his grandfather what is going on. Ai Zhen responds that the trials have been too much for Dong and that he cannot even keep up with the wagers of others. He tells him to forget it and not burden himself with the pressure. Heng quickly grabs Dong, smiling, and places an arm over his shoulder. He tells President Ai that, in fact, Dong possesses many strengths. He then asks whether the president approves of him. Heng smiles and assures him that, in time, Dong will certainly become a powerful rider. Dong grows emotional as he looks into Heng's face. Zhen smiles and instructs Dong to take his brother Su to collect the Gilded Earthfire from warehouse number 7, explaining that he has already reserved it. He moves the key toward him. Dong, confused, asks Su Heng why he could not purchase it if his grandfather had already set it aside for him. Zhen grows angry, throws an object at him, and orders him to get out, calling him a brat. Heng quickly pushes him toward the door and tells him they had better run. Zhen looks toward the doorway and thinks that this is a boy with remarkable courage and skill, and that Zhu He's young apprentice is destined for greatness. Resting his hand on his chin, he reflects that the little brat's grandfather deliberately refused to sell the Gilded Earthfire to Black Lantern Castle because he wanted him to get close to this young man. His grandfather cannot protect him forever, but he can help him find someone reliable to depend on. Zhen laughs quietly to himself as Heng and Dong walk casually down the hallway. The narrator says that under the leadership of Ai Dong, Su Heng successfully establishes the Gilded Earthfire in warehouse number 7. However, what Master Zhu originally intended to purchase as regular Earthfire Gilded Gold has unexpectedly transformed into a rare grade produced by the Earthfire Gilded Gold Beast King, and the quantity has increased from the anticipated 300 kilograms to 1 ton. The narrator adds that Uncle Lai, who comes to collect the goods, narrows his eyes in delight and repeatedly strokes his beard, inwardly sighing that Su Heng truly possesses remarkable skill, and that this child never fails to surprise him. Su Heng packs the Earthfire stones into a bag, hoists it onto his shoulders, and carries it away, while the narrator remarks that Su Heng also learns from Uncle Lai that a considerable portion of this Gilded Earthfire is allocated to him. According to Master Zhu, 1/3 of it is reserved for Su Heng to create spatial wonders. The narrator says that Su Heng considers the matter carefully and ultimately decides to upgrade the Fire Guardian to version 2.0. According to the formula from the old dragon scriptures, he only needs to create the liquid metal required for the upgrade, which is of high quality, low cost, and saves both time and effort. After some time, Su Heng and Uncle Lai stand outside a research institute. The narrator adds that, with Liabo's assistance, Su Heng locates a peculiar creation facility known as the Admiralty Strange Object Research Institute, which is claimed to have been founded by Dr. Jinzhong, an authoritative figure in the field of rare objects within Gilded City. Later, Dr. Jinzhong glances at his clock and asks them whether they have brought their creation plan. Su Heng hands a sheet of paper to him, stating that he needs to use all the metal of the Gilded Earthfire Beast King to create a liquid alloy. After reading the document, he clenches it in anger and declares it to be nonsense, questioning what kind of strange creation plan it is. He remarks that it resembles the scribbles of a child. Uncle Lai asks Dr. Jinzhong whether the Jinzhong Research Institute no longer accepts creation plans submitted by customers, remarking that he remembers it being otherwise. He questions whether Dr. Jinzhong has been spoiled by the steady flow of customers who arrive with money in hand. Dr. Jinzhong, visibly angered, holds up the paper and explains that smelting the accompanying metal of the Earthfire Gilded Beast King requires the use of a top-tier furnace. Yet the final product would be a pool of dangerously explosive liquid. He expresses doubt and asks if they have been sent by rivals to destroy the furnace. He adds that if he insists on pursuing this plan, he should try it at an arms factory, as they are more adept at producing liquid bombs. Startled, Su Heng quickly turns to leave and tells Uncle Lai that they should go. Lai steps closer, places a hand on his shoulder, and says that the master still possesses certain privileges in Gilded City, so they should leave. Heng excitedly says no, believing that the suggestion seems good. After a while, Heng examines some papers in the laboratory as the narrator explains that, in order to prevent the leakage of the upgrade formula from the old dragon scriptures, Su Heng deliberately breaks the plan into separate components. He orders the compounds listed in the formula from different research institutes while obtaining the liquid metal from the Admiralty Institute, as it is the core material for upgrading the Fire Guardian. The narrator states that this liquid metal carries a risk of explosion, but the danger can be completely avoided if the time lag is precisely controlled during smelting. Su Heng initially plans to intervene personally during the smelting process to prevent the formula from being leaked. Yet Dr. Jinzhong's words enable him to discover a more effective solution. After a while, Dong sees Heng and Lai, waves to them, and leads them inside the arms factory. The narrator explains that the melting furnace in the arms factory is highly efficient, impervious to explosions, and offers superior confidentiality, prompting Su Heng to seek AI Dong's assistance. With the large-scale smelting device of Gilded City's arms factory, the smelting is carried out directly using underground fire, producing gilded slag. What would normally require half a month of work is completed in just 2 days, and Su Heng does not even have to pay, as he uses slag. In the end, the only one who suffers a loss is Dr. Jinzhong, who misses out on a surge of extraordinary wealth and prosperity. Afterward, Heng holds his ring with a pleased expression and moves it toward the smelting fire slag. Noticing his pets stepping back, he angrily demands to know what that look on their faces means. He turns to them and asks what is wrong, saying that he is upgrading his home, not blowing up his nest. He adds that if it were not for his fear of frightening them, he would not have even called them out. The light and darkness princes sit on the shoulder of the treasure-hunting beast, covering their eyes. The dragon snake lizard shakes its head from side to side, which irritates Heng even more. Just then, Lai arrives and says there is no way, urging him to continue. He wears a mask on his face, gives a thumbs up, and says, "Come on." Heng also puts on goggles and replies, "Then let's get started." He places his ring over the smelting fire and uses a machine to melt it. He stands, placing a finger on a button device, and presses it, causing a huge explosion. On the other side, Zhu freezes and stands on his dragon lion, which sniffs the energy in the air. Its horns and claws grow, and its body begins transforming. The system window notifies a successful transformation. Secondary nightmare species Ice Shock Dragon Lion. Zhu watches as his house collapses, smoke and flames rising, and asks what has blown up his house. Heng stands inside a protective barrier, breathing heavily. His pets are also shocked and in a state of distress. Lai lies on the collapsed wreckage, removes his mask, and explains that it is the terrorist technique called Earth Fire Level 3 Enlightenment Power, Earth Fire Curtain. He adds that by transforming the artifacts, the skills engraved on them can be upgraded and their power increased to such a level. He then notices Heng standing within the protective barrier. At that moment, Zhu leaps high toward Heng, calling out to him, and delivers a kick to his head, asking if he is trying to demolish his house or what. Zhu grabs Heng's neck with one hand and snatches his hair with the other. Heng pleads, saying that his head is going to fall off, and asks him to let him go. Zhu, angrily pulling his hair, says that his master will help fix that stupid head of his today. Heng shows him a ring with trembling hands and says that he did not intend to demolish the house, urging him to look. Zhu begins examining the ring and asks if it is the fire guardian that Heng was given. Heng smiles and explains that he happened to obtain the companion medal of the Earth Fire Gilded Beast King from Ai Dong's grandfather, so he thought to upgrade the fire guardian. The increased storage space will be more convenient to use in the future and will provide more room for the Wind Thunder Dragon Snake and the others. Zhu asks if he is claiming that all that commotion was actually the result of him creating such a miracle, and since when has he possessed that kind of ability? Lai responds that Master, Little Heng has done more than just expand the storage space. He explains that the original engraved skill of the Fire Guardian has also been upgraded to Earth Fire Curtain, and its power is now almost equivalent to that of a mature terrorist species. Zhu, surprised, asks what he just said. He tells Heng to show it to him and tosses the ring toward him. Heng replies in agreement, catches the ring, and stares at it as it releases energy. At that moment, they see flares of different colors descending from the sky. Zhu says to wait, noticing as the president, vice president, and chairman land on the ground amidst flames. Zhen approaches Zhu and says that he has finally taken this step. Zhu smiles with excitement and expresses his gratitude to the president. Heng asks his master if he succeeded, but Zhu pushes his face aside. He summons the Ice Shock Dragon Lion, calling for it to come out. Zhen, astonished, says that when he entered Gilded City, they sensed the aura of a nightmare species, but they never expected it to be the Ice Shock Dragon Lion. Heng sees the Ice Shock Dragon Lion and thinks with surprise that this is correct. He considers that after successfully transforming into a dragon, in addition to the three major types, dragon, ice, and beast systems, the Ice Shock Dragon Lion also possesses an additional Earth system, with its Earth-type talent focused on destruction. He believes its innate skills include Earth-shaking Shockwave and the Ice Nightmare skill Crystal River Explosion, and that it can even form a fusion skill called Frozen Earth. He reflects that killing, destroying, controlling, and blocking terrain is the best way to resist the invasion of disaster waves. This was already his plan when he first chose that transformation method for his master. Given Gilded City's current state, it appears they truly intend to retain his master there. Zhen addresses Zhu, stating that on behalf of the Gilded City's Riders Association, he hereby invites him to become the honorary president of the association and to enjoy its highest privileges. He adds that, of course, if the Riders Association faces a crisis, they will also require his assistance. Heng places his hand on his chin and thinks, sure enough. Zhu says to the president that this is a serious matter, and that he will need some time to consider it. He then pulls Heng's cheeks, grabs him by the head, wraps an arm around his neck, and says that since this kid blew up his manor while training his beasts, he will have to spend some time repairing the place and teaching the boy how to behave. Zhen laughs and says that it is easy, he will arrange for someone to help fix the manor, and he can train his disciple. Afterwards, they can decide on the honorary presidency. After a while, Zhu and Heng sit inside at the tea table while Heng stands nearby. The narrator explains that Zhu's actions naturally have motives. After all, such a commotion occurred at the manor, and Su Heng's ability to upgrade his engraved skills must not be exposed. The narrator adds that the mark of a rider master is the ability to possess a nightmare species beast, but the reason for the extreme rarity of nightmare species beasts is that they possess intelligence comparable to humans and are so dangerous that many masters have failed to capture them. The narrator explains that this is a high-level combat power for which every human gathering place competes, and Gilded City is no exception. Sure enough, shortly after Ai Zhen departed, warlords from all walks of life in Gilded City, as well as representatives from several large surrounding gathering places, came to pay their respects. Su Heng has also witnessed his master's ability to influence others and extort money, prompting Su Heng to sigh inwardly, recognizing how truly insidious his master is. The narrator continues that under such pressure, the Riders Association of the Gilded City, the most powerful group, could not remain passive and began to increase pressure on Zhu He. The master and disciple exchanged smiles, wagging their foxtails, and produced bloodline incense, some low-level formulas, and a plan to optimize the transformation of the Earth's golden beast. When President Ai Zhen saw the plan, he was as delighted as a 500-pound grandson, and finally finalized the terms of the honorary residency with Zhu He. The plan was the Black Lantern Castle Reconstruction Plan, which comprehensively upgrades the security, agricultural, and industrial systems in Black Lantern Castle. After a while, Dong runs toward them with Gong Xuan, calling out to brothers Su Heng. Heng, standing near the dragon, hears their voices and asks Dong and Gong what they are doing here. Dong explains that he heard from Grandpa that Master Zhu He is returning to the Greyfields wilderness today. He adds that he is really harsh, as he did not say a word to his friends before leaving. Gong tosses gifts toward Heng while Dong says to take them, explaining that the gifts are from both of them. Heng smiles, holds the gifts, and asks why they are so formal, since it is not as if he is not coming back. Dong replies that, of course, he will return, but he fears it will not be until 2 or 3 years later. According to Master Zhu's custom, the two of them are going to be separated for a long time. Heng, smiling, throws a playful punch toward Dong and says that next time they meet, he must have become stronger. He also smiles and affirms that this will definitely be the case. Just then, Zhu stands on the dragon and says it is time to leave. Heng turns and starts walking toward the dragon, bidding both of them goodbye. He then sits on the dragon as it takes flight, expressing that they will eventually become stronger, while both Dong and Gong wave toward him.